LTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Caratini lost one into right field. Playable. Tyler O'Neill is there, and he puts it away. The Boston Red Sox have won the middle game of this series, defeating the Astros for the first time this year. That snaps a 7-game winning streak for Houston against the Red Sox dating back to last season. The Astros, with a loss tonight, have still won 11 of their last 13 games. Tough one tonight.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Wednesday to all of you. Welcome in. Ben, cue that up again.
This clapping?
Yeah, it almost sounds like it's somebody who's in the booth with Callis clapping.
It's definitely so. It's an obnoxious Bostonian who's right below the booth.
Right below them, yeah. But I'm like, at first I'm like, who is this Judas with headsets on that's clapping next to Callis over there? Play it one more time, Ben. Not the whole thing.
Caratini lost one into right field. Playable. Tyler O'Neill is there, and he puts it away. The Boston Red Sox have won the middle game of the series.
Right there. It sounds like it's Blum doing it. Yeah, Blum. Like, Blum, why are you clapping? We lost.
You know what? They need this. They need this little shot in the arm to, just remind them, man, it's hard. You've been winning a lot of games lately, but still.
I'll tell you what about that as we welcome you in on a Wednesday. Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne with you. Man, we got a lot to get to on the show. We'll find something. That's what you're supposed to say. I do find that I'm getting a little bit complacent. I did not even check to see until I had to do the sports report that I do for the FMs. I hadn't even checked to see how the Mariners did last night.
Oh, they had a late game in the Dodgers.
They were winning when I went to bed. They were up 3-1 or 3-0 on the Dodgers, and I'm like, well, they'll find a way to blow the Mariners. And sure enough, they did. The Dodgers beat them 6-3. But the fact that I was only checking it once I had to check it, so I had all my information, I had to kind of check myself and say, man, I got to at least keep my eye on the rearview mirror. You know, yesterday I said that I'm not worried.
Check yourself, Sean.
I'm not too worried before I wreck myself. I'm not worried about the Mariners. I'm worried about the Yankees. Catching the Yankees, not worried about the Mariners catching us, but maybe I need to.
Good job, Dodgers.
Maybe I need to, way to go.
To help us out,
Thanks,
bros.
buddy. The 3 days a year we like the Dodgers when they're playing the Seattle Mariners.
They didn't start until 9 o'clock our time or so.
Can't do it, man.
No way in hell.
Can't stay up for that.
I got enough AL West games I got to stay up for. I like Astros AL West games.
How you feeling, man? How you doing?
I feel good.
Yeah.
I feel good. I'm not too distraught over last night other than my lingering concerns over Blanco. The Justin Verlander return versus some guy I don't know tonight is something.
It's today. It's a 1 o'clock.
Today, excuse me.
It's a 1 o'clock.
This afternoon is something that should hopefully try to keep. Blanco's been wobbling on and off the tracks over the last several weeks.
Big time, yeah.
And he just needs a rest. He's pitched more innings than he's ever pitched before. Then Verlander coming back in. Now, the other part that goes with that is, as I hope that means good things for Blanco, you've also got Verlander coming back who pitched 57 pitches in his rehab start. Yeah. But part of that might have been because there was an offensive surge by Sugarland, so there was a long time between the second and third innings. So who knows? But he only pitched 5 innings in his 2 starts before he went on IL too. So you're going to be keeping one less reliever on the squad to accommodate 6 starting pitchers.
Yep.
They're going to be tested. They're going to be tested in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
And it's the pitching staff has been great, but it's a test.
Yeah, Blanco getting knocked out early last night was not optimal. Yeah. Because Verlander, we don't know what kind of pitch count. Verlander's on a pitch count. Espada was being kind of dodgy about it when he was asked about it. He's like, well, we'll just kind of see how it goes. But I have to believe once he starts getting up around 70 or 75 pitches, it's yoink for him, which means he better be super efficient on those 75 pitches.
And he hasn't been efficient this year.
Well, and they're in the middle. There's no off days coming up anytime soon. Like they're playing for the next 2 weeks straight.
Versus good opponents.
Versus good opponents, too. Yeah, I mean, they could be playing against the A's and all the crappy teams, and it would still be a problem just because, you got to play 9 innings in all these things.
Dare I be a meek enough soul to just say, you know what? You gotta let's have some good showings versus these teams, but I don't need it to be an impressive onslaught or anything. This is what good baseball teams do. You play 500 baseball with surges like they just had, and get some really good pitching, and then there we go.
Yeah. We'll keep the pitching going for sure, and then Tucker looks like he's doing more stuff before games.
Yeah, it's all these updates like, hey, he's working on running normally.
Well, look at him. Right. There he is crow hopping in the outfield. Like he's doing weird stuff. I don't know.
You're intrigued by the crow hop. Why? I don't know,
because it's the first I've ever heard. A, it's the first I've ever heard it called a crow hop.
You have? That's okay.
And B, I just never heard it called a crow hop before. And B, why am I getting updates on it? Why is that such a big deal that he's crow hopping?
I guess I don't know. I'm surprised you've never heard the term crow hop, but I guess it's that he's working on all of these basic things. Like it's almost like teaching somebody who's had a stroke how to learn to do the basic things again. And it's not. It can be a long process in coming back from a stroke.
Yeah,
they've made incredible advancements in stroke recovery, and yet it's long. And that's what it feels like. It feels like he had a stroke on his shin.
It's funny. I brought up. God, I forget. Somebody texted me yesterday.
Eating with a fork now.
Yeah, I forget who texted me yesterday, and I apologize because it might even be a coworker. I can't remember. But I brought up Will Anderson's ankle.
Yeah.
And you and I have talked about how this ankle with Will Anderson is concerning because until we know otherwise, this could be an ankle injury that's just a lingering thing from the ankle injury he suffered last year.
Yeah.
And we invoked the name of Steph Curry. And again, somebody texted me yesterday that heard me talking about it either on this show or on the podcast and on the Utopia podcast, and they said they had to basically teach Steph Curry how to walk again with that ankle injury. So maybe that's what they're doing with Kyle Tucker.
Teaching him how they're doing all the basics.
Yeah.
You got to start from square one.
How to talk, how to hold a fork.
Yeah,
everything.
Yeah. Well, what I told you was you worry with something like this, where with a deep bone bruise and when there's swelling potentially. I don't know exactly how everything went, but it shuts everything down. So it might be a relatively minor injury, and you're going to recover from it at some point, but you don't know how or when.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, because you can't use your calf, because you can't walk normally or anything, all the muscles, everything, it just kind of shuts down, and you get atrophy. So, there's a little bit of that basic just coming back. Maybe he'll learn how to walk better. Maybe he'll learn how to crow hop better and run normally better.
Stronger than ever.
Yes.
I had forgotten. You sent me the Chandler Rome article this morning. With all these issues in the outfield, the Astros outfield's not good right now. They're doing good things. Like Jake Myers had a nice catch last night. Jake Myers has like one catch every 3 games. You're like, all right, well, that's why his 220 bat is in the lineup every day. He had that the catch last night where he robbed somebody, I forget who, of extra bases. But the outfield's not good right now. Like Trey Cabbage got promoted. That's how bad the outfield is right now. And he's terrible.
Got promoted because Pedro Leon. Espada said he wanted to see Pedro Leon get some work in AAA.
Yeah.
He's had years in AAA.
Yeah.
And we saw exactly why he's been stuck in AAA.
Yes.
He's an affront to baseball fundamentals.
Yeah.
He does not have any respect for any kind of rule book.
I forgot that Abreu on the Red Sox was part of that Vasquez trade.
Weiler Abreu. This is the big, this is they should never have let Abreu go. Weiler Abreu was traded part of their package to get Vasquez.
Right.
And it made me think of, all of the scrutiny over the Kikuchi trade. And we admitted at the time, even though we were skeptical of the Kikuchi trade, part of it was that we'd seen these guys. Plus, they were young prospects where you'd seen upside, but not enough opportunity to see the downside. So you thought, well, these guys are phenoms. And what the hell? You're letting go of these phenoms. You go back to the Vasquez trade, and it's not like anybody was crying a million tears over the loss of Weiler Abreu.
Right.
And yet he's turned into a good player. It was
really
worth it, though. I mean, they I don't know if they win that World Series without Vasquez. Obviously he wasn't a superstar of it or anything, but you needed Vasquez on that squad.
My philosophy with that is Vasquez could have gone 0 for 35.
Right.
You won the World Series. So whatever sets of events you put in motion in the universe, ended up resulting in a World Series.
Yeah.
So you do everything the same.
You get it. No, there a lot of stuff without huge production or anything. A lot of stuff could have gone wrong.
Yeah.
If you had Maldonado out there for more, or just whomever else in there.
Vasquez caught the no-hitter. People forget that, man. He was the one behind the plate when Javi and company, Javi and friends threw the no-hitter.
He was on our list of underappreciated Astros who might be lost to history. Like it'll be a trivia question 20 years from now on the TV broadcast, and only diehard Astros will remember Vasquez. But yeah, I miss Vasquez.
I
despised him when he was with the Astros because they're with the Red Sox. Because remember, they went through that stretch where they had just so many dudes that looked alike with beards and everything.
Verdugo and Vasquez.
They had like a vibe, like a gritty vibe about them that you would love if they were your team.
Yeah, if I remember, he was good in the ALCS against them too.
Yeah.
Or whatever round they played them in the playoffs that year. I forget which. But so, anyways, the Astros lose last night 6-5, but the Mariners lose as well. So all is well in the world. They're still up by 5 games. Verlander today. It's a big Verlander start today, man.
V-Day.
It's a big Verlander start. Because if Verlander looks shaky, and we're living in the moment right now, right? I mean, we've got like a month and a half left of the season. If Verlander is shaky, now you've got Blanco, who I don't trust anymore. Arrighetti, who's done good things lately, but just inherently with him being a rookie approaching innings
He's
amounts.
about to pass his career high.
He may not be in the circle of trust at all this season, just based on his profile.
Oh yeah, we haven't done the circle of trust once this season. That's how weird a year it's been.
Yeah,
Arrighetti. I guess I'm higher on the trust level than you right now. I feel good about Arrighetti.
I feel like in the moment I feel good about him, but if he's your 4th best starter, like going into the postseason, and that's why I say Verlander. If Verlander comes back and he's Verlander, for a few starts, and you're like, okay, well, for the time being, until Verlander pulls another neck muscle, you've got Framber, you've got Hunter Brown, you got Verlander, and to me, it's in that order right now. Like, Verlander doesn't get anointed and just put back at the top of the rotation. Framber's your guy right now.
Yeah.
And so is Hunter Brown. They're not only maybe the best duo right now in the American League. Like, there's probably an argument that since June 1st or May 15th, or whatever arbitrary date you want to slap down post Hunter Brown's early season meltdown, that they're 2 of the best 5 pitchers in the American League right now.
Biggest thing about Arrighetti as we enter this stretch where you're going to have one less reliever on the roster because you've got a 6-man rotation, which is great, but Arrighetti rarely goes more than 6 innings.
Yeah.
And his last outing wasn't a great one, but he's had quality starts.
Yeah.
He goes 6 innings pretty regularly, but he's not an innings eater by any stretch of the imagination. And then Kikuchi, same thing. Kikuchi can't get to 6 innings.
Yeah.
That's the ceiling that eludes him.
Yes.
If he can reach that magical 6 innings, then we'll really have something with Kikuchi.
He pitches into the 7th inning and a start, it's on.
There's another thing about the Red Sox right now that makes me a little bit nervous about Kikuchi.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hold that.
Okay.
All right, we'll do that coming up next. We've also got some Texans that we've got to get to coming up next. We got some praise for the Texans from somebody that I loved hearing it, but we've got to put it through a filter. So we'll do that. But first, I want to tell you, Taqueria Sarandas, as long as we're talking about the Astros, they're an official sponsor of the Houston Astros. You see Jeremy Payne.
who we are.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Seth's showing me crow hop videos. I know what it is now. I just didn't know that's what it was called.
Yeah. You had poor instruction in Little League, I think.
That's a definite possibility, for sure.
There you go. This is Sean. You're just taking that hop to load up and
gotcha.
Boom. Yeah,
gotcha.
You ever watch a crow? You ever just sit around watching crows?
Probably.
They do kind of little sideways hop.
Yeah,
They're funny. They're interesting creatures. The crows.
Crows?
Yeah, very intelligent. Very intelligent.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Better. They're better at the crow hop than Kyle Tucker is right now.
For sure. I'm better at the crow hop than Kyle Tucker.
I don't watch any
right
videos of crow hops learning to crow hop again. Yeah, the way Kyle Tucker is.
What was your Red Sox thing?
Oh, real quick, just so the Red Sox were on a tear pitching before the All-Star break, first half of the season. They were awesome. And since then, they've been atrocious.
Yeah.
One of the things they did, and this is where it's tied into Kikuchi, was they just stopped throwing as many fastballs. Their analytics bros, same way the Astros have analytics bros, realize, okay, the fastballs, people are sitting and waiting on fastballs. They know exactly. They're anticipating it. So they stopped throwing fastballs, and they were awesome. And then the league caught up, and people realized, like, oh, okay, this is the deal. So I wonder with Kikuchi, where he came in, stopped throwing his fastball as much, saw it especially during the Rays, that, oh, okay, maybe this would be a different version. Right. If there's any kind of catching up, I hope that they're more ready for it than the Red Sox were.
Yeah, I hope so, too. I think, history tells us with pitchers pre-Kikuchi that the Astros probably do a pretty good job of they're not just a one strategy and then the league adjusts well, we're out of ideas.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Thought we had something
there.
Yeah,
we're the idea factory. One idea. That's it. So 1:10 p.m. today, first pitch, Justin Verlander. This will be one of the more interesting regular season games today to see what Verlander looks like. So we'll have eyes on that for sure. Diana Rossini was on the Dan Patrick show yesterday, and Dan Patrick and the crew asked her about training camps she's been to. She and Kay Adams are the two, and Diana Rossini, that have been traveling around to all the camps and doing these interviews and podcasts. And she's been traveling around with Chase Daniel, former quarterback. They're doing stuff where they're driving in the car together, and it's pretty fun. Chase
Daniel's real bright. I love backup quarterbacks.
Yeah,
good for their analysis because they've been through so many systems. Usually, they've had to make it with guile.
Right,
if they make it a long time in the league, they have to know the offense, because they don't have the physical skills of the starters.
It would be like if they stuck Orlovsky with Kay Adams as a team, and now you've got. Now you've got the reporter who's got kind of that soft touch that all of a sudden you're getting the best information out of these guys. And then you got Chase Daniel doing the football stuff. Anyways, Rossini has been around to all these different camps. She works for The Athletic now. She's got a podcast for The Athletic, The Scoop. And she was on Dan Patrick yesterday, and they asked her about what are some of the camps that have surprised you by how bad the team has been.
Yeah.
And she rattled off a few of them, but then said, man, I was hoping you would ask me what's the team that surprised me how awesome they are.
The question I would have preferred was, what's the camp I went to where I went, oh, wow. And that was the Houston Texans. Holy cow. I knew they were good when I showed up. I left and look, I went on a day that everyone told me CJ was unbelievable. But I just was watching going, who is going to
So you're all in. They're a Super Bowl contender.
I am all in on the Houston Texans, just based on what they're building.
It's and it really is. Sean, you and I were talking about this a couple of weeks ago. We almost, when you're out there at practice every day, you sometimes you step back and you realize holy, what am I watching here? Because there's so much receiving talent down the field, but they're having battles with the cornerbacks, the starting cornerbacks. That there's just at the skill positions on offense and defense, you've got a boatload of talent. And it's really, especially in training camp where the run game, it's impossible to judge whether a team's running well or not during training camp. I've got my reservations about that. But the actual skill position players, it's kind of freaky to see all those receivers out on the field at the same time.
Yeah.
You don't get that. Even on high-powered offenses, it's rare that you have three elite caliber skill sets at your wide receiver group.
It's insane because this team has rarely had two really good receivers at the same time, let alone 3. Like when Andre Johnson was here, and this is no disrespect to Kevin Walter, but Kevin Walter wasn't any of these guys we're watching now. Kevin Walter was a really solid Kubiak-style wide receiver.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. And it was everything that, would block real well, which they care a lot more about than people realize, but it wasn't right. He wasn't an electric wide receiver.
Nobody's game planning for him. You know what I mean? And even when Hopkins was here, probably the best they had was Will Fuller, who couldn't stay on the field.
I mean, you had Andre and DeAndre together.
Yeah, but even like that, like it was the first year was DeAndre's rookie year where he was like a 700-yard guy, and then the second year was when Hopkins went up and Andre went down to 900 yards. Like they weren't like
they weren't at the peak of their powers.
Yeah,
together.
These guys are all like either entering their prime or in their prime right now. So that's exciting. Rossini said that there were little things she saw at practice that made her realize what the culture is like here.
Okay, something even simple and small. This is tiny, but this is important, and it's been told to me by many people it's important in the big grand scheme of things. When they make good plays during the preseason, when guys are scoring touchdowns, backups, players that we may never even see again in the NFL, the way the sideline, the way the starters are running down into the end zone and showing that support, because what that is, that's culture, right? That's D'Amico Ryans. That's him saying we are going to be there for everybody on this team, not just the superstars.
Well, and it sounds kind of silly because like, oh, what are we grading? Celebrating and stuff? I would say that, having been on various teams with various head coaches, there's times where the head coach is a hard ass but tries to coach enthusiasm. You guys need to support each other more. And
cheer louder.
Yeah, you need to be more supportive of each other and get excited for each. But meanwhile, you're walking on eggshells all the time because you're terrified of getting yelled at or cut and all that. So it's something that really flows down from the personality of the head coach.
So that's real.
I think part of that's an offshoot of just D'Amico's. D'Amico encourages all of it, of course, but it's got to happen naturally. And I do think that there's a certain joy about the way these guys go about practice that it's cool to watch because it looks like, all right, they enjoy practicing. Like they're out there, they're having fun, but they're like and working their butts off.
Yep.
But that's the approach. If you go through life with that approach, you end up being one of these people or one of those teams that almost like never looks like they have a real job because they're just having fun doing what they're doing.
It was really funny.
Yeah.
Kamari Lassiter, in his media session a couple days ago, on Monday, said something. I should go find the cut, but it just popped into my head just now. Something to the effect of like things he can improve on. He's like, I probably need to be more enthusiastic in practice after good plays.
Well, you know what? I think that's
get him, D'Amico.
D'Amico had a come to Jesus meeting called him in. Bring your playbook. And he opens up the playbook and he writes down, have more fun.
Yeah. Pile on.
No, I think that's it's one of those things too. It's where that's like if Diana Rossini were to say that, and meanwhile the Texans start off 0-4,
they go 5-12.
It's gonna feel like what the hell are we even talking
5-12
about?
With the happiest practices ever.
Yeah. But I do think that one of the things is in life and in football. So think about in football in an NFL career. 10 years, 11, 12 years, you've had a long career.
Yeah.
And by the time you get to your 9th, 10th, 11th year, you start to realize you do kind of the same thing that you do when you're in your 40s and 50s in a normal job. You start just genuinely feeling like, oh man, I got to help the young people out. I got to pour my asset needs to also be really focusing on everybody else. And it's a natural thing that happens as you get older. And I think like the faster that you can accelerate that process, you are able to end up with just a flat out better team that, ideally you want 53 coaches on the field too. If your teammate is having an issue on the field and one of the players can help correct him or get his mind right or do whatever, that's a hell of a lot more effective than waiting until the sideline or halftime before a coach fixes it.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But it's got to be something that happens every day as opposed to just somebody that all of a sudden starts either helping or, constructively criticizing somebody.
Yeah.
So it's a culture thing. It is a culture thing.
For sure. And Rossini did say this is a small thing. Like she wasn't overstating it, I think, but it's very evident when you're out there for sure. Last one here. This was interesting too because Stephon Diggs, big topic at this camp, man. Texan fans feeling good about Diggs. Buffalo fans and Viking fans trying to look for every little shred of possible dissent with Stefon Diggs. Here was Diana Rossini and what Stefon Diggs is learning about himself.
Stefon Diggs told me this has just been refreshing for him. He's growing up. He reflects on some of his younger years and just knows he made some mistakes and is ready now to really try to be the best at his position. And based on what I was watching out there, he's just been such an added bonus to this offense.
Yeah, this is where I'm always torn with this because I think the reports of Stefon Diggs in Buffalo for the first 2 years sounded exactly like they are now. Right. It's been the best thing ever for Josh Allen, their best buds, all of that.
Bills fans probably trolling Viking fans the way I like trolling Bills fans.
Circle of life, right?
Yeah.
And so I guess a lot of it is, I don't care. I didn't expect, he's on a 1-year contract. I think that, yes, like we just talked about, he'll mature over time the way many, many people do. I don't think it's going to be a factor, but I also do think maybe what probably is a surprise to Stefon Diggs is being plunged into this environment where you've got a quarterback who's a very heady quarterback, like he's a very high football IQ quarterback, and then you've got other receivers to balance things out. Yeah. He might himself have been surprised by how much fun it is being in that environment when everything's just clicking right. It's probably, you talk to people from the military and they'll talk about how you go from one company to another and there's just different cultures. And sometimes you end up in one company and you're just, it's a bad culture, and it's not fun. And then you go to another company or unit and it's a whole different deal. And it's not about as much as you individually. It's things are working well. Stuff just functions the way it's supposed to function here. That's probably a lot of fun.
Yeah.
It's probably a lot of fun.
Yeah, he might rather have 1,000 yards receiving, being with other great players, and obviously winning helps, than go get 1,400 yards being the guy.
It's fun to be on a good team.
Yeah, it's fun being on a good team.
You start feeling a lot better about yourself.
Good way to
when
boil
you're on a
it
good
down.
Team.
Yeah. Now, here's where I don't want to be a hypocrite here. Because I'm really excited about everything.
Starting now?
Yeah.
All right.
I want to stop being a hypocrite. Diana Rossini was very excited about the Texans, which got me very excited that she had these observations. It is only 24 hours ago that I was reading this tweet from Diana Rossini with some disdain.
Oh.
Bo Nix is a stud. He operates in the Sean Payton offense like a veteran. It'd be a surprise if he's not the starter week 1. Zach Wilson is also having a great camp with Denver. Strong arm, throws on time, asking good questions. One coach told me he's rejuvenated.
Rejuvenated he is.
Yeah.
We've seen it before. The whole thing with Bo Nix is it's hard because I'm not trying to be a hater or anything. I just do wonder what some of the hubbub is about with him.
Too.
Because he's done a good job doing what they ask him to do, which is not a whole lot. He can create. He's really, he can threaten with his legs. He makes some circus throws of the shorter variety. But I haven't seen anything in preseason that makes me think oh, wow, this is something different or special. Caleb Williams has some issues with the consistency and his footwork and all this stuff that makes me question. But I feel like he's done more of the genuinely electrifying stuff. I feel like Bo Nix has gone out and he's improvised a little bit, but sometimes it's the bad improvisation. And he's been efficient against vanilla defenses. But I can't sit there and think, oh yeah, this guy's ready for action.
Yeah,
it's. Of those two, I think that Bo Nix has much more capacity for a 5-interception game.
Oh yeah. I'm with you on that. Text message: 3 guys on the Giants ran down and cheered that big man for running down J.J. Taylor. Only 3. If that would have been our guy, that's true. Can you imagine if Khalil Davis ran down? If pick a running back on some team. Yeah. If Khalil Davis ran down J.J. Taylor on that play, the whole defense would have been mobbing it.
He was the same number as Khalil Davis, wasn't he?
Yeah, 94.
I kind of thought in the moment, I kind of had one of those weird when you forget about the teams and everything. I thought it was Khalil Davis.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because that's the kind of thing that Khalil Davis did. He's that kind of guy, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know if he's as fast as that, but he's got that hustle player. He's a blue-collar hustle player.
For sure.
So I could see him doing that. Yeah, good for that dude. Not so good for J.J. Taylor. Now, J.J. Taylor had stepped out of bounds, and I wonder if
he didn't know he'd stepped out of bounds.
He might have subconsciously known
it. No, he did not know. He was at top J.J. Taylor speed.
Yeah.
That's
an awesome feeling, man. I took down Tiki Barber once on the sideline. Yeah, and I had
Did
an
you
angle on
chase him down?
Yeah.
Nice job, man.
We were getting beat by like 21 points.
I want to
at the time.
mob you right now.
It was no, but it was one of those things. It was weird. I still don't know how I did it.
Wow.
It was because I had gotten the right angle on him.
Yeah.
So, but it ended up being like 25 yards downfield.
Were you a Jag or a Texan at the time?
A Texan.
You were?
I think.
So you were. You were. Well, I was just curious if you were an older player or a younger player. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
I was like probably in my
back in your younger years where you ran a 4.4.
I'll look up the box score later.
Yeah.
But enough about me, Sean. Stop trying to make this about me. So I went back yesterday because you had brought up how everybody mobbed Lonnie Johnson after he recovered that fumble.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to try to I wasn't like I was trying to throw shade or anything, but I said, well, I feel like they mob everybody.
Yeah, they do.
With Lonnie, it was notable, but partly because he was right on the sideline.
Yeah.
He was actually they were mobbing him on the sideline,
Yeah.
so it was a lot easier. No energy involved. So that it was more impressive in terms of sheer numbers.
They were right there.
But yeah, my point was I wasn't trying to say like, no, they don't actually like
They
Lonnie
hate
Johnson.
Lonnie Johnson.
No, I just meant that I feel like that's what they do all the time. There's multiple people there.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Good to be with you. We'll get into headlines coming up next here. Astros lose last night, but a big day today out at the park. Texans made a signing yesterday. This is interesting. This is actually an interesting one. I want to get into in headlines as well.
It's a critical one.
Yeah, exactly. It's a position that's kind of under the radar, but I think this guy could really help.
The run game is it's an issue.
It's a big issue, yeah. So we'll talk about that in headlines coming up next. But first, West Point Lincoln. If you are in the market for that new vehicle, if you've been thinking about it, and you're thinking about it,
Hughley on Broadway in Pearland. Together, let's drive.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
Berrettini lost one into right field. Playable. Tyler O'Neill is there, and he puts it away. And the Boston Red Sox have won the middle game of this series, defeating the Astros for the first time this year. That snaps a 7-game winning streak for Houston against the Red Sox dating back to last season. Astros with a loss tonight have still won 11 of their last 13 games. Tough one tonight.
I like to think that fan cheer, I'm assuming that's a Red Sox fan cheering in the background, that when Callis got done doing that tag at the end about final score, blah, 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 they just picked up his cup and threw it at them.
Yeah, oops.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to pee in that cup because of the long innings.
What plans are you making for October since your team's not going to be playing?
Every Red Sox game lasts 3 hours, so yeah, sorry. I had to pee in a cup.
These games have been lasting a little longer.
Well, when you walk 8 dudes. Were there 8 walks the Astros gave up last night? It was a trip.
Felt like it.
Yeah. Jake Myers with a brilliant play in the outfield.
That was good to see. Yeah.
To rescue Brian King there.
That was good to see. And Yiner hitting another home run. Like there were a few good things, but they, as Callis points out, they lose 6-5 to the Red Sox last night. Fortunately, the Mariners are awful at baseball right now.
Yeah.
When the Astros lose, so do the Mariners, so it's all good.
They're just rescuing themselves from a 5-game sweep in the playoffs at this point. At least they'll get swept out in 3 games. Yeah. Maybe hopefully the Astros won't be involved in that round whatsoever, and then there you go.
That's what I'm looking at, man. That's what I'm hoping for.
Where are they? Are they in the wild card?
Mariners?
Yeah.
No, they're out of it, right?
They're completely out of it.
Yeah, they're complete, right, and so are the Red Sox right now. So the Astros win last night 6-5. I guess probably the big story from this one, Astros-wise, would be that Ronel Blanco continues to show signs of deterioration here. He was bad from the jump last night. He gave up 3 runs in the first inning. Yeah. Fortunately, the Astros kind of bailed him out, scored 3 runs of their own. Singleton got a home run. That was cool to see. But Joe Espada said not Ronel Blanco's night last night.
That's a lineup that won't change much. It's tough to navigate a couple of times through. I thought after that first inning, he settled and started making pitches. But they just make you work. They make you work. You adding like an O'Neill and Casas to that lineup adds extra volume of pitches that you have. A couple extra hitters that he didn't see him in Boston. But it's just a tough lineup. It's a tough lineup. But I thought, he battled, he kept us in the game, and our bullpen did a tremendous job. A really good job, just keeping us in the game, and we just couldn't get a big hit there at the end.
Yeah, and it was kind of the the misfits from the bullpen that kind of kept him in it. It was King, it was Caleb Ferguson.
Yeah.
Ort gave up the home run, unfortunately, in the 8th inning that ended up being the final margin of victory. Dubin came in and danced with the devil a little bit in the 9th inning. He put a bunch of guys on base. But hey, man, 11-2 in the last 13 games. Not much to complain.
It was
about.
one. I wonder if it's not like you're overly distraught after one game versus a good baseball team. It's the Blanco scenario that's the most depressing thing about that loss. I mean, look, he gives up 3 runs in the first inning. Astros come right back and tie it right back up very, very quickly, and it feels like, oh yeah, they're still on this roll. They're gonna fight through anything. But Blanco it continues to wobble on and off the tracks as we get later and later into the season. Verlander comes back today.
Yeah.
Just a few short hours from now, they'll go to a 6-man rotation. Hopefully, that's the elixir that just allows Blanco to recover a little bit much more, and he just figures out a way to recapture something here over the next 6 weeks.
I'm not counting on Blanco, to be honest with you. Like in September and October. it's just, he's starting to pitch to what his profile is now.
Yeah.
Like a 30-year-old, I don't say journeyman because he's only ever been with the Astros organization, but we'll look back ultimately, I think, with Blanco and go, okay, maybe those first few months where he was an all-star candidate is just gravy with Blanco. Without Blanco's first 3 months of the season that he had, this team is probably in a dogfight right now with the Mariners instead of up by 5 games. He was the only good thing about this team for about a month and a half.
As all these other pitchers were pitching at like 3 times their career ERA. It was astounding how bad they were. It was really, really bad. Without Blanco, they would have been up a creek.
Yep. Verlander back today, 1:10 first pitch. Yep. Here's Joe Espada on Justin Verlander?
Yeah, I think it will help him, and I think it will help the entire staff. They all can use that extra day. So having JV back, that's also very important to have him back, because we could stretch it out a little bit and give those guys an extra day.
All right, so that's Verlander. Did we say the Astros won? Someone texted in. Wait, you just said the Astros won. No, they didn't win. They lost. If we said they won, that was a mistake. They lost 6-5.
I probably said it somehow. I don't know how I would have said it, but you know me.
Yiner hit another home run, so it felt like a win. How's that?
Yeah.
Okay. Because Yiner has all of a sudden become one of the best sluggers at the catcher position in all of baseball.
The thing to remember with Blanco, though, too, I think that when you say I don't know if we can depend on him or not, like since June 1st, or July 1st, he's still a 3.78 ERA guy.
Really? It doesn't feel like that.
Right, I know. He's had some bad, because I guess the abysmal outings that came in that one stretch. He let up 4 runs two games in a row. But that's a better than average major league pitcher. Yeah. It's not like he's a 0 or a nothing. It's that I don't know if we can expect him to get back to where he was before the All-Star break, which was the lights-out All-Star caliber.
If you're asking me what the best case scenario is, in my mind, for Blanco when October rolls around, is that I don't think he's part of the rotation. This is assuming Verlander. This is assuming health for everybody, okay? So I know that's a big leap given the injuries this staff has suffered this year, but I think, to me, if I'm envisioning a best-case scenario for Blanco, it's one of your regular starters has an uncharacteristically bad outing. It happens every year in the postseason, and he comes in like the second or third inning, and he gives you 3 or 4 quality innings, and you eke out a game. You end up winning a game 7-6 because Blanco came in and gave you 3 lights-out innings in the middle of a game.
Right.
I just don't think he's going to be one of your top 4 guys when the playoffs roll around. It's just not trending in that direction.
I think plus, the other thing, too, is just the recent starts of just going 4 1/3 innings.
Yeah,
or
he's
5
not
innings.
Right. He's not eating any innings. That's the big thing. The Texans made a signing yesterday. Definitely was looking forward to talking about this with you, Seth, because it's under the radar because of the position, but I do think it's indicative of kind of maybe what Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans are feeling is a kind of a semi-triage situation right now with the running game. They brought in a fullback yesterday, Nick Bawden, who has not played a ton of NFL football. He's only played in, I think, like 27 to 30 games, somewhere in there. He's been around the league for 6 years.
I don't think he's somebody that they're looking to as the answer, but I think with Andrew Beck, who's only played 1 preseason game so far this year, he's looked very impressive on the sidelines, sleeveless. He looks like
that's
the fullback I want for this team.
He's yoked for sure.
But it's mostly walking around and doing drills and stuff. Yeah. So, look, the run game is an issue right now, and it's not just Dameon Pierce. It's not just something that Joe Mixon can fix. We went back and going back and just watching the 4 run plays that the starters had. There's a lot of bad blocking out there. There's a lot of missed assignments. Troy Harrison, when he was the fullback and they were backed up, I don't know if he made physical contact with the defender that he was trying to block.
That was bad.
Coming out of the end zone there. The other bad thing that happened on that play was Blake Fisher whiffed on his guy completely, and it was a play that Laramie Tunsil would have made. He was threatened by 2 guys, and he kind of just got a deer. He was a deer caught in the headlights in that moment. Like he didn't have to. He didn't have to be a road mauling run blocker because Laramie Tunsil is not that, but Laramie Tunsil would have made the right block there. So that's, in certain instances like that, it's going to make a difference. Dameon Pierce he's an issue. He's an issue. But even if we take Dameon Pierce out of the equation, the starting offensive line in that game did not run block well at all. It was way worse than I thought after watching on the TV copy. Just too many mistakes.
Bawden, this is probably one of the rare teams around the NFL that Bawden could get signed to in late August and feel like I got a decent shot at making this team.
Yeah.
These are the fullbacks they have right now. Are either banged up, not good, or both.
Can you go out there and just put can you get your hands on the jersey number of the guy opposite
Here's
you?
your part of the playbook.
And part of it, too, is, they're doing this thing. This is the stuff that feels like the Bill O'Brien era where, man, they want to be big fit. They want to go out there and play with 2 tight ends. They want to go out and have a fullback. They want to be rough and physical. But they don't show any ability to actually move people. And that's the concerning thing. And then, Sean, on the other play that they had when they were backed up in the end zone down there. Or they weren't in the end zone, but they tried to run the ball. You end up with like four linemen and a tight end on 2 defenders and 2 other guys running free. It was just a hodgepodge mess.
This has been happening for 4 years
Guys
now
aren't getting off on backers. Somebody yesterday, Corey Barrett, who is a good follow on Twitter, and he does a lot with it. He and I disagreed of he wanted me to give credit to Juice Scruggs and Kenyon Green for minimizing Dexter Lawrence in the run game. I'm like, well, no, because Dexter Lawrence is a nose tackle, and those guys were not getting off on linebackers. They were stuck on Dexter Lawrence. So production for a nose tackle is linebackers running free.
Occupying guys.
Yeah. Like, it's not always a Dexter Lawrence knocking out your quarterback or something. And they didn't do a good job with that. I'm optimistic. Oh, we're in headlines, aren't we? I'm talking too much. Sorry. Okay. I'm optimistic about the young offensive linemen still. It's just that they're not there yet. They just need to get there.
Our baseball talk is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use the savings calculator to find out how at t-mobile.com/switch. Up next, positional group rankings on ESPN. Can the Texans get to a Super Bowl with these 2 position groups ranking this low? This is actually a good segue off of what we were just talking about. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Trajan Wealth, can you get to retirement and be
to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Texans back at it today. Practice in a couple of hours. The Rams coming to town. They joint practice tomorrow, so that'll be fun. The only joint practice of this preseason. So looks like it's going to come off. This time last year, they were busy canceling joint practices with the Saints.
Because of all the injuries.
They're so banged up, yeah. And they've got a handful of guys that are dealing with bumps and bruises. I guess the most concerning one is Christian Harris, because it seems like everybody else that's on the list of guys every day that are not practicing or at least working out on the field next to the practice.
Yeah.
Whereas Christian Harris has rarely been out there at all.
He's rarely been out there. I guess Will Anderson is the other concern, just because now it's another ankle injury, and you wonder, okay, I really hope this doesn't become some kind of chronic deal.
Correct.
If he has just naturally floppy ankles.
Yeah. Shin angle and all that good stuff. Yeah. So game is at noon on Saturday against the Rams. A lot of guys vying for trying to survive here in the NFL.
Right, and the Rams don't traditionally play their starters much in the preseason. The third preseason game especially, I'm curious what they'll do.
I can't imagine the Texans are going to play theirs.
I wish they would start. I wish the offensive line would.
Yeah.
They need to have some success. You know, D'Amico had to venture into coach speak the other day when he talked about the running game, and he was saying that he doesn't want to draw any judgments off of just 2 runs.
Yeah, talking about the first string guys.
Well, the first string guys were actually in there for 4 runs, and not a single one of them looked good. Dameon Pierce didn't make the right decision quickly enough a couple times, but the blocking was not good. Not just with the offensive line, it was the whole committee. I think there was at least one. There was one play where it was either a wide receiver or Cade Stover that made the wrong decision, and I think it was a wide receiver that left the defensive back unblocked. Fullback whiffed completely and totally, didn't touch a single soul on one play. Linebackers were running free. It was ugly. It was bad blocking, and this is not a team that was running the ball well last year. I would like to see – I feel like, listen, dude, if you guys want to be lead pipe carrying mofos, then get out there and do it versus the Rams backups.
At what point do we start to point to the coaching of the offensive line?
I'll do it right now. Just like Bobby Slowick hasn't yet proven that he can put together, or Chris Strausser, the offensive line coach.
About, yeah.
But I would go with Bobby Slowick as the offensive coordinator. He was the passing game coordinator in San Francisco. Yeah. He hasn't yet demonstrated, whether it's his fault or not, he hasn't yet demonstrated that he can put together a good rushing attack. So there's a lot of stuff I saw in that game that Joe Mixon wouldn't fix. Joe Mixon would have looked better. There are a couple plays where Joe Mixon, I think, like when they were backed up in the end zone, I think Joe Mixon would have taken a better line than Dameon Pierce did. There was another shotgun run that I think Mixon would have done a better job of, but there's just way too much bad blocking out there for the starters. Like I don't watch that game and think like, oh yeah, no reason to put him out there in harm's way in a third preseason game. They got to play the Colts. The next game after this is the Colts, and they got to
Who, according to ESPN's rankings that we're about to dive into right now, Mike Clay is the writer for ESPN. He does this every year. He does the positional rankings 1 through 32 of every position group in the NFL: quarterback, running back, receiver, tight end, O-line on the offensive side. And on the defensive side, he does interior D-line, edge, off-ball linebackers, corners, and safeties.
Yeah.
So you got 10 positions, and then he ranks the overall roster. The Texans' overall roster ranks 11th, according to Mike Clay, which sounds about right. I feel like they're getting discussed like a team whose roster is more like 5th or 6th, but that's probably because of C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
You know, the quarterback tends to skew the overall impressions of a team and maybe raise the level of what people feel about a team beyond what the actual talent level or production level is. But Indianapolis has the best interior defensive line according to these rankings, to your point. So that's as of right now, that's problematic. Juice Scruggs and Kenyon Green have shown some good things this camp, but it's an overall effort with all 5 guys, add in the fullback, add in everybody else.
Yeah.
These rankings, this is what I wanted to touch on first, because they're fine at quarterback. They're rated 8th at quarterback. Their receiver room is the best in the league. They're going to be able to zip the ball all over the place. Their offensive line is rated 28th on this. Their defensive line interior is rated 29th on this.
Yeah, I'm not as worried about the defensive line interior. I think part of it, the same way Sheldon Rankins and Malik Collins, even when you look at PFF last year and other things, I feel like people weren't accounting for the scheme. And there's certain things that might look like a defensive tackle isn't doing a good job versus the run in this scheme where it's actually okay because they're gonna get washed out or hit out of their gaps sometimes because they're just jetting upfield. That's when it's on the linebackers to fill in behind them. And I think that Foley Fatukasi and Mario Edwards are going to be just fine in that regard. With the offensive line, part of it is, okay, people are, Kenyon Green hasn't played well historically, but I do think he's a different guy right now. Juice Scruggs is a complete and total unknown right now. And they're going to take their lumps early. And unfortunately, they face, either unfortunately or fortunately, depending on how it works out, they're going to face Grover Stewart and DeForest Buckner in that first game, who are both studs.
Yep.
Like big physical dudes that know what the hell they're doing. If they didn't play for the Colts, they'd be one of my favorite defensive line duos.
Yeah.
But now I despise them.
Sure.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, so as far as blaming Chris Strausser or Bobby Slowick, there's some things that they do that I can't tell if it's the way the offensive line is being coached and this is their strategy, but there's times where guys aren't all executed. It doesn't look like they're all executing the same scheme. So somebody's off the page, like everybody's outside zone blocking except for one offensive lineman. And there's some things that might be explained with scheme there, or it might be that guys are making mental errors. Yeah. So I just don't know. Some of the young guys have really sloppy footwork, and it comes back to bite them. But they're young, so I can't put that on Chris Strausser just yet.
Can you get to a Super Bowl with the 28th best offensive line and 29th best interior defensive line?
I feel like that ranking is unfair, partly because I think they're going to be just fine in pass protection.
Yep.
Like this is an ongoing.
28th felt really low.
This is an ongoing theme with the Texans for whatever reason, in good years and bad, where the pass blocking has been way better than the run blocking. So I'm not overly concerned about the pass protection. I thought the young guys had some really good shots of pass protecting versus good defensive linemen in that game the other night. Blake Fisher's still a work in progress. He had some really good reps. He also got moved to hell on one play by Brian Burns.
He did.
So, no, I think that ranking's too low. I think if you factor in both the run and the pass, they're probably middle of the road right now. Yeah.
Because I think there's other positions, like they're 19th at running back. I think you can get to a Super Bowl having the 19th best running back room. The last 5 Super Bowl winners have all had running back rooms that probably ranked. Isaiah Pacheco's been winning you Super Bowls lately. You know?
And I think it's a matter of depth more so than anything else.
Yeah.
I think Joe Mixon, people aren't overly impressed by that acquisition by the Texans, but he's much more solid and dependable. Potential for perhaps being in a new scheme with a different quarterback might give him a little bit of an extra boost, but it's who do you have behind him? Like realistically, we got to take our blinders off a little bit here. We as a fan base are getting excited about a guy who's coming off of his second Achilles tendon tear in Cam Akers.
Cam Akers, yeah.
Who wasn't that good after his first Achilles tendon tear.
That's
right.
He
showed all of those bursts of athleticism that we've seen. He showed them when he was in Minnesota last year. But he still averaged 3.4 yards per carry.
Yeah.
So I'm hopeful that it does turn out, and man, they can really capture something with him. Mm-hmm. But it's all unproven people or Dameon Pierce, who hasn't been good since really before the last few games that he played in 2022. Because he was getting thumped around. He was putting out some pretty pedestrian performances the last few games before he
towards the end.
Yeah.
In his rookie year. Yeah. Man, there was a video online. I'll get to it later, but there's a video that surfaced of all of Damien's good runs from his rookie year.
Yeah, I've watched them a lot.
It made me sad.
It was the Jaguars one, I think, that you had sent me, wasn't it?
Well, this was a cut-up of like 20 of them.
Yeah.
It made me sad. So anyways, we'll get to that later. In this ranking on ESPN, this positional group ranking, the things that are not surprising, Texans 8th at quarterback. That's about right, I think, for CJ coming off his rookie year. I know a lot of Texan fans would be like, he should be 5th, he should be 4th. It's the whole room, for one thing. Wide receiver, they're first. No surprise there, which sounds weird to say for a Texans team, that they're first among wide receiver rooms. And then the edge rushing room is 4th. Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter, top 5. That feels about right. I guess the thing that would be concerning for the Texans, and where if you're buying into these rankings being somewhat accurate, Seth, is that literally every other position group is outside the top 15.
Yeah.
Everything else is hovering around the middle of the road or in the bottom part of the league. Running back, I mentioned 19th. Tight end, 16th. I mentioned the O-line and D-line, 28th and 29th. That's the most concerning thing, although I'm with you. I think they got shortchanged there. Linebackers, 21st. Man, if Christian Harris doesn't get healthy, 21st might be generous right now with that linebacker
Yeah, I
room.
think there's a few of these that are which just happens this time of year. I think some of it's based maybe a little too heavily on last year's team.
Mike Clay's not at every training camp.
Right. Yeah, and I don't know. I was surprised that the linebackers were ranked as low as they were. Part of that, I think, is that if you're looking at the team's base defense, then okay, it's a 4-3. You're looking at the Sam linebacker. Henry To'oTo'o didn't play really well last year, so there's no reason for anybody outside of Houston to think. But I think Henry To'oTo'o has made a lot of progress.
He's had a good camp, yeah.
But I think Christian Harris is another guy that if you look at his season in totality last year, it's not that impressive. People that didn't watch the Texans every week don't realize that Christian Harris was a completely different player in the second half of the season. He doubled his production in a lot of regards. Actually doubled it in terms of TFLs, total tackles, all of that. He was a much different player in the second half of the season, so I think they're ranked too low there.
If Henry To'oTo'o has to play 50 snaps in the opener against the Colts, how are you feeling about that?
He won't, because they're just not in that. My point about the 4-3 was that they don't play the actual 4-3 all that much.
I guess let me clarify.
If
Christian Harris is hurt, if Christian Harris is hurt,
then I'm
sorry
nervous.
about that.
Then I'm nervous.
Yeah.
If it's much different,
Right.
and we'll see. I'm optimistic that he's an improved player.
Yep.
Athletically, he's just not nearly the same thing as Christian Harris.
Right.
That's a we'll see. I thought cornerbacks being ranked 18th, that's an interesting one because, again, I think they're looking at Kamari Lassiter as an unproven commodity. I'm pretty bullish on Kamari Lassiter.
Me too.
So I think that right now they should be, the way I expect Kamari Lassiter to play, ranked higher than that. But then there's also the conundrum of, all right, we saw some of those backup cornerbacks like Mike Ford, who led up a huge reception downfield for Daniel Jones in that game. Mike Ford has had a rough training camp. I mean, he's out there playing in the second quarter after the starters go out. So depth at cornerback is not as deep as I would like it to be.
Yeah, I think that if there's positions on this team where I feel like the 53 they take into the season, where the guys are on other teams right now at these positions, I feel like depth at cornerback and depth on the offensive line are two of them for me.
Yeah.
Where I feel like ultimately the 53 that they settle on heading into the Colts game in week 1, that those guys are on somebody else's squad right now.
I think, too, Sean, I think where it's valid that there's been a lot of commotion about the Texans based on the improvement last year and then the roster as it's currently constructed is that the positions that matter the most are any position that involves the quarterback on offense or defense. So if you look at the wide receivers, you look at the edge rushers, you look at the quarterback himself, and then you look at the starting cornerbacks, those I feel really, really good about. And beyond that, you gotta have a broad roster of blue-collar dudes that are good players and solid players. So if you go position group by position group, it can kind of give you a misleading thought of just how strong a team actually can be.
Yeah, you're right. Like those positions, the one you're talking about should be weighted.
Those are the positions that are the highest paid positions in the league.
Yeah.
Because they're the most important, they have the biggest impact in the game. In the positions where they have the biggest impact in the game, I feel really good about all those.
Yeah, and I think that's probably why when you got 10 position groups in this exercise that Mike Clay is doing here on ESPN, and 7 of them you're 15th or lower, but your roster is still 11th, I think is reflective of that.
Well, and I would include the offensive tackles in that, too.
Yeah, I was going to say, I would throw Laramie into that pot you were just talking about.
Yeah, because they're the other one of the highest paid position groups because it's about protecting the quarterback at that spot. So Laramie, in pass protection more so in the run game, is really good. But some of the issues that we saw in the game on last week, the preseason game, I'm optimistic about Blake Fisher. I think he's making really good progress, but as a run blocker, Laramie Tunsil is still much better than him. And just in terms of understanding sometimes just like the simplest and easiest way. You see with young players, this is universal across sports, so much wasted movement, and they get in their own way sometimes by just hyper reacting or overreacting to one thing, so then they can't react to a counter. That's a little bit where Blake Fisher and some of the young offensive linemen are right now. They're just taking steps that are too big.
Yeah.
The veterans know economy of motion is really helpful, and you're just taking the smallest necessary step, and that's something that Laramie does really well. Even in the run game, even though he's not a road grader, but there are some of these whiffs and mental errors you're not going to see with him.
It's an interesting question just based on the conversation we're having. Seth and I are talking, if you're just getting in your car, ESPN ranked all the positional groups in the NFL 1 through 32, and the Texans are faring really well at a few of them, quarterback, receiver, edge rusher, and then they're kind of middle of the pack or even bottom of the league in the other 7. Overall roster 11th. Random question, text page. Is this team's roster better than, and I'm assuming they just mean talent-wise, better than the 2 Texans teams in 2011 and 2012 that first made the playoffs?
The total roster, I'll say the same thing that Andre Johnson had said. And just I felt like in those really competitive teams and on some of Bill O'Brien's competitive teams, they were very top-heavy. I think this is I think it's as talented at top-level talent, especially if you include the quarterback position. I think most people would agree. I think Matt Schaub would agree that C.J. Stroud's ceiling is higher than his ceiling was.
Yeah.
So I would say they are more talented at the top end and much deeper throughout. So, yeah, I think on paper right now, as we sit here in August, where everything has been meaningless, I think they've got the potential to be a better overall roster than those teams.
It's funny. They're kind of like a bizarro version in this exercise. If you're rating all the position groups, they're not a perfect flip bizarro version of each other, but like the 2011 Texans, I think Matt Schaub in this exercise is probably like a 12 to 14 or 15 quarterback, whereas CJ's 8th. Running back, they're probably near the top of the league with Arian Foster. Offensive line, that was a top 5 offensive line. They're 28th in this exercise. That was the interior defensive line was depending on how you categorize J.J. Watt. They ran a 3-4. So depending on how you categorize a 3-4 defense in this exercise, are your edge guys really more like the Connor Barwins of the world or Brooks Reed?
Well, right, yeah.
As opposed to JJ?
Well, and JJ for the duration of the season was a rookie that was showing promise but not necessarily doing a whole lot. And
in 11,
he kicked it in.
Yeah.
But if you look at, as an edge rusher, Brooks Reed or Connor Barwin versus Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter.
Right.
I think they've got to be Connor was very good as a versatile 3-4 outside linebacker where good pass rusher could actually be relied upon in coverage way more than most outside linebackers, but he wasn't the menacing pass rusher that Daniil Hunter is. I would take Will Anderson over Brooks Reed. So
yes,
I think
me too.
I think that again when you get to the marquee positions, this squad right here is better. And then I do think, just by virtue of maybe special teams play, you can see the depth of the roster. And they've done a good job. Nick's done a good job with that over the last few years of getting a pretty deep roster in terms of having guys that are capable of playing special teams.
Yeah. Let's relive some of the magic from Saturday real quick, because I've got an observation on the Texans and the effect they're having on their opponents here in the preseason. Let's relive the magic of Jalen Petrie getting a pick 6.
Jones fakes the give on 2nd and 8. Pumps, and he's going to be sacked. No, he gets rid of it last moment. It's picked off for a touchdown.
There's your guy.
Jalen Petrie to the end zone. Pick 6, short range.
There's your guy. Vandy must have been talking up Petrie before the game.
Yeah.
And then we had this just a series or two later.
Jones in the gun. He's got time, and he airs it out deep down the right side, and Stingley has a pick inside the 5-yard line. Derek Stingley Jr. with the interception. There was no way he was going to be denied the pass intended for Jalen Hyatt.
That catch, that's still.
It was one of those things where you got to credit Daniel Jones partly for it,
Put it right on the number.
And yet it was still an impressive feat pulling it off.
The hands catch aspect to it, that it was away from Stingley's body and not intended for him.
Daniel Jones was like, I felt like he was maybe he was kind of just fixated on Derek Stingley's hazel eyes or something.
He's always fixated on
throw
something.
him a pick six early in the
he did. First play of the
drive
game.
too.
Yeah. So
it was, it was both a bad pass, but also a brilliant interception.
So you and I had talked before the Pittsburgh game. You'd brought this up several times about how it's going to be cool to watch the Texans have an impact on one of the more interesting quarterback battles in the NFL, right? Like, and we didn't see Russell Wilson in that game. We only saw Justin Fields for like a quarter and a half, and Fields did a couple good things. Pittsburgh people got all hot and bothered and up and really hyped about some of the completions that he had.
There were Pittsburgh people that were optimistic about that performance.
Well, just some of the articles you sent me.
Oh, that
like maybe
one,
the writers.
There was one, yeah.
Like
I wonder. I bet Steelers fans.
The smart ones were not, probably. But this just in, every fan base has dumb fans. It actually may be this quarterback room in New York that the Texans, in the short term at least, have had a bigger impact on in terms of the impressions. This is Emmanuel Acho of FS1 yesterday. I'm not a huge Acho guy, but I loved this analogy about Daniel Jones. And again, this is all on the heels of the Texans making him look like he looked his first couple years in the league this weekend. This is a fantastic analogy, basically calling Daniel Jones a zero.
How can you start Daniel Jones? You are betraying your running back, your tackles, your guards, your receivers, your defensive linemen, your outside backers, your defensive ends, your cornerbacks, your safeties, your inside backers. You are betraying the entire organization when you make Daniel Jones a starter, because all of their work is void by starting Daniel Jones. That's like adding all of the numbers into a calculator and then hitting times zero. You will end up at zero. So it does not matter how much you keep hitting plus Neighbors, plus Thomas, plus Dexter Lawrence, plus Okedeke. It doesn't matter how many times you continue to hit plus, because at the end of the day, you have to hit times Daniel Jones, and that will equal zero.
You know what?
That's really good.
I like that because, you hear sometimes about people being like, well, they're force multipliers. A player that makes everybody else around him, he's a force multiplier. Yeah. You can use that same term and say, he's a force multiplier. You're multiplying by zero. Right? Daniel Jones is a force multiplier.
Yes.
What's the factor? Zero.
The factor. That's the word I couldn't think of.
Text line, tell me if I was right or not. I can't remember.
I was just going to say integer.
I stopped helping my kid with math bound for like fourth grade. I was like, I don't remember any of this crap. That was once I had algebra. Like, y'all do this differently these days. Dude, I don't know.
Trig. Calculus. Do I use this stuff?
So, he's a force factor of zero.
Yeah.
Even because it doesn't just affect the quarterback itself, it affects the GM. Right. And Joe Shane, the GM, I heard him making some argument about why they had to give him that contract because, hey, quarterback salaries keep rising. And if you look at him now, it's only like the 15th highest paid quarterback. Right. But, so you're still paying for a viable NFL quarterback.
Yeah.
Sean, it's a triumph when this guy gets more than 12 touchdown passes in a season.
Yeah, I know.
It's incredible. I'm watching Malik Neighbors in that game, who had some nice catches after that initial drop because he was terrified of Jimmy Ward.
Yep.
And I'm just thinking, I wasn't even saying this as a joke. He might be good enough to prop up Daniel Jones for another couple seasons. And they're going to go through the same old thing. Because it's not just giving Daniel Jones the contract. It's them then spending the entire offseason on HBO talking about how they can't possibly keep a 27-year-old running back because we got to find out what we have in Daniel Jones. That dude made Daniel Jones.
No, that's
the only time you guys were competitive was when Daniel Jones was feeling just right and had some big games. When Saquon Barkley was feeling just right.
Brian Daboll screwed himself by coaching Daniel Jones up that first year and winning Coach of the Year with the Giants.
In a year where they were supposed to, the best thing for the Giants would have been if they sucked.
If they sucked, they would have had Bryce Young, C.J. Stroud, or Anthony Richardson, one of the three. And you're better off with any of them right now than you are with even Bryce Young. You're better off with Daniel Jones just because, he can, there's evidence that he's a better passer than Daniel Jones to some degree. Whatever. But at least there's upside with him.
Right.
Daniel Jones just is who he is at this point.
He is who he is. Yeah. Man. How long, this has a Texans tie-in. How long do we give Brian Daboll his new persona to last? Remember Bill O'Brien would come in And it seemed like every training camp, like,
year.
this is a kinder, gentler Bill O'Brien.
Every year.
And then by about the third week of training camp, O'Brien would be over there with his face all red, fuming, about to punch an equipment guy or something. Dayball, by all accounts, has been much more
kinder,
calm and
gentler.
calculating. He's lost a bunch of weight. He looks good.
He has lost weight.
He's got kind of a little blue-collar sexiness to him right now.
He looks different. No, he definitely looks different.
Women being like, there's a man that knows how to use his hands.
They put
He's got to put some grease on his forearms, and that does it for me.
That's right.
Yeah.
Get this man some heavy machinery.
Mm-hmm.
The pictures they put up of him early on in the offseason saying, boy, he and his wife, too.
Yeah.
Like, they both, sometimes you got to do it together, like keep each other accountable.
Hard,
And the pictures they put up, like the before and afters of them, I was like, okay, damn, the wife looks good.
Oh, really?
Like, Dayball kind of looks like, yeah, I can tell he lost weight, but he still looks like a heavy, he still looks heavy. Like, if I saw him on the street, I wouldn't say, damn, that guy's in great shape. That game on Saturday, though, I thought he looked good, man. Like, he looks like he's in good shape.
He's probably continuing to lose weight.
No, but maybe it's like a comedian where like some comedian, like Jonah Hill, is just funnier when he's fat than when he's skinny. Maybe Dayball is just a better coach when he's fat than when he's skinny.
That's true, yeah, because he's not so focused on himself.
Yes.
He's just shoveling whatever into the old pie hole there while his brain is, and he's got extra glucose in his system to think of the X's and O's and everything.
That's
you know? He's at a carbohydrate deficit right now.
That's it.
You got to find the right balance. Lowering your carbs is a great idea, but you do get to a point where it turns you dumb. But you're reading so much online propaganda about how the ketones are just as good. Not for everybody, man. Not for everybody. Everybody's got to find their own balance.
Factor was an accurate use of the terminology, according to the text page.
Hell yeah.
Good job, nerd.
I remember stuff.
Way to go, Brainiac.
The easiest thing that fourth graders all know. Yeah.
Good Seth Hunting over here. Yes. All right. One more on Daniel Jones. Here's Dan Orlovsky on Daniel
Anyone who's heard me ever talk about Daniel, that's the sticking point for me. In those moments of panic with the ball, what you do with that decision is really the determining factor on, like, are you going to be good, really good, great, or subpar? And the Giants, the one season that Daniel Jones played really good football was 2 years ago. And that's the one thing he got rid of. And that right there has to be concerning to Brian Daboll. It has to be concerning because the highs don't cover up for it. Daniel Jones hasn't thrown 3 touchdowns in a game since 2019. He hasn't thrown for 3 touchdown passes in a game since 2019. So if he was lighting the scoreboard up, different conversation. But to have that rear its ugly head, that's got to be an issue. That's got to be concerning.
Good job, Texans. Yeah. Good job. You ruined Daniel Jones. You ruined the Giants.
So they ruined. They definitely didn't make the Texans, at least, kept doubt in people's minds about who the quarterback should be in Pittsburgh.
I agree with that.
With the Justin Fields deal.
Yep.
I mean, for one, couldn't take a snap under center. That was one issue that Justin Fields had in an offense where they really wanted the QB to be under center a lot.
Yep.
So they injected doubt there. They might have started to tap in the first nail in the coffin for Daniel Jones.
I think they did.
In his career.
Yeah.
I think Daniel Jones and whatever their other options are.
Well, that's the other thing with Acho's take from a few minutes ago, Emmanuel Acho, saying that you're doing basically everybody else, the other 52 guys, a disservice by starting Daniel Jones.
Yeah.
His backup is Tommy DeVito. What the hell's that?
Right.
Yeah,
beloved. Why?
Yeah.
He's Italian. Oh.
Yeah. And he's not even...
You're only voting for him because he's Italian.
He's not even interesting either. He's doing these videos where he's sitting down with, Italian chefs in New York.
Yeah.
And he's got the personality of a mashed potato. He's like...
I want a stereotypical Italian.
Hell
New Jersey
yeah.
Italian,
Hell,
damn it.
I almost cursed.
Come on.
Yes, I do.
Amp it up a little bit.
If your name's Tommy DeVito, I better feel like you might whack me if I'm in the same room with you.
He's got to be Tom DeVito until he shows reason otherwise.
I don't know, Tommy. They like using.
I know. Yeah. It's an Italian thing.
I see
I'm
what
saying
you're saying.
He's Tom or Thomas
I thought
DeVito.
You meant to make him more Italian.
No, to de-Italianize him.
You're right. He doesn't deserve the extra syllable on his first name.
Right.
He's just Thomas.
What's your favorite pizza, Tommy DeVito? Domino's?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Little
What's
Caesars.
your favorite pizza shop? I like the Domino's at the mall.
Sbarro. All right, so I'm going to save Tua for the next segment.
They need Tommy DeVito in that Michael Scott meme where he's where he's standing in front of Sbarro's going to go get some authentic New York slice.
My favorite spot for a New York slice is Sbarro. I guess the Bengals and the Colts have been practicing with each other this week.
Yes.
And I guess the Bengals were talking all sorts of trash. This is important for the Texans because the Texans play the Colts in week 1.
And the Colts had a combined practice with the Bengals yesterday, and the Colts will play their starters tomorrow night. So you get some primetime Colts action. I'm excited about that.
Yeah, well, you see Anthony Richardson, right? If they're going to play their starters. I guess this is according to Olivia Ray, who covers the Bengals. She said the Bengals defense is running their mouth after a dominant day versus the Colts starters. Now, granted, this is through a lens of a Bengals person watching this. Cam Taylor-Britt after an Anthony Richardson scramble, that's all he do is run. B.J. Hill, throw the damn ball. Geno Stone after a Richardson incompletion. He only throws to spots. He don't throw to receivers.
Yeah.
That's good trash talk.
That is
right
honestly,
there.
I haven't watched Anthony Richardson's second preseason game. The first preseason game, I thought there was some stuff on TV or like the TV highlights that made it look worse than it was, but he did show a lot of the signs of being a young quarterback in some of his decisions in that game. So I didn't see anything that made me scared. Now, the one Bengals player saying all he do is run, that doesn't help me feel any better because, that was enough.
That's all he did against the Texans.
That's all he had to do in the first quarter versus the Texans to basically put that game out of reach. He ran and ran and ran, untouched. Yeah. Although they did, who's the defensive back that knocked him, gave him the concussion on the goal line?
Oh, who was that? I got to go look that up.
He ran untouched until he was crossing the goal line. Yeah. And that's where he got his concussion. He went back out and played a little bit after that.
Jimmy Ward
he was out of the game.
I want to say it might have been that old DHC character, that DeAndre Houston Carson.
Whoever it was, don't worry.
I'm going to look it up. Yeah, I'm going to look it up, though. Whatever happened to Justin Britt? Somebody texted in.
Nobody knows. The last we heard of Justin Britt was Lovie Smith. I remember this. I was mowing the lawn. I was listening to the press conference, and Lovie Smith said, I'll let you guys know by this afternoon what happened to Justin Britt. And then nobody ever heard from him again.
He didn't say which afternoon. He did say this afternoon, yeah.
I don't know if Jack Easterby has been implicated in his disappearance yet or not. I can't remember whether Jack Easterby himself had been fired by that point in the season, but nobody knows what happened to Justin Britt.
He had not.
Now, I haven't Googled it or anything.
Yeah.
He might own a woodworking. He seems like a guy that would own like a woodworking shop or something.
Yeah.
You know, he's just you know what I could see him being? A shipwright. He would and I was out visiting my friend in Seattle, Farragher.
Yeah.
And he was sitting. We were sitting up on this fire pit they had overlooking one of the. It was either Puget Sound or one of the water.
It's beautiful.
Things. Oh, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Farragher, man, he's doing all right.
He's doing good.
Yeah,
huh?
but sitting there next to a fire pit with Dave freaking Matthews and his wife.
Oh, that's right. That was that trip.
Overlooking the sound.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, this is. I might have to just start smoking a bunch of pot or something. This is, but one of the guys that I was talking to was, I was like, so what do you do, man? He's like, I'm a shipbuilder. And I'm like, a shipbuilder? What? Did you respond to that build submarines ad that I see on Major League Baseball this year? And now he's been like, for the last 30 years of his life, he builds boats.
How
I don't
big?
think he called himself a shipbuilder or whatever. Like yachts, I think.
Okay.
But he just builds them by hand, and he's got like a couple assistants and everything. Yeah.
Oh, my God.
It's an industry out there in this town.
Well, they got a lot of water. I have such respect for people.
Way more than in Iowa.
Build things. Yeah. It's a good. If you're going to build ships, best to be not in a landlocked state. Good call.
So that's a guy that's, I think, kind of a blue collar.
You think Britt could go? And he used to play for the Seahawks too, so he could move right back.
Send him a line. I'm like, hey man, you always seem to me like a guy that would be into boat building.
A good shipwright.
Yeah, you should go do it. Yeah.
Yeah. So we say all that to say we have no idea what happened to Justin Britt. Texter. Just that Lovie Smith promised we'd hear something, and we're on day 714 of Brit Watch. We don't know where he is. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. So Tua Tagovailoa took big shots at Brian Flores. Literally called him a bad person. Brian Flores was asked about this yesterday. We'll judge how Brian Flores handled the news that he's a bad person, in one man's opinion. We've got that audio for you coming up next. Stay there. But first, Berkeley Eye Center. If you if you are wearing glasses or contacts right now and you're in your car, and I know you're bracing.
today.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's reset, because the big story around the NFL the last 2 days has been the soap opera between Tua Tagovailoa and Brian Flores. Tua just took his missiles out and just aimed them right at Brian Flores, straight from Dan Le Batard's couch. Tua Tagovailoa had this to say about his former.
Dan Le Batard had him shooting missiles
from his couch.
Yeah.
This was Tua Tagovailoa a couple days ago, talking about his former head coach Brian Flores and what a drain he was on him.
To put it in simplest terms, if you woke up every morning and I told you you suck at what you did, that you don't belong doing what you do, that you shouldn't be here, that this guy should be here, that you haven't earned this right, and then you have somebody else come in and tell you, dude, you are the best fit for this. Like, you are accurate, you are the best whatever, you are this, you are that. Like, how would it make you feel listening to one or the other? You see what I'm saying? And then you hear it, regardless of what it is, the good or the bad, and you hear it more and more, you start to actually believe that. I don't care who you are. You could be the president of the United States. You have a terrible person that's telling you things that you don't want to hear, or that you probably shouldn't be hearing. You're going to start to believe that about yourself. And so that's sort of like what ended up happening. And it was, I mean, it's basically been, 2 years of training that out of not just me, but, a couple of the guys as well that have been here since my rookie year all the way till now.
Okay, so before we play Brian Flores' response, the one thing I was thinking about this yesterday, and I actually thought about that president analogy again, because it's a horrible analogy. Most presidents do not lack for self-confidence. Yeah. It's one of the prerequisites of the job is that you're going to take a lot of arrows.
Yeah.
Those dudes, when was the last president where you're like, if only he were more confident. Yeah. But I think that's a little instructive in terms of, like in any communication, there's the message and then there's the receiver. The messenger and the receiver. There's a person delivering that. And when you say the same thing to 10 different people, it's 10 different messages because they all hear it through their own filters.
Yeah.
And I do wonder exactly what Brian Flores was saying to Tua. And specifically, I would love to know what he was saying, but then how Tua interpreted it.
Yeah.
Because Tua obviously interpreted it as being
suck.
told that I suck and I'm not here. Brian Flores could have said that to you as president, and I think a lot of presidents might have interpreted it differently. So I don't know specifically what Flores said, but it at the very least I can say maybe Flores misgauged the situation or misgauged, unless he just genuinely did want to destroy his confidence and get out there or something. But I can't, I saw all these people lambasting Flores before they even heard his side of anything. And it's just classically he said, she said, all right, well, this is one dude's version. And by the way, most quarterbacks don't come out and dish like this, even after they've worked with. I do, I'm not trying to say Tua's soft or anything, but I think amongst 32 NFL quarterbacks, he might be the one who least needed the tough love approach.
Look at the way he was handling his contract situation.
Yeah.
Tua is, I think, and I know he played for Nick Saban, but I think there's a good chance that Nick Saban might have this gruff exterior with the media and on the sidelines and things like that, and maybe handle things differently behind the scenes, and maybe even with Tua, offload that to Steve Sarkisian or whoever the OC was at the time. There's probably a lot more interaction with that person going on. Who knows? Flores, let's play Flores here. The one thing Flores is guilty of is not knowing what management style works with Tua.
Right,
I think we can all agree on that. Whatever he was saying to him, it clearly ruined Tua, who was a really important asset for that team, having used a top 5 pick on him. Here was Flores yesterday saying he wishes Tua the best.
I just want to say, look, I'm happy, genuinely happy, genuinely happy for the success that Tua's had, and I really wish him nothing but the best. And, I think, player relationships are very important to me. I think that's kind of the foundation of coaching. I got into coaching because, I was impacted as a young guy by my high school coaches, my college coaches, going all the way to Pop Warner. I got into coaching because, I want to make that same kind of impact, positive impact, pour it into young people, help them become, as KO says all the time, the best versions of themselves. And that's really my goal always in coaching.
KO is Kevin O'Connell, the head coach of the Vikings, who he's talking about there.
It's and it's another classic thing again, where man, sometimes just different cultures are the wrong fit for different dudes. And I think Flores is in a culture of this Bill Parcells tree of because I played in a Bill Parcells tree. And yeah, there's a kind of a rough culture. It's kind of, man, it's brutal. It's brutal. They want to see how tough you are and everything else like that. And you're stressed out all the time because you're terrified of getting yelled at in films. It's Ted Johnson and I used to have therapy sessions about this together. It's a different culture, and some guys can handle it and some guys can't. I don't think it doesn't mean that one is better and one is worse. I do, having seen the way the other world operates, like the D'Amico Ryans world and everything, I'm like, well, if given a choice, if both can succeed, I kind of see the appeal of the kinder, gentler side of it. But I can't stand here and act like Brian Flores was just an evil person because he hurt young tender Tua Tagovailoa's feelings.
I'm 100% with you on that. I thought clearly Brian Flores at the beginning of that cut we just played was pondering which direction he should go with his answer, because one thing he didn't do is deny that he said all those things to Tua.
I feel like he
probably felt like it was a no-win situation.
I thought he seemed genuinely contrite in terms of, this is the way I interpreted it. By his, I think I interpreted it as maybe he also could have said, look, I try to do this, pour into guys, and I probably should have taken a different tact with Tua, or I didn't read. Maybe I need to do a better job of seeing how it's affecting people or whatever. Yeah. But it was, for me, it seemed like genuinely heartfelt enough that it wasn't just boilerplate. I'm going to say what I have to say about, I don't talk about situations or whatever. So I felt like it was a little bit more human than I expected.
It was way more human than I expected, because the picture, I haven't watched a ton of Brian Flores up in front of the media before. Tua's picture that he paints there in that 2 minutes he was talking about him is the most insight I've gotten into what Brian Flores is all about. And who's been following the Dolphins when Flores was the coach there? You know what I mean? And so I was expecting like a Belichick type response where he's just not going to address any. He's going to get asked about this, take 10 seconds deflecting and saying, I'm thinking about the Seahawks or whoever we're playing in week 3 of the preseason coming up.
Yeah.
And he did do some of that at the end. And we'll play. Here's one more from Brian Flores. This is Brian Flores on Tua calling him a terrible person.
That hit me in a way that I wouldn't say was positive for me, but at the same time, I've got to use that and say, hey, how can I grow from that? How can I be better? And that's really where I'm at from that standpoint. Do I feel like that's me? No. But how can I grow from that situation and create a world where that's not the case that anyone says that about Brian Flores?
All right, so here's the thing too, Seth, about Brian Flores is that's getting lost in this, I think. He won games with the Dolphins. His 2 seasons with Tua in the building.
He overperformed.
He went 10-6 in Tua's rookie year, and he went 9-8 in Tua's second year. And that's where, if I were Brian Flores, if I thought to myself, man, because he clearly got fired because he couldn't get along with. They chose Tua over Flores, and you can tell by the guy they hired to replace Flores that was the issue.
There's questions whether,
Mike McDaniel came in, and the first thing he's doing is FaceTiming with Tua from the plane.
Flores would contend that he got fired because he won too many games.
Maybe.
Because he was, the Flores' side of that story was that the owner was actively encouraging him to lose games, and he refused. Right.
That's right. I forgot about that. If I'm Brian Flores, maybe I'm looking back, okay, maybe if I had adapted my management style just a little bit. I mean, they went 10-6 and 9-8 with that dysfunctional environment that Tua's talking about.
Right, yeah.
They were above 500 both years.
Yeah, that's where it also gets into, grading against how you think things should be versus sometimes in pro sports especially. You got to deal with what the resources that you have. And maybe Tua wasn't as tough as he wanted it to be or whatever. But you got to realize, but this is our guy.
Yeah,
and we got to I got to figure out a way to get the most out of him.
Yeah. And he's not a left guard. He's the quarterback. He's he's
right,
the face of the franchise.
Your quarterbacks. And I think that the one thing you've seen out of guys like, Saban and Belichick through their careers was that I think both those guys, and I'm not saying this lightly or anything, but at all. I'm not trying to say this in a lightweight, but they're I think, a little bit on the spectrum. They're incredibly analytical and stuff, but early in their career, the human side of things, completely eluded them. And to their credit, they both had to work on it. I mean, Belichick hired consultants to help teach him to basically be better with people.
So he was aware of it.
Well, yeah, he was aware of it. And I think that they had to figure it out, and they needed to learn how to soften some of their edges. And I think maybe Flores probably has to go through that transition too when it comes to being a head coach. But it's at the end of the day, there's a part I can't get over when it comes to Tua's side of it. It's he said, she said, and it's a quarterback who's doing something that active NFL quarterbacks almost never do that I can remember, which is dishing about interpersonal issues in an extreme way where they're basically slinging arrows at another coach right now. And maybe that makes him courageous, or maybe it makes him a guy that's just more affected by it than other NFL quarterbacks.
Dude, and I know we need to get out here, but real quick, you won the war. You got your $53 million.
Yeah.
I could understand it more if the Dolphins were hemming and hawing about paying him, and he's trying to use some platform somewhere to say, hey, look, the reason I don't have the body of work that some of these other guys do, one, concussions, two, the first 2 years, it's taken me 2 years to get rid of the scars from the first 2 years.
Yeah.
But you got paid, man. Go fall ass backwards into your pile of money.
Yeah, up next, John Elway tears into Dan Reeves.
Yeah, dude, you got your 2 Super Bowls. What are you doing? All right, Payne and Pendergast, we head into the 8 o'clock hour. Astros lose last night, but there is something I discovered this morning that I need to be a little bit more focused on when it comes to the Houston Astros. No, and I'm going to bring everybody along for the ride with me on this one, because I feel like there's people in the audience that may be suffering from the same thing. We'll get to that coming up next.
Bayway Ram, don't suffer. Don't suffer when it comes to dreaming about a
WLTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Berrettini lost one into right field. Playable. Tyler O'Neill is there, and he puts it away. And the Boston Red Sox have won the middle game of this series, defeating the Astros for the first time this year. That snaps a 7-game winning streak for Houston against the Red Sox dating back to last season. Astros, with a loss tonight, have still won 11 of their last 13 games. Tough one tonight.
Just want to be clear, that was not anybody in the booth cheering the outcome of that game.
Loud clapping.
Yeah.
That was some annoying Bostonian.
Right.
Or just Red Sox fan.
Right.
But might as well be a Bostonian at heart.
Whoever it was, they were an annoying person.
Somebody on a 99-degree day in Houston wearing a sleeveless fleece.
Yeah. It was funny the other night when they won on the Yainer Diaz walk-off and they're showing like a wide shot of the crowd.
Yeah.
And Callis is doing the thing that you do when they're showing a shot of the home crowd after a win. He recites what the attendance was and said, Yainer Diaz sending 40,751 home happy. And Amy and I are watching like, not that guy, not that guy or that guy or that guy, because the Red Sox travel pretty good.
Yeah,
the Red Sox are one of those teams that has fans everywhere.
Yeah.
It's not as bad as it used to be. Man, I remember when I first moved back here in 2007 and going to Minute Maid Park, and that was when the Astros were kind of starting on the downturn from the Clemens and Pettit years. And boy, Red Sox fans would invade that mofo in 2008 because they won the World Series in 2007. So it was peak Red Sox.
Yeah.
It was wild, man.
For people on the YouTube stream. That was
yeah. I look like I got electroshocked. Yeah. So Astros lose last night. No biggie because the Seattle Mariners, that's all they do is lose.
Yeah. They're peeing down their leg in a big way. We should have added them to that segment yesterday when we did peeing down the leg peeing segment. We could do that. I was talking about what I was peeing down my leg about.
Right.
We could do one where we talk about where other people or teams are peeing down their legs.
Yeah, various uncontrollable urinators.
Yes.
Yeah.
Adult diaper wearers.
Yes.
Not no offense to anybody that has them, but as a sports team, that's not where you want to be ideally.
No.
You know? Typically, when you're wearing an adult diaper, you're not in the prime of your life.
We'll get back to the Astros in a second. Craziest use of an adult diaper? Not craziest, but
the people.
I have a good friend who's in broadcasting who oftentimes has to broadcast 3, 4, 5-hour pay-per-views. He's older.
Yeah.
With WWE for a while.
Yeah.
People can put the pieces together.
Yeah.
He throws it depends on. Yeah.
Goes for it.
Dark pants and depends.
I was thinking about it when I walked past the adult diaper models that they use on the packages. I feel they're almost they usually use kind of like a plus size male model.
Yeah.
I'm like, I feel like I could maybe get a slide into that gig at some point.
You think?
Male model. I think right now I might be at the right age too, where I look like an adult, but I'm not. I don't look old yet. Or they might be like, I feel like a lot of guys that might be in the market for the first time for an adult diaper would be like, yeah, that guy's like me.
You could make it sexy, man.
I don't want to make it sexy. I'm trying to appeal to like the average man that's looking for it, you know. Now, if it is sexy,
you look pretty good, man.
Probably
like you'd want
to appeal to both people, whichever they swing. So
right.
I don't look like I'm overtly, but yeah.
Good, and then we could get a sponsor for the leg peeing
male
segment.
Diaper model Seth Payne.
Mm-hmm. Hey Ben,
put it in the Google Doc of business
big book
ideas.
Of possible sponsorships for Seth.
We need to disrupt that industry. I bet there's like some old brick and mortar. How about some? You know what I would do? Like what they do with Underoos. Except we would do it all from stuff from our childhood. I'd have when we came of age, I'd have like Seinfeld and Welcome Back Kotter, Underoo, male diapers.
Right.
Yes,
that'd be great.
This is what we need to do.
Yeah,
right.
Friends.
And for the ladies, we could do Judy Blume stuff and everything.
Yeah.
You know,
Sopranos.
Yes.
Adult diapers.
Would I have Uncle Junior or Tony Soprano on it?
You could have either one. You could have
nobody
multiple
wants
characters.
to be Uncle Junior. They want to be Tony Soprano.
Some people might, but we can have multiple characters. Underoos didn't have all the superheroes on them. You could be Superman.
I got to go up and snatch exclusive licensing deals because nobody else is going for that right now.
Take the rest of the show off. You better do this now because someone's going to steal this idea. All right, so back to the Astros. Rinel Blanco concern level on the Seth C. Payne-o-meter right now. What's your concern level?
I'm not as concerned as you are.
I'm concerned about
You're
Rinel
peeing
Blanco.
down your leg about Rinel Blanco.
I am a little bit. A little bit. I'm concerned about Blanco, but I'm not concerned about the impact of it until I see what Verlander is.
Okay, so here's the difference. So we talked about earlier, since June 3rd, Pro Baseball Reference hadn't updated it from last night's game yet. But he was at, going into last night's game, he was at 3.8 ERA since July 1st.
Okay.
So
that's gone up.
It's gone up, so he might be around 4, but he's been an average pitcher.
Right.
So average MLB starting pitcher is about a 4.0 ERA.
Yeah.
We don't realize that in Houston because we've been so spoiled. We look at a 4.0 ERA like you should be out modeling male diapers. But that's also been, as I think he's just been struggling with some fatigue or wear and tear of pitching more innings than he's ever pitched before. I do feel like he can reclaim that now that they'll be in a steady six pitcher rotation.
Yeah.
More than anything, I just want to see him go deeper into games.
Yeah.
He's had too many 4-inning appearances.
And I think that's where you and I differ a little bit, is I'm just not as optimistic as you are that this 6-man rotation is going to be the exact elixir that he needs.
Right, because they have been able to give him some extra off days over this last stretch,
Yeah.
too. So it's not, but and we saw a bump. No,
and I'm not sitting here saying that he's trash all of a sudden.
During the commercial breaks, you are.
That's not true.
You
Don't
are.
dime me out like that, Tua. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
It's not that I think he's hot garbage or anything like that. But we're now back in the world we're used to being in, which is the Astros are probably going to win the division. They're going to compete to at least get a bye in the first round of the playoffs.
Yeah.
But if they don't, this becomes especially critical. Yeah, is what he's doing good enough to have a job in the major leagues for an average Major League Baseball team? Sure. Is it good enough to throw out there in October when you're trying to beat good teams and win a 5 or a 7 game or a 3 game series if you're in the wild card? He wouldn't pitch in the wild card round. I'm pretty confident of that.
No, not right. Not as it is right now.
It'd be Fromber, Hunter Brown, and then if Verlander's healthy, it'd be him.
Right, but we would have said the same thing about Hunter Brown not too long ago.
Yeah,
he's definitely not a top 3 guy.
Say that, I'm acting like no, it is a 3-game series. It's best 2 out of 3. So if you got to pitch those 3 guys, if you're in a wild card round, Ronel Blanco enters the chat.
Yeah.
He's gonna pitch probably in the next round of the playoffs.
So I guess I'm not peeing down my leg about him just yet. I feel
I have little drips coming out. It's not a steady stream.
Right.
Very graphic.
The Kikuchi's the guy that I'm not allowing myself to get super excited about. Partly it's because they're facing the Red Sox, and this is where I hated that I read this article in The Athletic about the demise of the Red Sox pitching this year, where they were off on a tear. They were top 2 in every statistical category for the first part of the season, and now they've fallen off a cliff. Now their pitching is atrocious. One of the things that they did was they had their pitchers stop throwing as many fastballs because the analytics bros, I think probably the Astros all started throwing more change-ups. I think they started to realize teams were just really getting good at getting better at hitting fastballs.
Yeah.
So they kind of ambushed the league with how few fastballs they were throwing. The league caught up and figured it out, and now they're more ready for what they're seeing. So with Kikuchi, where they changed up his pitch selection a little bit, and we've seen immediate results, I just want to wait and see if it endures and stands the test of time.
That's fair.
And I'd like to see him go at least. Just give me 1/3 of an inning extra. Just get to the blessed
6.
number 6, please.
Get to 6 next time. Get to 6. All right, so afternoon game today, Verlander on the mound. As regular season games go, this one is highly intriguing today. Verlander hasn't pitched since June 9th, and so we're 2.5 months with November. Man, credit the coaching staff with these pitchers. Give him a lot of credit. Give Espada credit for the way he's kind of juggled this staff and managed this whole thing.
Send him a package of Seth Payne brand underoos.
Yes.
We have Wade Boggs edition. That'll be something like, I guess Wade Boggs wouldn't be a good one.
Right.
We'll do a Nolan Ryan. I'll talk to him about it.
There you go.
I'll go through Reed. I don't want to. Nolan might get offended if I say, but I'll be like, Reed, you
float it to Reed.
You put Nolan Ryan on a package of adult diapers, those things will be flying off the shelves. Not just like the illegal variety that happens so much at drugstores these days, but people will be paying for them.
Yes.
They're going to have to start putting the adult diapers under lock and key.
Like the razors?
Yes.
Yes. I think you'd have people in their 20s and 30s buying it that don't even have problems with that kind of thing if you put Nolan Ryan on that bad boy.
But the pitching staff deserves a lot of credit, both the coaches and the analytics staff. So the fact that they've been able to, and Espada too, just for the overall team, being able to manage through so many injuries.
Yep.
But I'm I guess maybe I'm irrationally confident in Spencer Arrighetti, who's also going to be going over his max here very shortly.
He's had like 5 good starts in a row, so like I'm enthusiastic about him, but like throwing him out there in October is a little different.
I think he's going to go through his career high innings in his next start, as long as it's a quality start.
Yeah. It's gotten better as the year's gone on, for sure.
Hell yeah. No, and I think with Arrighetti, the same way it was with, Hunter Brown just did it earlier. Arrighetti, you can see the growth and maturation. Mm-hmm. You can see them you can almost read it on their faces that as they made that transition into being more of a genuinely professional major league pitcher. So there's that.
I have zero concern about Hunter Brown right now. Mm-hmm. Like, he's got a big enough body of work where I feel like, okay, this is who he is at this point now. And some of it with him has to do with, like, his stuff is just so electric. Like he's built for this. Like, he's physically, literally built for this. And I think people forget, he threw almost 160 innings last year.
Yeah.
So he's got a year under his belt.
He's on pace to throw more, but not by an alarming degree or anything.
He got to break through at some point.
No, and that's where, it's like, but it's a more manageable feel.
Yes.
Where with Blanco, it's a huge difference in comparison to how much he's been used as a starting pitcher.
Uncharted territory for him. Yeah.
I think with Verlander, if you look at his minor league start, they had hoped to get him 75 pitches. He only ended up pitching 57. But it didn't look like he needed to stop. I think it was people speculated it was just because he had a really long wait between the first and second inning. But I wonder if maybe now the pitch count is going to be the same because he hasn't gotten up there yet. That it's probably a 75 pitch count.
He needs to be efficient today. That's the biggest thing. I would almost rather.
Blanco last night. He pitched so many pitches.
Blanco kind of screwed him last night because you got Blanco last night who didn't go 4 innings. Through 84 pitches, and then you've got Verlander today, who's like, if you get 5 innings out of Verlander, I would sign up for that right now. Mm-hmm. 5 innings out of Verlander, because I don't think he goes over 75 pitches today. Mm-hmm. Would be my guess. Text message, Sean, Blanco makes me dribble. Yeah, that's probably about where I am on that scale. Someone says I would be the perfect model for Depends, and I don't think that's a compliment.
I feel like it might. No, well, why? It's a. I do think when I look at these Depends or various other undergarments, male models that they use, I do think that maybe they need to shoot a little bit higher. I feel like they're going for we want a guy that's relatable to the people they're buying. Just go ahead and start using like the super skinny freaks. Use these like 22-year-old male models or whatever, and like making the blue steel face. Just do that.
You have taken a much closer look at the packaging on male adult undergarments.
This is the torture of having my brain is that I can't. My brain and the way it operates, it's
grocery shopping with you. I feel like would be a lot of fun.
I'd say I get a lot of texts from my wife when I'm shopping that are like, "Are you okay?
Where are you?"
I'm like, "Yeah, I'm fine." She's like, "You've been at Walmart for 90 minutes."
Where do you get? So where do you get?
Is the answer? Where do I get hung up?
Yes,
everywhere. I get hung up at the outdoors section. Even though I didn't have to take a path through the outdoors. Do you know how long it takes to plan a camping trip that I'm not actually taking, Sean? I'm sitting there. I'm calculating the weight of my pack. And I'm like, I'm being soft. I don't need a camp stove. I'm like, but it would be nice.
And then you go out to your car and you just close your eyes for 30 minutes and imagine the camping trip that you would have been on?
No, it's not that I'm like fantasizing about it or anything. I'm actually planning for it. I'm like actually just making decisions that are hard decisions, Brandy.
Yeah.
Brandy, these are not easy decisions.
Right.
The weight of your pack affects the enjoyment you get on that trip by a large degree. And God forbid a snowstorm blows through. Like, you don't want to be underprepared, but you also got to have energy to pack out.
I love that.
Yeah,
dude, Walmart's
a labor, man.
Walmart's
it's a freaking labor.
That's a rough place to go if you're easily distracted, man.
Yeah,
they got everything in there.
I know. I don't impulse purchase or anything.
That was my next question. Like, what percentage of stuff that you stop and fantasize and look at?
I'm on Consumer Reports in Walmart way too much. I really am. I'm like, well, yeah, this is of course a better. Why are these priced so differently? This is an outrage.
That's great. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Texans back at practice in about 45 minutes. So we got to hustle out there today, my friend.
We'll be fine. What are we going to get fined? Run through the cones, Sean.
Nobody wants to see that.
The first thing I did when I retired from football, I stopped running through cones.
Yeah, did you throw your cones out?
I pull up short.
Do you still own? You used to bring cones with you on the road.
Well, yeah, I use cones for mental drills. when I'm walking through.
Get ready for the show. Get ready to go on YouTube.
I still have the drills for it. No, I don't run at all anymore. Just because
knees.
I'm thinking about with these Hokas. I feel almost like I might be able to jog a little bit.
Don't push yourself, man. Whatever you're doing is working. Don't do something that's going to...
There's something, I feel like there's something, though, about actually, well, like I walk a lot, but there's something about running that just clicks something in your body. Your body was meant to run, and there is something, like, I don't know, metabolically or whatever else, it's just different than any kind of... I could do the exact same heart rate on an elliptical machine or a stationary bike, and it just doesn't feel like your body responds to it the same way as like doing that exact same heart rate and everything else when running.
Yep.
The endorphins aren't. That's what it probably is. I think your body naturally releases the endorphins when you're running.
Dude, I don't get runners, man. And my daughter is one. She coaches running.
It's the biggest thing. If you're somebody that's trying to run and you just feel like, oh, I'm not a runner. The problem is, don't think of yourself as somebody who needs to run well.
Yeah.
It's whatever. Like when your daughter is running at a 5-mile clip, a 5-minute mile clip.
Yeah.
Like for most people, that's probably like an 11-minute mile in terms of exertion level and everything.
That's true.
And if you want to get that good feel, just run it where it actually feels enjoyable.
Where it feels enjoyable, but you feel like you're getting some exercise.
If you have to walk a good amount, then no big deal. Just to, go on
Trust me.
and off.
Trust me. I have to walk a good amount. All right. I watched the highlight reel of 2022 Dameon Pierce yesterday. It got me sad thinking about this coming Saturday. I will explain coming up next. But first, prize picks. Oh, yeah, I was doing that last night, too. Putting in my lineup on prize.
free.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so I saw a highlight reel of Dameon Pierce from 2022 yesterday, and it's been a while since we've seen that Dameon Pierce. It's crazy to go back and watch just how impactful, physical, how explosive he was back then.
Yeah.
Like it's like watching a different human being.
No, it 100% is, and I think more and more people are catching on to my philosophy on of it. And we talked about this all off season. Is that I think part of it might just be as simple as he needs to be back at the body weight he was when he was playing like that. Because look, it's great to experiment with your body weight a little bit, maybe be a sleeker athlete and all that. But it feels like Dameon Pierce has gotten to a point now where it's like a quarterback who's lost arm strength but doesn't want to let go of it. But then they start to lose their confidence when they realize they don't have their arm strength. With Dameon, he doesn't break tackles anymore. And now it's almost like he knows that he can't break tackles, and it's created a hesitancy in how he runs. But he lost all that weight, and he lost his superpower in losing that weight, but without gaining enough on the speed side to be a fast NFL running back.
That's right.
So you're just trying to be something that you're not, and I think, I don't know if this is something that you can fix in the next month or so, where you don't want to tell a guy to, hey, go gain 15 pounds,
Yeah.
There's some muscle memory to it and everything. And he wasn't as lean then as he is, so he could gain some fat and it might be all right. Some guys just are better big backs. At any position in football, you got to find your ideal playing weight, and this is not working for him. It's not working for him at all.
He looks like he came back even slimmer this year than he came back last year.
Right, I know. I was kind of surprised that some of people were making a big deal about him losing weight this year without mentioning that, he lost weight last year too, remember?
Yeah.
And it hasn't been so hot.
We don't like this.
Right. Just get back to what was working. Be like a pitcher that goes back and watches old film. Verlander talks about this all the time. You go back and watch film from a time when it was working. What's different?
Yeah.
Oh, I was 15 pounds heavier, or whatever it is with Dameon.
Yep. What do you think the most likely scenario is for this weekend with Dameon? That he sits on Saturday like he's a made guy.
Yeah.
Because he's been treated like a made guy this whole training camp. He didn't play in the Hall of Fame game. He's getting all the number one reps when Mixon is out. We're going to play a cut from D'Amico here or two in a second that are indicative of a guy who sees Dameon Pierce as a lock to make this team. Do you see him sitting on Saturday, playing on Saturday and making the team, or playing on Saturday and being either cut or traded?
I think, and honestly, if part of what's leading to his bad decision making and everything is some kind of a knowledge that he's not breaking tackles the way he used to, I don't think that's fixed on Saturday. So if he plays, I think there's a chance he doesn't make the team.
Yeah,
I don't think they're going to see that click that they're hoping for or waiting for. Now, if he plays and doesn't play well, maybe they'll have that conversation. Maybe they have, I'm guessing that they've talked and thought about this, about his body weight.
Yeah.
Because it really is. Sometimes things are so basic. I don't know, though. Nobody thought to tell Hunter Brown to throw a sinker until Alex Bregman did. So maybe they haven't thought about it. But it's as simple as this. Go back to what he was doing when it was working on a worse football team. And one of the biggest and most glaring things was it was a different body weight. So maybe he plays, and then that's where they realize, or he realizes, all right, well, this clearly isn't working. I got to get back to whatever my body weight was my rookie year. And maybe they'll see if that's going to work out, and they'll give him spot duty in games to see if it's working. But it's I'm not optimistic that he's going to go out there and do anything different, because, and this is where it gets tough and people want to make it an either or thing. I was not happy with the run blocking at all. I was not happy with it one bit. Going back and watching it each time, I'm like, how are all these linebackers unblocked? How are there this many mental errors? Why do we have 4 guys trying to block 2 guys with 2 guys running free? It was bad. But even in all of that, Dameon wasn't making the best decisions or taking the best route. And he's not, and he continues to not break tackles.
Here. So you think he plays on Saturday?
I do think he plays, and I'm not optimistic about it. Maybe I hope to be proven dramatically wrong, but
I do too.
If they don't play him at all, then I'll be. if he doesn't play at all and then he makes the team, I'm going to be disappointed in the Texans.
I think I will too.
They're going to make the same mistake they made at the beginning of last year. Like, frankly, they're Jose Abreuing it if they do that. They're just not. They're not acknowledging what they're seeing with their very eyes.
We've had people make that comparison. That's a good comparison. Here was DeMeco Ryans. This was during the spring program. This is during either OTAs or minicamp about Dameon Pierce being a 1-2 punch with Joe Mixon.
I see Dameon having a very clear headspace as we're out working, and I think that will allow him to have a really productive year this year. And he has everything it takes, right, to be a really good running back for us, and I think having him and Joe as a 1-2 punch would be very beneficial for us all.
Okay, so 1-2 punch. So that was back in the spring. This cut you're about to hear is from 2 weeks ago when they were in Ohio and Steve Wyche and Brian Baldinger were at practice with the Texans, and they sat down with DeMeco Ryans, and Baldinger was kind of gushing about how Dameon looked in practice, and here was DeMeco's reaction to that.
Dameon has done a great job since the spring. I just see a guy who has a clear mind, fast feet. He's playing decisive, right? I mean, he's explosive. So you're back to seeing that rookie Dameon who can gain a lot of yards for us, and he has a physical mindset to him that I really love. Love how he finishes the runs. I'm excited to see him, play on Friday so everyone can see, right. This new/old Dameon, how he was his rookie year.
What have I told you over and over again about training camp? It lies. Like, training camp practice, it lies all the time. Particularly, it favors speed and things like that, but you completely remove the genuinely physical element of it. So Dameon Pierce's calling card, the physicality and all of that, look, man, and looking back on it now, I feel kind of dumb for not seeing this and thinking about it or realizing at the time. Even when they were in, pads but not tackling, Dameon was on the ground a lot.
Yeah.
Somebody would lay a shoulder into him and he'd be on the ground. And so when you add the actual genuinely physical element of it, because I was in that same boat. I thought Dameon looked really good, but training camp lies. And we all get, and it's one of the biggest blind spots you have when you're watching training camp practices is that even as you're consciously telling yourself, but this isn't for real, it's hard not to notice the positive things.
Yeah.
But Dameon's calling card is breaking tackles, and he just has not demonstrated any ability to do it, and it's come to light in actual tackle football.
This to me is the most fascinating thing about Saturday's game. There's not a lot that's fascinating about the last preseason game other than the positional battles for spots 45 through 53 in the practice squad, and those are fun, especially on a team like this because there's good players on this team that aren't going to make the team. It's really intriguing. This is the most intriguing thing right now. Is Dameon Pierce going to play? And I'm with you. If he doesn't play, then boy, is he getting a pass.
Well,
B, if he does play, is this the last we've seen of Dameon Pierce as a Texan?
It's the second year in a row that they would have gone into the season. They did this last year. They clung on to it. Remember, it was relatively early in the season. I told you Devin Singletary is going to be the main running back on this team.
You did.
And they continued to just make Dameon the guy. You can't do that 2 years in a row. You can't go into the season thinking, this is the one part where, again, and this is not like a criticism of them and how they do their jobs in total, but every person, no matter how smart they are, have blind spots. They all do. And in a good football organization, hopefully you have a GM and a head coach where they can see each other's blind spots and they kind of cover for each other that way. And if Dameon goes in and he's the backup running back, I think this is a situation where both DeMeco and Nick might have a blind spot for Dameon Pierce.
Dameon, yeah.
And there needs to be somebody else in the organization that's like, hey, listen, guys, we got to see this for what it is right now.
Well, here's the other thing. And I think you'll agree with me on this one because you and I were sitting next to each other and both pointed this out and said, ooh, when we were in the press box. The one rationalization you could have in keeping Dameon Pierce on the roster would be kick return. The one time he returned a kick on Saturday, he paused and stopped when he got to all the bodies there.
He looked like Daniel Jones going into that slide. Where he didn't know whether to slide or throw his shoulder or whatever. So he just kind of limped into it.
Yeah, he just slowed down. Yeah. And the other thing about the kick returning too, if this is what the kick return is going to be this year, this new format, I don't know that Damian's style is conducive to this. Damian even said last year when he was on the postgame show with me and Clint after the Cleveland game where he returned that kick 100 yards for a touchdown, he said, I like this because the kickoff feels a lot more like the style of running that I'm good at, where you just, man, there's a hole, just north-south, boom, go. This is a lot more like this is closer to like a zone blocking thing going on there.
And that's the other thing where he's had a path blocked for him, like in the game the other night. It's the one shotgun run they had down in the red zone. It wasn't a beautiful hole. Like Kenyon Green didn't do a great job of kicking out the defensive end. The defensive end was able to kind of two-gap him on it, but there was a hole there and he didn't hit it. Damian tried to bounce it out, and again, I think Cam Akers might have been able to bounce it out. Other running backs could have, but Damian's not fast enough to bounce that out. He's got to hit the hole there. When they were backed up on the goal line, there was some really bad blocking on that play, and yet he also didn't take the right. If he'd hit it hard, he had a lane. He could have gotten positive yardage out of that play. But the reason that Blake Fisher whiffed and the fullback both whiffed, those guys were able to make contact. Well, Blake Fisher's guy was able to make contact right at the goal line because Damian just wasn't hitting it as hard as he could have.
Yep.
So it was bad blocking, yes, but where he should have really been hitting it and where there was a clear path, he wasn't doing it with the ferocity that he should have.
Seth talking about getting distracted in Walmart. This is a text message. And his wife texting him, what's taking so long? Most relatable segment on sports radio.
To be clear, she'll usually text, are you okay?
Yeah.
She's not nagging me. I think she's genuinely concerned if I'm okay. Yeah.
Wheat Straw brings up a good recommendation here. Order curbside at Walmart. It'll keep you from getting distracted. You might enjoy it.
I do. It's like sometimes I just got to go into the store.
Yeah.
I like going to, if I've got usually what I do is I show up at 6 a.m. on a Saturday morning. If I go to a big box store,
and there's nobody there.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, except you got to compete with those the actual shoppers for the curbside. And they're good at picking out the strawberries. You gotta
they're gonna take all the good ones.
So I do all my shop. I try to do it in one fell swoop. Whichever store I have to go to, I do it like at 6 a.m. on a Saturday morning. If I'm going to H-E-B, 6 a.m. Well, they don't open until 7, I think, but whatever.
Earliest you can get there.
Yeah. Also, when I was talking about being a depends model.
Yeah.
I don't know why Brandy would text this. This is making money for the family. OMG depends model. What the hell is wrong with you?
She's
laughing,
the best.
crying emoji.
She's the best.
Yeah.
Clearly. I mean, she's awesome, but clearly she's not into money.
Okay, yeah. Apparently she's ashamed of her depends model husband.
Something Brandy doesn't like. Capitalism.
Sorry if you can't brag about that to your friends.
No kidding.
It's paying for the lunch. Yeah,
that would be great. She's the depends queen. That's it, man.
She just started conspicuously working it into conversations because she was so proud of
the first lady of Depends.
She like asking for help at the drugstore when she doesn't even know. She'd be like, "Oh, I got distracted because I didn't realize it was right there. I was looking. That's my husband.
That's my husband. Yes.
Imagine that.
All right. Wide receiver drama in the NFL. And Justin Jefferson's contract is killing these teams. We got updates on the 3 big wide receiver soap operas going on right now. We will update you on that next. But first, Dr. Ben Salento. I tell you what, he killed us.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so CeeDee Lamb, Brandon Ayuk, Jamar Chase. Those are the three big wide receiver soap operas going on right now. Credit the Minnesota Vikings for dropping $35 million a year on Justin Jefferson. Deservedly so. It's $3 million more than any other receiver is getting. I think he deserves it. I think he's the best receiver in football. The problem now for these other teams is that CeeDee Lamb, Brandon Ayuk, and Jamar Chase all think that they're the best receiver in football.
It's the one position group that's the most intriguing in terms of
there's 15 guys that think they're the best.
Of all of the positions in football, man, which one has the most guys that think they're the absolute best?
I don't even know that it's close.
I don't. You're right. I don't think that the number of guys who think they're the best at that position. Probably wide receiver. Yeah. It's the easiest one, though, too, because there's the wide receiver, and I think why they get so diva-ish sometimes is that they rely on so many external factors for production. Got to have the right quarterback, got to have other good receivers next to you and everything.
Yeah.
So they can always, I don't want to call it an excuse, they can have an explanation for in their mind for why their production isn't the same as Justin Jefferson's or what have you. So, once Justin Jefferson signs that deal, I think, every GM with a wide receiver that's got to get paid is like, oh, crap, my guy thinks he's better than him.
Dude.
Oh,
and
boy.
that Nico Collins is probably not in that group of 12 or 15 that thinks it. He may think it, but he doesn't express it.
He's kind of different. He's
confident,
He's confident, but he seems like he's got a very low-key personality in a lot of ways. Yeah.
Good way to put it. All right, so let's start with CeeDee Lamb. This is a couple days ago. Mike Garafolo of the NFL Network gives an update on the Cowboys and CeeDee Lamb and where they're at.
You've seen the reported numbers that are out there about 33. I've seen higher than 33. I've seen lower than 33. My understanding is it's around 33, and for Lamb, that's still not good enough. The top of the market is 35 with Justin Jefferson, so he wants that to come up. And the structure, I am told via sources familiar with Lamb's thinking, needs to be worked on as well. Cash flow, guarantees, how that's going to be structured on the front half of the deal. So there's still a lot of work to be done here. And Lamb is represented by Torrey Dandy, an agent who knows this wide receiver market because he helped set the wide receiver. I mean, he's got a ton of receivers that he's done deals for over the last year, including A.J. Brown, who is right there below that tier that the Cowboys are trying to offer right now.
The thing about this, and I think some people might be wondering, like, why are people so worked up about this? There's two reasons. One is that it's the Dallas Cowboys, so there's that. Drama with the Cowboys is always a big headline grabber. People writing the stories get all kinds of clicks.
And it's not just Lamb with the Cowboys, too. They have Prescott and Micah, too. It's a lot of stuff.
The legitimate thing is that it's not just that it's the Cowboys. It's that the owner in Jerry Jones now has a long history of just letting things fester and not getting ahead of things. Like, they knew that the cap, back when the cap first expanded, a lot of teams realized, okay, there's going to be, we got to reset our expectations for what these deals are going to be because there's a lot more money to go around. It was one of the biggest salary cap jumps in free agency history.
Mm-hmm.
So there's that, but I don't think that Cowboys fans or anybody else expects Jerry Jones to navigate his way through these three contracts with any kind of alacrity. He's going to sit on this thing and let it sit, and it's going to take forever, the same way his paternity suits do. They just go on and on and on and on. And it ends up like part of it. It's hilarious because Jerry Jones is crying about like, well, yeah, but, and then we have to pay the quarterback, and then there's only so much you can do. Right. One of the reasons you're in the situation you're in is because the last time that you did with the quarterback, you waited to sign him. So you ended up having a huge deal with him, right? Like, you've already been through this before.
Well, and you give up your leverage because you took out your ability to use the franchise tag on the quarterback, too.
Yeah.
Like, there's little things like that. Not even little things. That's a big thing. So that's Lamb. And for what it's worth, the latest update was yesterday, 17 hours ago. Jerry Jones, they're having promising talks right now with CeeDee Lamb. It sounds like they've kind of agreed to what the annual value is, but like the structure of the deal is what they're kind of hemming and hawing about now. So, but still no deal done yet. And there's some of us who have fantasy drafts tonight, by the way.
And yet, the weird thing, yet the Cowboys continue to be a very competitive regular season team.
And they will be this year, too.
And they will be.
Yeah.
You wonder if Dak Prescott's getting to the point where
I'd play it out if I were Dak.
Well, right. Does Dak Prescott just think, like, all right, there's just something systemically wrong with this team?
Yeah.
If they would just let Will McClay, their director of pro personnel, be the GM, it would probably I think he's the big reason that they're as good as they are, because they draft really well.
Super well.
But then they've got a guy in Jerry Jones that wants to make all of that as difficult as possible.
Yep.
Like managing that really good roster.
Yep. All right, let's get to Brandon Ayuk. So we got CeeDee Lamb. They're in a holding pattern right now, getting closer. Brandon Ayuk, how things going with him, Shefty?
I think we're at the point now where we're going to start to get a push here to see how this winds up, how it's resolved. And I think the 49ers would like to keep him, want to keep him. I still think that's the more likely scenario, but to think that there's any likely scenario in this particular situation would be a mistake, because there was a time when I thought, okay, it sounds like he's going to be traded to Cleveland. And then there was a time where I thought, well, it sounds like he's going to be traded to New England. And then there was a time I thought, okay, he's going to be traded to Pittsburgh. And then I thought there was a time he's re-signing with San Francisco. And here we are on, what is it, 20th. Tuesday, August 20th, and nothing is still done. Nothing. And I just think that everybody is at the point where they know they need to get resolution, whatever that is.
Okay, that was a nothing report, by the way. I could have given that report.
Well, there were people. Remember the one radio host up in Pittsburgh just flat out said, like, no, it's happening. The deal's done.
Filippone. It was, he was part of that Syracuse mafia.
Yeah, the old Syracuse, the highfalutin Syracuse communications
He said
school.
the wide receiver is coming to Pittsburgh,
right,
is what he said.
I get this. You know what's this starting to feel like, probably, for San Francisco fans? This is a loose comparison, but Royce White. Remember Royce White kept clamoring for the protocol, all of that. And the Rockets were bending over backwards trying to like okay, yes, please. We know that we have issues that you need to deal with, and we want to help establish a protocol. But Royce White wasn't working with them. And meanwhile, everywhere else outside of Houston, people were painting the Rockets as the villains somehow. Like, well, they won't help him with his protocol. Like, no, they're trying like hell. I feel like the 49ers are like, we're trying to trade him. We've had offers and deals that we're ready to pull the trigger on with the Steelers and whomever else. But Ayuk just isn't going along with any of this because he won't agree to deals with those other teams. That I don't know what the fan sentiment is like in San Francisco or not, but I feel like Ayuk's going to turn into a villain soon. Because it keeps feeling like, oh, okay, we're about to get this done. Let's be done with it. And then nothing.
He's the one guy of these three that's not going to get anywhere close to Justin Jefferson.
Yeah.
The Lamb's going to get $33 million a year. We're going to hear about Jamar Chase here in a second. Ayuk, it's like the Steelers topped out at $28 million supposedly. The Niners, I don't think, are going past 30 for him. They got all kinds of guys they got to pay, including a quarterback next year.
Ayuk's got, in terms of the perception of him, he's got the opposite of problem of what we talked about earlier, where receivers will complain about how they don't have a good supporting cast, this, that, the other thing. Like that, you're not going to claim that with the 49ers. Conditions are perfect.
Whatever situation he goes to is worse.
Honestly, that's where I would look at it. If and maybe his agent has had these conversations with him. It's like, man, if you want to continue to just produce the way you've produced, you're not going to find a better situation than the San Francisco 49ers.
Amen, man.
So, like, however much ego is wrapped up into it and everything, man, it's like Ayuk's never seen the other side. Ayuk doesn't know how most offenses operate and just how, like, the grass is always greener on the other side of the fence, but man, it's not so easy. It's not so easy to play good football on struggling teams.
No. I mean, he is in the most efficient offensive machine in football in San Francisco. All right, last one, Jamar Chase. Unlike Lamb and Ayuk, he's got 2 years left on his deal still. And he was holding in for a while, and now he's just been staying away from the Bengals, Jamar Chase. Here's the latest from Adam Schefter on Jamar Chase. This is from the Pat McAfee Show.
I think right now this is the one that to me remains the most mysterious because unlike Brandon Ayuk and CeeDee Lamb, Jamar Chase has 2 years left on his contract, not one like those other players. And we've already heard the Bengals president, Mike Brown, come out and say that he would prefer to wait to do this deal. Now, I think Cincinnati still will push to get this deal done, but
from my understanding, there hasn't been a whole lot of progress. And if there's not a whole lot of progress, you wonder what's next. Now, Chad Ochocinco, the former Bengals great wide receiver, said over the weekend he thinks the two sides will figure out a deal this week, but he also added that if the two sides can't get a deal done, he does not believe that Ja'Marr Chase will step foot on a football field again until he has a new contract. And I think there are other people around the league who feel the same way about that particular situation that I think has flown a little bit under the radar.
The Chad Ochocinco part of that thing is what's strange to me, like that he's like some sort of advocate for Ja'Marr Chase. This would be like Andre Johnson getting involved in Nico Collins.
Right,
Like,
yeah.
I talked to Andre Johnson, and he said if Nico doesn't get a deal, he probably won't be there for week 1. Like,
I think, and Chad still works out with a lot of those guys.
Right.
And
he's on Shannon Sharp's podcast all the time. Like, he's still out there.
Yeah, he's still out there. The Ja'Marr Chase one is interesting because I do feel like there's something brewing in the NFL where this concept of the hold-in, where Ja'Marr Chase hasn't been practicing with the team. He's not holding out. He's there, but he's not practicing. The Bengals might be the team that actually tries to take a stand on this, and because they've never been afraid to be unpopular or to do the things that players hate before. And like as a former player myself, like I skew towards, I try to see the player side of things when it comes to holdouts and everything. There's something about faking an injury or just being at practice and not practicing that rubs me the wrong way.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
Yeah.
I don't like it at all. And withholding services in the regular season, but still trying to play. If you know what it is, if you're going to take the fine, then so be it. But showing up and not getting fined because I'm here, I'm available, but that's the part that I wonder if the Bengals might be the first one to really push back against that.
Do you think a lot of his teammates feel that way?
Probably not his teammates. No, I don't. Or current NFL players.
Yeah.
This is maybe the crotchety old man in me.
Yeah.
No, maybe teammates too. Because I think as a player, I would have felt that way. Like, all right, wait a second. All right, now you're not actually. You're here and you're not getting fined. You're trying to have your cake and eat it too.
Yeah.
Like if you're gonna take your medicine and you're gonna actually negotiate or whatever.
Take a stand.
But I feel like you're getting away with like trying to be a hard ass, but also not getting punished for it.
Yeah.
It's like you're pretending to smoke cigarettes.
At least, right, just no inhaling going on.
Boy, that guy's a badass, and meanwhile you're coughing behind the
Jamar's not even inhaling, I can tell. All right, Payne and Pendergast, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Man, a lot of flowers out there for the Texans. This one I'm got to put through a filter, though. But I think this will excite you when you hear this. What did a national reporter see when she was at the Texans' practices in Ohio? That is coming up next.
Bayway Chevrolet on Broadway in Pearland is the best.
to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Texans hitting the practice field, presumably as we speak. 9 a.m. practice today. So you and I are only going to fry for about an hour today, maybe. Maybe 45 minutes when we're out there. We're headed there right afterwards. We'll get there for the good stuff. You know, it's
the team stuff.
Team stuff, yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So we'll have eyes on that for you guys. There'll be plenty of people out there from the station.
And then they practice against the Rams tomorrow.
Yes.
They'll have one practice against the Rams. Friday's an off day, and then it'll be
all roads.
Ones versus ones. Probably not on the Rams side of things.
Do you think the Texans are going to play their ones?
I'd like to see the offensive line out there.
Okay, no CJ.
Yeah.
I don't need to see CJ.
I don't need to see CJ. I want to see them run block.
Yeah.
I feel good about the pass blocking. I want to see them run block and actually know who they're supposed to be run blocking.
I think the interesting thing,
not just the offensive line, actually. I want everybody, because it was the fullbacks, it was the tight ends, it was the wide receivers. There were a lot of missed assignments in that game.
Yeah.
And I'd like to see just a little bit of clarity in the run game.
I wonder if Davis plays.
Davis Mills?
Mills, yeah.
Do they want him to even just to get a few extra reps?
Because he said he didn't play last week, but he didn't practice either. He had an injury.
Bruised
ribs, yeah. But even the way Nick was talking about him, Davis, he's our backup. He wouldn't have played much anyways.
Right.
So is it, hey, Case, you get the first half, and Tim Boyle, you get the second half?
Yeah.
And may the best man win.
What? That's also, actually, they do need to get Tim Boyle some reps, just in terms of, there is something, you want to be a team where when guys go there and you're a fringe guy, that you get an opportunity to play. Because for all these guys, and what the veteran players are telling the younger players, and the coaches are saying this right now too, is listen, you're not just competing for a roster spot on this team, you're competing for a roster spot on 32 different teams.
Definitely.
Everybody's watching this film. They're going to see some guys that maybe they had a good scouting report on and they liked, that if you hit waivers, you're going to get picked up somewhere else. So likewise, with your backup quarterbacks, I think they almost owe it to Tim Boyle to get him a bunch of reps.
Oh, he'll play,
give him a chance to.
Yeah, for
in Case Keenum, Case is what he is, they know that he knows the offense. They know that he's physically not the same guy he used to be, and there's no reason to subject him to injury.
I'm with you, except that Caserio said in that pregame interview on Saturday, Davis isn't going to play. He's our backup. He's not going anywhere. So now it's about, I'm paraphrasing, but now it's about finding out who our third string guy is.
Well, right, yeah. So there's that competition element to it. But I think maybe they do want to see exactly what.
I think Case is going to be the third string.
I think that Case playing as much as he did was more about being sure that the young receivers
get a chance.
had a chance to go with somebody that's going to have to put the ball in the right place.
Yep, that makes sense. Diana Rossini, The Athletic, The Scoop podcast, formerly of ESPN. She's been making the rounds to a bunch of training camps, including the Houston Texans. She's been to a bunch of them. She's still going to a bunch of them. She and Chase Daniel, former NFL quarterback, have been traveling around. And she was on the Dan Patrick Show yesterday. And Dan Patrick and his crew there, they actually asked her, what are some training camps you've been to where you've been a little surprised how bad the team has been?
She named the Browns. Well, the question was where you had a bad feeling about it.
Yeah,
it was just oh, man, things aren't right. She named the Browns, and she did point out that it seemed to be a particularly bad day, a notably bad day for the offense, and that it hasn't always been like that. But on the day she was there, it felt – and that's how she reported it, too.
Well, and that was that Browns-Vikings day where there were people from beat writers from both sides talking about, boy – either these offenses stink or these are the two greatest defenses in the NFL right now.
Yeah.
So she was there for that. So they asked her about that, about the negative. She herself, unprompted, said, I wish you'd asked me which camp may have surprised me the other direction, from a positive where I said, wow.
The question I would have preferred was, what's the camp I went to where I went, oh, wow. And that was the Houston Texans. Holy cow. I knew they were good when I showed up. I left and look, I went on a day that everyone told me CJ was unbelievable. But I just was watching going, who is going to
So you're all in. They're a Super Bowl contender.
I am all in on the Houston Texans, just based on what they're building.
Yeah, she's all in, man.
She's all in on the enthusiasm.
Now, she's all in on Bo Nix too.
There's,
I take everything with a grain of salt.
How do you take a report about players being enthusiastic in terms of, all right, this is actually something substantive? I do think that there's definitely a different vibe around D'Amico's camp than there was around Bill
Okay, you're
O'Brien's.
talking about the players all cheering for each other and stuff?
Yeah.
Okay, that we haven't played that yet. Let's play that one. She's all in on the Texans, and this is a little thing that she saw that made her even more all in on the Texans.
Okay, something even simple and small. This is tiny, but this is important, and it's been told to me by many people it's important in the big grand scheme of things. When they make good plays during the preseason, when guys are scoring touchdowns, backups, players that we may never even see again in the NFL, the way the sideline, the way the starters are running down into the end zone and showing that support. Because what that is, that's culture, right? That's D'Amico Ryans. That's him saying we are going to be there for everybody on this team, not just the superstars.
Yeah. I think that I take it with a grain of salt that it's really cool. There's a fun environment there. I mean, they do like really seem to enjoy playing football and competing. D'Amico does a good job of keeping it loose, but still disciplined. But it's one of those things that, man, if it doesn't come with wins, who gives a damn? Because there's other teams that are much more methodical and businesslike in their approach, and it works for them.
Yes.
So it's not like
Otherwise, everybody would be doing it.
Right. I think that's just
cheer more.
I think it's naturally going to be D'Amico's culture that's how those teams are going to practice, or his teams are going to practice. So I like it from that regard, but I don't necessarily look at that as the reason that this team's different.
No. And you know, Diana Rossini said it's a small thing, but you're right. And at least it's authentic. It's funny, for as many people as are just bonkers about the Texans right now, it's very hard to find people that predict number of wins for the Texans.
Right.
That are going more than 10 wins for the Texans.
Right, it's interesting. I think they love talking about C.J. Stroud and the Stephon Diggs dynamic and everything else like that. But when they
a lot of 9 and 8 and 10 and 7.
Right, and what's their Vegas win total? 9.5. Right. Yeah. I mean, so the computers, et cetera, that's where they project them.
Right.
I think that it's hard when you look at strength of schedule, and the Texans have one of the harder schedules in the season on paper right now. It's by the Vegas odds, they've got the 6th toughest schedule. When you go looking at
adding
the teams,
up the win projections, yeah.
So
which is more accurate than using last year's record.
Right. That's
obviously
an objective way of looking at it, at least. Is that it's still a futures bet in that you're looking at these offseason additions and thinking like, oh, wow, yeah, look, they look like a much better team on paper. But the free agency in the NFL, and I include Stephon Diggs and Joe Mixon in the free agency category. They were trades, but whatever. Yeah. It's dicey. It doesn't always work out. So I think there's still skepticism over that. I tend to be, and I'm too close to the situation. I tend to be pretty optimistic about most of those acquisitions.
Yeah.
But I think the big thing is when you look at strength of schedule, you always know, all right, this always changes, and a lot of the teams that are good on your schedule aren't going to end up being good. When I look at the teams that are good on the Texans' schedule, it's hard for me to come up with a lot of reasons for why they're going to disappoint. That's where I'm stuck right now, is that it's not as simple as, oh, well, they had a good year last year or whatever. The only team that jumps out at me is that the Bills. I think the Bills are facing more obstacles, I think, than maybe they themselves even realize, because they had to let go of some good free agents. They had no money to bring new free agents in, and they lost Stephon Diggs, which is easier to gloss over because it's tempting to think, well, he wasn't that productive. No, he was a very big part of the production of the offense when they switched things around. The threat of Stephon Diggs was still having an effect on that offense. That's the only team where I can really pin it on anything one specific. After that, it becomes like, well, I guess the Dolphins didn't look good in the playoffs versus the Chiefs, but I don't think that Tyreek Hill is not going to, or Jalen Waddle are still not going to be really good for Tua Tagovailoa.
I think there's a better chance, because I tried to go through that exercise last week with hopes that I would find a bunch of Buffalo Bills on there. You know, that a bunch of teams on there that, they were 11-6, but that's more like a 9-8 team this year. So is the schedule really this hard? And the scary thing is, I think there's more teams on the schedule for the Texans that you could make a case are better than their record last year.
Like the Colts.
Then are worse than I think the Colts.
If Anthony Richardson is healthy and that's a big X factor.
Big X factor. The Jacksonville Jaguars, and those two teams will cannibalize themselves a little bit because they play each other twice or whatever. But I think the Bears, hey, what if Caleb Williams has a rookie year like C.J. Stroud? Because they've added a lot to that team outside of just Caleb Williams. They've got receivers and they signed running backs.
I'll give you the good thing about the Bears is that reportedly Keenan Allen is fat.
I heard that too.
And slow. He hasn't done much in camp at all, everybody is electrified as they were with Keenan Allen getting there. It doesn't look like it's necessarily so hot right now.
My son, you were on the group text. Yeah. Me, you, and my two sons are on a group text together, and my son slapped Kelvin Benjamin on.
Yeah, that was a good pull, James. Yeah. I'd forgotten about Kelvin Benjamin's saga where he looked like a defensive lineman,
dude.
Those last couple of years,
he was heavy. So I think I don't have the schedule in front of me, Seth, but just like as far as teams that I think could be better than their records, like I think obviously the Jets, if Aaron Rodgers is healthy, they should be improved. I think the Packers, they were 9-8 last year.
I know, but I feel like they're right in the same category of darling team.
Okay,
and I'm just still I think Jordan Love has a lot of potential. I'm not sold on him not coming back to earth a little bit this year.
I hope you're right.
He's not as consistent. He makes some Jameis Winston type plays in dicey situations. Yeah. So I think that I could easily see them falling back.
I hope you're right. Getting a lot of texts on the Dameon Pierce topic we did a segment or two ago.
The other big X factor is the Jets too.
Yeah, that's what I just said. Yeah,
did you say the Jets? I apologize.
Yeah, that's okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. Like if Aaron Rodgers is healthy, that's not a 7-10 football team, probably, right?
Yeah.
Does Dameon Pierce get the Kenyon Green treatment? Chuck in Denver,
where they just sit him for a year?
I don't know. That's all the question says.
That must be what that is. Like, okay, just go ahead and call it a season. Fix yourself. Fix yourself.
Kenyon's issues were medical, though.
Right,
he had issues with his play, obviously, as
well.
But
it was a long chain of injuries.
Yeah,
and
Damien's
it felt
healthy.
like he just couldn't get right. Yeah, like Dameon, honestly, if his body weight is the issue, look, I don't care if he gains some body fat as he gains the weight back. He could probably bounce back to whatever his rookie year playing weight was pretty quickly without being unhealthy about it. We might be talking about 10 or 15 pounds. But I would feel like it shouldn't be a last-ditch effort or looked at it that way. It's go back to when he was really impressive and do those same things. One of the big things was he was playing at a different body weight. So I think that it's very clear now that whether the blocking is good or bad on any given play, he is not breaking tackles, and he wasn't last year. He slimmed down last year. And it's great if his feet are a little bit faster or something. His foot speed was fine for what he was doing 2 years ago. I don't need him to be anatomically any different than he was when he was breaking tackles left and right and he was a machine.
Yep.
His weight class there's some people can go down and box at a lighter weight. Some guys need to be right where they are. He was right at his perfect weight class when he was in his rookie year.
He was. People saying Texans know Damien's a problem, otherwise they wouldn't have signed Cam Akers. I don't know. I mean, it's a 90-man roster right now.
Yeah. And Cam Akers wasn't like a big signing at all.
No.
It wasn't.
He's a minimum salary.
Yeah,
guy.
the Cam Akers one wasn't. I think that they see upside in Cam Akers and they wanted to see what exactly it was. Like, that's a classic get him in the building.
Yeah.
All right, this is intriguing. He's coming off of a second Achilles. We can get him super cheap. But he had that same speed and explosiveness after his first one. He just wasn't tying it in as a running back.
Yeah.
So he's averaged, since that first Achilles tendon tear, I want to say his average is 3.1 yards per attempt. It was a little bit better in Minnesota than that, like 3.4 yards per attempt. But on his good plays, he's looked very electrically athletic.
He's been better than you and I expected, I think, right? Cam Akers?
I thought you were going to say better than you and I athletically. I'm like, oh, yeah.
That too.
Yeah, for sure. Probably like 3 days after his surgery. He was, given the way he responds and bounces back.
Cam Akers, not a future depends model.
Yeah, so I don't think that was as much driven by Dameon Pierce specifically as much as just the competition of running back.
He was out there.
Yeah.
I could very well see the Texans envisioning a backfield room that has Joe Mixon, Dameon Pierce, and Cam Akers in there. You know. Text message: can you imagine Arian Foster in his prime in this offense with the zone running scheme? It would be virtually unstoppable. Not with this blocking.
Right. Yeah, they're just not on the same page the way that offensive line was.
Right.
It wouldn't be.
That's disrespectful to that offensive line.
Right. Yeah. And
in 2012,
it was funny. I've showed you before sometimes when I'll go and I'll take a play from 2011, an outside zone run, and play that for you, and then you watch one from the last couple of years. And just watch the offensive linemen where that 2011 Texans team, their footwork was all in unison. It was just like, it looked like choreography.
Yeah.
You know, where Texans, it's a little bit more like the current Texans.
It's me out there.
You got
snapping
one guy
like
up
this.
dancing the cha-cha. Yeah. You're like Steve Martin in The Jerk.
I'm just
trying to
no rhythm. Yeah. I'm Titus Howard. Yeah.
Kids, go watch The Jerk. You can probably see it on YouTube.
Yeah.
It's the dumbest movie ever, but it's a good one.
It's very funny. It's very funny.
I can see the Lions as being one of the teams that backslides a little bit.
Yeah.
Not 100% convinced that the defense is built for business all the time.
Yeah, I can see that.
And it is, after all, Jared Goff.
It is Jared Goff as well, I think. Yeah. And they're playing a first place schedule now too, which is the first time they've done that. So their 3 variable games are good teams. They're going to play the Niners again. They're going to play, the Cowboys and whoever else.
Texans play them November 10th, so we'll know who the Lions are.
Sunday Night Football. That's my favorite game on the schedule this year. Sunday Night Football against the Lions is going to be crazy.
That's a low-key part of that stretch of, there's the marquee stretch during Christmas time when it's Chiefs and Ravens, and Dolphins, Chiefs, Ravens.
Yeah.
But I kind of like the 2-week stretch of facing the Lions and then the Cowboys.
Well, and the Jets the week before that on Thursday Night Football. That's the stretch that'll decide the season right there. Weeks 9, 10, and 11. That's because I'll explain it in the next segment.
Okay.
Yeah, we got to get to that. Also, Seth is advocating for something that the NFL is currently trying to do. He's advocating for something that I have a huge issue with.
Got a very, very World Classic of baseball feel to this.
Yes.
World Baseball Classic
World
feel
Football
to this.
Classic. Yeah. So we'll get to that coming up next. But first, West Point Lincoln is Sugarland. All right, pick your APR on a 2024 Lincoln Navigator. 0%.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
It's one of the it's a simple joys in life.
Indeed.
It's one that if you can learn to enjoy the simple joys in life, Sean, you'll be rich always.
Always.
That's sort of the things, the most genuinely enjoyable things in life tend to have no price tag. A walk in the park, a good poop, all those things.
All those things.
And
all sources of
you
pleasure.
enjoy them just as much when you're monetarily rich as when you're poor.
You can be bankrupt.
Yes.
Or you can be independently wealthy.
Yes.
God does not discriminate how those other things feel.
I'm taking a philosophy class on my Imprint app. Remember, I took interpersonal dynamics, and you know how much better I am interpersonally now.
You are?
Yeah. But now I'm taking this philosophy class, and it's hard because the whole time I'm like, oh, it reads like motivational TikTok.
Oh,
I'm like, because
your favorite.
It's the same lessons and everything, but you're like, oh. Sure, it sure does sound a lot better when David Hume says it than when bro at the gym says it on TikTok. Yeah.
It's the same thing.
Yeah.
The transcripts are the same. Okay, so apparently the NFL is really, really, really trying to get some of their players involved in 2028 flag football. It's going to be a sport. It's going to be a sport in the 2028 Olympics, right?
Yeah, I saw this and I thought of two things immediately, Sean.
What'd you think?
I thought of Tyreek Hill. Tyreek Hill is definitely going to want to be in this because he, already has a grudge match with one of the fastest men in the world.
Oh, that's true.
He just likes to prove that. I feel like he's gonna. I feel like he's gonna have to do it because if he's not on the team, whoever wins it, he's gonna be talking all kinds of smack about how much better he is than them. But then I thought of you because this feels a whole lot like the World Baseball Classic.
Yes,
happens in July.
It's the World Football Classic,
and a guy like Tank Dell specifically.
Why are you doing this?
Because size doesn't matter as much at all.
It doesn't matter at all.
Right.
All that matters is what? Getting open.
Yeah. That's where I'm kind of like, I kind of don't want the NFL to get NFL players involved in this because, frankly, I don't know how good they'll actually be at it compared to those sports. Look, this is not some sport that it's like there's a really small pool of players playing it or something. There are a lot of really good athletes that may have played college football at a lower level, but they only weighed 140 pounds or what have you, that are super lightning fast. Like guys that are Tank Dell but lighter. So they didn't have a chance to go to the next level. Right. And frankly, I think they're probably better at it than the average Jamar Chase player. Or somebody like that. Yeah.
Dude, but Tank Dell, in all seriousness, yes, I would be nervous. You know me. I am the person who says I don't want Yordan Alvarez doing anything but raking for the Astros.
Yeah.
That's it. Like playing left field, sliding into bases. He's got permission from me to walk the bases. That's all. That's Yordan. And Tank, similarly, I don't need Tank doing anything except catching passes for the Houston Texans. Now, that being said, I feel like he is tailor-made.
He's one of the guys that I think,
he's not in the category you're talking about with NFL players. Like he would kill people.
And I think the advantage the NFL athletes would have is a lot of it because the body weight's a disadvantage.
That's right.
So one of the things that's a requirement that a lot of the guys that are really good at flag football, the body weight is what was keeping me out of the NFL. Likewise, the guys in the NFL, their body weight is a hindrance. It's like being bulked up and going to run a 10K or something. You know, it's a hindrance. But they're working at route running and covering receivers as their job 365 days a year.
Yeah.
So there is a skill set there where it just might be. And that's where Tank especially, where I think he's just as fast as a lot of the 140-pound guys, but he also has pristine route running that's been honed by daily competition.
Here's the question. Would you want C.J. Stroud playing in this in 2028?
Yes. Yeah, quarterback for sure.
I think I would too. I'm leaning into I'm kind of leaning into the tease here a little bit. I think it'd be really fun to see C.J. and Tank in the flag football.
Now, I guess I have a question about the rules. I have no idea. Do you have to play both ways? Because does the quarterback have to play defense?
No, I don't know. Okay. If that's the case, and I don't want CJ anywhere near it. Yeah.
But remember, even in playing defense, he's not like he's going to be taking a bunch of collisions, but it's a lot of running and starting and stopping and doing stuff.
I'm guessing the roster isn't just 7 guys. You know what I mean?
Right, but there's platooning rules sometimes. In rugby, there's 15 guys, and like rugby, you can't. You're not allowed to substitute in rugby. That's why when football players always think like, oh, yeah, let's take a bunch of football players out there. There'll be a lot. And like, no, football players, when they first start playing rugby, after like 3 minutes, they're looking to the sidelines to be like, hey, where's my substitute? What? You're tapping their heads.
Yeah.
They're like, wow, what's going on here? Like, it's not so simple. There's a lot of, it's endurance based there, much more so than football.
Someone says, how do y'all not immediately think Lamar Jackson? I think Lamar would be good. I would want my quarterback to be able to, I would need my quarterback to be a better passer than Lamar Jackson.
I need him to be more precise than, yeah.
7-on-7, your quarterback's just back there piecing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's not Lamar. Now, Lamar, and I don't know what the rules are of quarterbacks being allowed to run in 7-on-7. I'm very 7-on-7 ignorant as far as what the rules are for that. I always the highlights that I see are always just quarterbacks just dropping back and just finding guys.
But a guy that can run, I guess the difference is, this is where I would say with Lamar, one of Lamar's advantages in running against the defense is that he's a much better athlete than 7 of the guys on the field.
Yeah.
But not as much a better athlete than the 4 defensive backs. So in flag football, I think, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, you don't have as much of an advantage as a running quarterback in flag football as you do. I mean, it's good if you can do it and everything. It's just that it's not as outsized an advantage. Things like ball placement and accuracy and all that are. So I think guys like C.J. Stroud would probably be better. But I might be wrong on that.
C.J. would be fun to watch in that environment, man.
Yeah.
Especially as a representative of the United States of America. Because there's nothing more American than C.J. Stroud.
We're about to get an education on the text line from people that actually know flag football.
That's cool.
We're going to have to educate ourselves.
I'm here for it. That's fine. I'm admitting to being somewhat uninformed about the format.
I can remember going, when I was a player in the NFL, I remember going watching some flag football, like some of the competitive stuff.
Yeah.
And being like in person and totally seeing like, yeah, that dude, if he were just 30 pounds heavier, that's as fast as like the guys in the NFL.
For sure. And that's what makes it interesting internationally, I guess. Because someone points this out on the text page, 7330. It's like the 3-on-3 in the Olympics in basketball. How many NBA guys do that? None of the NBA. The star of our 3-on-3 team was Jimmer Fredette.
Yeah.
Remember old Jimmer Fredette from back in the day? I think from BYU. We stunk at 3-on-3. We were one of the worst 3-on-3 teams, the United States, in the entire Olympics. We sucked at it.
And it's not even like, think about just in actually grabbing the flag and everything. That's reps, man.
Yeah.
Just to be able to actually grab the flag, that's a lot of hand-eye coordination and everything. I'm imagining the guys that play flag football all year long are much better than that, than guys that are just doing it to try to get ready for the Olympics.
You know what? I'm here for it. Put Tank in.
Tank's the one.
Yeah, I'm put Tank in there. Tank and CJ, as long as CJ doesn't have to play safety or something.
I'll teach him my old gym class flag football trick of tying a knot in your flag so they can't just tie it in a knot on the belt.
Can't come off.
I bet nobody's thought of that before.
No way, man. Yeah. Now you're giving away trade secrets here on the radio. It's like
I didn't do that. My friend Aaron Lefebvre did that.
Cheater.
Yeah.
Did Farragher do it?
Farragher would.
Okay, that's my guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like giving away. The guy, I gave away my trade secrets on parking spots for the Astros game last week. The guy texted yesterday. He's like, dude, great cheat code on the parking for the Astros. I'll give it again since there's an afternoon game today.
Do it.
All the lots along Preston.
Yeah.
Preston is the street that leads. If you drove down Preston towards the stadium and just kept driving, you would drive right through the glass in center field and probably run over Vanessa Richardson and Brian Bogusevic today.
Yeah, that paints a picture.
Yeah. Don't do that. I'm just saying I'm painting a picture of which street it is. But there's parking lots all along that street, and they're like you can
reasonably priced.
You can get within 3 or 4 blocks of the stadium for $15 or $20.
That's big these days.
Huge.
Man, I walked to Chipotle the other day. Usually it's no big deal.
The one near the station?
Yeah. Like I'll go down there if I'm here late. I'll just go and get a Chipotle dinner.
How bad were you sweating?
It's usually never and I don't like the heat, but usually it's a short enough walk that I can feel. I can feel that I'm on the precipice right about the time I get to the air conditioning.
Yeah.
This one, it was like I didn't even cross the damn intersection before I was sweating already.
Yeah, it's hot out.
Did you guys notice it's hot out?
It's hot out. It was my truck said 93 when I got in it this morning. 93 degrees. Crazy. I mean, I don't think that was accurate given the sun was down and everything. But
I don't know. It might have been, man. It's been
hot. Yeah, it's been really hot. reminding me we're going out to practice in 24 minutes. CJ played flag football at the Pro Bowl. That's right. They did a 7-on-7 at the Pro Bowl, and CJ threw a dime.
That's right.
To Jamar Chase.
Jamar Chase. Yeah.
He was recruiting Stephon Diggs. He was throwing dimes.
That was when Jamar first thought, like, you know what? I think I am worth more than. I'm gonna hold in this.
And then he's like, you know what? It would be really cool to play for the Texans, and then overwalked Stephon Diggs and just shoved him with two hands. Said, "I'm playing for the Texans."
Did we get any clarification on any of the?
A little bit
wrong things we said about
the QB only can rush when they are blitzed.
Oh, okay.
So if they get
so if
blitzed,
Lamar Jackson's in there, you're just not blitzing.
We're not blitzing. Make him throw.
We're gonna play coverage. Okay.
7-on-7, they get an automatic free rusher. QB has to run and throw on the run. Kyler Murray would be good. Shane says.
Oh, okay.
That Kyler would be good at that.
Yeah.
That's Kyler finally becomes the American hero that we all knew he would be, and that his agent,
Okay, wait, but people are given 7-on-7 rules. But like, what about? I know people know 7-on-7 football. But flag football is. We're not talking about 7-on-7.
But I think they're the one and the same. Are they not?
No,
they're not.
I don't think so.
Okay,
7-on-7 is a drill you do in football. There's a whole different set of rules and everything.
Oh, yeah, but they play 7. There's like 7-on-7 leagues down here in Texas.
Right.
Yeah.
But this is flag football.
But I think they. But I think
7-on-7 is just flag football is just 7-on-7, but with flags.
With flags, okay. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, okay. I'm pretty sure. Like I don't think there's blockers. And
these
like
Olympic sports, though, they always add extra rules to stuff.
All right, text in. 713-572-4610. All right, Tua killed Brian Flores. How did Brian Flores do? Former coach of the Dolphins, current DC of the Vikings. How did he do in responding to Tua Tagovailoa literally saying he's a terrible person? And we'll get you ready for Justin Verlander today. Big day for the Houston Astros that we will get to coming up next. Men's Tea Clinic. Durham and I-10.
or Spirit Rye Whiskey.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Man, now we've heard from both sides, Tua and Brian Flores. And I guess, like, if we're tying it to the Texans, like, Brian Flores was really close to becoming the head coach of the Houston Texans before they hired Lovie Smith and then subsequently wound up with DeMeco Ryans, and now we are in this era of football bliss here with the Houston Texans. Who knows what would have happened? Who knows what the fork in the road would have looked like if Brian Flores became the head coach of the Houston Texans? He's embroiled right now in a little soap opera with his former quarterback, Tua Tagovailoa. They've got the first take is on the TV in our studio here, and they're talking about it, and the caption at the top says, Tua tells all.
Yeah.
Like a 2-minute clip on the Dan Le Batard show, like it's some expose on who Brian Flores was. And we all knew those two didn't get along, that Brian Flores can be a little Belichickian and things like that.
Yeah.
But here was Tua, just to reset, because we're going to hear from Flores in a second. So we'll kind of do our scorecard on this thing. Here's Tua on the Dan Le Batard show describing what his experience was like with Brian Flores as his head coach in 2020 and 2021.
To put it in simplest terms, if you woke up every morning and I told you you suck at what you did, that you don't belong doing what you do, that you shouldn't be here, that this guy should be here, that you haven't earned this right, and then you have somebody else come in and tell you, dude, you are the best fit for this. Like, you are accurate, you are the best whatever, you are this, you are that. Like, how would it make you feel listening to one or the other? You see what I'm saying? And then you hear it, regardless of what it is, the good or the bad. And you hear it more and more. You start to actually believe that. I don't care who you are. You could be the president of the United States. You have a terrible person that's telling you things that you don't want to hear, or that you probably shouldn't be hearing. You're going to start to believe that about yourself. And so that's sort of like what ended up happening. And it was, I mean, it's basically been, 2 years of training that out of not just me, but, a couple of the guys as well that have been here since my rookie year all the way till now.
We'll play Flores here in a second. Flores was, I thought, pretty contrite about the whole thing. You'll hear from him in a second. I do wonder, the two words that have gotten the most run from Tua in all this are terrible person. You have this terrible person that's saying such and such to you.
Yeah.
I do wonder if Tua gets a chance to walk it back, if he walks that part back, because it's not. He didn't say Brian Flores is a terrible person. I think he was making an illustration there.
Yeah.
And probably just sort of doing, like, colloquially saying, like, I think he meant antagonist probably more than terrible person. Like, I don't know if Brian Flores is a good person or a bad person. If I had to guess, if Tua gets a chance to expound upon it or walk anything back, that maybe that'll be it. Maybe he, maybe, we didn't get along. He wasn't a great coach for me. Maybe terrible person was a little much. That part clearly impacted Brian Flores. Ben, let's skip to Flores 2 here real quick, and then we get your take on this, Seth. But here's Flores responding. He said he wishes Tua the best. We'll play that in a bit. But this is him being asked about Tua calling him a terrible person.
That hit me in a way that wasn't. I wouldn't say it was positive for me. But at the same time, I've got to use that and say, hey, how can I grow from that? How can I be better? And that's really where I'm at from that standpoint. Do I feel like, that's me? No. But, how can I grow from that situation and create a world where that's not, the case that anyone says that about Brian Flores?
Yeah, this is, for one, I've only heard Tua's side of what was allegedly said, and he didn't even say it with any specificity. I just know that, man, whenever a message is delivered, you could give the same message to 10 different people, and those 10 people are going to hear 10 different messages. And some, they're all going to see it through their own filters. And I just wonder how much Tua's sensitivity to being coached like that may have factored into it, to the point where Tua thinks that Brian Flores is a terrible person. I don't recall hearing other people say that Brian Flores is a terrible person.
No.
I didn't honestly. Like, Tua couldn't have used a worse analogy than the U.S. president, because
he might want to walk that
politicians
one back.
have a very specific profile of they are those types of dudes that like almost nothing can destroy their confidence. They have a great capacity for hearing negativity and not having it affect them all that much. Their very job. You could be one of the most popular presidents in history, and you're still despised by nearly half of the population at any given time.
Yep.
So it's I think that the two things can be true. That Brian Flores should have done a better job of reading the room when it comes to dealing with his quarterback in Tua Tagovailoa, but also in Tua being the only quarterback I can ever recall that sounded this emotionally hurt by a coach who was an a-hole. That maybe Tua has a sensitive side to him that most really good quarterbacks don't. Most really good quarterbacks are like presidents. Like they can handle a whole lot of the pressure, the scrutiny. That's why I never worry about hurting a young quarterback's confidence by putting him in a competition. Like, if he's the right guy, it's not going to affect his confidence.
Yeah.
So, and I just I can't. I've lived life long enough to know that when I hear one person's side of a story, I don't take it at face value, even if I really like that person.
Yeah.
What's said behind closed doors, you just never know exactly what was said.
Look, from a content standpoint, I'm thrilled to have said what he said. It's given us a few segments, and it's an interesting topic. I just don't know. Like, if I were in Tua's inner circle, would I have told him to go light up Brian Flores on a podcast?
Right,
dude, you just signed a $212 million deal. You won the war. There's no, you look a little petty. If, you look a little petty, which we can get at times. I can be petty at times, but Tua is sensitive, and I think the journey to arrive at that contract exposed some of his sensitivity. He was the one guy out of all these quarterbacks that was openly talking about how it was affecting his psyche, having the contract done. Like I would be, I don't know, man. The big thing is how do you feel if you're a Dolphins fan today? Are you like, Tua, get him, or are you him? Are you like?
I'm like, it kind of felt like he was on Oprah. Yeah. I feel like if Oprah had gotten it out of him, I would get it. But it was Dan Le Batard. You should have been power ranking brands of socks at that point in the interview or something. Wait a second, you're going to open up like this to Dan Le Batard?
That's breakfast tacos in Miami.
I like Dan Le Batard's interviews and everything. I like the way he operates, but this is not Oprah.
No.
Come on.
Yeah. That was a lot.
So I think Flores, honestly, there it is. And it's kind of falling by the wayside. As a person, I prefer coaches and teachers and anybody else that can kind of cut out a lot of the extraneous BS when it comes to trying to act like a tough guy and all that. But because I grew up with nothing but wannabe old school coaches or genuinely old school coaches, where it's a brutal environment, and both tactics work. In the Parcells tree, it's brutal, man. Those coaches are just constantly, they want to turn the screws all the time. Tom Coughlin used to tell us, no pressure, no diamonds. No pressure, no diamonds. They wanted to put you in a boiler, and that's life, and it creates results, There's other ways to do it, too. Yeah. And it doesn't mean one's necessarily better than the other. It's a lot more fun to go through life with the Mike McDaniel way, I think.
Clearly.
He also got destroyed in the playoffs last year. So
that's a great point. It's not proven that that's working in Miami. Right. You're racking up a lot of yards.
Right.
That's fun.
I mean, there's a whole lot of misery in high level performance sometimes.
Yeah.
And different people do it differently. And I think there are a lot of people that can function and thrive in an environment like a Brian Flores environment or a Bill Belichick environment or whatnot. But then there's others that just it's not for them. It's just a different culture. As you pointed out, those Miami Dolphins teams under Brian Flores exceeded expectations. They won football games despite they outplayed their roster.
Yeah, Flores was not a trash coach.
Let's remember Flores' lawsuit, one of the contentions was that the owner was trying to actively encourage him to lose, and Flores was saying hell no. So without getting into the actual lawsuit itself or whatever, it was just kind of, it points to the fact that he did overperform there. Despite obviously not having a great relationship with Tua.
Yeah, he was 5-11 his first year there, and that was the year where that was the year they upset that was 2019. That was the year they upset the Patriots in Week 17 as a 2.5 touchdown underdog, 17, 20-point underdog, and they knocked the Patriots out of getting a bye in the first round of the playoffs that year because Flores was trying. And I think you could look at that now and go, man, it was like maybe some of the roots from that 5-11 season where they're trying were why they were 10-6 and 9-8 the next 2 years.
He was really mean to me, and then also he didn't trade for Tyreek Hill. And I noticed that when Mike McDaniel started being positive, that they also traded for Tyreek Hill. And that was a big difference.
That's a great point. I hadn't even thought about that. Brian Flores never got a bite at the apple with Tyreek Hill on the team.
Yeah.
That's a really good point. Text message, Tua is soft. Text message, Tua sucks, bottom line. Text message, Pacific Islanders should take away Tua's Pacific Islander card.
Wasn't Tua's dad like a real hard ass?
Yeah, I think so.
I thought that was always the story. Like his dad was tough on him.
I guess.
Sometimes that scars a kid, man.
Yeah,
maybe that's what it is. He's having like PTSD when his coach is coming in there.
Thinking back to his days with his dad. Here's Joe Espada, shifting gears quickly before we get to the guys on In the Loop here. Top of the hour, they'll take over. Joe Espada talking last night about Justin Verlander starting this afternoon, coming back from a neck injury.
Yeah, I think it will help him, and I think it will help the entire staff. They all can use that extra day. So having JV back, that's also very important to have him back because we could stretch it out a little bit and give those guys an extra day.
And the journey back to a 6-man rotation, we haven't even talked about that. We're here.
Yeah,
it's been a long road back. There were at a time this was a team with a 4-man rotation and a bunch of bullpen guys.
And it doesn't, there have been a lot of times in recent Astros history where we were like wringing our hands over the fact that the Astros have too many good pitchers. What are we going to do? We've got 7 starting pitchers. What the hell's going on? Where now it's like, oh, okay, yeah, thank God we've got a 6-man rotation. Because I don't know if you've paid attention this year or not, Sean. There's a chance that even one of these guys might get injured. So there's pitchers do get injured, everybody. Don't let the recent stretch of awesome luck.
Oh, if it's like
in which one of your 2 pitchers you're hoping to come back this year is definitely not coming back, and Luis Garcia.
If it's like the rest of this year, it'll happen in the next 2 days.
Did we even address the fact that Luis Garcia is not coming back?
I think we mentioned it as a news item yesterday.
But that's where it's got. That's how calloused we've gotten to all of this. I was very optimistic about Luis Garcia's return not too long ago.
Yeah.
And I felt like that last setback was like, well, whatever. It's Luis Garcia. Everything's going to be fine.
Yeah.
It's just I've gotten so numb to the pain of losing starting pitchers that I kind of once I realized, okay, Spada said he feels good. That's that's a death blow.
Theoretically, there could be a lot of bodies in spring training next year that were not part of this team
We've got 9 starting pitchers. What the hell are we going to do?
Yes.
You know what, though? Actually, when you start to factor in, okay, the pipeline is the pipeline, but when it comes to trade assets or trade ammunition, they've got a lot of starting pitchers on the roster.
That's a good point. Let's go out to Twin Peaks, I-10 and Kirkwood. That's where In the Loop is.
I was wondering where these guys were. I was waiting for them to walk in.
Are they ever going to show up? Yeah. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula. Fellas, how we doing?
Doing all right, fellas. How about y'all?
We're good, man. We're good.
Which Twin Peaks are you at?
This is they're at the
Kirkwood.
I-10.
I-10 and Kirkwood.
Yep. So you're going to be out there while a little Stros game is going on. That'll be kind of fun.
Baseball, baby.
Yeah. Hey, do you guys have you taken a side in the Tua versus Brian Flores thing?
Yeah, I was listening to you guys, and man, it's amazing how all of a sudden there seems to be a shift toward Brian Flores, and I just think it's as simple as I don't think Tua respects Flores. And so anything he says that berating him and demeaning him, he's like, dude, you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
What
about you, Reggie?
I think I might exist on Tua Tagovailoa's side. Funny enough.
Okay.
Although, I don't think that Brian Flores was done particularly well in Miami, but I'm sure you guys heard the audio of him yesterday talking about this, answering questions.
Yeah, we played it. Yep.
He didn't like roundly deny that he was out here being kind of a jerk to that man. And so yeah, I took that to mean, yeah, man, you were probably getting after that dude. And the way that Tua was talking about this, it seemed like there was a little bit of like personal animus, not just to Tua, but to a few dudes. And I thought that took it to a place where I was like, yeah, I don't really love that.
Yeah, I guess I'm also at a point where, like, listen, man, whenever I hear one person's side of a conversation, I've lived life long enough that I'm like, oh, well, that's their side of the conversation.
Yeah.
I feel like there's plenty of NFL quarterbacks who have played for coaches who are a-holes, who didn't need to go all Oprah on Dan Le Batard about it. So that kind of I got to look through that filter of like, yeah, maybe Flores was a jerk, but also like, all right, Tua, get over it. The things happen.
Yeah.
Well, we also have and usually it's a coach, because I fell in that category even in high school, a coach that was really hard on you, and you end up respecting and loving that guy and still being in contact with him 40 years later, which is the case in me. But there's guys that are just a-holes. And it's like it's your read on what the person is how I feel.
Yeah, or they didn't make you better. That guy probably made you better. Tua didn't respond to it. There's probably plenty of guys Flores as coach with that style has made them better football players. Not everybody's cut from the same cloth.
Yeah, a lot of these Vikings dudes out here right now seem to rally around him.
They're standing up there on the dais with him.
Yeah. I might be just like inclined naturally against what is like just the historic kind of view of football and like the machismo that's in there and everything. And so I'm like, oh yeah, fight back against it. But it might be very particular here that maybe Tua's just being a little soft about it.
All right, gentlemen, we're going to let you hash this out long form for the next 4 hours out there at Twin Peaks. I-10 and Kirkwood, that is where you will find the fellas on In the Loop today. Figgy Fig back here in studio. Seth, antibodies to you.
Yeah, and so forth.
Yes, and so forth. Off to practice we go. We are done. We're out of time. You're listening to KLT and KLT HD2 and Odyssey Station. We will be back at 6 a.m. tomorrow. You got In the Loop starting now.
That's right. You are In the Loop here. Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, out on location, baby.
You're darn right. You can come say hello to Reggie, Reginald, whatever you want to call him. He won't punch you as long as you use one of those two names. But Twin Peaks, I-10 and Kirkwood. We're going to swing those doors open in about 59 minutes. So,
man.
So come through.
And you should come through because obviously the Eat, Drink, Scenic Views, not to be too much of a pitch man.
That's
all those
exactly
things
right.
are here. But also, in addition to that, we're hooking you up at Sports Radio 610, man. We've got some giveaways happening.
Mm-hmm.
There's a Christian Harris helmet. There's a Jalen Petrie signed football, and there's a new H-Town Will Anderson jersey.
How about that?
All those things. Plus, we might have some tickets.
I think we got some ducats. Yeah, I think we got some tickets for the game on Saturday. Let's play that up by ear, but I'm feeling it.
Yeah. So, mind you, those are also things that you don't have to be here necessarily to win.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes, so if you're on your lunch break or whatever, come by, say what's up to us In the Loop. Obviously, Figgy Fig back in studio holding it down. You want to tune in at 1:20 when Fig's mixtape goes live. But real quick, let's go ahead and start with your Houston Texans here. Look.
Taking the field as we speak.
Getting ready for a joint practice tomorrow, and then, of course, the final preseason game this weekend against the Los Angeles Rams. But we've been looking at a Texas team that has been kind of incredible for us. I mean, just like the different place that this team is now compared to like the last, 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
Is kind of incredible. And with that, you were asking this question. I think it's a really good one. What is the most unbelievable thing about where we stand with these Texans right now? You can always get involved with the program by texting in to the text line at 713-572-4610.
Look, man, it truly is. It truly is unbelievable what this team. When you think about a year ago, even, but more specifically, like 2 years ago, a year and a half, what you thought of this team, and more importantly, what this team felt like, in terms of from a Nationals perspective. I mean, this team didn't get any respect.
No.
Like zero respect. And I'm looking up at some of the things that people, and we're saying it, and other people around the country are saying it. And it's like, the Texans. And we're going to hear some of this stuff over the course of the show. People talking about how the Texans, and I was watching one thing, and not only can C.J. Stroud win a Super Bowl, I think it was, I forget who it was, but they can win a Super Bowl this year. And there's variations of that everywhere. So I'm like, what is the most unbelievable thing? Not just the fact that they are looked at completely 180 differently. Like they are looked at like a veteran team that has been there and already done that. And that's weird. They haven't been there and they haven't done that.
Sure.
But they're being treated like that. And so I think that's where I'm going to land. But there's a bunch of answers, that you could give. And maybe you have a different one, 713-572-4610. But to me, they are a polished, mature team. And those are two words that I've never used with the Houston Texans. There's been hope. There's been good years. There's been anticipation and all that. But they are a polished, mature team. It's like we're talking about, maybe not the Chiefs, they're in their own category, but like the Ravens. Like they've been around forever. Their personnel staff is top notch. You respect all the decisions they make.
Right.
Their coaches regarded as like, oh, well, they're going to be well coached.
Yes.
Like their quarterback is, all he needs to do is take the next step. Like, it's like, when did the Texans become the Ravens? And the answer is this year.
Right.
And it's unbelievable.
Yeah, it is incredible. Like, I'm glad that you took it to the place where it's organizationally.
Yeah.
Right? It's not even just the team. And we could talk about the players on the field, that level of this. But there's a level of respect in what's happening, starting with, I guess, the most forward-facing of the people on the staff, which is DeMeco Ryans. I don't know that, anywhere around like the national football landscape that anybody has negative things to say about him. And it's not just that. Like, there is a widespread trust in his decision-making, in the way that he goes about things. Like, people treat him not like a second-year head coach, right? They treat him like a dude who has done this for a while, whose decisions are to be respected.
Yeah.
In a similar way, like you're talking about, if we're going to use the Ravens
To me, that's like the example.
Right,
Like, when did they become the Ravens?
Right. John Harbaugh is a dude who, when he makes decisions, and sometimes he'll make spicy decisions.
Yes.
Right? Sometimes he'll go with the analytics in a way that's kind of odd, and sometimes he'll deviate, and it's not always consistent or what have you. But by and large, the smartest people in sports look around and they go, no, that's a good coach, and he knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
And DeMeco Ryans is given that level of grace pretty widely already.
Yeah, like even in their own division, when John Harbaugh makes a decision, people in the division are like, uh-oh. I don't know if that's going to be good, but I bet you it is. Because you have that respect.
Right.
They draft somebody where you're like a Kamari Lassiter, something of a surprise, right?
Yeah.
And people had the Ravens done that, people in their division would be going, uh-oh, what do they know that we don't?
Right.
Well, we're finding out that, DeMeco Ryans and Nick Caserio do know something that others don't, because Kamari Lassiter is probably going to be a starting cornerback. So it's like, it's unbelievable how far this team has come. And, the most unbelievable thing to me is I don't feel like we're setting ourselves up for disappointment.
Yeah. Yeah, like that. There's definitely places around this league where something is done that, ostensibly is a good move, and people go, yeah, we'll wait till it fails. Yeah. And there's places where if you wanted to have that particular negativity about things, you possibly could, right? Like, free agency is something that gets the people going in football, because it is the sexy portion of roster building. But like, there's arguments to be made that free agency is not the most effective way to build a team.
Absolutely.
And the Texans have made some big free agent moves this offseason, and so there's reasons to maybe go, let's see if you made the right decision in acquiring this player. Let's see if they still have in them what you were looking for, and whether that money that you ultimately signed them for, even if they do have those things, is proportionate to what they deliver you in value.
Yeah.
I think with Nick Caserio, everybody's like, I think this is the right move. Like,
that'll work.
all these moves, like, I think that you did what you were supposed to do, and just the idea that not only did you make those moves, and I don't think there's a lot of doubt, I think that also just the idea that you were able to convince players to come to this place without too much, cajoling.
Well, C.J. Stroud helped with that.
Sure. Absolutely. Like, having a quarterback that is very good and on the upswing.
But that's another comparison.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and the other thing is, and I know this is going to sound a little bit hokey, but I think it's very real, like the character of the players while they are still dogs.
Yes.
I was listening to Kamari Lassiter, and I'm like, I was listening to DeMeco talk about Kamari Lassiter and Lassiter himself, and I'm like, how is this dude 21? Or I don't even know if he's 21. Hell, he might be 20. But he's a kid, and he sounds like. And
you're right, he is 21 years of age.
Yeah, like he sounds like a guy. Like he said, part of it was he goes, well, rookie is just a tag or a name or something like that.
Let's hear from his mouth. Figgy, you got cut 8 ready for me, as this is Kamari Lassiter and his media availability. What was this, 2 days ago? Because they didn't have media availability yesterday. This was him talking about, being a rookie.
I feel like rookie is just a word, honestly. I mean, I was brought here to, come and do a job. So I feel like if I'm not doing my job to my standard or the standard that, that the organization has, then it doesn't really matter. So, I mean, it's a balance. I know I'm going to make mistakes. I'm not, going going out there trying to walk on eggshells, knowing I'm going to play fast, I'm going to play physical, I'm going to play my brand of football, but at the same time, I want it to be right. I want it to be decent and in order, and I want it to, match the center of our organization. I understand that, it's my first year. It's going to be a lot of things that I don't know or that I will see and that I will have to, come across and make better. But in terms of me kind of making that balance, it's just going out there playing fast, playing confident, and then just learning from my mistakes.
Do you have any idea how far from that I was when I was 21?
Oh, buddy. I bet if we open that up to the text lines, if we open that to the text line, 713-572-4610, and let me know how far you were away from that level of, I guess, introspection and perspective at the age of 21.
Well, that's the audio that made me think polish and maturity.
Sure.
Like, that is a polished dude. That is a professional. And that is a very mature dude. And I was so far away from that at 21, it's not even funny. But I think that's part of like why they've advanced so quickly to this level.
And I mean, I think this ties in with a couple of things that we were just talking about, right? Like, D'Amico Ryans in his last media availability was talking about the idea of Kamari Lassiter and how the impact that playing for Georgia had on it, right? Georgia has a defense that is complex, right? They're not out there with very simple keys and telling you, hey, this if you see this, then this is how you play. Like, there's some reads, there's some keys, there's a lot of moving parts within the Georgia defense. And Kamari Lassiter was able to exist in that and flourish in it. And that's one of the things that allowed D'Amico Ryans to talk glowingly about Kamari Lassiter, and one of the things that it seems like gives him confidence that Kamari Lassiter can step into a starting role on the outside and be able to have some level of success in the NFL. And being able to identify, then I know that you might look and go, hey, blue chip prospect from a big blue blood program. Hey, that's not too difficult to identify. But the idea that's the way that the Texans went with Caserio and the decision makers, and then also D'Amico Ryans, like that also adds into that polish, that maturity that you're able to see.
Yeah, and I talk about how fast they've come here. Like a year and a half, 2 years, 2 seasons ago, let's say, if the Texans were starting 2 rookies in the secondary, we'd be like, well, they're done. And now we're like, cool. They're ready. They must be ready. So it turns into stability. It turns into confidence. It turns into just, the I hate to say it again, but the culture of this team is just amazing that we've gotten here so quick. I am surprising myself with, all the confidence I have in this team, but I think it's well warranted.
Yeah, and in addition to it, right, I think what makes it really unbelievable for me, because we've seen teams like, go from worst to first, or we've seen teams, improve their status in the world, right? That's the nature of this thing. The great teams are not great forever. The bad teams are not bad forever. These things shift and change. But like the speed, the quickness that this happened, right? And we'll talk more about this in varying degrees during the course of the program all the way till 2 p.m. But, I mean, you got a rookie quarterback in, and he immediately flourished in a way where people are willing to put him in the top 10 of their quarterback rankings pretty early, right? A lot of folks, and maybe not everyone, but you have that, right? The ways in which we talked about the free agents that you were able to get in very quickly. And, I mean, remember last year, and I know that from a local perspective there was probably a little bit of optimism, but from a national perspective, there were people that were still dogging this Texans team. Oh, yeah. Especially, like, the idea that, hell, man, you traded up for Will Anderson Jr., you gave away your first-round pick when you're expected to be at the top of that draft again, and you looked up, and they were not. They were not of that draft again, and that speaks to just how quickly this happened. And it seems to be like one of the things that's amazing for me is just like the unity, right? The synergy that's when it comes to perspective and the way that they want to do things. They seem to have their ducks in a row in that way. Whether it comes to like the way that the physicality is going to be on defense, everybody knows what the time is, and everybody is operating on that time, right? When you talk about the maturity levels in that way as well, like there's various different degrees where you talk about the dog in them, but also still being, within line, still being the right kind of guy, so to say. And so, I've been thoroughly impressed looking at the way that this Texans team is. Now, we are in the time period of the schedule.
Oh, everybody's optimistic.
This is the optimistic time, but like, at least they are clearing all the bars that you imagine for this time period in that way.
No, it absolutely is. But when you talk about the maturity of this team, and you heard from Lassiter, it's not just him. It's like if you were listening during training camp, just consistently blown away by the way these players, perform on the field like dogs. I mean, I mentioned yesterday the Alshire quote. Hey, if you're soft, you might go play somewhere, but you ain't going to play here.
Yeah.
And yet off the field, they all seem to buy in. And it starts with D'Amico, obviously. And that's why I made that comparison to the Ravens. It's like D'Amico, from a player perspective, forget what we think, forget what people nationally think. Players are like, I want to play for that dude because he's the real deal.
Would you say that D'Amico then deserves the most credit for this? Now, understanding that it's probably a pie where you have to slice it up and hand some to everybody, but when it comes to like the primary person that you give the credit for this particular place that the Texans are in, it's
yes,
D'Amico
because
Ryans,
they got here so fast. Like obviously Nick Caserio, and I said last week, that I think he's already the best general manager this organization's ever had, just because of everything that he was able to do and adjust to with a new coach and all that. So he gets a piece of that pie, as you talk about. But the big portion of it has to begin and end with D'Amico. And it's been stunning, to be honest, that we're here,
Absolutely. And look, this has been an incredible thing to watch. Of course, I can speak mostly from afar, but it's one of the reasons, and we'll talk about if we're drinking too much of the Kool-Aid later in the program, but it's one of the reasons why I feel so positively is that on a national scale, you can see Diana Rossini. You could see all the rankings that are putting this team as maybe Super Bowl contenders, or at least borderline Super Bowl contenders in that way. And that positivity is because of all of the things that we're talking about, like the indicators of things that will make a team good all point in the upwards, at least from a 30,000-foot view.
Yeah.
Now, of course, that's where it's our responsibility to get down into the nitty-gritty.
Yeah.
Hey, what's happening here when we talk about depth, when we talk about the areas of potential weakness, but we do have to make sure that we're very cognizant, especially because of the dry parts that you've gone through.
Yeah.
Of how this team is not the team of 5 years ago. It's not the team of the David Culley era. It's not the team of that time. It's definitely a new era.
I mean, and from the 281 on the text board, 713-572-4610, 2 years ago we were talking about a total rebuild, and now we're talking about a Super Bowl. That doesn't happen.
No.
It never happens that fast. I mean, that's what I was saying. Like, this is the stunning part. Like, when I was thinking total rebuild, I was thinking 6 years.
Sure.
At best. Well, we're here, and that's D'Amico. And that starts with D'Amico.
D'Amico. I mean, Will Anderson Jr.
Yeah.
All sorts of folks. And speaking of Will Anderson, we have one of his jerseys, an H-Town jersey that's going to be given away here at Twin Peaks, I-10 and Kirkwood. Also, Christian Harris helmet will be given away. Jalen Petrie football will be given away, and maybe some tickets for this weekend.
How about that?
If you come through, say what's up to In the Loop, John Lopez, Reginald Attitude. We got Figgy Fig, my man, back in studio holding us down. Coming up next here on Sports Radio 610. We're going to talk to Adam Spillane at 10:40, so we'll move up the question of the day.
All righty.
Until 10:20. What's the most old school thing that you still do? Of course, I'm talking to the OG, John Lopez
Hey,
himself.
you're not just talking to me. There's some 20-somethings that do old school things.
Man, tell me about it. We'll talk about that next.
All right, right now, Low T Center, lowtcenter.com is the website. You go to that website and good things.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reginald Atatula. Always live.
Love it. Love it.
Always local.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yes, indeed. You are indeed in the loop. You got John Lopez, Figgy Fig back in studio, and me, Reginald Atatula, on this Wednesday afternoon in the great city of Houston and general surrounding area.
Katy-ish, West-ish is where we are right now.
That is indeed, because we are out at Twin Peaks. I-10, Kirkwood, come out, say what's up to us and all the other fine folks out here. We're open up at 11.
11 a.m. Those doors are going to swing open. And we got
swang open.
Swang,
that's right.
Swang open.
When Tops Drop is on, it's definitely got to be swang.
And it's going to be on. We're going to be watching baseball in here. By the way, real quick before we get to the question of the day, Alex Bregman back in the lineup. Lineup just dropped.
Excellent.
So Alex Bregman back in the lineup.
A lot of positivity. That's another thing that we'll definitely have to talk about with Adam Spillane when he joins us here in about 15 minutes. But right now, question of the day is, what is the most old school thing that you still do let us know. 713-572-4610 is the number to text, because we're out here, like I mentioned, at Twin Peaks, and one of those fine gentlemen out here stopped by. Was
Mr.
talking
Scott.
with us. Yeah, Scott was talking to us, and he was like, "Did you see my Jeep out in the parking lot?" And I sure as heck did. My man has a Jeep that is completely like wrapped and everything, and it has like the Love You Blue going back to the Houston Oilers.
Got the logos, got the helmets, got the derrick, got the color. And I'm like, that's old school. And, of course, that's a light bulb moment, you know. What's the most old school thing that you still do? He's still rocking that Oilers colors, Oilers colors. A lot of those people are around town.
For sure.
I guess I shouldn't have said those people. But anyway.
Wow.
I guess I shouldn't have done that.
You hear this, Fizz? That's crazy.
But I am old school. But at the same time, as much as I'm old school, and you know, our listeners and Figgy know this, and you're going to learn. I'm really kind of into like the new crap. Anything new I'm going to try. You know, whether it's data, you know, or websites or apps or all that stuff. But I got two that came to mind.
Okay.
That I am still old school. What's the most old school thing you still do? We'll see what you guys say. And Figgy, I still use, and this is old school.
Okay.
I still use north, south, east, and west when I'm giving directions. Or
you could have just stopped that you give directions. Right? Like everybody's just like, what's the address? I'll put it in the app.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're like, all right, so wait, okay.
Yeah.
Let me not tell you what you are. Let me ask. Do you use landmarks when you're giving directions?
No, well, I usually use the app. But like especially when I'm on my boat, you know, I have the GPS and I have the sonar, which will tell me exactly where I want to go. But I have, just in case it goes out, just in case there's a problem, I still have a compass on my boat. So as I'm leaving, I still say, okay, I'm going north by east at this many degrees or whatever. Just in case everything goes out, I'll know how to come back. And if somebody says, hey, where's Twin Peaks on Kirkwood? I'll say, well, it's just south of the freeway.
Gotcha.
You know, and people like, what?
I'm amazed that people don't have that innate sense of direction. But I guess I've just been blessed in that way. What's the most old school thing that you still do? Folks already texting in. Does this count as old school from the 409? Still put potato chips on my sandwich?
I don't know.
I don't know if
that's a good question. That is old school. That's what we're asking.
That's a good question. Now, 512, I'm here with you on that, though. They said when it comes to old school, it's music, right? They said they were told at the fire station that they wouldn't listen to it unless it was blasting out of a T-top or a Trans Am. Yeah, man, I love going back and listening to old school stuff to the point where with my little brothers, I will very much do the what you know about that, or I'll you know that this was sampling this song from that. And I'm like, okay, yeah, you sound like somebody's dad. You need to stop.
Yeah, well, Figgy knows I'm old school funk, man. Like I pretty much if I'm listening to music, it's gonna be, you know, Bar-Kays, Brick, Commodores, Earth, Wind, and Fire. I mean, just go down the list. That's why I always get a little hop in my step on the intro to our, because that's an old school beat.
Yeah.
That's an old school beat.
It sure is.
And the other one that I still do old school, Figgy, I want to ask you, and I'm going to ask, obviously, Reginald on this, is this is like old man stuff.
Okay.
But I don't care. I've been doing it since I've been in my 30s. I'm kind of a low-key amateur birder. I love identifying birds.
Yeah, man.
Looking at birds. I got binoculars on my front porch because I got 2 bird feeders out there. Oh, that's a blah, blah, blah. You know?
That's some old man activity.
That's an old man activity.
Definitely old man
But I was
activity.
doing it when I wasn't an old man. I just love birds. I just love so.
I mean, if you like it, I love it. That is not something that I particularly have an interest in. But I do find it fascinating that folks have that kind of like wherewithal to be able to identify.
Oh, yeah. That's a northeastern bluebird. That's a blah, blah, blah. That's a, you know. What about you? You got to have something.
Yeah, okay. So I was thinking about it. And for me, I think that my old school thing is I'm still going to go pick it up in person. Right? There's so many people that have adapted to this new world of delivery, whether it's delivering groceries or pizza delivery is not new, but everything delivered to the crib. And I'm like, I'd much rather go to the brick and mortar store. I'd much rather go in and talk to somebody.
But you do Amazon.
I mean, I do, for sure. But if I have the option to go and get it locally, I absolutely will, 100%.
Man, I can't. My Amazon guy, I'm a first name basis with that guy. Hey, how's Carol? You know,
right? How's the family? Yeah. That's incredible. Fig, is there something that comes to mind for you on the question of the day? What old school thing do you still do?
Yeah, so I was thinking, and we actually talked about this yesterday, man. How whenever I show prep, man, I can't really do it from my phone. I gotta break out a laptop. Man. I gotta set at the computer to focus. I can't. A lot of people get a lot of work done just from their phone. I gotta have a mouse in my hand, man. I'm sorry. I gotta have a mouse and a keyboard. It's hard for me to even work on the iPad because there's no physical keyboard or mouse.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm old school when it comes to that.
Where do we fall on this one from the 409? I haven't done this in forever. I still leave people voicemails.
Yeah.
That's old school.
That is old
Nobody
school.
listens to them.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's exactly the issue, right? You leave, and you having the voicemail etiquette, right?
Yeah.
Leaving your number and everything. Yeah,
Hey,
nobody's
this is
doing
John.
that.
Call me at.
Right. Call me back. Yeah, if you really need it, go ahead and text that in so that I can see that because nobody is actually calling their voicemail line.
Yeah.
No, I'm with you. That's tough. How about this? This is something I feel like we need to not make old school. We need to just have all the way around from the 832. Still wave at people when I cut them off or when they let me in. 100%.
Yeah.
I am on that.
And I get insulted if I don't get the wave.
Yeah, exactly.
If I let somebody in and they don't wave, like, hey, thank you, I'm
Right.
like, okay, I shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, man, we just need some courtesy. We definitely need some courtesy. Shout out to the 281 who says they listen to In the Loop on the radio, not the app, the YouTube, or the Twitch. We appreciate that, but I mean, any way you get at us, if you're hanging out with us, we appreciate this. We were having a little conversation about this one in particular because this person said they use cash no matter how inconvenient.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's the place where I'm new school as heck. I can't.
Yeah.
I don't like dealing with cash at all.
No, me neither. I have a friend that uses exclusively cash.
Oh,
that
sounds like a pain
I've
in
given
the
him
ass.
such a hard time. I'm like, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? It just doesn't seem right. But yeah, some people do that. For sure.
Yeah, man, so many of these coming in. You know what? We'll keep going here. Let me see if I can speed run some of these. Fish with the cane pole. That's going to be in your way.
No, that's been decades. That's been decades.
Let me see. Someone else said that they don't play about getting their feet swept by a broom. Is that an old kind of wives' tale? Because I'm not going to be
really.
Honest.
That sounds like some New Orleans
I got a yes
type
over
stuff,
here,
man.
Oh my gosh, I don't even know that one.
Okay, let's see. Someone said they still have a rotary phone, and I don't know. I feel like you're just. There's no way.
This is one I do pretty often too. Like, remember back in the day in the car, you couldn't, if you had the AC on, you can't roll the windows down or it's going to burn the gas up.
Oh yeah.
I still feel that way, man. I don't let my windows down if I got the AC on.
You're wasting gas.
Right. You're burning my gas up for sure.
And then another one, when I'm getting gas, I got to make sure I touch the car first.
To release the static electricity.
Yeah.
I feel like that's just, look, even if that is old school, that's just good business.
That is good business.
Just tap the car a little bit.
Yes.
That's just good business. I like that.
No reason to take any chances with that.
Tap the car on the ass a little bit. Yeah.
Zero social media is from the 979.
I don't know how you can survive 979.
Voila, from the 832. Yeah, go ahead and use that one. This one I'm 100% with. 713.
Yeah.
Still use 59. Yeah, I was like, that's a question I needed to ask the people. Are we actually on this calling Southwest Freeway 69?
We still call it Southwest Freeway.
Yeah, I was like, I got it back to town. I touched down and I was like, what is this about it being 69? I don't like that at all.
No, I like Southwest Freeway. Northeast, Katy Freeway, Gulf Freeway. I like all that. It kind of separates us from the pack, so to speak. But there are some old school things. Some people said read a newspaper.
Hey, shout out to you. I'll read it digitally. I'm not getting a paper.
That's what I'm saying. I don't mind the digital stuff.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I don't see how you could mind it. Mine is like, why? Why would you do that?
Comfort. It feels good. And you know what? Like, there is something nice about having physical copies of things. As somebody who likes doing a lot on, like, I have a million tabs open, that being able to quickly get to what you're looking for physically
for sure.
matters a whole bunch. So I think that there's benefits to it. I'm just not going to do it.
No, me neither.
You know what? Let's find out what Adam Spillane, what the old school thing that he still does is, in addition to talking about these Houston Astros who will be playing a day game to finish out a set with the Red Sox. We'll do that next.
The Texans close down the preseason at NRG Stadium against the Rams on Saturday. Cue the game here with pregame coverage starting at 9. Ready! Kickoffs at noon with Mark Vandermeer and Andre. 10 in Kirkwood. It's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reginald Atatula.
Who they want, who they want, who they want. Who they want, who they want. Baseball spo, baseball spo, baseball spo, baseball spo, baseball spo.
This intro's hard. I'm so excited to talk to our guy, Adam Spillane, who is our Astros insider here on Sports Radio 610. Spillane, what's happening, man?
Hey, Reggie, it's good talking to you, and I'm looking forward to meeting you sometime here in the near future, but welcome to the station.
Question number one, why do you have the hardest intro that I've heard thus far?
That is all Figgy.
Yours truly, man.
Let's be honest. I am the exact opposite of that intro, too.
You know what? I never would have guessed that. Never would have guessed that knowing you the way I do.
Spit some bars on that song, too, man.
Yeah, we got to get, say, I'm baseball spo.
I think that'll work. I think that'll go. So, Spillane, before we get into like the baseball of this all, we were just having a conversation about the most old school things that we still do. Some folks were talking about the ideas of still using cash. We just had someone from the 832 text in about how they need a physical printed ticket in sporting events, which I imagine is impossible.
How do you get those
to handle right now? Is there something that comes to mind for you about like, oh, this is a real old school thing I still do?
Not off the top of my head. I don't use cash. I guess I will use cash sometimes, and it's just at the gas station because it's like 10 cents cheaper. So I guess that's like the one thing that I would.
All right.
True.
All right. A little frugality there.
That is money.
Yeah,
I like that.
Yeah, that's good. All right, so we were wondering about Kyle Tucker and Alex Bregman, but we got an answer on Alex Bregman today, didn't we?
Yeah, Bregman's going to play today. He's DHing and batting in the leadoff spot. I think he probably could have played last night. He was holding a bat and ready to pinch hit in the ninth inning. Joe Espada said, though, that he was never going to play. I think he wanted to. The team obviously was going to be extra careful with him, so he's in the leadoff spot today. My guess is he might be able to play third base when they get to Baltimore tomorrow. As of yesterday, he had really only played light catch, so we'll see if maybe that's something that they've been able to increase the intensity of in the last 24 hours. But, yeah, Bregman is back. Right now I'm looking at Kyle Tucker. He is playing catch out in the outfield right now. So, again, it's been a holding pattern here really for the last 2.5 months at this point. But Dana Brown did an interview earlier this morning, and he said that they're thinking the first week of September. Now, that's September 1st is 10 days from now, so that's basically, a 17-day window where he could come back. But it feels like to me there are still a lot of hurdles that he still needs to cross.
The starter for today for the Astros is indeed Justin Verlander as he makes his return to the club. He has only thrown, 57 pitches. He's worked his way up. And after Ronel Blanco had, a pretty short outing, how well situated are they with the pen to be able to handle what is going to happen over this next stretch?
The bullpen is not in great shape. When you have Kikuchi only go 5 2/3 in the game on Monday, and then Blanc, they had to really dig deep into the bullpen last night just to get 27 outs in that game. And Verlander, they'll probably say, and we'll talk to Espada here in about 15 minutes. They'll probably have him at about 75 pitches today. But against this Red Sox lineup, the idea that he's going to be able to get through 5 innings seems pretty unlikely. So I'll be interested to see if maybe their plans have changed with the bullpen here today. And just because also they optioned Seth Martinez, who did not pitch in either of the last 2 games, so he would have been fresh. And so that's one less option that they have coming out of that bullpen today. So it's going to be tough to get them through this game, and that's the hard part about going to a 6-man rotation, is that you have one fewer arm in the bullpen. And so when you have a starter who does not go deep into a game, then that really puts the onus on everybody else to go deep into the game. But obviously, I don't know if Verlander will be able to do that. And then you go to tomorrow, and I don't know if Spencer Arrighetti is going to be able to go deep into the game against that very good Orioles lineup. I thought maybe that they would piggyback Arrighetti with Verlander today, but it doesn't seem like that is in the equation as Arrighetti is walking out here to go through a throwing program. So I don't think that's going to be the case.
Well, we definitely are in the mode of looking toward the postseason, which is in itself a story. How's the outfield going to look? They've been trying some things. They brought in another guy. Chas McCormick has struggled mightily, as we all know, although he had a good game the other day. How would you predict this outfield to look as we get into September?
Yeah, I don't know. Obviously, a lot of it is going to be dependent on Kyle Tucker coming back, which, again, they seem to think that he'll be back here in the next 2-3 weeks. But Jake Myers is pretty much entrenched into center field. I know offensively he hasn't been very good lately, but he does play elite defense at that position. They'll play Yordan Alvarez in left field every now and then. They've had to play him more in left field recently just because they've wanted to get some of their other bats into the lineup. But I think that you're going to see them really start grasping at straws, and that's the Ben Gamel move that they made yesterday where they claimed him off waivers from the Mets. He's only played in, 6 Major League games this season. I think it's maybe only 24 Major League games the last 2 years, but they have been really working the waiver wire all year, whether it was for pitching, whether it was for bench bats, and I think that they'll continue to do that. And, anybody that they add between now and September 1st is eligible to be on the postseason roster. But even if they get, past September 1st, they could still look to add guys. Remember, they added Bennett Sousa after September 1st last year, and he got them a lot of big outs out of that bullpen down the stretch, even though he wasn't eligible to be on the postseason roster. So they're going to try. They are going to search long and hard to see if they can find options to improve the club. They've been doing it all year. Nobody really has worked, but I don't think that they will stop trying.
So we mentioned Ben Gamel, the dart that they're throwing to try and help with the outfield. What would be a success for him? What would be necessary for him to be successful and help the outfield?
That he's able to stay on the roster for now until game 162. I think that's really, they've tried all these guys, and very few of them have even been able to stick. So I think that you are looking for someone who can provide you, around league average offense and hold up defensively, because that's an upgrade over what they've been running out there at the corners here since Kyle Tucker's been hurt. That's what's been pretty remarkable about this run, is that they've been able to do it with just kind of piecing together an outfield at this point where it's McCormick in right, or maybe sometimes it's Trey Cabbage in right, or it's Mauricio Dubon playing the corners. So I just think that they are looking for someone who can provide them not even league average offense, but close to league average offense at this point for the corners.
Yeah, and I'm glad you said that, because Bregman to me is so huge, not just because he was on such a tear, but when you look at this everyday lineup, and it sounds almost blasphemous to say this because they've been so hot, but the bottom of the order is still not exactly ripping it, ripping the cover off the ball. So, they still need to get the bottom of the lineup going, and Bregman's probably going to help a lot with that.
Well, the bottom of the order is bad. I mean, let's just be flat out. The bottom of the order, that last half of the lineup is just not good. And especially when you have guys who aren't, if Chas McCormick got back to being the Chas McCormick from last year, then that changes things a little bit, but he's not. And they are asking a whole lot of Mauricio Dubon by asking him to play every day and basically playing, one of the corners here. So the drop-off between Alex Bregman and Shea Whitcomb, who's been playing third base for the most part the last 5 games, that's pretty steep. The drop-off from Kyle Tucker to whoever they've been playing in right field has been pretty steep. And that's why, their depth, they just don't have it. They don't have it really. And this is, what you've seen the last, 5 games without Bregman is kind of a look at what you might be seeing, next year. If Bregman does choose to leave in free agency. They just don't have a lot. And they've tried bringing guys up from AAA. It hasn't worked. They've tried bringing guys in from outside the organization. That hasn't worked. Again, it is pretty remarkable that they are where they are now when you consider how just devastated the roster has been with injuries.
Now, Spo, a familiar face is out there on the market as we talk about the idea of going and just picking folks up. Hector Neris was released by the Cubs. Does that give you any level of intrigue? Are you interested in that at all for these Astros?
Yeah, I think that's something that they will certainly explore. He hasn't been that good this season. I know the ERA is okay, but when you really dig deep into the numbers, it quite hasn't been that good. And even last year, I know the ERA, I think it was under 2 last year. He wasn't quite that good, but he's a guy who they know. He's a guy who was a leader within that clubhouse last year. He's pitched in a lot of big innings before. And, again, you look at the last couple of guys on that staff, they are not established major leaguers. They are not guys I think that you would trust to get big outs in a big spot. And I do think that Neris would be the opposite. So, yeah, I do think that they will explore bringing in Hector Neris. I think that Neris will have a few suitors at this stage. But obviously going back to the Astros would give him a chance to win. It's a familiar place. He's well-liked within that clubhouse. So I do think that that's something that they will certainly explore. And, who knows, that might be something that works out for them.
One more on Verlander, because we have our opinions, but I want to ask you. You mentioned about what to expect, today and maybe the short term. But what is he going to be for this team? What does he need to be, I should say, for this team to go ahead and make this run even more special?
I just think
realistically.
I think that you're not getting a Cy Young guy anymore. I mean, I think that's been the case really for the last couple of years. What he did in 2022 was pretty much an anomaly and like a one-of-one type season for when you consider the age. I think that you are looking at a guy who can give you a quality start. You're looking at a guy who you're hoping he can give you 6 and give up 2 or 3 runs. I think that's what you're looking at right now. I don't think he's the type of guy who's going to be able to give you 7, 8 innings anymore. I think that he's going to go out and give you a professional start. He's not going to blow up on you. You know that if he pitches, he's probably going to be able to at least give you 5. And, maybe you're able to get 6 out of him at this point. He understands his body. He understands when he can let it go. I think just reading about his last rehab start, he was kind of sitting 92, 93 for the first 3 innings, and then he really let it go once he got to the 4th and was back up to 95, 96. So he's the type of guy who's going to be able to get him through the early innings, and then when he needs to bump it up, he's able to bump it up, but he just can't go into the tank as much as he could in the past. So to me, if you're looking at like getting into the playoffs, if I'm them, I'm saying, okay, we're going to give you 2 times for the order. We're going to give you 18 hitters. You can air it out then, and then we'll have somebody in behind you so you can really clean up and bridge the gap to those last, to the last few innings with the bullpen. So I think you're just hoping you're just hoping to get decent starts. You're hoping maybe to get through the 5th. Maybe if you're lucky, you get to the 6th.
There you go. Spo, appreciate you giving us a little bit of your time talking Astros. Enjoy the game today, man.
Thanks, Reggie. And again, looking forward, happy to have you at the station and looking forward to meeting you in person.
Thank you, my man. Likewise. There you go. Adam Spillane, our Astros insider here on Sports Radio 610. Join us every Wednesday.
Yes, sir.
1040. Looking forward to that every year, especially the way that the Astros are playing.
That's going to get even more interesting.
It sure is. It sure is. So Verlander going today. I believe that's first pitch 110, if I remember correctly.
You can watch it right here.
That's right, where we are. I-10 and Kirkwood, it's Twin Peaks, and we're getting ready to open up here shortly. So come out, have some lunch, sign up for some potential giveaways. I mean, there's a jersey, there's a signed football, there's a signed helmet, and, there might be some tickets as well. So come out and say what's up to us out here at Twin Peaks. Coming up next, though, we go around the NFL where the Brian Flores Tua Tagovailoa thing continues as the world of the NFL turns.
Yes, sir. Ability Trees right now, abilitytrees.com. And Louis Flory, what a good dude he is. I've known Louis a
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style. Here's John Lopez and Reginald Atatula.
Now, if you want to crown them, then crown their ass.
On Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yes, let's go around the NFL here. Sports Radio 610 in the loop. We are live. Twin Peaks.
Doors are open.
I-10, Kirkwood. Yeah, doors are open. Folks are filing in, and that means that the food's about to start flowing here soon as well, which I know that John is excited about.
You're darn right.
Amongst other things.
I ain't going to hide from that.
Amongst
other
them grilled wings, man.
Okay, yeah. Good call.
That's the recommendation.
I had forgotten about the grilled wings.
Yeah, we had those grilled wings a couple weeks ago,
We
man.
sure did.
Yeah.
I appreciate that heads up because I completely would have forgotten.
That's the first thing I thought about.
Well, I definitely can't forget about this here in the NFL because Tua Tagovailoa went on Dan Le Batard's show, and he stirred some things up, talking about his relationship with Brian Flores and maybe some of the ways that it wasn't the rosiest, right? There was some negativity there, it seems. But Brian Flores, obviously, being a prominent member of the NFL, and so being in front of media, was asked about Tua's comments and being calling Brian Flores a terrible person.
Yeah.
And so if you can give me cut 9 here, Fig, this is Brian Flores at the podium responding to those allegations.
So, that hit me in a way that I wouldn't say was positive for me. But at the same time, I've got to use that and say, hey, how can I grow from that? How can I be better? And that's really where I'm at from that standpoint. Do I feel like that's me? No. But how can I grow from that situation and create a world where that's not the case that anyone says that about Brian Flores?
Let me ask you, how did you interpret his response? Because something very clear came out to me.
Well, for me, there wasn't an outright denial.
That's it.
So
That's it.
That was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
There's probably some validity in here. However, I think there is something to be said for this is a man who, took the NFL to court. Like, he put a whole bunch of names on it. Like, I feel like he is not unwilling to stir some things up, but I also think that maybe that experience has given him a little bit of perspective, possibly.
Yeah.
That, hey, man, going back and forth is probably not beneficial. And he went further to talk about, in a little bit of that audio, how, he's focused on, the guys that he's dealing with right now, who apparently showed him a lot of support.
And came to his defense.
Those Vikings players.
They are
that he's
employed by
coaching
him, though.
right now. Yeah, I guess that is fair.
There is that.
But, yeah, so... Look, he seemed to at least be handling it in the way that he talked about it in a relatively healthy way, but no, there was not a flat-out denial of the allegations.
Well, see, that's what jumped out to me. It was like he was saying, yes, I treated him like crap. I mean, if we're going to interpret what he said, yes, I did that. Hopefully I can evolve.
Sure.
And I'm just, kind of trying to succinctly, put what he said in context. Yes, I did it. I'm going to try to evolve. So what as far as like taking sides, which is what we do, everybody does it just naturally. You're going to take a side. Do you believe this or do you believe that? I do side with Tua in the sense that I think this dude was a real, not just coaching, trying to help the guy. I think he was a real jerk to him. Now, I mentioned this with Sean and Seth about an hour ago. We all have people in our lives, whether it's high school football coaches, that's the example I gave, or people in business or work or school, that were just tough loving our asses to death.
Right.
They were just tough loving us to death. The example I gave was a coach that I had that the first couple of months I met him, I knew him, I hated him. I still keep in contact with him today because after about 2 months, I'm like, this dude is great for me. So there's a difference between a guy that is tough loving you and an a-hole.
Yeah, and I think that's a big thing. We talked about that yesterday with B. Scott, is that there's some times where, and a lot of times, particularly in sports, where that line, that delineation, we're not good at identifying that.
Yeah.
It's one of the things that really upset me. You remember when The Last Dance came through? And everybody was like, oh, well, that's what it takes to be a champion. I was like, no, he's a sociopath. What are we talking about?
That's right.
Right? Like, he was great at basketball and he was terrible to people. Those things aren't necessarily those things don't have to be.
They're not
together,
mutually
right?
exclusive.
Yeah, there you go. That's the phrase. And so, I was like, I wonder if this might be one of those things that's in there where he recognizes maybe he was trying to coach him hard, as we talked about. It's possible within the case of that coaching tree, that Belichick coaching tree, with the way that he is very difficult or tough on his players. But maybe he took it to a place where it was maybe a little too personal,
totally agree.
or maybe he wasn't good about it. And that the one thing I could say is on the back end of it, what was done. I appreciate the idea, even if I don't know if there's like full accountability necessarily, that he's like, look, I'm going to try and make sure that nobody says that about me again.
And no matter which side you take, Tua Tagovailoa is better because of it. He's better now that he's not under Brian Flores. I mean, that much is obvious. Like, whatever it is that Mike McDaniel is doing is a much better way to coach him.
Sure. There's definitely a system that's better suited to his skill sets right now with Miami, the Miami Dolphins. Elsewhere around the NFL, we got a little news on the Sunday ticket situation. Are you a Sunday ticket guy, John?
No, I've got all the others. I got everything. I can watch all. I've got Red Zone on my Xfinity. I've got Hulu. All the other ones. So I don't actually have Sunday ticket. But I probably should.
I always felt like it was a little excessive because,
it is.
You already have your 3 national, or I guess 5 national games that you get locally, and then if you really kind of want to see some other things, Red Zone will give you the slice of life. They'll give you kind of a taste of everything else.
Red Zone, I'm a sicko when it comes to Red Zone.
Same.
That's all I watch.
Likewise, I have that on one of the televisions, then local broadcasts on another, but. If you want a very particular game on any Sunday, Sunday ticket is the product for you with the NFL, and it's the thing that the NFL has been embroiled in lawsuits about because of the pricing.
Yeah.
And, buddy, the pricing is still indeed pricing. There's a report that the NFL Sunday ticket is now available on the Apple App Store for, get this, $679.99.
Man. And if you want to add Red Zone, it's $739.
Which, come on, you can't throw in Red Zone.
You can't, exactly.
And then also, how much is that to add Red Zone there? Like, that is an extra $60 for Red Zone?
Oh, you want to add? Well, let's stick it to you here, too. If you love your team, they know you're going to pay for it. That's all this is. I mean, it's like you live in Pittsburgh and you're a Texans fan. They know you're going to pay. Or if you want to see all the other games, they know you're going to pay if you're that big of a fan. And I hate it, but I get it. I hate it, though. I hate that. And that's a bleep ton of money for one sport.
Yeah.
For one sport.
I mean, what does that work out to if we talk about the NFL season? 5-6 months? 5 months?
100 change?
Some. That's a good price. But, hey, at least you would get to watch every single game of the NFL. I don't know how you're finding the time to watch every single game, but shout out to you in that regard. We missed this because this happened a little bit earlier in the week, but I found this to be interesting as getting a feel for the Texans and, the environment. Cal McNair obviously is a person of interest when it comes to these Houston Texans, and he's been really hands-on and really fan-forward of late. And kind of exemplifying that is he did an AMA in the same way that we kind of did on Monday for me. He got on Reddit and was open to the fans, asked their questions. And so he got on there and asked some questions. I don't think there was anything that was super illuminating about the team itself. I think someone asked about the more former players being around the team right now and, just kind of speaking to the way that the team is good and D'Amico being around kind of helped that out. Yeah. Other than that, it seemed like Cal was just having fun on the internet.
There was a lot of fun. My favorite part was the exchange he had that Hannah McNair weighed in on, and that was the question of if Bobby Slowick got sick and had to miss a game, could Hannah call plays? Hannah weighed in, I like this idea. I would blitz all day. Think about that for a second, because Cal McNair did, and he said, babe, Bobby's on offense.
Not really.
Hannah knows better than
However, if you allowed her to play, call the plays on defense and she blitzed all day, would you have an issue with that? Would that be a problem for you?
Everybody likes a good blitz, right? Everybody likes a good blitz.
Engage 8. That's the way some of us play Madden anyway. So.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, but I mean, it's really fun to see him have. And then on top of that, if you are a Redditor and a Texans fan, it seems like that Texans Reddit is something you should be involved in, because he also gave away the football that he had in front of him as he was doing it. He gave away a jersey. I think a D'Amico Ryans jersey signed, in fact, to
That's right, it was.
Texans fans. So, yeah, shout out to Cal McNair, getting in touch with the people because it's all about the people. Some other things around the NFL here. So the Washington Commanders did something I found was kind of, I don't know, interesting. I didn't understand particularly the reason is what I'll go with.
Yeah.
Here. So there's an NFL free agent. He's a punter. His name is Drew Chrisman. And, you know, he's 27-year-old, been looking for a job for a year after he was cut by the Bengals. And so for the last 12 months, he just worked out with various teams. And I feel like a lot of folks now are there's a lot of folks in this lane where they kind of are content creators as well.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's a supplement income or whatever, or just a fun thing that they do, but he does that. And so in order to kind of give a little bit of insight into that experience, he did some behind-the-scenes kind of looks at what the experience is of trying out for an NFL team, and one of those videos was about the Commanders, and so they tried him out August 13th.
Yeah.
And 5 days later, he released a video that showcased everything with it. Interesting, you know, talked about what a punter goes through during a tryout, which, I mean, I don't think I ever had any idea on what that entails, right? Like, you just go kick for a little bit, right? So he went through the tryout.
Go kick the ball.
Right. He's like, can you kick the ball? Yes. Cool. Can you not? No. All right.
All right. We'll see you later.
But no, he shared the video. And then the Commanders' legal team came by and called him and told him to delete it. He actually posted a picture of his agent texting him, letting him know that the legal team let him know that they needed to pull the video down. Is that fair or foul to be like, yo, you can't be putting up video of us trying you out?
I mean, I think, like, technically it's fair, right? Like, I guess there was some privileged information maybe that they didn't want out from a football standpoint or from an organizational standpoint. I just thought, I thought the biggest reason that they did that is because they were embarrassed. I thought they were just a little bit embarrassed, or whatever, or maybe a little self-conscious of some of the tough things that he has to go through, some of the situations and some of the, I guess, like the things that he has to go through to become to finish this process weren't exactly first class all the way, So I thought they were like, don't make us look bad,
Yeah. So I thought that was kind of wild to have that happen. Like, hey, take that video down. We don't need that.
Yeah.
Some other things around the NFL. The Cowboys seem to be having a tough camp. Obviously, the big ticket things, which is they can't get any of their dudes signed. But even on a smaller level, things are going all sorts of bad. So on one front, defensive tackle Mozzie Smith out there, he missed their preseason game this past weekend because he had an allergic reaction to some milk.
It's no joke.
Yeah, apparently.
It's no joke.
Apparently he has a peanut allergy, and in some way, I guess the milk had become contaminated. So he had an allergic reaction that kept him out of the game. And on top of that, because the Cowboys aren't like the Texans. Like they don't do their training camp locally. They ship out to Oxnard, California, and so they have hotels and stuff that they work with in order to be able to accommodate them.
Yeah,
and they had a fire this week at their hotel as well.
Not a cheap fire either. It was legit. Like it was pretty big, as I understood it anyway.
If you needed like an omen when it came to what that thing is going to look like with the Cowboys, like this feels like that's it, right?
Yeah, that's it. It does. Like things are not going well for the Dallas Cowboys. Let's put it that way. I on the peanut allergy thing, as a lot of our listeners and my wife is a school director, a preschool and kindergarten school director.
Yeah, allergies.
Dude, you can't even have it in the room. Like if there are kids that have peanut allergy, you can't even have anything.
No peanut butter and jelly sandwiches.
Nothing. It can't even be in the room. So I'm buying that, but there are a lot of omens going on with the Dallas Cowboys, man. Got fires, you got peanut allergies, you got milk, you got all kinds of these things.
You got an inability to sign your best players.
You got that. You got I wouldn't necessarily say I'm in a hurry to sign our best wide receiver. A lot of things happening with Dallas, man.
Yeah, so real quick before we go, the Texans did make a signing, a fullback. Are you interested at all in this? Because fullback has been a position of great consternation here.
I'm not interested, but I think there is something to be read into it, and maybe I'm reading too much. But I think this is kind of a sign that the Texans are, in fact, going to have practice today. By the way, they're wrapping up practice as we speak.
That's
Some
right.
interesting, good things happening out there, and maybe we'll get into that. Like Joe Mixon is on the field and breaking off some nice runs. But I think the signing itself, because it's camp body.
Nick Bowden.
Yeah, he's a fullback.
Yeah.
which they're kind of thin at fullback. So that tells me that starters ain't going to play on Saturday. Like nobody.
Correct.
Nobody, because they're trying to just bolster the back end of the roster. And our man Nick doesn't care because he's getting something on tape anyway, so maybe somebody else will be interested. So, yeah, that's the story there. Like, I think they're going to go hard tomorrow in the joint practice and then see you later.
There you go.
Yeah.
A little bit around the NFL. I actually also needed to make note of someone went on the IL. I believe it was Weeks, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm.
I'll clean that up as we continue here in the loop. But you are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We are live at Twin Peaks on I-10 and Kirkwood. Come out and say what's up to us. People are already sitting here enjoying some drinks.
Getting pretty full.
Some food. Yeah, we're getting pretty full already. And we're going to have some raffles, correct, for,
yes,
a Will Anderson jersey, a Jalen Petrie football, Christian Harris helmet, and some tickets this weekend to this weekend's game. So you'll want to come out and say what's up to us here in the loop. Coming up next, it's 11:20. Do you have what I have here? Because my internet's down.
Where does this division rank in the NFL?
Oh, yeah, because it should be.
Where does this division rank in the NFL?
Let's discuss that next.
Yes, sir.
To the the Odyssey app, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from Twin Peaks off I-10 in Kirkwood. It's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reginald Atatula.
That's right. We are indeed in the loop, and we're hanging out at Twin Peaks off of Katy Freeway, I-10 and Kirkwood. Come out and see us. Already folks hanging out, getting something to drink, get something to eat here. And look, John, do you want to call an audible here?
Let's call an audible.
We wanted to talk about where this division ranks in the NFL, but that's something you can talk about anytime when the coach of the Houston Texans is talking. I feel like you want to hear it. So big practice ahead of what is going to be an important practice in the joint practice with the Rams tomorrow. And so D'Amico Ryan's talking today after they finished practice today. Let's roll a little bit of that fig, get a little bit of a feeling what the head coach has to say.
Why not? Why not? Now, how you guys doing? Good.
Having Laramie back and the caliber of tackle he is, how much does that mean to this offense?
Laramie is one of the best tackles in the league, so having him back out here working with us, I mean, he's done a phenomenal job. He's been top tackle in this throughout his entire career. So anytime you get a guy like that, his caliber back, it helps our entire team. Laramie is he's done a great job here practicing. He's looking like himself. He's doing a really great job of leading that group, O-line group. So I'm happy to just see all those guys working together, right? That's how you build that continuity. Guys have to be out there, be in the fire together, and they've been doing that for the past couple weeks.
Hey, D'Amico, you got a change of scenery tomorrow with the Rams coming in. What do you want to accomplish in a workout with guys?
Yeah, we're excited to have the Rams come in and work with us on tomorrow. It'll be a lot of situational football, talking with Coach McVay. We just want to work situations that probably normally wouldn't come up, or things that we can manufacture ourselves and get just good, clean work amongst two really good teams. So I'm excited. Our guys are excited to work with the Rams. We know they have a ton of respect for Coach McVay and what he's done, throughout his career. He's always had his team ready to go, and I'm just excited for our guys to get a chance to get some different looks offensively and defensively so we can strain ourselves mentally.
Do you have a philosophy on the physicality of a joint workout just to make sure you're trying out there healthy as well as best you can, but you have a mix of both?
I think that's the main idea behind the joint practices is you get a chance to, you get a chance to play physical football. You thug guys up, right? We're still not going to the ground. We'll treat both teams treat each other like teammates, like we would normally practice. No cheap shots or anything like that, but it's about getting good quality work in. One of my thing I don't like is guys just coming out ready to just make it a shoving match. That's what it's not about. It's about getting good work with different schemes. That's what it's all about, and we'll get that work tomorrow.
Coach, look at some of these guys that are on the bubble. It may not be to some of the fault of their own. It just may be some of the positions may be crowded. What can they do this last week in this last preseason game to maybe change some minds?
For guys who are in this spot, trying to crack the roster, they just have to focus on what they can control. You never know what happens. The roster, gets set next week, but that's never the final roster. And that's always my message to guys is even if it's a no on next week, like that doesn't mean it's a definite no for the season. So you just always have to remain ready. Always understand, how are you controlling what you can control? That's your attitude, your effort, and your commitments. If you control those things, you'll be just fine.
What's Damien's biggest obstacle right now?
Yeah, Damien, we got to get him some ops in the game. Let's get him some more ops running the football. But Damien's done a great job out here at practice. I don't think everybody's seen that in the game because, when he had his opportunities, we got guys unblocked in the hole, so he doesn't have a chance to really get started. So, we just have to give him more opportunities, but we have to block it better up front so he does have the opportunities to make some plays in the running game.
Because there's a young man here today from Make-A-Wish, Lucas, wanted to meet Stephon Diggs and got to. What's it mean to be able to host a kid like that that's battling with phone with and go through some tough things?
It's a very special moment for us today to host Lucas with Make-A-Wish, his favorite player, Stephon Diggs. So for a young kid, 10 years old, to get the opportunity to hang out here with Steph today, it's a special moment that he'll always remember, and that's one thing for all of us, just create memories in life. Enjoy every day, enjoy every moment, create those special memories, something we can hold on to. We had Lucas break us down today, and all of our guys, we're excited to see it.
We'll take a few more. Coach, our good listener had Davis Mills back in practice today, and he made some very good throws to Mitch and the Hutch.
Yeah, Davis made some big plays for us. He stepped in, made some big-time throws. He commanded the offense really well. I think it was exciting to have him back, seeing the plays that he was able to make. That was pretty cool.
We asked you last week about Bullock, and now to start in the game and more practices. What's the update on his progress?
On Bullock, Kalen's been steady. He's been making plays for us. He's been consistent throughout practice. He finds a way to get his hands on the ball every day in practice. So I'm excited about his growth and his development as a young safety in our system. I think he has a chance to be one of the better ones that I've had a chance to work with.
When you were talking about last one, getting back out here and how that feels for everybody, it's kind of the same thing getting Joe back out here with that group today.
Yeah, anytime you get your starters back out, it's good for everyone to see those guys working. Right? They set the tone for our team. So to see Laramie, to see Joe, and just see the type of workers that they are, like it helps everyone around them see if you want to be a good player, you have to push and work like those guys work. All right? Thank you, guys. All right. See you tomorrow. Yes, sir.
It's D'Amico Ryans, head coach of your Houston Texans, talking after their practice today, and some interesting things that he got into there. Obviously, this is an important time in the roster building process. Obviously, the big thing is Dameon Pierce, right?
Big thing is Dameon Pierce.
And the continued, is support the right word, but the continued kind of careful wording that he's used around Dameon Pierce and his evaluation of him.
It's definitely protecting him a little bit from some of the criticism that's out there here. And it's not really so much criticism as just sort of, kind of stating the obvious. But when he said he needs more reps, hasn't had a chance to get started in games, I was like, oh man, I looked at you and I talked to Figgy over the line. I was like, what? Need some more reps.
Yeah.
Need some more reps.
And it seemed like
he's gotten all the reps.
Right, especially with the first team.
Yeah.
But I think this is where it gets interesting for me, because it seemed like D'Amico was trying to make a distinction between, we've seen him in practice do good things. You guys aren't seeing that necessarily translate to the games. And the reason why we can continue into, but is that a problem in and of itself if he ends up being kind of, I guess, the practice guy and not a gamer or what have you, right? Like,
well, that's a problem,
right? If that is what we're setting up, or if the other thing that's being set up, and shout out to, of course, Seth Payne on this, because he's been big on this, is the offensive line not doing nearly a good enough job blocking this up? Because I know that we talk about Cam Akers, and we've seen J.J. Taylor and all these other folks get behind this line and look better, even if they don't look incredible. But if you have the first team offensive line and your head coach is like, they're not doing a good enough job, and that's why this dude is looking as poor, putting up as poor performances as he is, that's your starting line for the most part, minus Laramie Tunsil. That's who you're going to have Joe Mixon running behind, and that's who you're going to be depending on to have your run game be some level effective.
I've questioned, or wondered, I should say, the same thing. I really wanted to see someone else run the ball behind the first team offensive line. I really wanted that. Now, I think there is a little room for interpretation here.
Okay.
Because let's be very clear about what happened today and what's going to happen tomorrow. The starters are out there, and they're going hard. Laramie Tunsil, you heard you heard D'Amico talking about that. Laramie Tunsil was out there today.
He was.
He damn sure is going to be out there tomorrow against the Rams. Joe Mixon was out there today and breaking off some decent runs. I think he had an 11-yard run on one, and at least from what we're seeing, and he's darn sure going to be out there tomorrow. Kalen Bullock on the defensive side.
Yeah, got a name drop in there.
Worked with the first team today and got his name dropped from by D'Amico Ryans. Quote, one of the better ones he's had a chance to work with. That's a mouthful right there when you talk about that. So let's interpret the Dameon Pierce thing with what we're seeing today and going to see tomorrow. The ones are getting a lot of reps. The ones are going hard. But he also said Dameon Pierce needs more reps. So Dameon Pierce is probably going to play on Saturday.
Yeah, I could see that.
Right?
For sure.
Because I don't think the starters are. If they're going hard today and they're going hard tomorrow, I don't know how much, if any, that they're going to play on Saturday. But Dameon Pierce, and this is just me interpreting it, will. So that kind of means,
or it just means that they're going to try and get him a lot of reps tomorrow in the
maybe
practice,
joint
practice.
But he was talking about the offensive line and all that stuff. Well, the starting offensive line is going to be there Saturday, so there's some room here for interpretation. But I think Dameon Pierce is definitely kind of playing for his position on the depth chart, if not his position on the roster.
Was there anything else that you found to be particularly interesting?
Well, all these starters.
There's a lot of stuff in there.
There's obviously a lot in there. All these starters playing, but no Will Anderson, so there is clearly some little something
that's still hanging on.
That's hanging on. Same thing with Christian Harris. There is still some little something that's hanging on. I wouldn't worry too much, but I wouldn't expect them tomorrow. And then the other thing, two of them are obviously Texans related. The other one is just really, really cool. I'm a sucker for this. The Kalen Bullock thing stood out to me. He got reps with the first team. He's going to be your starting safety. This is the time as you're wrapping up training camp, as you're wrapping up, the meat of the training camp schedule, because then it's on after this weekend.
Sure.
Kalen Bullock is going to be your starting safety. That's pretty impressive. And for D'Amico to say he has a chance to be, quote, one of the better ones I've coached, man.
High praise.
Man.
and if you compare that, and I don't know if this is a direct comparison that you want to make to the way that he's been very careful about Dameon Pierce, if you're willing to look at D'Amico Ryans as he's trying to be careful and not put his guys in a bad position, that means that he really truly believes that praise, because you're putting a lot of expectations on.
He's not being careful with Kalen Bullock.
Yeah.
The other thing on the field, Davis Mills had a good day. Davis Mills is going to be your backup quarterback.
Nick Caserio said as much flat out before the game on Saturday.
Yes, Caserio said as much. I don't know if push comes to shove, if they're going to have the confidence in him that they have right now, because they've gone with Case Keenum in the past. So that's that. And then I'm a big sucker for this. They had Lucas out there, Make-A-Wish kid, guest of Stephon Diggs, and you heard him right there saying he broke us down. Dude, that's so awesome. I mean, that's just, come on. I mean, that's so awesome.
Yeah, I mean, just a community perspective.
10 years old.
Making sure to, remember who we do it for in some ways.
Yeah.
That's pretty awesome. There you go. A little bit of from D'Amico Ryans from practice earlier today with the Texans. Big news being, it seems like they're going to get a lot of good work in the joint practice.
Yeah.
But then Dameon Pierce is going to get a lot of work in the practice and maybe even in the game on Saturday. It's In the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we'll find out what's popping on the day.
According to Ron, if the Texans want a Super Bowl, they need to fix one glaring issue.
Your running game can't.
Head to Walmart or visit straighttalk.com today. Switch to Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Straight Savings Plan enrollment requires compatible unlocked device and new line of service. Bonus device credit requires 12 months of active service. Offer ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. Taxes and fees apply. For network management practices, see Straight Talk's terms and conditions.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
That's right. Let's do a little What's Poppin' live from Twin Peaks on Katy Freeway, I-10.
What is poppin'?
Come see what's happening. What's poppin' is that there's some good food coming our way. We put in our orders. Can't wait to grub. You can come out. You can grub right now. A lot of folks getting some lunch, and you can sign up for giveaways. We got Will Anderson jersey, H-Town edition. We got Jalen Petrie football we're giving away. Christian Harris helmet. And maybe some tickets.
How about maybe. Let's give away some
tickets. Okay, all right. OG decided we're giving away some tickets.
Let's give away some tickets.
You want to come out, see us, sign up for that. But when it comes to what's popping elsewhere, just Verlander. Verlander will be going today. Excited to see that. What are you expecting from the man in his return?
Well, what I expect and then what I want, because those are two different things. And we might dig into this a little bit more tomorrow. We got a lot more Texans to talk about today. A lot of stuff happening here in the last 2 hours plus. What I'm expecting is Justin Verlander. The one thing about him is that dude knows how to get ready and look, I'm not trying to state the obvious here, no duh, but I'm just saying, like, he wouldn't be coming out here. He's taking his time. He knows what he needs to do to get 5, maybe 6 innings in. And Adam Spillane, joined us earlier, and you can listen to that whole thing on the Odyssey app. And I thought he was tack on. I thought, like, I don't expect more. I really don't even expect Justin Verlander to go 5 innings today. And I know that's almost blasphemous. Hey, that's Justin Verlander. But he knows. He knows what they're starting a stretch here where they're going to have a 6-man rotation. Get your feet back under you. If you can get 4 innings out of him, great. If you can get more, outstanding. But if you can get 4 innings out of him, great. And just keep them at bay. You're probably going to give up some hits, maybe a run or two, but keep them at bay. And then ramp up because, the Astros are now in a situation where we're thinking postseason.
Yeah.
We're thinking postseason, so get to the point where you're good there.
Fig, if you can give me cut 2 today, or here, because Verlander's going today with an opportunity to try and win the series because, unfortunately, last night this happened.
Left field side. This ball hit well the other way. Jarren Duran, having himself a night, has just given Boston a 6-5 lead. Duran on base for the 5th time tonight. 4 hits and a walk, and he scores his 3rd run as he hits his 17th home run. Both home runs in this series have gone the other way into the Crawford boxes.
Yeah, 6-5 would ultimately be the final there. Didn't go very long for Ronel Blanco in this one.
And that's something I want to dig into because we're traipsing into some territory for these starting pitchers that are young or have not been regular starters that are a little bit, not concerning, but you just got to kind of watch. And I thought last night, nothing to panic about, but some familiar little issues, resurfaced. With no Bregman in the lineup yesterday. By the way, he's in the lineup today.
He is DHing. He's not playing the field just yet, but he will be in the lineup.
Yeah, so with no Bregman in the lineup, it really just magnifies no Bregman, no Tucker. You can't have an off day by Jordan. Jordan cannot afford to have a bad day, and I think he was 0 for 3 because the bottom of the lineup is not great. You're going to maybe have some traffic, but you're not going to have the run production that you hope. So nothing to panic about, but you really, 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 really need to get these guys back. Kyle Tucker more than anybody, and Bregman, of course.
Yeah, and I mentioned Ronel Blanco, 3 2/3 innings, 5 earned runs from him. So in this stretch where you're playing 18 games in 18 days, you really need your starters to pick up as much as you can. One fewer bullpen guy because they're going to the 6-man rotation to try and help this out as Verlander is coming back today. I mean, I know that he has not been, stretched out nearly as much as you would hope, but he's got to give you as much as he possibly can.
Just give me 4, man.
Yeah, I mean, 4 would be nice. If you can give me 5, I'd be even happier.
Better.
So hopefully you can get that going. They also, the Astros did claimed off of waivers, Ben Gamel, just an outfield, addition. I don't know that he's there to do anything major, but hopefully he can help you out in the outfield a little bit. I was looking at him. His slash line is not great over the entirety of this season. He hasn't played a lot of these games, but since the All-Star break, 286, 444 on base.
I'll take it.
If you can do that, right, even if he doesn't have slugging, which he does not, like get on base. Yeah. Give me some of those things, and then be confident in the outfield, and maybe you can help the Astros.
And you're kicking the tires on everybody you can in the outfield. Chas McCormick is a problem, and Jake Myers, pretty much entrenched at center field. But you got to have more offense. So I think you're just kicking the tires on everything at this point.
So there you go. Some other things that are popping. The Texans signed a fullback. Nick Bawden, B-A-W-D-E-N. I realize that I might be mispronouncing the man's name. Due respect to him, and I do apologize. What's happening with fullback here?
Well, they're thin at fullback, and I actually look at this, if you weren't listening earlier, kind of as an encouraging sign that tomorrow's going to be a big day, and then they're going to kind of ramp things down. And play a bunch of backups on Saturday, simply because Nick Bawden is not going to be a fullback on this roster. I think we can probably agree on that, unless he does something ridiculous.
Yeah, it'd be weird to bring someone in at the very end of camp and be like, "Here, now you are the guy that we trust to do these things."
Yeah, but it's a guy that's going to have an opportunity in NFL camp, so you take it. Maybe put something on tape, maybe do something in the game on Saturday and turn some heads. But I wouldn't expect this is for as far as the Texans of 2024. This is very much kind of not a big move. But I think it's going to tell you they're going to play a bunch of backups. Bawden's going to get some time. Maybe some of these other guys are going to get some time, and that's just going to be for film purposes.
A little bit of a negative news for one of the young tight ends on this squad. Dalton Keene, unfortunately, has been put on injured reserve after he tore his ACL.
Yeah, well.
So that'll obviously end his season this year. 25 years old, drafted in 2020 out of Virginia Tech by the Patriots, and now he was going through camp with the Texans team. That's unfortunate for the young man.
It is very much so. There is opportunity at tight end. It wasn't a big opportunity for him, but Tegan Quatoriano has been injured. So now it's Brevin Jordan, Dalton Schultz, and Cade Stover. By the way, Kendrick Green also was down today briefly at practice, but did end up getting back on his feet. So we're going to have to kind of monitor that as we move forward as well.
Okay, so we didn't get any further news, but we will try and keep our eyes on that. Our guy Adam Spillane, we talked to him earlier, as you mentioned, letting us know that Ryan Presley threw a bullpen today. Joe Espada said that he didn't think that he would need a rehab assignment, and so that sounds like, if we're trying to take that for what it's worth, it sounds like when he's available or eligible on August 29th to make his return,
he will.
He probably will, which is going to be good. It's going to be very necessary, because that very back end of the bullpen is something that is trusted when you have them fully together, and Ryan Presley is definitely a part of that. Some other things that are popping on this Wednesday. We've got a little bit of news when it comes to Minute Maid Park. Not the Astros specifically, but Minute Maid Park is going to be host to a Pool B game in the 2026 World Baseball Classic. I mean, how excited were you for the World Baseball Classic this past time when it came around?
I wound up more excited than I started. At first I was kind of like, whatever, we'll see. But then I kind of got into it. I got into it big time. And this is really, really big for Minute Maid Park and for Houston baseball fans. Pool B of the 26 World Baseball Classic is right here in Houston. You're going to have Team USA and Team Mexico. That's going to go really well. Yeah. That's going to be a big-time crowd every time they open those gates, and the fans are going to be absolutely nuts with it. And it also had me thinking a little bit about what I mentioned during the Olympics with the way that the NBA just helped itself so much in these Olympics, whether it's individually Steph Curry, LeBron, their star rising even more than they were before. The way the country just embraced basketball all of a sudden again in this country. Major League Baseball's got to find a way to pause the schedule and get major leaguers into the Olympics in LA. They've got to. You were asking the question off air a little bit about how much is baseball, really on your agenda, on your radar this much outside of the local teams. Mm-hmm. I think most baseball fans, even adamant, ardent baseball fans, will say not much. You know, not much. I mean, I'll watch whatever, the highlights. I'll watch.
We'll talk more about that at 1:40.
Yeah, let's get into it. And maybe we'll revisit this because I think, like, Major League Baseball, it is going to be a big-time hassle to pause the season for the Olympics. I think you have to. You got to figure it out. Hockey does it.
Yeah.
Hockey does it.
Hockey's schedule isn't as condensed as baseball's is. Like, baseball has a wildly condensed schedule all the way through. Do you think that you could play baseball games even further, like into November, in that same way? I think that ends up being a question that has to be asked.
Find a way. And my answer is like, oh, you can't do that. Look what happened with the NBA. Look what happened to these guys. Look what happened to basketball in this country and other countries because of how big the Olympics were for NBA talent across the world, but especially for the United States. Baseball is it needs it. Baseball needs that world, I guess, footprint even more.
And I think it gives you, like, as you were talking about what it did for those players, but not necessarily on profile, what it did for them, like, and their energy. You saw the excitement when it came to not just basketball, but all these different competitions. Like, folks got up for it, right? There's a different level of pride in playing for your team, and you see that in the World Baseball Classic. I still vividly remember how excited I was watching Mike Trout, Shohei Ohtani go up against each other in that at-bat. I mean, and when I say that at-bat, that sounds insane, but I think a lot of people are like, oh, yeah, I remember that exact at-bat. Those are the types of things that come together in a way that I don't know that you would be excited in MLB if those teams match, or if there's a couple of teams that match up where you have
Imagine
stars.
with the Olympics?
But, yeah, if you have something like that.
The World Baseball Classic alone was entertaining.
For sure.
So where do you fall on that? I think you have to. I think you have to pause the season for a month, get your Major League Baseball players into the Olympics, and then you're going to benefit from it.
I mean, I like the idea. I just wonder if that's feasible to pause the season. I do wonder if you would have to, like, do something almost like soccer does, where you allow, and I know they have international windows, but at some point where you just kind of allow some guys to go in the midst of the season. You keep playing baseball games without some of your best players, which it would be wild in and of itself as well. Some other things that are popping, and I'm going to be a little bit self-indulgent here.
Please do.
When I was growing up, one of my favorite games, backyard basketball, in that backyard sports vein. And I'm sure there's a lot of people that.
Did you play
there
that,
you go.
Figgy?
I knew Fig would know. It's coming back, baby. Backyard sports, video games are back. So it started, like a social media page, I believe it was on Instagram, popped up that seemed to have the similar imagery, and people were like, what does this mean? Ultimately, Playground Productions, which is a company dedicated to family-friendly content, announced earlier this week that the video game series of the 90s and 2000s is indeed coming back. And we don't know necessarily if they're going to have the tie-ins as they used to have with like professional players. They would have, like, I remember Kevin Garnett and Lisa Leslie were in some of these, but like the names that you're familiar with, Pablo Sanchez and everything.
Oh my God!
That game
Dante
is making
Robinson.
its return. Oh yeah!
Pablo Sanchez was a legend.
Incredible. That was my point guard. He
legend.
He was my Carlos Arroyo on my little team. So no, I'm super excited to see this, and I do wonder, like, when we talk about games, sometimes we view this as like an entry point for the youth into sports. Because that's something that all these sports leagues are worried about, is how do you make sure that you continue to get younger generations who have so many things available to them to interest them, to be interested in the sports that you have. And things like this, I know for sure, brought me.
The animation was outstanding.
It was fun.
I mean, it wasn't necessarily like the most, innovative animation. It was just cool. And again, I lived this through my kids. You guys lived it, but I thought it was damn good.
Figgy, you picking up the backyard baseball as soon as it comes out, right?
Oh, 100%, man. 100%, man. I miss them days just sitting at a computer. We talk about old school. Sitting at a computer playing that game all day long.
All day.
Oh, my goodness, man.
Everybody was super excited for that college football to come back. I think I might actually be more excited. A little bit more for backyard. That's wild to believe, but that's where we are. Here we go. We're in the loop right here, Sports Radio 610, having a blast at Twin Peaks. I-10 and Kirkwood is where we're at. I think our food just got here.
I think it's here,
we might have to get a little bit of snacking in, but we do that because...
Talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah, exactly. But no, we will make sure to keep you covered here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, though, yesterday we talked about defense, but what will make or break the offense being elite this season. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. Let's talk about that next.
Yeah, and let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing right now. With D&M Auto Leasing, man.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents live from Twin Peaks off I-10 in Kirkwood. It's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reginald Atatula.
Yes, indeed. It is In the Loop here. Sports Radio 610 broadcasting live from Twin Peaks on I-10, Kirkwood. Come say what's up to us. Come get some good food. Eats, drinks, scenic views is what they call it. What they say?
Eats, scenics. Eats.
We know what John's favorite part
scenic
is.
Views.
Yeah, we know what John's favorite part is for certain.
You do?
Yeah. What's that last part you said?
Yeah, scenic views. In fact,
part.
If you would like to view us, we are on.
They're not looking.
Always
at us.
Streaming.
They're not looking at us.
Twitch.tv/610
Who's that behind you right now, Reggie?
They are not looking at us.
YouTube is Sports Radio 610.
It's popping. You know what's popping? YouTube right now.
That's a whole nother thing
Because
that
they
is
can see
indeed.
people walking behind us.
That is correct.
We are right in front of the monitors where they
giving
place their
fantastic
orders.
service.
Hey,
Absolutely.
Get your asses to YouTube right now.
Wow.
Just watch.
That is definitely what you were trying to look for.
Yeah.
Anyways, we talked yesterday about the defense with this Texans team and what would make or break it being elite. Because, that's the aspiration, obviously.
Yeah.
When you have a team that feels like it has an opportunity to be really good, it feels like it has an opportunity to maybe be a Super Bowl contender, you want to see, okay, can they be elite? And then what are the barriers or the obstacles that will get them there? Well, we talked about the defense. Let's talk about the offense, which honestly, it feels like the side of the ball that the outsiders, but even folks that are Texans fans or Texans onlookers or whatever you'd like to say, are probably the most excited about is offensively. But what are the things that will make or break the offense being elite this season, John?
I was thinking about this, and I've used the term Occam's razor before. Sometimes the most obvious answer is the right answer.
Correct.
That is not the case in my view right now.
Okay.
Because the most obvious answer is, running game, man. You don't have a running game, you're in trouble.
Sure.
I don't agree with that. I think if you're just okay, they were okay running the ball last year.
15th, I think.
Yeah.
When you talk about it?
I would love to have Joe Mixon go for 1,200 combined yards and Cam Akers, show what he's shown here and be a solid number 2 with 600 yards or whatever it is. And even whether it's Dameon Pierce or Jordan Jawar or Dare, come in and spell them. I don't feel the most obvious answer is the answer when it comes to make or break on the offensive side. Because we saw it last year. Last year they were they were okay. And they were a passing team. They ultimately turned into a passing team.
Correct.
And took the world by storm, took the NFL world by storm. I think the most obvious, the make or break on this offense is right up front, man. That's maybe a little obvious too, but if Kenyon Green is the deal, if he is just above average, and Juice Scruggs, I'm a big fan of Juice Scruggs. I think he's going to have a big year. Shaq Mason is an automatic. He is just going to be good. If Titus Howard stays healthy, and even if he doesn't, Blake Fisher is ready to step in, and Laramie Tunsil, we know what we're going to get out of him. You have an upper end. I'm not going to say elite because that's asking a lot, but if you have a high-end offensive line, we're on to something.
Yeah, and
we're on to something.
As I was trying to double check, take a half step back, looking at EPA, kind of some of the advanced statistics.
Yeah.
I'm not going to drown you in them, but I like looking at EPA, expected points added rather, and then success rate, right? How many plays?
Yeah.
How many of your plays ended up being successful for the down? And in both those categories, Texas were actually bottom third last year running the football.
That's what I'm saying.
So even lower, like 26th and 27th respectively. So I guess in theory you don't need to be great at that in order to be the good team that you were, but now we're talking about a level of elite.
That's true.
And I think that if you want to be that, it definitely is the run game, but I think that we still end up in the same place because D'Amico Ryans, and maybe this is some level of defense, or if you even want to be super critical, maybe like hiding of Dameon Pierce, but he keeps pointing to the idea that, hey, man, your starting line was not blocking up the way that you needed to, blocking up the run game. You had unblocked folks in the gaps or in the hole that you wanted to run into. that's going to be an issue. Like, your offensive line needs to be on their P's and Q's. And this was an offensive line, mind you, though, that was better at pass blocking last season. Like, they were
helped by CJ.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But, yeah, the offensive line is going to be one of the big things. And maybe you go, hey, Reggie, of course, that's obvious, right? Like, everything starts in the trenches in this game. But, like you mentioned, you have guys in the interior of this offense that I don't want to say you have questions about, and maybe you can say that flat out, but at least you have concerns about in some ways that you're like,
questions for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, questions for sure. Because I don't think anybody's really convinced yet about Kenyon Green.
No.
I think you're getting convinced. It's nice to hear what D'Amico's saying about him every week so far, but is anybody really convinced on Juice Scruggs in there? I am. I've been watching him during practice and these games, and I'm not breaking down film. Don't get me wrong. I'm not an all-11 guy. But
all 22.
Yeah, all 22, whatever you want to call it. That's how much I know. But no, I like what I'm seeing out of him. So if that happens, and oh, by the way, the running game will be all right again. Just by default, if you have a really good offensive line. It doesn't have to be great, but it'll be all right,
Yeah, I think so. So we both ended up with the offensive line. I think running back itself, if this thing, I think the 53-man roster and how you kind of square that away will pretty much settle that. Because I think the big thing with running back that ends up catching our focus is Dameon Pearson, because it feels like he's not maximizing the runs that he has available to him. But it's also because it's in juxtaposition with, we believe that we know what Joe Mixon is as a running back flat out, right? No. And then you've seen Cam Akers kind of do some nice things in that regard. You've seen Dare, you've seen JJ, you've seen Juwan. Like, you start naming all the other running backs that you saw at least make the most of the blocking that they had, whether good, bad, indifferent, or what have you.
Yeah.
Is there any other place outside of offensive line that you point to and you go, that's a distinction or a factor?
Yes.
Okay.
There is. I think we have a good kind of base level of an expectation at tight end.
Yeah.
But, this last game kind of really opened my eyes. I was thinking, I don't know, man. Dalton Schultz is going to probably be a little less productive because of all the receivers. Cade Stover, okay, but a rookie. I don't think we can believe in Brevin Jordan just yet because he's been so up and down. But then I saw Dalton Schultz be really exposing the middle of the defense. In Saturday's
just
game.
Just the soft parts of zone.
Getting the ball, consistently from C.J. Stroud. Then I saw Cade Stover running fullback and motion out of the backfield and all this. I'm like, man, this is the old Patriots thing. If you get two tight ends, with a quarterback that's smart, like C.J. Stroud, man, it could be. We could be having a lot of fun.
Yeah.
We could be having a lot of fun.
And I feel funny because when we did this conversation yesterday, when we talked about the make or break aspect of it, we talked about the make, right? We talked about all the things that were good that were going to help this defense potentially be elite. We started the offense today, and we started about the breaks, right?
Yeah.
But, the makes are all there, right?
Yeah.
And tight end is an interesting one as well because, and I wish I had hit you up with this earlier, Dalton Schultz, in some of his media availability a couple of days ago, was talking about, what this wide receiver core does for him, and it's because you have guys that can take the top off the defense.
It was so obvious.
They have so many people that they have to concern themselves with in the wide receiving core that now the tight ends can they get even more space. It goes from maybe being like 5 yards underneath that defense, and now maybe you have 8 yards underneath that defense that you get easy. They're just giving you. There were maybe even up to 10
gaping holes.
Easy.
I got that audio, by the way. If you want.
All right,
master producer Figgy Fig, let me hear it.
Big dude. Whenever you have vertical threats, teams drop deeper. Linebackers, now their hook drops are 12 yards instead of 8. It affects everything. When they feel that vertical push, the guys are trying to stay on top. And when you got two burners, when you add Nico to that mix, so three guys can stretch the field, man. So it opens up stuff underneath sometimes in certain coverages. And honestly, it creates space for us in the backs. And I love having it because it's playing our defense is hard in practice because they're in your hip all the time, whether they're zone or man. It's frustrating. And then you get to some games and it's teams are just spot drop and you feel that space. You know what I mean? And so it's very beneficial for sure.
So yeah, the tight ends are going to get theirs for sure. But again, coming around to the makes, it's obviously this wide receiving core that honestly you look around the league and a lot of people that evaluate this go, that's the best wide receiving core in the NFL.
Yes, dude, what he just said there, I was talking about this after the game. I mean, it was like obvious. Like there were gaping holes behind the linebackers or with the linebackers trying to cover in front of the safeties or the cornerbacks. Like I thought Dalton Schultz would have a reduction in production this year.
Yeah.
Hell, he might have a real big year. He might have a real big year.
And then you go back to just like also they do it in different types of ways. It's not just burners. It's not just like route technicians. They got all sorts of those things. I still vividly, like it's seared into my brain against the Steelers that the Tank Dell touchdown where he just puts his foot in the ground. And, I mean, I had the good fortune of being able to watch that with Pendergast, with Stoerner, and we were all super excited hopping out of the seats. Like, they have that type of ability in all sorts of different facets. So, no, the wide receiving core is clearly that. We'd be remiss if we did not hit the easy point, which is a quarterback in C.J. Stroud that seems to have a command of the game well beyond his years.
That's what I'm saying, and that adds to the tight end discussion to me, because we all know, I mean, the elite example is Tom Brady, but it's not just him. Drew Brees would use tight ends like that. A lot of times, I think, obviously, in Buffalo, they use tight ends like that. When you have burners, oh, by the way, Stephon Diggs was in Buffalo. But it became so obvious to me, and I'm like, man, I was looking at this all wrong. I was looking at this like it's going to be a lack of production. They might have an even bigger year. And then the other part is if you get another one, when you go two tight ends and you have Cade Stover there, I think that's going to be the top candidate. Like everything's wide open with these guys. So you talk about make or break. That could be special what they have at tight end.
Do you have any concern that like too much of a good thing is a bad thing in some ways, right? Like you have a lot of mouths to feed. And I know that Matt Schaub, who was on
I heard him
the
talking
broadcast
about
a little
this,
bit, I know that the Chronicle got to sit down with him and just kind of asked him about obviously having Andre Johnson, which is a fantastic piece, but when you have that guy, does that then maybe draw you in to trying to get him the football, force him the football at times? And that's clearly something that C.J. Stroud is going to have to deal with. He said, like, obviously no, and that's some of that might just be Andre Johnson is an immaculate pro, maybe one of the best of us. But, like, you have a lot of guys that you want to try and get involved. You talked about Dalton Schultz, obviously the three-headed monster. Joe Mixon is going to get involved in there, either handing the ball off but also throwing the ball out of the backfield. Do you have any concerns at all about trying to, like, keep everybody fed, so to say?
I think you're kind of fooling yourself if there's not a little bit. But I think also you temper that, and I always do this, who's guaranteed? I look at their contracts. Cause if you
let the payroll dictate.
Because if you're Joe Mixon, you got contract. What the hell do you care? As long as we're winning, you want your numbers, you want to get your touches and all that stuff. But then there's Stephon playing, and I'm not saying this because he's an air quote diva or anything, but he's playing for money.
Yeah.
So he might,
he could at times.
You know what I'm saying?
I see what you're talking about.
If we're being realistic here, it's the bottom line. And so I could see where Stephon, and I'm not saying there's going to be a big, I'm just saying because of his contract situation, because he's playing for another one, you got guys like Nico got paid. He's going to want his touches, but I don't think he's going to gripe too much if they're winning. You know what I mean? But tell me their contracts, and I'll tell you if they're potentially going to be a problem.
And we'll talk more about this as we continue the show, but I think this is where, again, buy-in becomes a big thing.
And winning.
Right, winning, of course, right? That's the ultimate panacea, right?
Yeah.
And winning cures all. But when it comes down to it, like, I think this is why, at least for me, it feels like it matters when all these dudes are celebrating, when anybody on the roster is doing something, when, dudes third, fourth string are doing things, and these guys seem to be excited for one another because that's hopefully something that you hope translates so that when you do have the five-headed monster and it's one guy's night to go off, everybody is still excited for him and not necessarily in the mindset of, okay, but when do I get mine, right?
And that speaks to the what we talked about in the very first segment today. Like, this team is so far advanced in terms of polish and maturity. I think they're equipped, to kind of handle that and to understand your right type of guys, obviously the right head coach that can temper anything. And then the most important part is C.J. Stroud. Like, C.J. Stroud, nobody's going to say, hey, man, in the moment they're going to say, I got this guy, throw me the ball. But in terms of big picture stuff, they're not going to be griping to C.J. Stroud because he's going to get them the ball eventually,
Yeah, and so, look, clearly when you have one of those quarterbacks at a high level, you already then have an opportunity being elite. You've given him the talent, the tools to play with. I think that, again, it's going to be, if you can run the football and that starts up front, and if you can make sure that interior is not allowing pressure up the middle, right? What we talk about with quarterbacks like that, that's the place that they dislike the pressure the most, right? Pressure. If you're not allowing pressure up the middle, if you're making sure to keep the quarterback protected, clearly, obviously, in this Bobby Slowick offense year 2, real opportunity to have an elite year for the offense.
Absolutely. You have a great quarterback too. I'm trying to remember exactly. It was a training camp preseason video I saw. It was a bad quarterback that couldn't get a receiver a ball. And I'm like, of course he's going to complain because he's not getting the ball. Yeah. But C.J. Stroud's going to get you the ball.
He sure is.
You will get the ball.
I mean, we learned that very, very quickly with that man. All right, it's In the Loop right here, Sports Radio 610. We're live at Twin Peaks, right on Katy Freeway. I-10 and Kirkwood is where it is. If you need the address to put it in, I know we talked about directions earlier. 11335 Katy Freeway.
Just a little south of I-10 West.
That's right. And we've got some giveaways that are happening out here, so you want to come out and say what's up, because there's a jersey, there's a signed ball, there's a signed football helmet, and there's some tickets.
That's for tickets.
So you want to make sure to show up and say what's up. But coming up next, time to do a little lunchtime confessions.
All right, let's go to the Low T Center, literally. Let's go first to Low T Center.
I can get my Astros fix anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
Yeah, that's right. Download the Odyssey app now and don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reginald and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Let me start with a mini confession before my actual two confessions.
Okay.
I consider myself somewhat of a worldly man.
Sure.
You know, I've lived in Houston for 35 years, and obviously, like all the culture and different people that live here, traveled the world, been a very lucky guy. I had no idea there were as many Nigerians in Houston as we are seeing since you've gotten here.
I feel like that's hard to do. Like, Nigerians we roll deep here.
Dude.
Brother.
Like, since you've gotten here, like, I've just seen a bunch come up, text, fella just came up to you, talking about his wife, I guess.
Yeah.
Is Nigerian.
Yeah.
One of our staff here.
Yes, sir.
Said he's Igbo.
Yes.
I'm like, I thought I knew a lot about Houston. I had no idea it was that big of a Nigerian community.
We're gonna teach you yet. We're gonna get you.
Oh,
some
I'm
more
in. You know I'm in.
Yeah. The food's great.
Yeah.
The parties,
now that I've partaken in.
Level.
I definitely partook in that. No doubt about it. It's kind of rude right there.
No, we're good. I guess my confession is I am becoming friendly with the staff here at Twin Peaks.
They're eating off your plate.
All right, so let me ask you then. Fig, I need you to be my arbiter here, right?
Yeah.
All right, so we just had a lovely lady that works here at Twin Peaks.
Didn't ask.
Walk over, and she did not ask, but she grabbed a couple of these mozzarella bites that are on my plate here, smiled and walked by, and I have to ask you, does that mean that,
yes, it does.
Does it mean that we're friendly around here, or does it mean that I'm the mark? Am I the mark?
You're
is that
the
what's
mark.
happening?
You're the mark.
All right.
Yeah, you're the mark.
She tried to give you a
Congratulations.
sign, man.
I guess so.
Yes, she did.
I guess so.
Yes, she did.
So there you go.
Sign received.
Yeah, excellent. And I got an hour and a half until we can handle up on that.
That's right.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so here's my first real confession. I saw this morning, and it just got me thinking. One of our listeners, Jakara, tweeted this. She says, I don't trust people who have 4 favorite sports teams in 4 different cities.
Oh.
And she's on to something here. Here's my confession. This is what I think. Well, you talk to somebody, you meet somebody at a party. You a sports fan? Which, I don't know, I never asked that, but let's say it comes up.
Yeah.
And they go, oh, well, I really like, I'm a big fan of the Red Sox. I love the L.A. Rams. I'm just, I do watch a little bit of hockey, and boy, Montreal's my team. And college football, come on now, Nebraska. When I hear people say, when I hear people say their 4 favorite teams are in 4 different cities, I don't think they're really sports fans.
Wow.
I don't think they're true sports fans. I think they've seen
What's
these.
a true sports fan then?
Like, they don't. How can you live and breathe, like, just those examples? Rams, Rams, the Red Sox, Montreal, and Nebraska.
I mean, oftentimes, I will say, I feel you in some ways because I'll look around and I'll be like,
they're paper fans.
That's odd, but sometimes, and I think a lot of times, in fact, you'll find that there's stories there, right? Like, especially because sports fandom a lot of times
No, I'll give you one.
There's genetics and stuff involved in some ways.
Yeah, I'll give you one.
Because like
you grew up here, and
you move around, or hey, my dad happened to went to this this school, or was lived out there for a while, and he passed.
But that's
fandom.
One. I've met people like, I'm a fan of this over here and this over there, and maybe three, but go ahead, Figgy.
I think the infamous ones is the people that's like, oh, I'm a Yankees fan, I'm a Lakers fan, and a Cowboys fan. It's
I wonder why.
Like, all right. That's only some of the three most popular teams in history.
Right.
Yeah. I don't trust those people.
Okay, I think
Long story short.
it's fair to not.
And by the way, that person stay in Ohio. It's just like,
right, exactly. And they're big Ohio State fans. I feel you. Like, I can understand, like, not necessarily trusting them, but I also, look, for me personally, there's a lot of folks that I'm like, you don't have to stick with them. That team not treating you right? Yeah. And so with that, I don't know how mad I could be at someone being like, yeah, I'm going for the easy. I'm going for the one that makes me feel good, right? I'm going for what makes me happy. I don't know that I can necessarily be too mad at that.
Yeah.
Especially, although, like, hey, man, you also have to recognize that at least for the period, when you are just, fortunate as a sports fan, which in Houston right now, there's a lot of good fortune.
Now that one you can do.
Sports fans, for sure.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so speaking of being fortunate as a sports fan in Houston, I was watching the Astros game last night, and obviously in the top of the first, Ronel Blanco gives up 3 runs, and I'm like, oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
And then in the bottom of the first, the Astros were like, no, that's not an issue.
They did
Let's get some 3 runs back. And I was like, oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Like, this is a different place. Again, to open this up, previously I was up in the Dallas-Fort Worth area.
Yeah, they didn't do that as much.
No. I'm watching the Rangers a lot at that point. And the Rangers this year stink offensively. Like, they're not very good the way that they probably should be, or at least the way they were last year.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize that they had scarred me.
You were scarred.
The confession is I'm super excited.
I'm not used to this.
Excited to watch the team, then go get it when they need to. And also, it's like hell on the base pass, man. Altuve got on base, stole second, and stole third. And I was like, I love this so much.
Yeah.
That's my favorite part of baseball.
Don't get used to Altuve being a good base runner.
Okay, that's fine. I appreciate that heads up. But yeah, man, super excited to watch a team in the Astros that I know can go get some runs.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So I was flipping around the television stations, speaking of old school, doing that, and I was on ESPN too, and I was watching. I'm like, man, what's going on here? So they were doing a fantasy draft, ESPN fantasy draft. So you had some big names like Adam Schefter, Damian Woody, Jeff Darlington, people like that, and they were actually making their fantasy football picks. They kind of made it like draft style. And I gotta confess, man. I'm not the fantasy football guy, but to me that looked kind of corny, man. Do people want to actually watch other people pick their players in fantasy football?
Not unless you're in the league.
Yeah, exactly.
If you're in a league, you might be interested.
If you're in that
he likes
league.
him that much, that kind of thing.
Yeah, like I don't want to sit nobody else sit and watch somebody else make their picks. Like I would do it if it was mine, but to watch it on TV and to broadcast it like that, I thought that was a little too much, man.
Yeah, I don't know that I'd personally be up for that, but also like I'm on the boundaries of fantasy sports. I'll dabble here and there, like I'm not completely out on it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it doesn't end up being such a big thing to me. So yeah, that would definitely not. But you know what? Like we're finding, especially with like the democratization of the internet in the ways that like there's a stream of everything. There's streams of like kids unboxing toys that other kids will watch. There's an audience for it, apparently. Like, there's an audience out there somewhere for it, so more power to them folks.
Yeah, I'm not so sure I'd watch either, Figgy, but I'd be interested to see if, like, Schefter has some running back as a first-rounder. Because all of a sudden he would know you know, so maybe I can use the
or
information.
Field Yates or whatever.
Yeah, but I wouldn't necessarily.
But
like,
see, the thing is,
watch
they do have TV shows where, you know, they do break that stuff down, saying,
well, this is true.
yeah,
This
you
is
could get
true.
the player in this round. But this seemed like it was more of an ESPN office pool. And they just broadcasting. I'm like, man, I don't care about y'all and who y'all got on y'all team. That's the worst thing you can possibly go through, man. Somebody is sitting there, oh, I got this person on my fantasy team. And it's like, I don't give a damn about your fantasy team.
I don't care about that.
That's a tried and true the truism that I believe in is nobody cares about your fantasy
Nobody.
team. You care about your fantasy team. Nobody else cares about your fantasy team.
Stop bringing that up to me, man.
Yeah. All right, so I saw this mostly this morning.
Are you cleaning off your shirt right now?
I spill food on my shirts all the time.
Oh, my goodness.
Figgy, how much do I spill?
Reginald, this is an ongoing thing with him.
Oh, my goodness.
How much do I spill food on my shirt? Every day. Every day.
Unbelievable.
It's very believable.
Lopez is clumsy, man.
When I'm eating,
clumsy dude.
When I'm eating, it's a contact sport.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's a
Excellent.
contact sport. All right, so I saw this mostly today. So don't go down the political path because it wasn't about that. I just thought it was damn cool. The most boring thing you get in either party at their conventions is the roll call. The great state of Wisconsin says blah, 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 blah.
Right.
Dude, they had a playlist for every state. I downloaded it.
Really?
It was badass.
Okay.
Like forget what it was last night because I know that's a polarizing thing and I don't care. But they had was it Lil Jon that came in for Georgia Live?
Yeah, and he performed live in doing
Turned
that.
down for what? They had everything from Leonard Skinner to the Killers, Alicia Keys. They basically were picking artists from that state and playing a song as they were doing it. Eminem was for Michigan. Obviously, Beyonce was for Texas. Texas Hold'em, if you're interested. Kansas was Kansas.
Okay.
It was. I mean, I like these good ideas like this that kind of make something immensely boring very interesting. And I downloaded the playlist. I'm going to see what it's like.
Well, good for you.
On the way home.
I'm glad you got some extra music to listen to. Although, obviously, it seems like they're picking a lot of
it's everything.
The most obvious, you know.
No, but it's a whole, the spectrum of music is what I'm saying.
Sure, obviously. Look, you got to do it when you made a boring thing into a TV product.
Yes.
You know what I mean? This is what we've seen with the NFL draft. I always call it an HR meeting, right? We're telling a whole bunch of, young men that, hey, you are going to work in Houston and you're going to work in Philadelphia and you're going to work in Seattle, right? This is an HR meeting, and so in order to make it interesting, we got to have, all sorts of razzle dazzle. Mm-hmm. And similarly with, the national convention.
Yeah.
The thing that I do like, and I think comedian Roy Wood Jr. was talking about this on Twitter, is you will get a whole bunch of little facts, useless facts about the state.
I love that. That's
and that is
like.
nice, right? It's it's the state that invented the cream corn.
Yeah.
And it's what? Really? Okay. All right. Shout out to North
From
Dakota.
the great state of Wisconsin. Well, I don't know why I'm saying Wisconsin all the time.
Yeah, you must like Wisconsin quite a
where
bit.
cheese curds is whatever.
Yeah,
exactly. They always get stuff like that.
I realized earlier today that I really like the warm. I was about to say the hot, but I don't know anybody that just likes the pure hot.
Yeah.
Because today, when I was leaving the apartment, I was like, look, it's hot out. I'm wearing a T-shirt and shorts, and I did not do any thinking as to we're going to be in Twin Peaks where they keep it pretty chill.
Yeah.
You know? And I've been cold all show.
Yeah, really. I actually wore jeans, and I was worried about it.
I wish that I would much rather in this moment, and tell me I'm crazy.
You want a blanket?
My confession is I'd much rather be doing the show out right now.
Well, that girl might hug you. She was eating your tots.
You know? I like what you're doing.
Weird.
Yeah, I was it definitely sounded weird, but I appreciate your attempt at solving problems. Vic, you got anything else?
You got time for another one? Yeah.
Yeah, please.
So I've been holding on to this confession for a long time, man.
I'm listening.
So I want to say it was like a month and a half ago. I tweeted out, I was on my way to work, and I tweeted out that I was in an Al Green type of mode. And, I was listening to Al Green in the car on the way to work. And B. Scott responded and said, "Are you okay? Everything good?"
Oh,
and I was thinking like, yeah, man, like, what's wrong with listening to Al Green? And then I thought about it, I'm like, wait a minute. Like, I know Al Green ain't the type of artist that you listen to when you sad, that going through something. So I got to confess, I kind of feel a little, I don't know how to feel, man, because I listen to Al Green probably like 5 times a week, man. Like something Al Green always listen
the Reverend.
to. But he made me feel like I feel like
you were in a place.
Yeah, like maybe I'm this emotional guy now.
No, ain't nothing wrong with. Like, I mean, I don't even get it.
Al Green got some slaps, man, where you can actually dance to, man.
100%.
I don't go to Al Green when I'm feeling sad.
Yeah, what's funny for me is that I end up in that place a lot. Just because I'm not, or I'm less of, because I don't want to act like I'm some super special person, but I'm less of somebody who listens to music based on mood. Like quite literally, how I listen to music is I'll go in my music streaming app and I hit shuffle on my entire
whatever
library.
comes up,
whatever comes up. And so if it's a sad song, but I'm happy, no problem. That's not really something that's an issue for me. And so there will be times that I'll be listening to something. They'll be like, "Are you good?" And like, "Yeah, it's fine." So I don't know if that played into it for you as well. Is it just like, even if it is maybe quote unquote a sad song, it does not matter for your emotions? You just here for the jam?
It do not matter, man. My playlist, if I show y'all my playlist, it's completely random, man. I would go from Al Green to 3 6 Mafia to Leonard Skinner to Anita Baker. So my playlist is all over the place. But I was like, man, I never looked at Al Green as the sad artist.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, it's fair, because I honestly hadn't thought of Al Green as a sad artist. I might have to go and examine that as well. But again, I don't really think of music in that way.
I was just looking at Spotify, like, I don't get it. That one I just don't get.
Yeah, when I think of sad art, I think of Adele. I feel like Adele.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
I'm
that's
just
fair.
like, nah, that will put my mood down a little bit. It's
She
a little
makes
sad.
you want to sleep in a closet.
But a beautiful voice. Just
gorgeous.
incredible.
She the music you play at a funeral.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Make you want to cry, man. Every time I listen to her, I want to cry. But yeah,
I feel
man, that kind of bothered me a little bit, man.
I like how you're just so offended for the Reverend Al Green.
Yeah.
All right, excellent. Shout out to B. Scott, making a little bit of a roundabout way in the loop as always. There you go. Lunchtime Confessions in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We're still hanging out here at Twin Peaks, right on I-10 in Kirkwood. Still got some giveaways going.
Yeah, we do.
All right, let me see if I can rattle these off one more again. Will Anderson, H-Town Edition jersey.
Correct.
Jalen Petrie signed football.
Yes, sir.
Christian Harris signed helmet.
Yes, sir.
And some tickets to Saturday.
So I got some good tickets for Saturday.
So, look, man, you want to come out, have some great food, enjoy the eats, drinks, and scenic views. Say what's up. Definitely say what's up to me because, I mean, we've got a lot of people here, but I'm not going to lie. I felt a little ugly stepchild in this one because we've only had a couple people come up and actually say hi. Now, people are probably, getting their food and getting back to what they got to get to.
I think they're intimidated by you.
Nah, there's no way. There's no way. So, yeah, come out, say what's up, and then make sure to get signed up for these giveaways that we're having here. Coming up next, do you want to start or sit a rookie quarterback? Tom Brady has thoughts on the matter. Let's talk about that next.
Yeah, let's talk about the Loken Group. The Loken Group at Keller Williams Platinum as well.
GeneratorSuperCenter.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from Twin Peaks off I-10 in Kirkwood. It's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reginald Atatula.
You damn Skippy, it's In the Loop. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and myself, Reginald Atatula, hanging out with you on a Wednesday in the greater Houston area. Thanks for hanging out with us, and thanks for listening, however you're listening, wherever you're listening. Thanks for making us a part of your day. Tom Brady, who is now a broadcaster, but largely believed the greatest quarterback in NFL history, he weighed in. He joined Stephen A. Smith on the Stephen A. Smith Show, the podcast that he's doing or what have you.
Yeah.
I guess the YouTube show that Stephen A. is doing. And they talked about all sorts of things. It was at the Fanatics Fest that happened this past weekend, and they did this as a live show, and it was packed. It looked like it
looked pretty cool.
The bigger rooms that they had out there. But amongst all sorts of other things, one of the things that he weighed into was kind of this long-standing thought, or question rather, when you have a rookie quarterback, do you start them or do you sit them? Or like, which is the better to go with, right?
Yeah.
Putting them, setting them and throwing them into the fire immediately, or letting them sit behind a veteran, learn some things before you get out there. And so Tom Brady, this was how he kind of talked about that particular dilemma.
There used to be college programs. Now there are college teams. You're no longer learning a program, you're learning a playbook. And the program is ultimately, like at Michigan, for me, that was a pro-style program. 5 years I got to learn how to drop back pass, to read defenses, to read coverages, to be coached. I had to learn from being 7th quarterback on the depth chart to moving up to 3rd to ultimately being a starter. I had to learn all those things in college. That was development. Then I went to New England, and I was developed by Coach Belichick and the offensive staff there. I didn't start my first year. I think it's just a tragedy that we're forcing these rookies to play early. But the reality is the only reason why they are is because we dumbed the game down, which has allowed them to play. It used to be thought of at a higher level. We used to spend hours and hours in the offseason and training camp trying to be a little bit better than next year. But I think what happens is it discourages the coaches from going to deep levels because they realize the players don't have the opportunity to go to a deep level, so they're just going to teach them where they're at.
A tragedy, John Lopez. You agree with Tom Brady?
I get his point 100%. Mm-hmm. I mean, obviously, he's a football genius. Here's where it gets interesting for me, because what he said was obviously accurate. You used to have pro-style offenses. You used to, you have this development under the center, drop back pass, all that good stuff, and you would absolutely need development. I mean, without doubt. Now, no matter what program you came from, and he just talked about it, he came from Michigan after 5 years and still needed that development. Here's where it gets dicey for me. Like, he said, like, coaches just have dumbed down the offenses. Well, they've dumbed them down because it works, because it's a different game now. It's not. It's more of the wide open, put some pressure on the receivers to read the coverages and make their things and know where the ball's going to be, make their reads and know where the ball's going to be. So while he's right, it's not as complex in offense. The quarterback maybe doesn't have – I mean, they have options, go here first, go there second.
There's still a lot to be done.
They're not like calling the game at the line of scrimmage like old school stuff. But the reason they're not is because that's where offenses have gone this year, and it works.
Yeah,
you score more points,
Right, and I think that also there's a lot of situations where, depending on how you feel about a subject, you can frame the same thing and make it sound negative or make it sound positive.
Yes.
Right? You can call it dumbing down the offense, or you can call it simplifying the offense. And I think that there is something to be said for things being simplified in the NFL in particular, and I would kind of honestly quibble with the idea that this filtered down because the NFL was like, hey, we don't have the people that are capable of doing it. I think in some ways it's kind of filtered up.
And that's kind of what I'm saying.
We saw that with Art Briles also, and I mean persona non grata. But when you talk about like the actual football acumen, you saw him go from the concepts he was doing at high school to then being copied in college. And then when the NFL looks around and says that's an advancement in the game, they bring that up as well. And so I think that is somewhat that portion of it. But when it comes back to like whether you start or not, I do think that he has a point, and he is right that there is less development. that
there's no question.
There used to be so much more development,
Yeah.
and the reasons why is where it gets interesting, because some of this is the players have kind of negotiated out some of the opportunities for development for good reason, right?
Yeah.
In order to develop, you had to beat these players into the ground with so much practice and drills and all these things in order to get that level of development. So much of that has now been placed on the players' plates to go in, you have to handle this at home. This is your homework. You make sure you make yourself a better player on your own time, and when you come in here, now we're worried about putting in the offense and putting in the defense and putting in like the scheme, but the actual development is now incumbent upon you. And you've seen that also in the college level as winning becomes even more of a priority as opposed to development for the NFL.
I also think there's a very practical element here that has become much more important than back in the old days. The practical element now is, let's say you draft a quarterback in the second round, not the first round because that's a 5-year rookie deal. Second round. So you got 4 years to find out, right?
Yes.
You're going to sit him for 2? The practical element is you can't really do that anymore, because if you sit a guy developing for 2 years and then you get into the third year of his rookie deal and he has a decent year, then you get into the fourth year of his rookie deal and you're like, I don't know.
Especially when you have the juxtaposition.
I don't know.
You have the juxtaposition of quarterback is commanding more and more of the percentage of the salary cap when you're paying them, after the rookie deal.
Yeah.
And thanks to Sam Bradford, the rookie deal is now a lot more manageable compared to that big money. So these are the years we've honestly seen some teams lean fully into the idea that the way to try and go for a championship is to have a rookie on a quarterback on a rookie deal, and then use that money elsewhere to make the rest of the team better. And so I lean towards you start that player if they're capable of playing, right? If it's not that guy's not capable of getting out there, right? Because if that guy's not capable of getting out there, putting him out there is a bad idea.
Yeah.
Point blank, period. But if that guy is capable of getting out there, maybe, there's a little bit more refining. You play him because of the monetary aspect that you're talking about as well. And also, I understand what he's talking about, but I also don't know that we are guaranteeing that sitting a quarterback definitely makes them better. I think Tom Brady would have been a great quarterback if he had started, because, as he's talking about, he had a lot of development in Michigan. He already was ready for that in some ways as well.
The times change, man. We all know that. And even from the Tom Brady era, and he gets it. Obviously, he's not been out of the league very long. But like, if I'm an owner and I'm a coach, and I got a rookie quarterback that I think is going to be really good, and the clock is ticking, and we still don't know for sure if he's good,
right?
That's a problem, because either you're going to have a Daniel Jones situation, where you're paying this dude $160 million, and you still don't know if he's good, or he might be great, but then you don't have any money to pay anybody else.
Yeah.
So if they're at all just showing hints of grasping the offense and being able to contribute, then you play them.
And look, on the text line, and again, that number to get involved, 713-572-4610. From the 713, it said they're actually going so far against Tom Brady here by saying this generation is actually more prepared than Brady's generation, because you're getting kids, and this is something that this leads into a whole nother conversation. The specialization at young ages, like kids aren't playing all different sorts. You're finding them at 7 years old. Like, I'm playing quarterback, I'm playing football, and they have private coaches, and they're playing 7-on-7, and they're playing year round. There's actually a lot of opportunities for development. Ends up being a funny word, because sometimes these guys are just kind of going and playing.
I think it's technique,
AAU-fication of it, but at least they're getting a lot more experience than I think at any time in the past.
No, I think they are, and it's been proven that the quarterbacks that have done the 7-on-7s from middle school on or whatever, if you get the right coaching, you're gonna probably have better mechanics, better footwork, be a little more comfortable throwing the ball, and all that. That still doesn't get you ready for an NFL or even a college, a college system. But the systems have been simplified, and I'll go back to how this whole conversation started, because they're successful.
Yeah.
Ain't no coach going to change the way they do things in the NFL if it's not successful.
Right.
The Mike Leach influence, all these influences from West Coast offense, if you want to go back to that, and all that. Hell, there's some run and shoot elements out there now,
for sure.
in some teams. You think they'd be doing that and simplifying things if it didn't work? No, it works. So that's why they're doing it.
Yeah, and so the tough thing about it is that I think ESPN put out a piece talking about the same thing when you talk about Bryce Young and, C.J. Stroud obviously ends up being the other side of the, hey, you sit him. And I think, again, we can find success stories that started immediately and we can find, failures that started immediately. And I think likewise, we can find success stories that waited to be started. And we could probably find failures of quarterbacks that were, sat behind. I think ultimately a good quarterback is something that is, one, the base talent, and then two, I think also the surroundings of them. What you have around them is going to dictate how successful they are a lot more than we like to give credit.
You got me thinking a little bit here. What was the last quarterback that sat for a couple of years and was successful? I know Mahomes sat a year.
Jordan Love is probably
sat
what we're talking about here.
Was it more than a year? I thought it was just a year. Jordan Love, maybe more.
Jordan Love had a couple of years. He ended up in that place that you were talking about, where he was about to start in his third season, and we were like, oh, we got to figure out if he's good, because you have to start deciding what the money looks like.
That's why you have to find out on these guys so soon. It's just a different world, man. It's a different world than Tom Brady grew up in the NFL. So I'm all for it because all of a sudden you're going to have. I think we have a good quarterback. Oh crap! We got to pay everybody else now.
Right.
And him.
And thankfully, the Texans are in this place where they went with the stardom immediately, and it paid off. I mean, it paid off incredibly because we talked about them turning this thing around, and part of that is because you saw immediately that, C.J. Stroud can do this at an incredible level. So I disagree with a Hall of Famer, and I do that kind of begrudgingly because you
It is Tom Brady, but I do too.
Yeah, there you go. We're in the loop here, Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, final hour of the show starts. We still got some giveaways, so if you're out there wondering, hey, can I still get in there? Yes, you can get in here, get your name in the raffle before we call it quits at 2 p.m. and hand over to the drive. But coming up next, are we guzzling too much of the red Kool-Aid when it comes to these Texans, or are we all good? Let us know. 713-572-4610. We'll discuss it next.
According to Ron, if the Texans want a Super Bowl, they need to figure FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents live from Twin Peaks off I-10 in Kirkwood. It's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reginald Atatula.
Yes, indeed. We are live from Twin Peaks on Katy Freeway. It's I-10 in Kirkwood. If you need that address, 11335 Katy Freeway. Yeah, see, I know what I'm talking about, right? There we go. We're having a blast out here. I just put in an order of some wings, and let me tell you, those grilled smoked wings, they do something to them.
Hey, Texas cheesesteak is dang near elite. I had never had it here before.
That's what you had?
I've never had it here before. The Texas cheesesteak? Man.
Yeah, so swing by. We got one more hour on the program, and that means you got one more hour to swing by this location. Sign up for the possibility to win Will Anderson H-Town Edition jersey.
Yes, sir.
Jalen Petrie football, Christian Harris helmet, or, maybe some tickets. Maybe some tickets for Saturday. You want to come in.
And a Reggie Atatula autograph.
Yeah, I can do that for you, no problem. Yeah. I don't know if it's going to be worth a damn, but I'll do that for you for sure.
You never know.
But yeah, we're excited. It's an exciting time for the Texans, and we have shown that we, as a show, are super excited. But it's worth, being self-aware.
Mm-hmm.
It's worth taking a second to look at it. And so, are we being drinking the Kool-Aid a little too much?
Yeah, I became a little self-aware this morning when we were talking about the show today. A lot of people know this. It's not like I'm like whatever negative or whatever. I'm not a big drink the Kool-Aid kind of guy.
Mm-hmm.
I try to be very honest about what's happening, what I see, what I think, and just go with it. Whether that's good, bad, or indifferent. But I kind of feel like I'm trying to find the warts on this team, and I'm like, there ain't a lot. I mean, there's some questions, but there ain't a lot of warts. So I was asking you, like, it's just not me, but am I guzzling the Kool-Aid too much? And the reason I asked that is, like, any other team, any other Texans team, especially, that starts two rookies in the secondary, I would be worried.
Because we're looking at, obviously, Kamari Lassiter and then
and Kalen Bullock. And yet I'm not. And so I'm kind of like, all right, what am I not seeing here? But I think what's going on is there's so much confidence in what I've seen them do on the field at practices and training camp and in the preseason. And D'Amico Ryans, I'm kind of like, cool. Two rookies in the secondary, no big deal.
Yeah, I think some of it also is just like we are working off of that intrinsic trust that you have already established in D'Amico Ryans' capability.
Yeah.
He's got bona fides already, even as a third year head coach. Like that's wild to consider.
Yeah.
On top of that, the reason why, and I know for me, I'm fairly positive because, look, man, I'm descending upon this team. Now, I've tried to watch it as closely as I can from afar because this has been a team of intrigue if you are a football fan all the way across. But when you take a 30,000-foot view on teams, I think you end up being more general. And when you're general with this team, it's easy to see the positive.
Yeah.
Great young quarterback. Talented, I guess, skill positions, although I always am hesitant to use that word because them big boys in the trenches.
They're pretty skilled.
They got some skill to them, man. But, it's a really talented skill position. You've got, potential defensive player of the year type defensive talent. When you talk about, obviously, Stingley is coming to that place. Will Anderson is an incredible defensive pass rusher. Daniil Hunter has been in those type of categories. So, you have all those things, and it's like there's clearly things to be positive about. And so that's my general disposition. But then also, man,
once you dig into the weeds, there's some what should be questions.
Yeah, absolutely, right? It's when you get the closer view when you go, okay, but here are the issues, right? You know all the good things, here are the issues. The reason why I'm a little hesitant, and you guys let us know, again, 713-572-4610, are we drinking too much of the Kool-Aid? The reason why I'm hesitant to say that we are definitively drinking too much of the Kool-Aid is a lot of the other folks, the national folks, but then a lot of the folks that cover football. They look at this team and they have some of the same, positive vibes about it, as evidenced by Diana Rossini. Diana Rossini, she works for The Athletic. She hosts the Scoop City podcast, and of course, longtime NFL reporter, national reporter. She was on Dan Patrick's show.
Yeah.
And Dan Patrick, they asked her about, maybe the training camp, as she's been visiting a lot of training camps. The training camp that she's visited, that she was a little bit a little bit disappointed in, and she ultimately said the Cleveland Browns, right?
Yeah.
But then she decided to try and add to that, and I believe this is cut 11, Figgy, that she actually wanted to go to the positive side of things.
Yeah.
The question I would have preferred was, what's the camp I went to where I went, oh, wow. And that was the Houston Texans. Holy cow. I knew they were good when I showed up. I left and look, I went on a day that everyone told me CJ was unbelievable. But I just was watching going, who is going to
So you're all in. They're a Super Bowl contender.
I am all in on the Houston Texans, just based on what they're building. Okay, something even simple and small. This is tiny, but this is important. And it's been told to me by many people it's important in the big grand scheme of things. When they make good plays during the preseason, when guys are scoring touchdowns, backups, players that we may never even see again in the NFL, the way the sideline, the way the starters are running down into the end zone and showing that support. Because what that is, that's culture, right? That's D'Amico Ryans. That's him saying we are going to be there for everybody on this team, not just the superstars. And I felt it when I was there. I had conversations.
All of that.
That's positivity.
All of that.
That's a lot of positivity.
Yeah. I mean, the emphasis she put on, oh, wow.
Yeah.
Like, that's no... I was going to say been around the block. That's not what I mean.
Wow.
Diana Rossini has been, well, that's still not good. Diana Rossini's covered a lot of football, and she knows a lot of football, and she knows great teams. And she just came out of here like unsolicited. Not only unsolicited, she brought it up contrary to what the question even was.
Yeah.
Hey, let's talk about the Houston Texans because they got something really, really good going on now.
Right. And this is one, but I mean, I was looking at, I believe, The Ringer. They were talking about things, and how will every offense perform in 2024 was the piece that I was reading by Shil Kapadia.
Yeah.
Does good work as well around the NFL. Number one, he likes the Green Bay Packers. Number two, he likes this Houston Texans offense.
Yeah.
Right? And you can go around in various publications and types of things and see the Texans getting a lot of love. And so I understand that, again, 30,000-foot view, it's easy to like this team, but I think that's the place that we exist in. Now, are there concerns? Yes, because you're in a salary cap sport, and that salary cap is there to try and create that level of parity, and they do that by making sure that no team is going to be perfect. Everyone is going to have some level of wart or some level of weakness to try and balance this out. So you can look at the idea that, as someone texted in on the text line, run game and run defense are a concern. Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I'm glad they did that because that's kind of where I'm questioning myself. Am I drinking too much Kool-Aid? I talked about two rookies potentially starting in the secondary. There is one proven running back.
Sure.
One.
And you haven't seen him yet with
and
this.
Until today, I really haven't seen him in pads.
Yeah.
So that's another situation where any other season, any other team, any other environment, I'd be like, oh, that's going to be a problem. I'm not really feeling that's going to be a big problem. Cam Akers has shown enough. You can maybe get a good, a good feel for there, a good backup. There are in the weeds type questions, but I guess because of everything else, you don't really, put as much stock into it.
Yeah, and so. Look, I still feel very positive, but I want to take that step back, especially because as we talk all the positivity, you heard Dan Patrick ask Diana Rossini, hey, to the terms of Super Bowl contender, and it didn't. I don't know that she sounded like she was
she said,
yes,
I'm all
absolutely,
in.
but she did say she was all in, which leads me to believe that she did mean yes to the point of being Super Bowl contender. The one thing that kind of stops that makes me go, okay, maybe we're doing a little too much. All of the predictors, right, when it comes to these things, all the predictors when you talk about what's the record going to be. You look at Vegas, I think the number is 9.5. I saw various, I'm trying to remember what publication put one out, just kind of doing a analytical through their formulas or what have you, and they gave it a 9.8 wins is what they figured. You're seeing a lot of 9-10 wins still, which you don't think inherently is a Super Bowl team, but again, that's the one thing where I go, okay, are we getting a little too over our skis? Because we may be talking about them like they're a 12 or 13 game team, but it seems like folks are still putting them in that 9-10 range, at least looking at the schedule.
I actually think that's kind of a compliment.
Okay.
And the reason is this might be the toughest schedule the Texans have ever had. ever. They've had first-place schedules before, but, we're talking Green Bay and Jordan Love, Indianapolis Colts, who knows? I think they're going to be a threat. Jets, Aaron Rodgers, Detroit, Goff, Dallas, Dak, Miami, Tua, Kansas City, Mahomes, Baltimore, with Lamar Jackson. They've got some quarterbacks they're facing. So if you're going to tell me they're going to win 10 games with that schedule, that's a compliment.
Yeah. And still, we didn't get a chance to really dig into it, but this division is going to be interesting. But I also don't know that I could put any of these other teams where I feel confident that they get 10 wins.
Yeah.
And so if you go into the playoffs, and of course now we're really ahead of ourselves, but if you go into the playoffs as a division winner, you still have a good shot of doing something special. And so, yeah, man, maybe we are, right? Ultimately, maybe I go to the place where I go, maybe we are maybe getting a little too ahead of ourselves in some ways. But one, it's a time of year to do it. And two, it's not like we're doing this out of thin air. There's good reason from what you look at when you talk about training camp and practices in these games and just like the bona fides of the players that you even brought in.
Yeah.
There's reasons to think the way that we are right
now.
And
there's validation. It's not like some fan that has only read a couple of things online but is excited saying, oh, yeah, they're going to win a Super Bowl or they should be a contender. No, it's people that are in camp, in every camp around the NFL, and can compare and contrast.
Right.
And they're like, nah, man, the Texans are real. That's the validation you get from the things that I'm seeing.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. So, maybe we are drinking too much of the Kool-Aid, but as of right now, it tastes good. And honestly, imagine, right? Take yourself back a year ago. I'm interested, John, how were you feeling at that time? Because, again, I mentioned an hour ago the idea of everybody was laughing at the Texans for trading away that first-round pick in the next year because they thought that this team would be the worst of the worst, and it turned out, no, this is a pretty good team.
No, it's a very good team.
Right? And so how did you feel in that moment? Because I don't know that did you feel like you were drinking the Kool-Aid?
No, that's why this is so interesting to me, how I'm playing it here. Because, obviously we didn't know. We liked what we saw, but we didn't know about C.J. Stroud. But go well beyond that. I mean, clearly you talk about some of the receivers that were – Nico hadn't done Nico things. Tank Dell was a rookie. He looked very, very impressive, but he was a rookie. No, not even close to how we're feeling here. And if you want to go back a little further, and we mentioned this a little bit earlier, from where they were, 2 seasons ago to now, it's one of the most remarkable turnarounds that you'll ever see in terms of just perception within the league.
Right. All right. Look, maybe we're drinking the Kool-Aid, maybe we're not. But look, I'm excited for a fun season of Texans football. And you should be excited for an opportunity to win some things that are associated with Texas football. Come out, hang out with us here, sign up for our giveaways. We're still here till 2 p.m., but coming up next here on In the Loop, we got to get into Figgy's mixtape. Figgy, what we got?
Man, we got different forms of delusion, and I'm gonna play some audio and talk about some delusion that I just want to know if I'm in the right place of mind when it comes to delusion or nah.
All right, we got that next.
The Texans closed down the preseason at NRG Stadium against the Rams on Saturday. Cue the New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy Figs Mixtape on Sports Radio 610. Happy hump day to everyone out there. And the theme of this segment is delusion. I've been seeing a lot of delusional people out there on social media.
No kidding.
Probably the last 24 hours.
Yeah.
And I'm going to just run down the list, man. So,
okay.
Delusional guy number one. I know you guys been seeing this whole flag football debate.
Oh,
yes. If NFL players can play in it and all this other stuff. It's a man that been kind of the guy in the front that been talking about this. His name is Darrell Duchette.
Yes.
And he's a quarterback, and he been having some strong words saying, hey, I know y'all athletes, but, hey, this ain't the same. So I got something to say. I've been doing this for a minute. And
he has. He's the quarterback of the Team USA flag football team. He's been running it for a while. In fact, I think 2018 they did a flag football players versus former NFL players in a flag football game, and the flag football players won. So, like, Seneca Wallace and his boys got out there playing with NFL guys,
Seneca
and they
Wallace.
lost to him.
I haven't heard that name in a long time.
You're welcome, by the way.
But he has some things to say about so he was talking about Patrick Mahomes.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, he
Oh,
did.
no.
He
You
went
couldn't
there.
pick nobody else?
He went there.
I want to know, is he delusional? Here you go.
At the end of the day, I feel like I'm better than Patrick Mahomes because of my IQ of the game. I know he's, right now, the best in the league. I know he's more accurate. I know he has all these intangibles. But when it comes to flag football, I feel like I know more than him.
Is my man delusional?
What? Okay. That's like, I know I'm older. I know I'm a little overweight. I know I'm not the best looking guy in the world. I know I'm not the smartest guy in the world. Where was I going with this?
Right.
That's what I heard. That's what I heard. Like, where was I going with this? No, he's not.
Hey, man, you got to pick somebody who you're not in a losing battle with. Like, he immediately started with some. Even if somebody wanted to try and hear you out, you made it really difficult by picking Patrick Mahomes. Like, I think the dude that drew our guy Hoosh, his nickname is Hoosh, Mr. Duchette. I think that the person that drew his ire was Jalen Hurts, because Jalen Hurts got out here talking like immediately like he was going to be the dude who would be the quarterback in the Olympics in 28 when flag football came through. And that made my boy mad because he was out here like, hey, wait, you can't just assume you're going to take my job. You're going to have to get out here and earn it. If he has that same statement, but he says Jalen Hurts, do you think that works a little bit better? Because I think that goes over.
I mean, maybe it does for some. It wouldn't for me, and here's why. Like, I'm pretty good at pickleball. I'm pretty good. I'm not great, but I'm pretty good.
You think
because I know the angles, I know how to do it.
You tearing up Rafa Nadal?
I'm not going to sit here and say I'm better at pickleball than Patrick Mahomes, because if Patrick Mahomes just learned a little bit of what I know, he would kick my ass. So that's what he's saying. Yes, he's good at flag football because he knows how to play flag football. You know, there are certain intricacies of the game that are unique to flag football. How you play the game, where you go, et cetera. So as soon as Patrick Mahomes, give him a week. Give him a week, and he'll kick your ass.
You might be being a little disrespectful.
No, give him a week. Give him a week, he'll kick your ass.
Yeah, and look, I kind of understand where the guy's coming from, because a lot of people assume that anybody that play in the NFL could just be good in flag football, and I understand that's not the case. But
exactly.
You can't call out Patrick Mahomes like that, man. That's that's like people. So in the Olympics, they had the 3-on-3 basketball. That's like somebody playing in the 3-on-3 basketball saying, you know what? Yeah, Michael Jordan.
Fredette's like, I got Braun.
Yeah,
I'm better than Braun. He can't get this 3-on-3.
Yeah, man. Like, I know it's a different game, but sometimes some athletes can just do anything. I put Patrick Mahomes in that category. If he can get a week or two, he can be a beast.
Yeah, man. Help yourself out, man.
A week. Give him a week.
Help yourself out. Don't go after the dude that is like, there's so many people that you could find a debate on like who if they're good or not. Patrick Mahomes is one of the few things in honestly American life that we all have largely come up with the consensus on that we're like, no, we agree. Right?
Yeah.
There's not very many things in American life that we're like, we agree across many different lines.
Yes.
Patrick Mahomes is one of those things. He was like, nah, better than that.
I'm better
what
than
are
that
you
dude.
doing?
I'm better than that
My
dude.
IQ in flag football is better than Patrick.
Buddy.
It's like, all right.
What are you doing?
Give him a week.
So my man is delusional, right?
100%. Yeah. Absolutely.
All right, so I'm going to go to my man number 2. So I seen this. So this video is a couple years old. This is from Undisputed with Skip Bayless and Shannon Sharp. Rest in peace to that show. But this clip was so funny to me because sometimes, Skip Bayless, he could be a little delusional at times. So he was sitting there pretty much with a NFL Hall of Famer, a Super Bowl champ, pretty much telling them you don't know what you're talking about in this game. Here's Undisputed right now.
If you look at the Christian Kirk first touchdown when they pitch it, D-Law has contained. Can I get that, Skip? I want you to show. I want to show this. Pull this up for me. Why is he inside? He has contained.
How do you know that? I think you can't know that. Seriously, I think you can't know that unless you interview those people and find out what the defense called.
Let me tell you what.
You never know. You never know. I know this because I've been doing it for a long time. And if I wrote that back in the day, somebody could come to me and say, you have no idea what defense got called there. Just for the record.
Skip Bayless, are you telling me my 14 years of playing this game?
I'm saying you never know. You never know. I know.
I tell you what to do. I tell you what they do. If I'm lying, if any Cowboy player says, Shannon Sharp, you don't know the hell you talk about, write it.
Okay, write it. You don't know. You can't know. You can't know.
Skip, what
you just can't know. You can't know.
Skip, you're upset. You want Mike Nolan gone. I know what they're doing is wrong. You can't tell me. You covered it. I was in the huddle.
Okay.
I was in the locker room.
Yeah.
I was in the meeting room.
You weren't in
they
this.
Are wrong.
You were not in this huddle, and you weren't in this.
I know that defense.
Shannon, you were not.
I know that defense.
You do not know that defense. You have no idea what got called.
Oh my goodness.
Is my man Skip Bayless delusional right now? Just going back and forth with a 14-year vet of the NFL who's a Hall of Famer, who won a Super Bowl. Is my man delusional right now?
The short answer is yes, but I'm just sitting here thinking, it's amazing that show didn't work out.
Actually, that was pure entertainment. Honestly, I had forgotten how much I missed hearing Shannon Sharp yell, Skip! He's kind of not wrong. Though.
No.
Like,
he has a point.
He has a point, but he is wrong. I think that you go.
Short of seeing the play, it was probably just some basic. You got to contain,
right?
And Shannon was probably there. I ain't never been on a team where you didn't contain there.
Right.
So the knowledge base was such. Yeah, I mean,
if he was talking to most anyone else, I think that the point would have been able to land a little bit better, which is you don't know what the play call is. Sometimes there are different designs that we may not be able to tell, and that's something that we always have to be careful about when we are armchair QBing and evaluating these things.
No. His concept of his point was right.
I wouldn't have went that hard at Stoerner Sharp about it, though.
But, like, if I'm just thinking if it was that obvious and Shannon's like, come on, you give it to Shannon.
Yeah.
You give it to Shannon.
Me being a person that's like, I don't want to get, I don't like calling people out on their jobs or anything like that. We work around a whole bunch of people that played in the NFL. If they telling me that, no, this was the play, I remember seeing this. I've been in the game for this amount of years.
Yeah, you're saying
I'm gonna take a back seat.
Yeah,
I'm gonna take a back
seat.
But Skip Bayless was like, you don't know what you're talking about.
You don't know. You don't know. And the thing about it is, like, I think in that instance, yes, the point is that he might not know absolutely, but he might know 95%, and 95% is good enough in this circumstance for our service.
Exactly.
So we can go ahead and put Skip Bayless in the delusional pile as well.
All right, delusional guy number 3, and I'm sure this one actually has some local ties to it. And if you wasn't on social media, you missed a lot because, in case you didn't know, Calvin there did a AMA on Reddit.
Yes, he did.
Pretty much ask me anything, and it's always pretty cool when you do stuff like that. But a person from somebody, a Titans fan, pretty much, who runs a podcast. I ain't gonna say the name of the podcast. It ain't worth it.
Yeah, they don't need that burn. Yeah.
But this person that runs this podcast page for the Tennessee Titans pretty much retweeted the picture of Cal with the football and all that stuff, and the caption said, "H is up, H-Town." I know you guys heard that term before, right?
Yeah.
H is up, H-Town. So this guy retweeted that and said, "Look at this. So many Texans fans cry about the Titans stealing culture, telling Titans fans for years that Tighten Up is the worst slogan in football. Yet, here are the Houston copycats once again using H's up. You mean like Tighten Up? For a team and the fan base that cries about culture stealing so much, just to be Kansas City name using, Titan colors want to be generic looking Atlanta Falcons H's up sounding ass franchise. Does the Texans franchise ever come up with anything on their own?"
He did start to try and cook there a little bit. I'm not going to lie. However, let me get this right. Is he trying to claim, or they, I don't know what it is, are they trying to claim that the word up has been claimed by the Titans?
Or
it sounds
how
like
different?
Like you cannot use the word up or else the Titans will come for you?
At least H is up has an actual visual, like H is up.
Yeah, put the H up. Yeah.
What is Tighten Up?
I have no idea.
It's a song by Archie Bell and the Drills. It's actually very good. I think that you should listen to it.
Like this is about as delusional as you can get.
Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah.
Wasn't nobody talking to you right now?
Yeah,
Word.
right.
And look, we've been having a whole back and forth about the uniforms and the Oilers and stuff like that. And I ain't gonna lie. Look, I feel like when they talk about the uniforms and the players and stuff, that is theirs. Technically, that's theirs. So I ain't got no pushback to that. That's technically that franchise. But let's not take it this far, y'all.
Yeah, let's not go there.
So you ain't create the word up. So if that's the case, so George Jefferson moving on up, that's y'all.
Yeah,
huh?
That's where it started.
Cardi B is up. Cardi B, if it's up, then it's stuck. They take it from
that's where it started,
up.
baby.
Man, this got to be the most delusional fan base I've seen, and I don't like to call out the whole fan base. But Tighten Up, you think we think the city of Houston was sitting here like, ooh, Tighten Up. You know what? Let's use H's up. Let's take that from the from the Titans.
Yeah.
Give me a break. That was so delusional, man.
I agree too. That's a stretch, man. That's too much of a stretch, brother.
That's all I got.
H is up,
man.
H is up.
Yeah, Tighten Up. And what's funny is I actually like Tighten Up. I feel like that's a cool little hashtag.
Yeah, look,
I'm old enough to remember the dance, the Tighten Up.
Absolutely.
I may have danced the Tighten Up.
Oh, I need video of that.
At some point.
Yeah, because there's other teams that do various ups. I like don't the Chargers do like bolt up or something like that?
I don't know if that's I don't know, but there are others.
Yeah. They didn't invent that.
All right.
So that guy was Stretch Armstrong trying to get something out of that, man.
Yeah.
All right. Well, delusional number 3. Did we go 3 for 3 on delusions?
We did.
We sure did.
Yeah.
It was a delusional 24 hours, man.
We gotta. Do we have like an outro on Figgy's mixtape? Or are we good here?
I'm actually looking at videos of the Tighten Up from back in the day.
Archie Bell and the Drills. I love that song so very much.
I'm a big fan.
From Houston, Texas.
I didn't know that.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Man, this city has given so much culture to the world. You're welcome, world.
Yeah, Figgy's mixtape every day at 1:20 at this time, and I will talk to y'all tomorrow.
There you go, Figgy's mixtape.
Are you leaving?
Must listen. Must listen right here on Sports Radio 610.
Figgy's gone.
You're in the loop. Coming up next, baseball is on the TVs here. We're at Twin Peaks, and Verlander is on the mound. But just in a more general sense, are you enjoying baseball, or are you enjoying watching baseball as much as you have in the past? Because there's some numbers that maybe could lean into that idea. We'll discuss it next.
New co-host, same old Lopez. Sports Radio 610 presents live from Twin Peaks off I-10 in Kirkwood. It's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reginald Atatula.
Appreciate you hanging out with us all day long. In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, I'm Reginald.
I am here for you, buddy.
Figgy Fig, we just got through Figgy's mixtape. Enjoyed that quite a bit. Just a little bit more time for you to come and hang out with us. 11335 Katy Freeway.
You like that?
I do. I put a little time in remembering what the address was, so I should probably use that. But Twin Peaks, always here for you with eats, drinks, and scenic views. And on the TVs, a lot of the TVs, big TVs all around here. Astros baseball happening. Currently down 2-1 to the Red Sox. Verlander throwing a lot of pitches.
About 43, 44 through 2 innings.
What did Spo give us as a potential top end? 50, 75 rather?
I think so. Well, I think he really, and I agreed with this, give me 4 innings. And 4 innings might be about the max right now.
Yeah, man. He's currently trying to get through the second.
But it's all good. They're only down 2-1.
He already got through the top of the second.
Yeah.
So, they're only down 2-1. You saw Bregman in his return from his little elbow thing, sent 1 yard, so that's good.
Picked up where he left off.
And so, the Astros down 2-1. So, in the individual, obviously, this is exciting baseball to watch. And especially this stretch that the Astros have been on, really finding their bats, finding their stride again, and getting a lot of wins, giving themselves a nice gap in the AL West, which is funny because you think about it, and there was a time where they were down 10 games, and now they have the possibility to probably be the first team to clinch their division, obviously in part or in large part because the rest of the division is boo-boo.
Yeah.
But, that's such a wild turnaround. So it's been fun watching this Astros team as, like, an individual. However, I have a question. Like, are you enjoying watching baseball in general?
And look, okay, so we are so much of an outlier in Houston or as Astros fans, wherever you are, because what they've done has just made this city watch everything. I mean, you have to watch the Astros. It's just a must.
Yeah.
Because of the last 7 years. That is not the norm around the country. Hell, even in the Metroplex, they won the World Series.
Yeah.
And I can guarantee you that place doesn't get full. I guarantee you their TV ratings are not quite the same.
For sure.
And the buzz around town, well, of course, it's Cowboys town, but last I heard anyway, it's a Cowboys town. That might be changing. But anyway, forget the Rangers even. Like in most baseball cities, it's a pastime. It's what they say it is. It's a national pastime. Hey, you want to go catch a ball game? Yeah, sure. Hey, how'd the team do last night? I don't know. I didn't watch. So it's like one of those things where it's a mood. You want to watch baseball. It's not top of mind. Whereas we consume the NFL and college football. We have to consume it.
And especially as a national product. It's funny because baseball, my personal belief is baseball worked best as a regional product. It's why we have 162 games.
Yeah.
Because you follow your team, and you learn a little bit about most of the teams around the league through following your team.
Exactly.
And it works regionally. But now baseball, and understanding the world that we live in, trying to make itself more of a national sport, I'm wondering how well that's going to fare because we're seeing some interesting trends in baseball. MLB is seeing that offense is down this season, but not just the season. It feels like
trending.
It's trending downwards. That's right. And it feels like that trend is, as opposed to maybe just being a blip on the radar, as sometimes happens in any sport, there's going to be fluctuations up or down. This might be closer to a new reality. And I'm wondering, is that allowing people to enjoy watching baseball as much as they previously had? Because it is particularly offense, and it's not just batting percentages, right? When we think about the change of swing angles and those types of things as people are trying to go for the fences as opposed to maybe put the ball in play. Average is down, but then also power is down as well. And those numbers are somewhat mirrored as well by the Astros. You're seeing that same thing happen with the Astros as you're seeing on the larger scale. scale. The Astros still seem to be able to put up runs, at least in this stretch. We've seen it go back. But, like, are you enjoying baseball in general? Because I feel like this trend might change the level of enjoyment possible. Baseball is a game that isn't the most exciting and flashy, and you need that offense periodically to make it to give you that intrigue.
I think it's not being enjoyed, and I'm being honest. I don't enjoy watching any national games. I used to be plugged into the national games.
Sunday night baseball.
Oh, I used to be plugged in. But here's why. Like I said all that about the Astros to basically say set them aside.
Yeah.
Like set the Astros aside. They're like the Iowa women's basketball of this league.
I feel you.
You know what I mean? Like the Iowa women's basketball fills up their stadium. Everybody's plugged in. Can't miss a game. That ain't how women's college basketball is. The reality is, like, national baseball is not as interesting as it used to be. It's just not. I think there are ways to repair that. I think they're working on ways to repair that. But you kind of are fooling yourself if you think, boy, this is an interesting product, when all you're watching is NFL, college football, college basketball, NBA, some of these these unique sports that are kind of taking over on our televisions and stuff, extreme sports, all that stuff. That's not interesting by and large to most Americans. Baseball is not as interesting by and large to most Americans.
I'm interested. All right, let me go back to this, because do you agree with the premise that, like, baseball needs offense as much as possible to be interesting? Because that ended up being a big thing in the last decade or two about baseball, was because it felt like, for a lot of purists, that baseball gave its soul up in order to establish and substantiate that offensive uptick that you saw in the steroids era and immediately thereafter.
Yeah.
But now you're getting to an era where you're seeing that offense kind of decrease. And I know that for, like, a purist or somebody that, like, loves the game, that pitcher hitter kind of interaction of what is the sequence, are you challenging him, what are you throwing him, like, all those things matter. But I feel like for the average viewer, that's not where you tap into baseball. You tap into baseball on the base paths.
Yeah, I think speed, excitement, all that stuff. Because, they for a while there, before they went back and kind of, manipulated the shift and all that stuff and pitch clocks, it was a home run game that was boring. Like it was home runs and strikeouts. It was home runs and strikeouts, and that's about it. And, there was a lot of scoring. And when you see it, you're like, oh, that must be an exciting game. No, it really wasn't fun to watch. I mean, unless you're the Astros. Again, set them apart because they're in a different category. But I just feel like baseball on a national scale is maybe never going to be what it once was, because the competition is so strong, and it's just not an interesting product for the generations that are coming up. Now, I said maybe there's some things that they can do to fix that. I think, and I mentioned this earlier, I think they should take a cue from the NBA. And when you're cheering for that American flag, man, you start learning everything you can about the players and the game and everything else.
Oh, you're back to this Olympic thing.
I think that's one of the solutions, or at least to help become a solution.
And you know what? Like, I understand the idea of trying to find time in the middle of a season, because it's a summer league. Are you going to be able to find time in that summer to allow for the summer games, or for players to go exist in the summer games? And I think the schedule would be impossible if you're doing 162 games. Where you get interesting is if you're willing to pare back on games, and I do wonder if paring back on games is just something that would be necessary for baseball in general when we talk about. But I just don't know how you do that, because that's inventory, and the inventory is what helps them generate the money that they have when they sell to these TV products as well, because you have things that you have more and more advertising, avenues for these TV stations or whatever that are buying your product. If you're selling them 20 fewer games, does that then per team, right? Does that then cut into your?
There is a
profits?
way. There is a way to do it. Because if they can suspend the season for a month and put their best players in the Olympics, the entire country is going to be so plugged into USA baseball. Just take a cue from the NBA. Like, it changed the way people look at the individuals and the game, and where these players are coming from, etc. Like, just don't have an all-star weekend one year, the Olympic year, and extend it by 2 or 3 weeks.
Oof.
You know?
Yeah.
Okay. And maybe extend the season. It's worth it. But even just setting that aside, you know, baseball does have some issues in terms of just being interesting on a national scale.
And I want to be careful to not go too far on this. Baseball still exists in a pretty big place, right? They still generate a good amount of money. Like, they're on par with the NBA exactly when it still comes to, like, making money. So I don't want to make it – I don't want to
we're not saying
into
they're dead.
place. Yeah. But I do think that they have something interesting that they're having to contend with, and you know that they're actually contending with it because you've seen the ways that baseball has tried to make itself more relevant. And I appreciate, like, some of the new change that they've had to try and speed up the game and maybe – get folks back on the base paths I was talking about with the, technically a safety measure, but maybe something that helps when you make the sizes of the bags bigger. I just don't know when it comes to the actual, like, hitting portion of this, which is the thing that we're talking about, the trend down in hitting that we're seeing over baseball. I don't know that there's rules that you can do to incentivize hitting to get back. Like, there's definitely ways you can incentivize various things, and we know that they're trying to get trying to incentivize starting pitchers longer with that rule that's being floated out there of possibly making.
I kind of like that actually.
You like the idea of like a starter having to play 6 innings?
At first, I didn't because I was looking for all the exceptions. Oh, what if he gets hurt? What if he gets rocked? What if this or that? And they have some things, safeguards, if you will, for those things, and. I think it'd be pretty interesting, and you hit it. Not only do I think and you think and a lot of people think that baseball might not be as relevant in terms of entertainment value, it's still relevant. I'm with you. Let's not try to send the wrong message here.
Right.
But it's relevant in terms of interest, especially for newer generations. I'm with you that it's definitely hurting there, but they're telling us it's hurting there. They've changed rules. They've implemented a pitch clock. They've brought in the shift rules. They're talking about a starting pitcher having to go 6 innings just so they can have more of an identity, with starting pitchers and more old school, interesting baseball. So it's not just you and I saying, boy, it's not what it used to be in terms of entertainment value for the masses. They're telling us that.
Right. Well, thankfully, at least you started us out by kind of separating the rest of the league away from the Astros, and the Astros have been damn fun to continue to watch throughout this. Verlander just getting out of the third, so he's making his way through this, man. Like, thankfully, he's seeming like he will give us the 4.
What do they call it? Battling.
Battling.
He's battling
for sure. From the 346 on the text line, they said, I think you're absolutely correct, Lopez. For all the fair weather fans that come around in October, they really don't have any interest in the regular season baseball. Fair weather fans, it can be boring during the regular season. The Olympics would be a great idea because we know Japan, Puerto Rico, and there's a lot of competitive countries.
Yeah.
And you've got a little bit of that effect with the World Baseball Classic. But here's my thing about, and I think this is where you're right, where the Olympics differs from the World Baseball Classic. World Baseball Classic is a lot more niche.
Oh, big time.
You're in on it if you're in on baseball. The Olympics is, I like to call it sports for folks that don't like sports. And so everybody comes to the table, and then when they're here, they get a little bit of all these things, and maybe baseball can bring some more folks back to what has always been America's pastime.
You want to see Major League Baseball players play Cuba in the Olympics?
Sure.
Hell yeah, I do.
Sure.
Sign me up.
Yeah, you get an opportunity to see Jordan do something in a different perspective as well.
Yeah,
terrorize America right back. That'd be hilarious. So there you go, man. I found that interesting because those numbers would seem to indicate that we're in a place where offense is indeed going down in this thing. So there you go. Let's welcome in our fellas from the drive. Clint, Ron, how y'all doing today, fellas?
What if we wasn't ready to be welcomed in yet?
You weren't ready?
My bad. You want me to go back? You want me to talk about something else? You good?
We're good, man. Y'all having a good time out there? Y'all have one of our favorite spots now. Oh, no,
buddy, we are having a blast. Good eats. We ain't drink nothing though.
We're teetotalers today, or water in my case. I will say this, fellas. Y'all are the kings of Twin Peaks. You ain't never had camera angles like we've had camera angles.
Mm-hmm.
Just read the text board.
Oh, yeah,
just read the text board.
Baby. You got background?
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Background music.
We've got
know
some,
who it is.
All I know is we've got some listeners that are absolute pigs.
Oh, I know you got one. I know Ocho is back there trying to get you to position the camera a certain way.
Pig.
Hey, Ron, can you position that camera out just a little bit better? There's a little chocolate magic walking behind you. I need to see. Nasty
Absolutely. So one of the things that we also saw out here was that we were talking to our guy Scott, right? And our guy Scott has a really sweet Jeep out here in the Love You Blue, got the logos and everything on it. And that got us asking, like, what's the old school thing that you still do?
I use north, south, east, and west.
All right, like I still will prefer to go pick things up in store as opposed to get them mailed and all that type of stuff. And some people are using cash. Do you fellas have something that's like, oh yeah, I still do this, and that's old school?
I got a bunch of them because I'm old.
Okay, fair enough.
I got a bunch of them. I prefer writing things down on a piece of paper with a pen versus taking notes in my phone.
I could see that.
I do prefer. In fact, I ain't gonna lie to you. My wife annoys me a little bit with the HEB scheduled pickups. I like to go in the grocery store and pick things up and make sure I get the right thing.
My man.
I mean, 100%. But I'm 46. Hell, I can rattle off a few of them.
Ron, what you got for me?
I check all the eggs. I'll roll through.
Oh, that's just good.
There's nothing wrong with that.
I don't know if that's old school, but I've been there, and I've been there for about 5 minutes, and I've gone through several.
Add that to the list of things I can't do because my wife wants to pick them up.
Right, exactly. Right, what am I supposed to do if I open up the carton and 6 of them are cracked?
Ain't nothing.
Me and Figgy, maybe these ain't old school things. Me and Figgy talked about this not too long ago. I make sure I turn off everything when I'm getting gas.
Okay. AC, everything.
I still keep quarters in a Crown Royal bag.
Okay, I like that. I see what you're doing there.
That's dirty red. That's dirty red.
You don't still eat your boogers, though.
I don't eat my boogers anymore. I did.
Yeah, that took a hard left right there.
Be honest about it.
That took a hard left right
proud
there.
That you're not doing that.
Yeah,
that's. Fellas, you want me to pick anything up for you before I head back that way?
And days are over for me. You better leave them all there.
Excellent. Well,
buttery nipple.
Hey, okay.
She listening.
Fantastic. But you guys make sure to do some good broadcasting. You're listening to KILT HD2 and Odyssey Sports Station. And let me tell you, folks, the drive is live.
Yeah, the drive is live. And thanks for the handoff. The fellas at Twin Peaks, they should probably sit around and have another drink or 3.
Yeah.
Just enjoy themselves. Why not? We'll get you updated here. The Astros are trailing 2-1 right now. But Alex Bregman is back. Alex Bregman, however, he is not playing in the field. He is DHing today, but back in the lineup, leading off with Jose Altuve in the lineup, or not in the lineup today at second. He led off today and led this sucker off with a Breggy bomb. Can I hear that bad boy? Can I hear that bad boy? He let this thing off, and I was wondering.
I was in the car. I ain't heard it yet.
Yeah, I heard it. I was wondering. I know it's August. August is his month, and he had 5 home runs in 12 games in the month of August, and we know he's missed the last 5 games. But it was 1-0. The Red Sox were leading, and then Alex Bregman came up to the plate.
Leadoff hitter against Criswell, and he drills one to left field. That's gone. Welcome back, Breggy, into the Crawford boxes and tie it at 1.
As if he never left. Still scorching hot. He likes it spicy in August. Breggy bomb to get things going. Shout out to my guy, Alex Bregman.
There you go. Appreciate that, CJ. Yes, that is a big shot coming right on in. Welcome on back, Alex Bregman, as he goes deep immediately in this game. But they trail 2-1 right now. Verlander has thrown a lot of pitches. I don't know how much longer he is going to stay in it. He had his first pretty easy inning in the third as they're in the bottom of the third right now. But he's well over 50 pitches at this point, and we'll see how long he goes in this game. But that is the update here, 2-1, as the Astros look to win this series against the Red Sox.
Panty dropper up to the up at the plate with first and second, 2 outs.
Panty dropper.
Let's see what he can do. See if he can come up with a big hit to try to
drop him, Pena,
to at least get this thing tied, maybe even more coming up. All right, a lot to get to today. Brandon Scott coming up at 4:40 with his Texans report, so stay tuned for that. And Clint was out at practice. We'll get his thoughts real quick, but I gotta address this with Tyler. I don't think I've ever heard this before. Before we were walking out, Tyler said his ears get hot, and it happens every summer. He's had blood work. He's done everything. I have never, I want you
they
to
turn red too. You can tell.
I want you to describe, you're all of a sudden, nothing else on your head, your ears just get fiery hot and uncomfortably
Are they red right now?
It all looks red.
Yeah, they're red.
Are they red?
Yeah, they're red.
Yeah.
I have never experienced or heard of that.
I wish I did.
I think my ears have gotten hot before, but I think there was a reason. I either had a beanie hat on,
yeah,
it was
something
over,
like that.
it was over my ears.
Somebody was talking about you,
or somebody hit them or something. If you graze, you hit your ear on something, it gets hot. Not just randomly in the studio when it's.
But you said it happens every summer. This is a yearly thing.
Well, y'all know, and maybe some of the Drive family don't, but I'm mega hot natured, dude. I'm really just always hot, so summers just suck for me. And once it gets to this point, this hot as hell August in Houston, Texas, things start happening.
But it's just the ears. Wow.
I mean, the rest of me is hot, but I can really feel my ears burning. And it's bothersome.
Doctors out there, 713-572-4610. Medical professionals, anybody out there listening? Is there anybody maybe have an ear fetish? You studied the ears a bit. Is there what's going on with Tyler?
I've never just sit there and be like, damn, man, my damn ears is on fire, man.
Thumping.
It happens to me a lot in the evenings, sitting in my living room. All of a sudden, my ears are just
every night.
Do you think it has anything to do with your energy drink issue?
It's possible. So I do have a high consumption of caffeine.
I got to tell you, big changes. Feel great without the energy drinks. Haven't had one since I met with my
low energy this week.
And my doctor. I haven't had one since, and that was weeks ago.
I hadn't had one in five plus weeks. Right here, picked this up on the way. A little 5-hour energy took one little pull off that first one in damn near 6 weeks.
Good for you. I
don't even know why I did it, to be honest with you.
I didn't know, man. I feel pretty good about it.
I feel great.
Without knocking it down, and maybe some change. That would be a damn thing if it was if Tyler just stopped with the monsters and then his ears just became regular temperature. Well, that would be an amazing.
I might not be asleep though.
Look, it wouldn't shock me one bit if I've seen Tyler take a 5-hour energy to the head and wash it down with a monster. So it wouldn't surprise me one bit if it wasn't.
No,
I can't deny it.
Never done. You've done that.
I've watched him do it within the last week.
You take a 5-hour energy drink and then
That's when I start sipping on my Monster.
Oh, I don't know. I've seen that.
I know it's bad, dude. By the way, I'm not sitting here in denial acting this caffeine stuff isn't bad for me, but it is what it is.
Someone suggested maybe menopause is what you're going through right now. I don't think that's a real thing.
I still got all my ovaries and fallopian tubes and such. Good one, dude. Good one, Texter.
I mean, things do change as we get older, T. I know you're a little young punk.
Yeah,
but
be ready for that low T read coming.
I have the
maybe he needs to go to low T.
No, my testosterone is through the damn roof.
Well, do you know?
Have you seen the hair I produce on my body?
I mean, I'm still hairier than all get out. And mine was low. I'm telling you. Do you know your number? Hey, fellas, if you don't know your number, your ass is missing out now. Get down to Low T Center, get that number in check now.
Go down to my guy down at Kenny out there in the Katy location, man. He'll take care of your ass.
Even young dudes like me.
Slide through there, Tyler.
I'm telling you, I don't know
what that blood work looks like.
When I went to Low T, for some reason, that Powerade they gave me, I don't know what that. Like when I walked in the door,
that free Powerade,
they threw that Powerade at me. Like that. I was like, this is where I'm supposed to be.
Is it blue?
These guys,
I don't know.
They know me already.
Blue Powerade isn't.
It was like they did research. I'm an orange Powerade. They knew my color.
What?
Bam.
Blue Powerade's the only way to go.
I'm not a big fan of the blue.
That's the only Powerade.
Nothing out there to our Crips that listen. I'm not a big. I like the blue flavor for me. Like I'm orange first. I really started to like the grape, and I'm thinking this Gatorade too. I've really started to like the grape and then red. The lemon lime stuff, I don't like that at all.
Orange, red, and lemon lime. I'll take any of the three. You can have the blue, you can have the grape, you can have all these new exotic flavors.
I'll take that cherry glacier. That's kind of that kind of hits a little bit. That clear good one. But yeah, I'm orange first. It was like they knew. They tossed that orange to me. I said, damn.
The drinks and the snack. All joking aside, the options,
they have it
the
for
options
you.
in the low T lounge, especially.
I'm telling you, man, they have it for you. Ooh, wow. Didn't know we was getting that. The low T got a little extra today. All right. Astros continue to trail 2-1. We'll keep you updated. Verlander starting his fourth inning at 58 pitches right now. All right, Clint, you were out at training camp today.
Yeah.
This is the final practice before they meet the Rams in a joint practice. Will be at tomorrow. The only one day they're doing it. But you were out there today. Give me a couple of things that jumped out to you. A couple of things that jumped for you. Hey, and start with right now, you know what they need. All right, our listeners need positive first.
No.
No, stop it.
I don't give a damn what they need. They're going to get the real.
And our listeners need positive first. Okay?
Luckily, on my list, the first bullet is extremely positive. Kamari Lassiter in team drills today, and if I'm being honest, over the last 2 weeks has just kind of chipped wood, just continued to be in the right place and kind of open eyes. I'm not ready to give him Stingley. What was it that Johnny Harris is Stingley treatment? I'm not giving him Stingley treatment. I'm not real sure where I sit at this point with Kamari Lassiter, but there's no doubt in what you see, man. And today seemed to be a pretty physical day. Ones versus
which lends towards him.
Lot of ones versus ones with C.J. Stroud and company out there. I mean, all the receivers were go. Dalton Schultz, I think, was go. Everybody was go. And I looked up, and it was your classic outside receivers going to run off the corner. In other words, just take him as deep as you can get him and get him to turn his head and chase you. And that way that'll open up the out route by the inside receiver or kind of a corner route by the inside receiver. And CJ overthrew Diggs. Should have never threw the ball, but he overthrew Diggs, tried to fit it in, overthrew him. And Kamari Lassiter, with his eyes in the right place, he peeled off of Tank Dell on the go route and just sat right there and caught that INT. It was a headsy, very headsy play.
Second one of the camp.
Yeah, very headsy play for the young fella. And then they flip it around and they go another team period and they're going to run Tank Dell on just a real quick out route and just get a cheap 4 or 5 yards real quick. And Lassiter ran the route for him. Got a pass break up on the out of bounds right there. It was an impressive two plays. It wasn't 2 plays in a row, but it was an impressive two reps for Kamari Lassiter in a very short period of time. Man, I'm telling you, the kid is looking better, man. You're seeing some flashes now. Is he going to be able to sit on routes in the game? We'll see. Is he going to be able to run with guys down the sideline in the game? We'll see. But for right now,
I can't wait to see tomorrow. Puka Nacua, and
Cooper Kupp and those
tomorrow,
guys. Yeah.
Some of those guys. That's going to be fun.
Joint practice tomorrow.
Joint practice tomorrow. Want to be fun to see. As you said, like you've been through it. We've seen this. I've covered NFL teams for over 10 years. Like you can get in training camp at some point. Like some of these guys start knowing these routes.
Sure. And there's some of that going on.
And know that, which is helpful. This one here. That's why, to me, the preseason games and joint practices are a little interesting, too, because, they don't really know exactly what the Rams are running. They're not, they're not, they come out, it could be a lot of different
they don't know the tendency of the offense. Yes. They don't know the telltales of every receiver, when he's going to drop his weight, when he's going to turn inside, when he's going to turn outside. They don't know what his favorite routes are and have been this camp. And so, it's going to be a different animal. You're right. Tomorrow's joint practice will be a must-see for me. And I think Kamari Lassiter's at the top of that list in terms of who you're watching.
These are some receivers, and this is a quarterback that is kind of in line with some of the guys they're going to face.
That's right.
Face today. So Kamari Lassiter, he's one of them. What else you see today?
Just generally speaking, Joe Mixon's back out there with the ones, and he's big and moving well, man. He's just impressive. He looks good. Looks ready.
You're not coming off of your best running back you've seen in this uniform.
No, I'm not at all.
Let's get it on, baby.
I'm not at all. Now I'm a little concerned about how well received that's going to be given this offensive line, because now we got to get to a negative. Do you want to go here, or did you want me to hold this one for later?
No, I want you to go. I want you to go ahead and go.
I don't know. And maybe this is a new age thing.
So this is big because Mixon looked good behind what.
Well, I mean,
he thought this was.
When I say Mixon looked good, I'm just talking about forget the scheme or the result of the play. He finishes every rep, right, running down the field full speed, and it's a big, good-looking thoroughbred running down that sucker. Boy, he is a horse now. He's a big one. He's going to be fun to watch if they can get this thing right. But on the flip side, I don't know about – well, I do know, Ron. Hell, I know you ain't that damn young. You know, back in the day, man, when offense or defense, when you just had a terrible rep, just a rep where you're just like, what in the hell was that?
Everybody on the field knew it.
We're going to line that thing back. Whoa. I can't even remember the term Coach used to use. We're going to run this one again.
Did it last night with the Southside Saints.
Yeah, we're going to line up, man. What the hell are y'all doing? We're going to do this again. Man, there was 2 run plays today in the team period. And these were within a matter of 4 or 5 plays together. So I'm not saying the whole practice was this way. I'm just saying, it happens right in front of D'Amico Ryans. C.J. Stroud turns around and hands that thing to Joe Mixon, and there are 2 white jerseys scot-free. Like, I'm not talking about somebody was on their hip and pushing them wide and trying to give Joe just completely like I don't know if everybody went the wrong way. I don't know what the hell happened.
We don't like that.
We just huddled up. I mean, it was awful. We huddled up and run another play. And it had to be 2 or 3 plays later.
It was something that was so, because you could see it's addressed on film. You could see it could be addressed in film, but it was so much so for you, you're like, yo, we got to stop and talk about this right now.
Well, yeah,
we got to clean this up right now.
Somebody, and it's multiple, it looks like, was completely wrong and didn't understand their assignment. Now let's line up and do this again to make sure that we get this assignment. And it wasn't 3 plays later, Joe Mixon on a little toss, little outside play to the left, the same thing. I mean, it's 2 or 3 white jerseys scot-free back there, and I'm just going, how do you, given what we've watched, and this offensive line has got to be better, man. They've got to be just, I mean,
this is the ones, I take it, if
yes,
Joe Mixon was out
Joe
there.
Mixon was out there. I mean, it's just, I understand in the game of football at the NFL level, you ain't going to block up every damn run play perfect. You don't have a hat for a hat. But damn it, in practice, we can at least not give 2 to 3 interior defensive players, in-the-box players, free runs at our running back as he's catching the ball or he's touching the ball. Like, I mean, we would have been doing laps back in the day. Me, Ron, they just said, hey, Clint, take your offensive line, take Ron at center, take his ass too, and y'all do a lap and come on back. I mean, it would have been. I see. I put you at center. I probably should have put you at running back. I could have put you at running back. Huh? My bad.
I've never had that position.
Well, I mean, I could at least did you a solid right there. But yeah, no, I don't know. I mean, it's just kind of ho hum. Let's keep this thing rolling. Let's keep practice on track. Wait a minute, man. What are we doing? And I can't see what's going on. I don't know. I'm just watching. I got a nice little view from behind the team, and I'm watching. I'm just like, how do the coaches? How do we not have 4 coaches unloading on whatever the hell just happened? And I know times have changed. I know I'm old school, but damn. And then when you watch the film, that's exactly what happens. Too much penetration, guys not getting off double teams and get up to the second level, too much run through. And at some point in time, Bobby Slowick and D'Amico are going to have to move off of the man, we're close stuff.
Yeah, that's the part of it. It does mirror more of what we saw last year than something new this year. But we see that. And I know I said that the other day, is just far too many times. And this is with the first unit, the second unit, the third unit. And I'll repeat, like at some point, because we've been watching this for 2 years, it's almost like, are they teaching it this way?
Yeah. No,
you know what I mean?
I don't know if they are or not, but your question is very
you know what I mean? Like,
yes.
and I don't believe that Bobby Slowick and company are teaching it this way. But you look at it and you're like, how do we see so many guys that appear to look like they're left free?
Yeah,
just running through, like, and how you miss guys so much so.
Even if you because a lot of times you can chalk it up to, let's say, D'Amico Ryans, because we heard Dalton Schultz yesterday talk about D'Amico Ryans' defense is suffocating. Basically, I'm paraphrasing, but that's basically what he said. And maybe we can chalk it up to just, hey man, if we were playing in a real game, we'd play action over the top, we'd do some things to take advantage of it. But even if that's the case, like, okay, D'Amico, call the dogs off and let's get back up a little bit and let's let's see what this run game looks like versus a front where we should get a hat on a hat.
Yeah, like somebody just texted in, the O-line isn't nasty enough to run the ball. See, I'm not going to argue that.
Hello.
But from what I'm seeing and what you're saying and what you're seeing, it's something even before you get to the nastiness. It is something with, like, and I was joking when I said this about my son's Little League football team, but I'm working with the O-line and D-line, and a lot of times I just say to him, "Do you know who you have?"
Yep.
Walk up to the line, point to him. Sometimes it seems like when the amount of guys we see running free, it's not even getting to a nastiness point. It is getting to a execution point.
100%.
And it's odd with guys that have been here for over a year.
The odd part is you just see guys.
So before we get to the nasty part, I
agree with that point. I just don't think that a Laramie Tunsil, Titus Howard led group is going to be just like Trent Williams and the 49ers. Like, you're just not going to get that. But what I'm talking about is just like guys like allowing at the point of attack, allowing a guy to split a double team. Guys clearly have control, and you're passing off the double team so that you can get to the second level, and you're late or you're on time, and you just run right by the linebacker and as if you didn't see him. Like, there's just way too many like mistakes like that just they doom every run damn near. Yeah. Right? And it's not going to be perfect every time. I get it. I'm not asking for it just happens way too much with this group.
All right, I think this is a place we can kind of stay because I know you watch the all-22 on every single run play that Dameon Pierce had yesterday.
Yep.
Or on Saturday.
All four of them.
And I know you watched it, and we'll just say it was whatever you walked into thinking before you watched it, it was worse. It was worse. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, all my whiskey blood.
Conversation in Houston on the go lives where?
Thanks to Sports Radio 610, I can get my Astros fix anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
Yeah, that's right. Download the Odyssey app now and don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, Damian, we got to get him some ops in the game, just get him some more ops running the football. But Damian's done a great job out here at practice. I don't think everybody's seen that in the game because, when he had his opportunities, we got guys unblocked in the hole, so he doesn't have a chance to really get started. So, we just have to give him more opportunities, but we have to block it better up front so he does have the opportunities to make some plays in the running game.
He said it twice, Clint. He said it twice
What's
to
that?
the offensive line. We got to block it better. You haven't seen that a lot in the games because it's not being blocked well for him. All right, you sat and watched. You did a lot here with the 4. What do you have? 4 or 5 runs?
4 runs.
4 carries. You did a lot with the 4 carries he had on Saturday in the game. And against the Giants, and you looked at this, you watched the All-22, you took it to another guy who is a coach, and it was as bad as you thought it was going to be when you watched it live, I assume.
Yeah, I mean, it was just I would just expect more out of both the offensive line and out of Dameon Pierce.
So it's both. It's both having almost an equal hold on.
Yeah, well,
on
it's just two different conversations, Ron. At the end of the day, I don't want to muddy the waters in either conversation, right? I mean, if we want to talk about Dameon Pierce, the truth of the matter is that he's not been good. Whether we're talking about when it is blocked up and there's a crease and you run up Kenyon Green's tail end instead of getting a crease, would it have been a home run, hit you head on the goalpost? No, but it would have been a 5-6 yard gain. And with his ability, once he gets to the second level, who knows what would happen? But instead, you run up Kenyon Green's tail end. And you know the outside zone play, the toss play to the right, the first run he had, where there's clearly a guy unblocked in the hole. Which, by the way, I got a real problem with the way that Bobby Slowick and company have had that blocked up and have the receiver's going to block a safety that at the snap of the ball is 15 yards deep.
Dang it, Bobby!
And he's running right by a corner that's up on the line of scrimmage, and you're leaving a corner and a linebacker both unblocked. You don't have enough guys. It schematically was a bad scheme, but if you look at how it all worked out, if Dameon Pierce dips inside where the unblocked defender is, and then bounces it outside where the guard had pulled and took the corner instead of the linebacker inside, then you've got, again, a chance where 5-6 yards, maybe a big play down the sideline. But instead, he just runs right into the unblocked guy. So, there's – I mean, flat out, there ain't no way around. D'Amico can dance around it all he wants with Dameon Pierce. There's no doubt about it that as an offensive coach for damn sure, you watch it and you go, we need more out of the guy we're handing the football to. You can't, in the red zone from the 10-yard line, you can't create a crease where you can go get 5 yards, and instead we run up the offensive lineman's tail end. Like, if you want to bounce it outside and like even take that guess or think that maybe the right, okay, then bounce it outside. You can't run up his tail. I mean, it's that easy. You can't trip him. You can't run. So there's and Dameon Pierce, and one of the plays is a looks like a power play. So it's a G scheme where they're pulling a tight end and a guard. I think it's a guard and a tight end, and he just passes up the tight end, like doesn't follow the tight end, doesn't lead. So it's one of those where it's just with Dameon Pierce, there is clearly something missing than from what we've seen with particularly Cam Akers at this point in time. Last year it was Devin Singletary, and now it's Cam Akers. So I think he's got to be better.
You're seeing both. I mean, we talked about what you saw today, but you're also on this on the all 22 on the film. You're seeing it from it being him, but also it being the guys up front too. Because that's what D'Amico said in that cut we just played.
There is no doubt about it, without a doubt. I mean, can you the play where they were backed up coming out of the end zone, for those that paid that close attention, and the two ends collapsed on him. Look, the fullback completely whiffs on blocking Brian Burns. You don't even have to. All you got to do is get in his way. Like, don't just completely whiff, and you've got to play there. And he just completely whiffs. And Brian Burns is in the hole, makes DP adjust, and it's a no gain kind of deal, or whatever the result ended up being. Could Kenyon Green on that play inside the 10-yard line I was just talking about where he ran up his butt, could Kenyon Green maybe be a little more decisive and either kick him out or log him? Yeah, sure, he could be, right? And so there's things like that throughout where you just as a whole, it's easy to sit around and go, man, we're close. It's like we said last year. You turn the film on. You turn every week. You turn the film on. It's a different guy. It's the tackle. It's the guard. It's the fullback. It's the tight end. You're not close. You're not close. It's not close. So, they've definitely got to block it up better. But it's not going to be consistent until Dameon Pierce gets better and they block it up better. Both of them are two big concerns. I mean, the thought is that Joe Mixon will be a big upgrade. Joe Mixon will be able to make guys miss. But again, to your point that you made earlier in the week, is like your run game can't depend on, a running back having to avoid contact 2 or 3 yards deep in the backfield every damn play.
Text line coming up. You let me get this straight. You kept Lassiter on trial, but you give Pierce a pass. Okay, I don't think you're listening to.
Keep Lassiter on trial.
I don't think you're listening to the show. I
just spent 10 minutes talking about how Pierce has got to be significantly better and giving you specific examples of how he was bad.
Yeah, you said
I'm not giving anybody a pass. He's on the verge of getting cut.
You said Cam Akers
should be too.
Has passed him up. I said they need to move on from each other.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm gonna. You know what, listener? I'm not gonna put that on. I'm gonna listen back to that in the.
Hold on, though.
I'm gonna see how that could have been confusing to you that we gave Damian Pierce a pass. Not giving Damian Pierce a pass or the guys up front a pass with things like that.
Yeah, it's a good point. Nobody, even D'Amico didn't get a pass right there.
No, D'Amico, Bobby didn't get a pass. This passing game is insane. It's nuts. And they're gonna do a whole lot and hurt a lot of defense with that passing game. That run game, they got to get it to a space where it's productive enough to at least keep people
It's
honest.
not the fullback, it's the tight end. If it's not the tight end, it's the tackle. If it's not the tackle,
somebody
it's the guard.
slipped. Somebody
missed.
Every time, damn, somebody slipped. Oh, man,
or the running back didn't hit the right hole. I mean, it's always something.
Dang, just got around just that quick. All right, coming up, Verlander has really come back in this game and looks. I think no matter what happens in today's game, you got to be extremely happy with what he's done. He is finished. We'll give you an update on that. And the Astros are doing something that I love and hope they continue as they head to the playoffs. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, if you're trying to sell a home and move into that new home, whether it's just and everybody's happy. I'm telling you, Orchard is the way to go, man. One Orchard customer, a happy one at that, said, Orchard sold my home for far more than I expected, so I bought a new golf cart. You can do whatever the heck you want to with the extra money that Orchard makes for you. I'm just telling you, you need to sign up and make sure you're locking arms with Orchard. That's the way to go.
for top 10 all time.
Listen, I really didn't know what to expect from Verlander. I mean, I knew he was going to battle.
Justin Verlander.
Oh, that makes me laugh. Because that's what Verlander does, but the 41-year-old, I believe his final start with Corpus, his pitch count was 57, and that's as far as he went over 4 innings. The first 2 innings, he finished with 41 pitches. And I remember saying to you guys as we were prepping for the show, boy, I don't know how much longer he's going to be able to go, what his pitch count is. Well, he was able to go 5 innings, and he started to really get it together after that second inning and he kind of feel himself after that. He threw 76 pitches today, 5 innings, 4 hits, 2 earned runs, 6 strikeouts. I believe Tyler made some money off of that, to 1 walk. So that's the first outing out. Got up to almost 80 pitches, 5 innings in that against if you've seen the series, you've watched the series, you've watched the Boston Red Sox. They are a team that makes pitchers work. Kikuchi's pitch count got up. Everybody's pitch count has gotten up in this series because of their approach at the plate, 1 through 9. And to see him come back, settle down, and be really, really damn near dominant in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th inning and get them through 5 was big from Verlander. That's the story. No matter what happens, that's the story of the game.
Yeah, no doubt, man. 95-plus on his 76 pitch, his last pitch as today in this game. He was actually getting stronger as the game went along, but the pitch count caught up with him. So, yeah, big. I mean, great. Regardless of how this game win-loss, regardless of how it turns out, this is a big day for the Astros, getting Verlander back in the rotation and him dealing.
Yeah, he looked after that, those first couple innings, and the thing that he is really great at is his ability to minimize damage. When he gets in trouble, when he gets and has problems, his ability to minimize damage is insane. And you look up there and you'll see, boy, it could have been 3 runs, could have been 4 runs, could have been a crooked number, and he's able to kind of bear down when he needs to, even coming back. So this looks good. They're going to go to a 6-man rotation because I'm telling you, that fella last night may need that more than anybody. Ronel Blanco is he's on fumes. I think he's, outside of Framber, thrown the most innings of anybody on the team this year, and they need that from him. So big. All right, I'm looking up at the plate right now. Yainer Diaz, who is rolling right now, and today he is playing first base again. And I just would throw this out. I think that this should be the thought that they push forward. There he is. He gets the second hit of the game just now. I think this is the move and the spot that they should press forward right here at first base. I think you've talked about a lot of times their best lineup, and I think defensively there isn't a big shift. They might gain something, at least behind the plate a little bit. But I think they should let him learn first base as much as he could, so hopefully he can get better with things that happened the other night on that throw from Altuve. But it seems to me like Caratini and him in the lineup together is potentially the best that they can put out there with those two, with all these guys. And I would even entertain bringing up Salazar to have a third catcher and have whoever is playing the Litmus Diaz and Gray Kessinger role that just is never going to get in the game and play. I would rather have that, a third catcher up here, because I think clearly he is coming on offensively. I think it probably helps keep his legs playing first base. And as I said, I think it's their best lineup. I love the idea of him being at first base and having Caratini in there too.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. I just don't know how. Definitely with Kyle Tucker out, and hell, let's be honest, Bregman's been out for 5 games. With those guys out, and with Tucker still out, I mean, I don't know how you leave Caratini on the pine. I don't know how, with all the tinkering that they are obviously very comfortable with doing in both corner outfield spots, and first base. And I guess you can throw catcher in there, given that Salazar and Caratini and Diaz have all caught. They are obviously extremely comfortable in moving guys around, trying new things. I can't I can't push back on you, Ron. I agree with you, man. I'd love to see Diaz and Caratini in this lineup, and I'd like to see it even
when Tucker comes back.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. But for me, it's now with where we're at with Tucker out. You almost have to just to give the lineup a little bit of length and get another bat in there.
And I think these last 30, 35, how many games they got left to get him as much experience at playing at first base right now before you get to the games that matter in the postseason. That to me should be what the thought and the build is. And you've got first baseman that you clear, like, you don't want to play.
Yeah.
And you know you don't. Well,
you've shown that.
Yes.
Just rotating these guys through there.
And we get it, though. You get it with Singleton, and maybe the Zach DeZenzo thing has kind of run its course a little bit. And get that guy's bat in there. Caratini has – that's the thing, is Caratini has swung the bat in a place that he's earned it and almost forced it. And you're thinking, God, boy, do I want to have Caratini in there 4 times at the plate, or do I want to have Zach DeZenzo or John Singleton in there 4 times?
Yeah,
right there. So to me, that's a decision I hope they continue to push forward. Our baseball talk is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. All right, Clint.
Hey, Ron, real quick before we get off our T-Mobile baseball talk. I'm very rarely at the Major League Baseball level.
Shortstop and stopped you in your tracks.
Multiple times today.
He plays center field.
That last play was ridiculous on Pena.
Pena running.
This kid, and you talk. He's flashed 3 times in this game. He's a smaller cat, and when he throws the ball, he has to throw it with every bit of his being.
He's got a gun.
And he is.
Raffaello.
This dude's special, man.
No, he plays short and center.
Good
and
God.
He's as good in center as he is in short.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, man.
He's nasty.
That's a fun watch, man.
He's nasty. I know you were out at camp today, and you and Seth Payne, catch him every morning right here on Sports Radio 610. Payne and Pendergast 6 to 10 a.m. You all had an interesting conversation about Jalen Petrie, who I'm starting to feel a lot better about and get excited about based on what we've been seeing.
Yeah, I feel really good about it. But yeah, Seth and I had a good conversation, and it just got me to thinking, man. Seth's thought of how do you how are they going to use him? Is he going to be able to handle the man-to-man coverages and just the overall, how's Jalen Petrie going to look at nickel defender? It just got me to thinking, and Seth's question was more about, because he said, "Hey man, have you been able to pay much attention to what Jalen Petrie's doing from a standpoint of, is he physical, getting up at the line of scrimmage and bump and run and getting getting him up there in their face?" And so we went back and forth about that. But the overall point is, it got me to thinking of, like, he's not going to have a choice. Like with Tavier Thomas, it was like, I don't think anybody in their right mind thought we were going to play man with him out there for the most part, unless we were forced to do it. But it was play soft, play man, come downhill, play the run, be physical kind of deal. When I look at Jalen Petrie, the way in which Jalen Petrie is going to have to be used is up and in the face of the tight end, up and in the face of the split end or the slot receiver. He's going to have to be that way. I don't care what you do off of it, right? Like, I don't care if you play man. I don't care if you pressure. I don't care if you back up and play zone. But he's not going to be a guy that you can set at 8 to 10, 8 yards deep and then just kind of react. Because everything Jalen Petrie brings to the table, like, the reason that Jalen Petrie has a chance to be special is, first and foremost, the instincts around whether it's a run blitz or just simply playing the run, or it's a pressure where he's in a blitz package to go get a sack. Like, you can't bluff those things from 7 yards deep. Like, nobody ever thought Tavier Thomas was a threat to obviously he's a football player. They thought it, but just like I'm talking about, like, constantly knowing where Jalen Petrie is, because he can either play man get physical at the line of scrimmage. He can pressure. He can trigger and play the run immediately, or he can bail and play zone. I guess my overall point is Jalen Petre's going to be an in-your-face kind of defender, regardless of what they do on the back end. You can't protect him the way you can't, because what makes him special are those pressures, and you can't pressure from 7 yards deep.
And you can't. And he's going to have – I mean, that's the deal of, like, playing there. He's going to have to.
Yeah.
He's going to have to do it because also, as you said, you can't use him in the way that makes him, as you said, special. But also, you can't just sit there and just make it very, very easy for – think about the quarterbacks on their schedule. Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Trevor Lawrence, Aaron Rodgers, Jared Goff, Dak Prescott. You can't make it easy for those guys to know what coverage you're going to be in every time Jalen Petre is in the game.
You can't get 8 games into the season, Ron, and be like, hey, if Jalen Petre is playing a certain technique, there's 75% pressure. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you've got to show a look a good chunk of the time and then be able to do anything out of that look. And I think that look that you show more times than not, again, to cater to or play to his strengths, which are the pressures and the play and the run physically off the line of scrimmage, you're going to have to be an up in the face kind of guy. I mean, there's no choice. There's no way around it. I mean, your tendencies are going to show if you don't.
Yeah. No, yeah, it is, and that's the big thing is, like, they may be able to have gotten away with a little bit last year when you think about some of the quarterbacks and the guys they played last year. What did they get to about 8 or 9 weeks before Tavierre Thomas started to understand? Hey, when he's in the game, it's zone, Jack. But you can't. I mean, you just can't do that against good offensive coordinators.
But Ron, you can't do that with Jalen Petre. Right? Yeah. I mean, because Jalen Petre, because he's playing left-handed. Now he's playing to his weakness, right? The strength and the scary part of Jalen Petre is he'll be on top of your quarterback before you know it. He'll be hitting your running back in the backfield as the exchange happens, right? You can't pose that threat from regardless of what you end up doing. Or
he's making a play like the pick six he got Saturday.
Yes.
Where he's right on top of the receiver.
Yes. Like you just can't consistently pose that threat from sitting back playing the Tavierre Thomas way.
Seth Payne has got a knife to us as he's walking by. I don't know why. He just walked past the window with a knife like that. He's going to stab all of us. All right. Coming up.
I lopped it off when I was 17.
There it is. Big 3 at 3 as we'll get you updated on what's going on with the Astros in this game and some pregame info from the manager, Joe Espada. We'll get you ready with all of that coming up next. But you hear us say this, and we talked about it earlier on the show, and maybe we'll get him.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big Three at 3. Number 1.
The batter here, 1 for 2, and he hits this ball down the line and left, and he's going to add to the Red Sox lead with an RBI double. Jordan will dig it out of the corner. Ceydan thought about 3, but Jordan gets it back in. So it's now a 3-1 lead as Rafaela knocks in his second run of the game on a double.
All right, that's where we sit there as they just finished that inning. 3-1 lead for the Boston Red Sox as Justin Verlander started today. I think that's the main story. And, you know, with the 5-game lead in the division over the Mariners, who are a game away from being no longer being above 500, by the way. That's where the Mariners are. I know we said the Astros are 61-38 with yesterday's loss in that, and I would love to see what the Mariners' record is in that time frame. They've got to be 10 to 15 games under 500 the way they have. They lose today, they'll be at 500. But anyway, with a 5-game lead over the Mariners in these games right here, it feels like they're heading to the playoffs. I think the most important win or lose in this game is Justin Verlander and what he was able to do. And he started off really, really, I don't even want to say slow, but in a situation where you didn't think he'd be able to last very long because you knew there had to be some sort of a pitch count. After the first 2 innings, he had given up 2 runs, and he was at 41 pitches. Well, his final line, 5 innings pitched, 4 hits, 2 earned, 6 strikeouts, 1 walk, and he got to 76 pitches, 33 swings and miss, or 10 swings and misses in that time frame. So he was really, 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 really good for being out for as long as he was, and not throwing more than 57 pitches in any of his rehab starts. So today, to me, was about Justin Verlander, and he looked really, really good.
Ain't no doubt about it, man. Got him back in the rotation. It didn't need to be a piggyback start. He was able to throw 76 pitches. He ended as strong as he started in terms of his stuff, and it appears, I don't know, any flare-ups or anything like that obviously could happen, but it appears that JV's back. It's going to be a 6-man rotation with the Astros, which is a huge plus down the stretch for some of these young guys that haven't handled this kind of workload before. And, today's, no matter what the score ends up here, today was a big win for the Astros getting JV back in the saddle.
That's the big thing is, it's not just, oh man, you know, sometimes you can see a line, Clint, like, oh, 5 innings, 4 hits, 2 runs, like, right? It wasn't like, and I know Tyler was in there watching it due to the money aspect for him. And someone texted in and said Tyler kind of took one on the chin yesterday. Hopefully JV got you back right. It looked good all around. You know, outside of a couple of guys, no one was just absolutely tattooing it and hitting it to people. There wasn't many hard hit balls. He was striking guys out. Like you said, man, he got stronger in the 3rd and the 4th and the 5th inning. It was strong. Like, you were looking at it, and it was like the only reason he's coming out of this game is because prior to the game, it was clear they had some sort of some sort of a pitch count. Yeah. That was it, because the guy that was walking out of that game after he ended the 5th is a guy who looked like he had 2 to 3 more innings in him. So that's the big part is you almost forget what you had there when you haven't seen him in a while, hadn't pitched since June 9th. Now you look at it and you're like, oh, okay, that's right. This is the ace. This is the front of the rotation guy and what they had.
Well, that's the beautiful thing about all the success that the Astros have had of late, man, is assuming it works out in our favor, which it did today with Justin Verlander. I mean, you're already the hottest team in baseball. I don't know how many. You're already doing things, tracking down the Mariners after being 10 down before the damn All-Star break. I mean, historically, the best hunt that we've ever seen in Major League Baseball. And, by the way, you got Verlander coming back this week, which was today, turned out well. You got Tucker hopping around in the outfield, which is far better than what we had seen the last week from Kyle Tucker. So he's going to come back at some point in time. Yep. You've been one of the hottest teams in baseball and done historically great things without those two big guns, literally, and to know that they're going to come back and be, part of the move going forward is that's beautiful, man.
All right, prior to the game, as they got a little day baseball, Joe Espada, the captain, spoke to the media, and this was his update. As we know, Ryan Presley, that back injury, was placed on the IL. This is his update and the latest with Ryan Presley.
I was actually just watching him. His stuff looked pretty good. I didn't get a chance to, finish his bullpen since I got to come here and hang out with you all.
The fact that, it doesn't seem like he's stopped throwing since you guys put him on the IL, does that suggest that, he may not even need a rehab?
Yeah, I don't think it will be necessary. I think he's in pretty good shape. I think, the fact that he continues to throw, he feels good. I don't think it's necessary. We could always do, a little live BB for him, face some of our hitters. So right now, I don't think that will be necessary.
All right, so that's the latest there with Ryan Presley. Of course, he's looking good. That's the latest with Ryan Presley. Take their time with him, make sure he gets right. And then Alex Bregman, who did start in this game and has homered, led off the game for the Astros with a homer. He's not playing in the field, though. This is Joe Espada speaking about Alex Bregman, who's obviously in the lineup, but giving a more of an update with it.
Yeah, I would like to keep him DH. If something happens that, this game, late extra inning games, I'm sure he could go there and play defense, but I will try to avoid that if I can.
All right, he wants to still avoid that. So they're not – something is holding them back to putting him in the field at this point. They want him to only DH at this point, so we'll see how long that is. But it was just big to at least have him in the lineup. And, hell, if he could DH, I think they can – you want him to be at third, but I think they can at least fill that in.
Yeah. Look, I mean, just getting the bat back. We said this about Kyle Tucker as well, man. I mean, the minute they can swing a bat, hell, get him in the lineup. I mean, if it's just DH, great. You've got your DHs can go out and play. In fact, I mean, obviously the one guy that you would rather be a DH full time, Yordan Alvarez, is playing left field a lot more because so you can bounce around and use different guys in that DH role. So it's not something that's foreign for the Astros. Get these guys back in there. Hell, I mean, this Bregman showed exactly why today.
My man John Singleton, he is swinging so hard. He swung his elbow pad off.
I didn't know what that was.
Did he break it? Because he didn't put it back on.
I'm not sure. Hey, did y'all see his bat flip on that home run? It was either last night or the night before.
The other night.
He once again, nobody bat flips like Big John.
He threw that. His efficiency with it. He's so quick with it.
Yes.
That's what he is. But damn, he is not getting cheated. I mean, he broke the damn elbow pad. Doggone it, John. Then he took one swing. 3-1 still at Minute Maid. The Red Sox lead in the 7th. The Astros do have some runners in scoring position. They got a chance to get this thing back tight again.
Big 3 at 3. Number 2.
All right, Clint, I know you were there. The Texans practice today. One more day until they meet the L.A. Rams with a joint practice coming up tomorrow. That will be that sadly enough will probably be bigger than the game because I think the ones are actually going to play in tomorrow's scrimmages. I'm not sure if they're going to play in the game coming up on Saturday, but what are you looking for tomorrow? What things are going to you're going there? If you got in your mind, I know you like to keep notes on a pad. You got in your mind, what are the things you're looking at as the Texans get ready to play the Rams?
Well, I think when you look at the starting 22, the one thing that we will be able to see, I'm not just going to say, well, I want to watch this or that because there's a bunch of things that I'd like to watch, but I think on the offensive side of the football, it's that offensive line, man. I mean, there's got to be some semblance of getting a hat on a hat, moving folks. And giving these running backs some opportunity, as we talked earlier, man, the run throughs, the not getting to the second level, the guys being unblocked in the hole. I mean that stuff, that's got to get better, man. And hopefully with Joe Mixon in the mix, and hopefully with Laramie Tunsil in the mix, that gets better in the team sessions with the Rams tomorrow. So I think offensively, that's the one big look, I fully expect all these receivers to participate and go off. I expect 2 tight ends in Brevin Jordan and Dalton Schultz to make plays. I expect Joe Mixon to be out there. It's just a matter for me, man, up front. Can these guys?
We see some space.
Can you just block it up, man, and give these guys some opportunities. And again, I don't expect it to be every damn play, but boy, it's getting tough to watch from. Go ahead.
That's what I say. My thing I'm really watching. There's a few things, right? We can get to Kamari Lassiter.
That on the defense side of football. That's the one I'm watching.
But to stay there, it is Joe Mixon, because I'm telling you, I've been wanting to see him in with the ones and against another team, and with the Rams, their guys in front. I've been wanting to see him in there to see how different it looks with him in the lineup. Like, I want to see him behind the same blocking scheme, the same things that we've been watching. I want to see what that looks like with him. And people have been pretty impressed with the Rams defensive line. People have liked what they've seen there with their young guys, those young kids they got from Florida State. That's the big thing I want to see is all right, Dameon Pierce and that running attack, those guys look rough in game against other opponents.
Yeah.
I want to see how different it will look with Joe Mixon. And I think that will give us a better gauge on, like, all right, the run game will be where they need it to be, because that combination of Joe Mixon and the offensive line can seem to find something.
Yeah. No, I mean, seeing Joe Mixon, this will be the livest action that we've ever seen Joe Mixon behind the line, assuming that he's going to go. I would imagine that this will be the last run for the starters, the last high-intensity work for the starters before the Indianapolis Colts game week 1. And so I would imagine it's going to be the intensity is going to be a pretty good ways up there. So no doubt. The run game as a whole, I mean, what are we looking like up front? What does Joe Mixon look like? We hadn't seen that in live action. And then with the Dameon Pierce situation, does he look better in practice? I think we'll be able to get a good gauge on all of that on the offensive side of the football. Defensively, you mentioned it. I think again, I'll say it again, every defensive what if or what I'm watching or whatever nuggets you want to look at, it starts with Kamari Lassiter. You got a rookie corner opposite Derek Stingley. You've got at least the first line when everybody's healthy. You've got some dudes that are pretty established or we're pretty confident in. The one we haven't seen is Kamari Lassiter. He's the one that I think for the first month of the season we're all going to have to be watching to see what he's made out of. Had a hell of a day today now, but we got to see it in real live action, and this is going to be this will be the realest, livest action that he's seen. I hate to think that the Giants are anywhere remotely close to the Rams, so that game action last week was damn near a waste of time, to be completely honest with you. This is the real deal, as real as he's seen.
This is a coordinator. This is a coach who knows what he's doing.
Yep.
Quarterbacks, receivers, and you talk about trying to confuse a young kid. This is kind of a group that will do that. I don't know how much they'll show.
Yeah, girl.
But this is a definitely a challenge potentially in a space where he can get better.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, we were just talking about the Texans' number 1 rookie they drafted in Kamari Lassiter. Well, we're going to have a lot of rookie starting quarterbacks, Clint. And Sean Payton, your old guy with the Broncos, the head coach there, he is officially, nobody's surprised by this, but he is officially named rookie first-round pick Bo Nix as Denver's new number 1 quarterback.
Broncos country.
Are you more impressed that Bo Nix is able to pick this up, or that our guy, what's Zach's last name?
Wilson.
Zach Wilson.
Milf Hunter.
Got over there. I think many people thought, all right, maybe he gets to start 1 year.
That's right.
Nah, man, he don't even. He's not even starting a game. He's not even coming out of there. Like, what a miss Zach Wilson was.
Yeah, look, I don't think, to me it's the other kid there that the other quarterback up there, the one that come out of Auburn, man, Jared Stidham.
Yeah.
To me, it was either Stidham or Bo Nix. I mean, I just don't.
Yeah, Zach wasn't even going to be the third string.
Zach doesn't. Zach don't ring like the whole like pretty boy. I don't know. He's got a certain vibe about him that I just never thought was gonna work with I think it's a good pickup, but I don't think that Sean Payton was going to go that route. Now, it doesn't shock me one bit that Bo Nix is that dude, an older, more mature, grounded, grinder, tough-ass dude. That doesn't surprise me that Sean Payton went with that guy. And, I mean, look, you look at Bo Nix. I admit one time I was so low on Bo Nix I wasn't a fan at all. He got better at Auburn, then he goes out to Oregon and lights it up. The fact that he learned several offenses, he was in college as long as he was. I mean, he's from a mental perspective, from a cerebral approach to the game, he's probably ahead of most rookies because he played so much college football.
But Clint, it's just wild when you look at it, like all the aspects you're talking about: control, understanding of the offense, knowing what he wants to do, what he's reading. I mean, I don't know that Zach Wilson has ever been as comfortable as Bo Nix has ever been in these. What's he been the quarterback in the NFL? What, 2 months?
Yeah. Oh no, but I mean, you know what I mean? That.
Like
I mean, he was high strung and didn't know what the hell he was doing when he was in college. He's running all over the place.
Yeah. It's just wild. Like, he's been in the league. How many years Zach has been in the league? 3 years?
Goes
3 or
4, right?
He's never looked that way. I mean, he had a good half against the Texans last year, but he was erratic in the first. Like, I mean, it's
erratic is the right word. I mean, that's just been his whole his whole get up.
That, like, he's got the talent and arm strength, everything, but he has never looked like he has ever had control of the offense of what he's doing. From the 2 games I've watched with Bo Nix,
Ronnie, he was a guy, and this was Bo Nix early on at Auburn too, by the way. But he's always Zach Wilson has always been a guy, Ron, that wanted to play a backyard style of ball, that was okay playing outside the pocket and off schedule, off platform, that was almost willing to play that way. And it's damn near impossible to play that way at the NFL level. We watch some of the most talented dudes on earth struggle in a sense of trying to win championships because they can't learn to play in the pocket, from the pocket, on time, commit to it. Damn it, it shouldn't be about what you can do off platform, although that obviously ends up being a huge part of quarterback play. Like what you really want is a quarterback that can handle the biggest. What is your threshold? How much chaos can you handle in the pocket before you hit the eject button? Not the first sniff of a little bit of pressure, boom, you hit the eject button. How much can you weather? How much chaos can you handle before you're like, I got to get the hell out of here? And Zach is a guy that would just somebody breathes on him, boom, he's out of there. He's out. And he's not a good enough athlete to
maybe 1 out of 10
that way.
times he'd stay. But yeah, erratic as we said. All right, coming up, is there a guy on the roster that could even be this? Is there anybody that could be the 2023 version of Nico Collins? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Clint Stoerner here. Looking, I want to take a minute to tip my cap to
Free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
And he got him chasing. Not the best at bat for Jordan. Took an 0-1 strike. Fires the helmet away as he swung at a pitch well off the plate to strike out to end the inning with the bases full.
I'm currently watching his reaction afterwards. He just threw the bat, just threw that damn hand.
Well, this is not good. What would y'all be? Would if you struck out like that? It's got to be frustrating for that good of a hitter to just kind of just an awful offer at a sweeper away that you knew you couldn't hit.
It like, yeah.
I mean, are you breaking the bat? You throwing the bat? You throwing the helmet? You kicking the dirt? What are y'all? What kind of? I mean, Tyler, I feel like
I'm going Bo Jackson.
You're breaking the bat.
Yep,
you're breaking the bat.
Of course, in this scenario, I do not have my twig legs because I think the bat would break me. But,
yeah, you could get yourself in trouble with your current state. But
if I had Jordan's legs, I'm snapping that thing.
Snapping the wood. What would you do?
Yeah, I'm not bringing injury into it. I'm gonna probably fire the hat and the bat. Toss the helmet, the hat. I'd be very similar to him. Like, there would be cuss words to myself.
Yeah.
F me.
Oh, I'd cuss out loud.
Mine would probably be a turn.
Aimed at yourself. I got you.
Turn, and I'm a big the guy with the the lips. Like when I'm frustrated, because we're in the seventh. We're in the seventh inning.
Eighth.
But that
was the seventh. Yes.
It was the seventh inning of a. All right, like
3-1 game.
We're all right, like. This is in the playoffs.
Bases juiced. 2 outs.
In the playoffs, I may have had to go walk down into the entire clubhouse.
Playoffs.
Yeah. I think you know what I am. I am a
Trey would have fired the bat and did everything.
No, I would have calmly carried my bat back to the dugout, but I would have tried to drive that bat through the back of that bat rack.
You done with it? Oh, drive.
Like I would have put it in the right hole, and I would have tried to blow the back out of it.
You know what? That's one that you don't need to do. That's not one I need to go watch. Get the tablet for. The swings he had.
Hey, Coach, I know what the hell happened, man.
I don't need to see the tablet. I don't need to watch the tablet. It's probably good for Jordan today after that at bat that he had to run back out to left field because he had to just sit in there and stew with that till the next time he came up to the plate. Like he'd have been smoking. 3-1 right there, and as Clint and Tyler talked about, a huge moment in the game. The Astros get the bases loaded with 1 out, and in the lineup today, I'm not so sure there's anybody else that you'd rather have up to the plate with Bregman and Jordan Alvarez coming up with the bases loaded, and then 1 out, and then Bregman pops up to shallow right. And then, obviously, that just horrible strikeout. And when I say horrible strikeout, just the pitch that he swung at the at-bat seemed like Jordan doesn't normally come up. It doesn't appear like he has a plan, and he's up there just swinging. Very
rarely does he have a bad at-bat.
He looked like he just was up there swinging.
Yeah, Bregman jumps on the first pitch, I believe, popped it out to short right field. Was the second baseman ended up getting that?
No, right fielder came up and got it. He was running in.
And then Jordan struck out. Boy, that hurt.
Yep.
That hurt right there.
Top 9, 3-1 Red Sox lead as Seth Martinez is in to try to hold it down. We'll keep you updated on that. All right. Look, Nico Collins, listen, he shocked all of us, and I refuse to even hear anybody saying they saw that.
Nico is
1,300 yards, 80 catches. Like, I just refuse to believe that. But he, to me, shocked everybody, shocked the league with his production. Not just as much as he could play, but he was at a Pro Bowl level. And I'm not necessarily saying up to that performance, but there are folks and guys out here on this team we're not talking about, we're not thinking about, that could have a big, big impact that I don't think we're predicting. Hey, Clint, I know there's some extra want to for this kid for me. But, man, I think Khalil Davis is going to be somebody we're talking about at the end of the year in a way that I don't think we're thinking about right now. I think Khalil Davis is playing a position, Clint, that is kind of up for the taking for somebody to step up.
He's going to get run.
It's not like there is somebody there's not a Derek Stingley standing in front of him. There's not a Diggs standing in front of him. I think he'll get opportunities. And the time he got last year, I think he played really, really well. And you can see him getting better today. He had a really good practice as well, being reported from people. I think Khalil Davis is a guy. I'm not saying he's going to go Pro Bowl level play the way Nico did, but I don't think he is a guy that we're thinking about right now. I don't think a lot of Texans fans are thinking about right now. I think by the end of the year, Khalil Davis is a guy that we're talking about as a major, major part and has really stepped.
The different slots and table games and off-track betting and all, I mean, everything you could think of, you're left wanting for nothing. The Res Sportsbook, which I briefly mentioned, I'm telling you, it's off the charts. They got 18 convenient betting kiosks. They got 40-plus TVs. They got a big-time lounge. They got the Cajun bar bites, and they got that Cajun vibe. You know what I'm talking about? 3 big, beautiful hotels, an unbelievable golf course. Casati Pines is the #1 golf course in the state of Louisiana, and it's a great place to go. Great place to be. Hell of a good time, y'all. Coshada Casino Resort. Visit ccrla.com. That's ccrla.com to make plans to visit Coshada Casino Resort.
Do the Texans have a new RB2 behind Joe Mixon? Lopez is ready to say so.
If we're being honest here, Dameon Pierce, at absolute best, is the 3rd best running back on this team. Cam Akers has passed him.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
West Point, Lincoln, and Sugar Land celebrating.
Employer, call Trajan Wealth today at 346-371-3330. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. You know, I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cashback you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. You know, basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/credit card.
Total Wireless is made to totally keep up with you. We now have unlimited data that never slows you down. Covered by the Verizon 5G network. And for less than $30 a month, we make your phone your ride or die. Switch now and pick a free 5G phone with qualified plan purchase. And your 4th line at no additional cost. Visit your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless, we're totally with you. Actual speeds may vary by location. For data management practices, see TotalWireless.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want? Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number Limited Edition smart bed. Limited time. For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your world?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey.
Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Astros in the 9th inning. They trail 4-1 now. Seth Martinez gave up a home run in the top of the 9th. They trail 4-1. We'll see if they can get a comeback. It would be their first comeback all season after trailing after 8 innings. They are 0-43 this year when trailing after 8 innings. 0-43 when trailing after 8 innings. So that is what is upon them right now. We'll see if they can find a way to break that 0-43 streak. See if they can do that. But we'll keep you updated.
I don't feel real good about it right now, Ron. To be honest with you, I ain't feeling it right now, man.
A quick work of Jake. That'll help. Well, Dubon tried to. I don't hit it to him. Don't hit it to him.
Jake Dubon combo. That didn't go. It didn't work out real well.
Real shout out to Boss Lady. Happy birthday to Boss Lady. It is our boss.
That's right. Y'all see the big pic and the graphic on the wall in there?
Throwing up the H, baby.
Yep. Wrote it down.
Solid pic, man.
Wrote it down. Took a picture of it.
Happy birthday to you.
For you, Sarah. With an A, Tony.
Happy birthday to you.
I feel this in my soul.
You're going to hit this next one, ain't you?
Happy birthday, dear
Sarah, Boss Lady Sarah.
Happy birthday to you.
God, it's the run.
God, I love you, Tony.
That was good job of pausing that and putting the right name in there.
Yeah, get it. Yeah, smart. Boss Lady Sarah. But happy birthday, Sarah Frazier. I did take note of that. Took a photo of it, saved it in my phone. Contract time. I'd like to get that.
I was like, where is this going?
Where's he going with this?
I'd like to get that in my contract.
On your birthday, you need it on all the TVs around the building?
Yep. I don't know if that's what I was thinking. Yes.
I mean, I'd love to see you up there. That big smile, that big grin. I'd love to see it up there, man. That'd be great.
I'd like to pick the photo because I feel like somebody would.
No,
actually, I check. I think if it's Leroy,
you got a control
I would trust,
problem.
I do. I trust Leroy. I'll trust Leroy. I'd like to get maybe him to send me about 5 or 6 different ones he's thinking of.
So you really don't trust Leroy?
I do trust him. I just like to see where he's leaning, and maybe we could come together as a group. I'll let him have final say.
Would you like to be smiling, or would you like to look hard, or like what do you think you go with?
I'd like to first year hard smiles. I mean big smile.
Oh, the first time it happens?
Big smile. Yeah. Don't want it, and I want it to be single. Don't want it in my kids or anybody in it. Coordinate just me.
Just you.
Okay. Is that my boy Ron?
Hang in there, baby. Yeah, baby.
Maybe why no kids and wife?
This one celebrate me just on that day, man. I'm obviously.
So one day you get
the showman.
Someone here who is just kind of gives it to others. Just give me that one. Give me
that
day.
Yeah, man.
Give me that day. I think it'd be nice. It'd be nice right there. Give me that photo right there. I like the thought of it. It's like that time when I came in here They really got me that day. I came in here to visit. It was the first time I came here. We were doing the show for the first time together, working in almost a tryout type of situation. I came in here, Tyler. I walked in, and right behind in the big studio, the TV right behind Leroy was all KU stuff.
Oh, that was.
Oh, I remember you telling me about this.
It was all Kansas stuff lit up all around. And then that TV right there when you walk in, I said, "Damn, man, they really want me.
They're really recruiting."
I mean, they're recruiting.
Jayhawks are going down.
I promise you. I text all.
I didn't realize that was the same day.
They just said, but she is obviously like over the alumni, the KU alumni. And she had just so happened to be leading a meeting here that day, and that's why that was up there. But I'm texting everybody at the house like, "Hey, man, this is the big time here. They're recruiting the hell out of me. They really want my ass to get in here."
You didn't know the boss lady was
I
a
didn't know that
Jayhawk,
was for it. Had nothing to do with me. They didn't even think about me. I said, "Damn, boy, this is."
They should have let you believe it, man. That would have been great.
It wasn't no letting.
These Texans really are into KU.
I said, I'm just like, man, they do it right here.
Yeah.
I was like, God, dog, this is like, this
Red
is probably
carpet.
what they did to you when you went to Arkansas.
Bunch of Razorback gear in there.
Y'all know I
Put your backs all over
And
them.
like it did the introduction of you when you walked into Frank Broyles Stadium. It said,
Yeah, that was back then. That was the deal.
That
man.
was the
When
deal.
you walk, I mean, obviously being down here, I'd played in some big stadiums, but nothing like a college stadium. Obviously,
Hogs are winners.
You walk in and they got your picture and
yeah, that's what I thought. I said,
you're
wow.
up on the big screen up there.
How
Yeah,
did they
man.
know? God, I don't know. By the way, the
memories, man.
Astros fall to the Boston Red Sox 4-1, lose the series 2-1. But as we'll talk a little bit later, to me today is still a good day with Justin Verlander. Justin Verlander's return was the most important thing. As you have a 5-game lead, it was the most important thing, and he showed that he appears to be healthy and ready to go, and not just healthy and ready to go, but the top of the rotation type guy that you need. All right, I've been looking at this, and I've been thinking about this, Clint. And I'm looking at Yainer Diaz, and he is, to me, when you think about, all right, the guys that since Kyle Tucker has gotten injured, the guys who have really stepped up, Yainer Diaz has to be, from at least at the plate perspective, has to be at the top of the list. And I'm just wondering, I'm throwing this out there. You think Yainer would be in this spot, would have this production, would have taken off like this if Kyle Tucker hadn't gotten injured? Do you think him getting injured, him being moved up in that 4 spot, him kind of having the pressure of that? Because Clint, June 3rd is the last game Tucker played. His number /9. He's hitting 248, 278 on base, 371 slugging, 4 homers, 24 RBIs. Today, he's hitting 301, and it's improved because he's had multiple hits today. 326, which is improved on base because he's been on multiple times. 463 slugging, 15 homers, and a team-leading 71 RBI. I wonder how much, in a positive way, potentially it forced him to have to step his game up, or also being able to hit right behind Yordan Alvarez consistently. He is the one that has really stepped up. I wonder if we would have been able to witness that from Yainer if Kyle Tucker were still in the lineup every day.
It sure is convincing as you're talking. I mean,
those numbers are nuts.
It's convincing because he just strikes like I remember watching him, Ron, get pushed down into the lower part of the lineup, and clearly the body language was bad. Clearly he didn't like it. Clearly it had a negative impact on him. And so I think we've done a 180 with him, right, where he was struggling. He's getting pushed down the lineup to now all of a sudden, not only has he moved up in the lineup in a 3 or 4 hole, depending on who's healthy and who's not, but you're talking about a guy that clearly the team needs you desperately.
They were forced to, right?
Right.
There was nobody. They tried. There was nobody else that made sense to put right there. They
Absolutely.
tried Pena. I think Jake got a run up there. I think they tried a lot of people, but then they were forced to have to sit him right there.
It's just it's hard to think that it's hard not to think that he's one of those guys that boy, when you tell him I need you, man, we're relying on you, man. You're one of our big guns, that he performs best under that set of circumstances versus the tough love of pushing him down the lineup and making him feel like he's he's going to end up back in Sugar Land or something if he doesn't pick it up. Yeah, it's hard to think that if the Tucker injury and the Tucker absence, it's hard to think that it didn't impact him in any way.
Yeah, because I think, as you said, I think it forced them to have to put him in a spot. Because if Tucker's still there, obviously he's hitting fourth. I don't know if there is a force or a reason. He was hitting ninth.
Yeah.
He was hitting behind John Singleton at times. He was hitting behind the guys. We're like, what in the world is going on? I think that injury, one for him, forced him to say, hey, for the team, I got to pick it up.
I got to get right.
I got to pick it up. I mean, he had 4 home runs up to that point. I got to pick it up the power-wise. And then, like, I think you're right. Joe probably had to sit there and say, yo, he's got to hit for it.
Yep.
Like, I mean, there's nobody else makes sense with his combination of potential power and what he can do to drive in runs. We got to have him there to sit there in that 4 spot. And what that's going to do now is, like, he's in a groove. He's going. Now, when Tucker gets back, it just makes this thing stronger. Because I don't think when Tucker arrives, that means Diaz is going to go back to being the guy that he was when Tucker was playing, and that was a guy.
God, I hope not. The
So.
One thing about Joe Espada, all joking aside, is, I mean, he's shown if you swing the bat well, you're going to move up in the lineup. If you don't, your ass is going to move down in the lineup, with the exception of your top 4 guys, top 3, 4 guys, 4 if Tucker's healthy. And what Diaz has done is Diaz has made him right. Diaz has shown up. It's wild to think, Ron, that him and we've talked about Pena as well in the same breath. Like the quality at bat these guys are getting this year versus last year. I know there's still moments. Don't get me wrong, but the last year it was once a game with these guys, man, where they were just going to waste an at bat. They were going to swing at a
you threw a slider or a sweeper away.
Low and away, it was done. What Jordan struck at? Yes,
it was Zaley.
They were swinging no matter what, and so. Those guys, Pena, and I don't mean for Pena to steal a little bit of Diaz's moment here, but both of those guys, I mean, it's crazy how much more disciplined they seem to be at the plate. And it's interesting. I don't know where Pena's numbers are, but obviously, if home run numbers are, but obviously Diaz, the power fell off a little bit. But the average hitting over 300 at this point is.
But to where he was at.
Yeah.
In just over
crazy
2 months.
Climb, yeah.
To where he was at, he is.
It's a long season, Ron.
Yeah, he did the reverse of Jake. He's done the reverse of Jake.
Drive by. Myers drive by.
Hey, Jake, great catch yesterday.
No doubt, man.
Great catch.
Great
catch yesterday.
Great catch. Better dismount.
You like the dismount. Not going to say about that.
That Jake right there? Hey, that Jake right there? I'm talking about the made the catch, cool. I'm talking about the land in the squatted position, stand up, and he did everything but adjust the backpack. He did everything but with his thumbs in his glove, what is that? Is secure the bag? He did everything but that. I mean, that Jake right there, I can get down with that.
And he made Patrick Creighton's day. Boy.
I
hadn't heard from Patrick Creighton in a month and a half.
Ron Hughley.
Oh yeah,
Jake climbed the ladder. Now I know Pat ain't gonna make no he ain't gonna make nothing up here on the X or on social about that easy sin that the Red Sox had to kick off the game today on that shallow ball hit to center.
Yeah,
I didn't even think twice about sending him.
I went that old PC rat hole. I can't do it.
What an aggressive sin! I said, "Come on, man, that's Jake." They had a game plan. I don't even mean it to be a jackass, Jake, but you can clearly see the Red Sox had a game plan of we're running on Jake Myers any chance we get, which I think everybody does. We're running on him any chance we get and open up the game. But no, last night that catch, fantastic catch. Had a good hit today too. All right, what you got coming up at the 4?
Well, I was at practice today, and while we're getting closer to game time, and the ones are not going to play, they are preparing. I say the ones aren't going to play. I don't know exactly who's playing, but I'm going to guess they're not going to play if at all any. But we got a joint practice tomorrow, so they are turning it up a little bit. The intensity was turned up a little bit at practice today. They're getting some work done. and there's a couple of things that stood out. I'll give you, let me be your eyes and ears. Like I told you yesterday, let me be your eyes and ears. I'll give you what I saw out of practice today. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, let's talk a little bit about Our Vision Homes, man. Houston area's premier turnkey custom home builder. And I've told y'all many times,
Because Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 8/21. Selection varies by location. See store at Lowe's.com for details.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Yeah, turn that mic on, Dirty. If you're going to party, you got to turn that damn mic on. I see you, Tyler, rolling his eyes at me. I'll be damned. Hey, Texans report. Brandon Scott coming up at 4:40. B. Scott, Sports Radio 610.
Really, dog?
Hey, man, yeah, B. Scott, really. It's always a good time. Make sure you're plugged in at that 4:40 mark. Guys, I was out at practice today, and it was I didn't expect to see the level of intensity that I saw. I mean, like now, hindsight, I think there's a joint practice coming up. Probably guys getting their juices flowing and getting their mind right. But with the Rams coming to town tomorrow for a joint practice, it all makes sense. Like D'Amico wants to get some work in with his ones because tomorrow you're probably going to be somewhat limited in what you can do because it's going to be contingent on another team and you have to work with them. And so, you want to get a lot of good work in with your ones. Today was a lot of 1 versus 1 work once they got to team for the Texans. And I'm going to tell you, man, Ron, I've had a close eye on one guy the entire camp. Well, a couple guys, but one of them more so than anybody given the situation. The second-round draft pick out of Georgia, Kamari Lassiter, that was immediately named the starter at corner. And
it seemed like it was immediate.
Well, it was immediate to us, as far as we know. I know. D'Amico tell you he went over his team, but that was a quick trigger on who the starter is at corner for an organization that typically talks a lot about creating competition. But I've watched him, and there's no doubt what we've heard from D'Amico is spot on. In terms of he's obviously mature beyond his years. He knows the defense like the back of his hand somehow. He's never out of pocket, never out of place. He always knows where he's supposed to be. He's always where he's supposed to be when he was supposed to be there. All that coach speak stuff. He is absolutely that. And it just seems like, the whole stacking days thing is going really good for him. Ron, today, again, just the team periods. Kamari Lassiter jumped off the field a couple times.
All right, there you go. That's good leading into leading into week 1.
Tank, yeah, hell yeah, it's better than the alternative leading into week 1. Tank Dell is running a go route to the left side of the quarterback, and it's really just a route at this point in time where, hey, you just go run the corner off, right? And then Diggs is I couldn't tell if he came from the same side of the field or if he's come from the other field, but he's running an over route to the area where Tank just cleared out. And the underneath coverage took it away. I don't know why C.J. Stroud decided to throw it. It was a poor decision on C.J.'s part. But he tried to throw it high and let Stephon Diggs go up and get it. And, of course, he sailed it. Nobody touched it. Well, Kamari Lassiter standing back there because Tank Dell had ran him off and understands that the ball's not coming to Tank. He gets his eyes around, an awareness, I would say, not a Pro Bowl level player or anything, but just an awareness. You're not just chasing Tank around the field. You realize once you get to a certain depth, you realize what's going on. You're pattern reading. You see the crossing route coming kind of deal. Well, he kicks his eyes back to the quarterback and gets his body turned around in time to make that pick on the overthrow by C.J. Stroud. It was again not a great play, but a very headsy play. A very headsy play from a player that D'Amico Ryans has leaned into from a sense of being a guy that's like, yeah, he's where he's supposed to be when he's supposed to be there. He's mature. He's aware. That was one of those plays that jumped off the field today with Kamari.
Well, he's starting to have them, right? As you said, he's starting to stack some days. I know a couple weeks ago before the injury, we saw he had a couple of good days. Last week, that was odd. That's why tomorrow I'm really looking forward to him facing the Rams and their passing attack with their receivers, because last week, as you said, it was almost a waste of time with the New York Giants and what they put together game plan wise. And then also within that, they didn't even really challenge him. I think there was almost – I can only remember one ball thrown his way, and, you know, it seemed like he was covering the, quarters high, and somebody had it lower, and you know, the receiver got in between them.
Yeah.
So it wasn't really on him. It just wasn't a lot of challenging towards him, even though that was his first game. I think this coming up tomorrow has a chance to be a real challenge to him to see what's going to potentially be in front of him in the league outside of his own guys, outside of running up against the Texans offense every day.
Yeah, I'm anxious to see how he runs and how he moves and how he – I know they're going to play it safe in terms of – I think it's a smart thing to do with him in terms of playing him soft and letting him come down and make tackles and letting him come down and defend underneath throws versus getting him in a spot where he's getting beat over the top. So I think they're going to protect him a lot, obviously, which you hope an offensive coordinator would do with a rookie cornerback. But we'll see. We'll see how he matches up. But that wasn't the only play today, Ron. This is the one that was more impressive to me. Not more impressive. I guess all things considered, they're both pretty impressive. But it was a drive, first play of a drive. C.J. Stroud's going to take the snap, and he's just going to give it to Tank Dell to the short side of the field on a little quick out route and get the drive started. It wouldn't have been but a little 4 or 5 yard gain maybe. But again, one of the better route runners in Tank Dell. And Kamari Lassiter runs the route for him essentially, jumps the route. He gets a PBU to start right down the sideline. Defense goes crazy. It was a big league play. I mean, if he has the ability to sit on routes like that and get pass breakups on 3, 4, 5 yard out routes versus guys like Tank Dell, this dude's got a real chance, man. I mean, it was 2 plays in about a 5 or 6 play span, I think, that were they threw the ball his direction and he looked really, really good. So again, he flashes there, man. It's still my number one watch. I'm still concerned about the young fella at the corner spot. I trust D'Amico and Derek Stingley Jr. are going to be able to support him and help him weather the storm of being a rookie in this league. But I got to watch the matchup. And what I've seen of late, man, he's just steadily chopping wood. And what I've seen of late has been awfully impressive at that cornerback spot.
To me, at least in year one, I feel like the expectation is very similar to what I have for Kenyon Green.
That's really another one, yep.
Really hold your own. Listen, I don't expect you to play at some sort of a Pro Bowl level. And I know you're going to get beat sometimes, and I know you're going to have some of these receivers and quarterbacks get you and trick you and make plays on you, but not consistent where it's like, man, he can't be on the field. Or we've got to help so much, so we've got to give so much help for him. So just hold your own this year. Very similar to Kenyon Green. And I think just like Kenyon Green, what he has shown us thus far in camp, that he is building towards that.
Yeah.
Like that's where he is.
No doubt. He's building towards that. As I said, I think D'Amico's going to be able to protect him. And the defensive front, as it pertains to the pass game, the defensive front is going to force the football out quick a lot. So I think that's going to bode well for both corners, for all the cover defenders. This defensive front has got a chance. Again, as versus the pass, I think they've got a chance to legitimately – I think this conversation is probably overblown with some defensive fronts. But this defensive front has a chance to push the ball out early a good chunk of time in games. Right, force quarterbacks and offensive coordinators to throw the ball quick, not want to hold the football because you're scared of the sack, you're scared of the sack fumble, you're scared of the negative play. I do believe that the secondary, all the cover defenders, are going to benefit because most teams are going to have that approach, at least to start the game. And so Kamari Lassiter's got some good things going for him. He's got a lot of support. And, the play caller, I think, is nobody's more important than the play caller. D'Amico's done it before. And I think he'll be fine. But we'll see. Today was a big day. I can't have this conversation, Ron, without talking about the run game because, once again, it just flashes to me. 2 things. Joe Mixon, I'm not talking about whether he was hitting the holes or bouncing this or bouncing that. Schematically, I don't know exactly where he was supposed to be or when he was supposed to be there. But there's a couple of times after the play, you know how the running backs always finish 30, 40 yards downfield, where he's just flat getting it. I'm talking chin kicked up, head kicked back, and he is getting it down the middle of the field. And I'm telling you, if there was any concern about whether he's healthy or not, let that concern go out the window, because my man is absolutely healthy, and he is a horse, man. I don't know if it's just because the other backs aren't very big, I guess, on this squad, but he just seems like a dude that he's a lot bigger than I thought he was, which I said all this stuff earlier in camp when he was practicing. But he appears to be ready, and he damn sure looks the part.
Yeah. He's looked. If he gets space, he can look like the Joe Mixon you've been used to seeing. I think it's just we'll see how he is able to roll with this offensive line and how they're able to move.
I think individually, Ron, for me, with Kenyon Green answering the bell and Juice Scruggs answering the bell offensively, we've already seen Stephon Diggs. We've seen Tank Dell post gunshot, post broken leg. We've seen all that. Offensively, I think the only thing left to be seen by all of us fans is Joe Mixon, and not the fans are going to get to see it. Are the fans? Is it a fan day tomorrow? Joint practice fan day?
I'm not sure.
But I know we will get a chance. I don't know if the fans will, but we will definitely get a chance to see Joe Mixon in a little bit more lively action. Not real game action, but it'll be a little bit more lively. Like I said, the intensity was turned up today. The intensity will definitely be turned up tomorrow, and I would imagine that Joe Mixon is going to get some runs. So that'll be good to see. Ron, the one other thing that I saw today at practice, and this is a painful one for me, and maybe it's the old school in me, but you remember back in the day, man, when your offense or defense doesn't matter, but you know when you have a crappy rep, not you personally, but the whole squad, like something just didn't. Somebody jumps off sides early, or
do it again.
You do it again. Run it back. That's the word I was looking for. Run it back. Just it wasn't a good rep, so you just run it back. If you do it a couple of times, hell, you might start the whole drill over, right? Ron, I don't know how.
I've had a practice start over.
Yeah, Danny Ford, he'd do that in a heartbeat now. I don't know how DeMeco Ryans and Bobby Slowick don't at least run it back.
You ever watch Bobby?
Let y'all line up and run that play again. Like, we got to talk through something. Like, something ain't right. Ron, there were two, and I'm sure it happened multiple times, but there was in a very short span of time. I'm watching practice, and today I don't know what it seemed like there was just a lot more run involved in today's game. In today's practice, I don't know what. Maybe they're working on it, but anyway, there were two plays within about 5 minutes, I would say, of each other that were run plays, and the first one, as soon as CJ didn't even have his hand pulled out of the gut of Joe Mixon before there was two defensive linemen standing in his face, breathing down his neck. And I'm not talking about offensive linemen hanging on for dear life trying to get their block done. I'm talking about the D-line had won, and they were standing there in his face. And then 2-3 plays later, it's kind of more of an outside run to the left. There's 2 or 3 white shirts. Defense is in white. There's 2 or 3 white shirts right there in Joe Mixon's face. I'm talking about 2, 3, 4 yards deep in the backfield. Like, I don't know how DeMeco Ryans, given what the struggles have been, and given what even DeMeco Ryans has said, we got to block up the run better.
He said it today.
He said it today to the media. I don't know how those guys don't come unglued in those situations. I mean, both times it was right there in front of DeMeco.
It's got to be happening somewhere else.
But I don't. But you can, the part I'm talking about can't happen somewhere else, Ron. I'm talking about to run it again.
No, I know.
On the line, run it again right now. That ain't it.
In some form or fashion, the way that, because I do think he's made it a point to speak about it multiple times in reference to Dameon Pierce not blocking it well. I'm with you. I don't know how it's not. Let's get on the ball and do it again.
I mean,
how's that happen? But I would imagine with DeMeco and Bobby, they're handling it somewhere else behind closed doors. But I'm with you. I am surprised that there's not a on it again. Hell, I'm surprised CJ hasn't come out or Joe Mixon hasn't come out and said, hey, let's do this. Like, can we get this rep again?
Oh, I guarantee you, and this, I'm not knocking CJ for this, but I guarantee if it's a pass play, it happened.
Yeah.
I guarantee if it's pass protection we're talking about, because I never see that just be a complete bust. But it just seems like in the run game.
That's a good point. Why you don't, not say never, But rarely do you see the offensive line, not nearly as much as we do with the run game, see the offensive line just have guys just run through free, miss it, the way that you do with their run concept.
Yeah, it is wild. Now, maybe it has something to do with when the defense does win, they don't get anywhere near C.J. Stroud because they're afraid they might get cut if they bump him. they don't treat Joe Mixon that way. I don't know, but it just sure seems like there's a level of, like, we hear them talk about being close. We're almost there. It's like, I don't think they're anywhere remotely close, and it just seems like the level of the sense of urgency, I would think, would be a little bit more, hey, guys, get this stuff right. This is unacceptable, instead of just, all right, move on, let's keep practice moving. You know what I mean? I'm not saying you start the practice over. I mean, I don't know if that'd fly today. I'm not even saying you start the period over, but start the play over for sure would be nice. Nonetheless, that's what was at practice today. We'll be out there tomorrow, joint practice with the Rams. Today, Kamari Lassiter had a great day. Joe Mixon looks the damn part. And the run game up front is awfully leaky, man. The blocking up front is awfully leaky. That's what what I saw at practice today. I want to remind everybody out there as well, textingtexans.com. I'm going to give away a few Hall of Fame, Andre Johnson Hall of Fame T-shirts. And what textingtexans.com is you subscribe. All you got to do to get in for the Hall of Fame shirt.
I saw somebody on text line was demanding their shirt from you.
Oh, you don't get one for free. You get in the drawing for free. I'm a random draw from the subscribers to get you one. Get one for free. Hopefully you win. But all you got to do is go to textingtexans.com, subscribe, finish the process. Really, really quick and easy. And you'll be in the drawing. It's all you got to do. And I'm gonna draw for some shirts on Free Tea Friday, baby. Free Tea Friday. And by the way, what that is, all it is, I will text you what I see at practice. I will text you what I hear from the coaches. I'll text you in game, post game. I'll keep you up to date on these texts. I'll be your eyes and ears for the Houston Texans. Via text. Don't have to worry about Twitter, Instagram, and all that stuff. I'll do it via text, hit you right on the hip with the latest with the Texans.
Texans report, Brandon Scott up in 30 minutes. Coming up next, I'm just the messenger. Alex Bregman played today. There's an update after the game on Alex Bregman. We'll let you hear what he had to say himself. That's next.
Oh, boy. I don't know about that, but we will hear. I can't wait to see what Ron's got, but I know this.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
But a foul tip will end it. Caught by Wong this time, and that'll do it for the Astros in the ninth. One hit, one left on. The Red Sox, after losing 7 in a row to the Astros over 2 seasons, win the last 2 games of the series and send Houston on the road with a 3-3 homestand.
All right, the Astros lose today. Justin Verlander, pretty solid, especially towards the end, strong in his performance. Back for the first time in months, since June 9th, to be exact. But Alex Bregman felt pretty good. Clint Tyler, he was in the lineup. Led off. Altuve got the day off, led off. He led off the game with a homer. But he was the DH. He wasn't playing third base. If you remember, he missed those 5 games in which it was supposed to be 3. No structural damage or anything. Missed 5 games with swollen right elbow right behind it. We wonder, what does this mean? What does this mean? And today, Joe Espada before the game said, "Oh yeah, maybe he could play some third base in a pinch." What Joe said. Alex Bregman spoke to the media himself in the postgame as he kicked it off with it earlier this week, on Friday, to tell us about the injury. Initially, this is him talking about him potentially playing third base again.
Do you feel like you're going to be able to play the field soon?
We'll see. I feel like the rest of the year is going to be kind of just a fluid situation. Take it day by day and see how it feels every single day and kind of make a decision as it goes. Through today for the first time. Arm felt good. Didn't feel any pain or discomfort or anything. But yeah, it's just going to be one of those things. Take day by day and kind of see how it feels the rest of the year going forward.
No, God! Also reported, he said they're still swelling in the elbow. Some gremlins are in there near the UCL, is what he said. Some gremlins.
Some little gremlins are in there, huh?
Causing it.
Meet your new DH, H-Town.
Damn, man.
It's a fluid
If he's
situation.
lost in the field, that's bad.
Well, just put Dubon over there at third base, but I'm sure they won't do that. But it's a fluid situation?
Well, this is not good.
Well, the thing is you can't, like, to me, if it's fluid and the part that aggravates it, or at least in theory the part that aggravates it is throwing, then you can't play him in the field. You can't allow him to throw anything because then you risk him not being able to hit.
Yes. By the way, did he say it's the first time he played catch today?
He did say it's the first time he played catch. We were told that he played catch.
He's probably
a game.
Maybe he's talking about throwing.
Maybe
he said
maybe he played catch with conviction for the first time.
That's it. Maybe.
He played a game of catch. Maybe this time, like you said, it was conviction.
Yeah,
conviction.
There was an object to this game.
Light catch yesterday.
Very light.
Again, when he was asked if he's going to be back at third base, said it's a fluid situation the rest of the season. There's still swelling in the elbow. Some gremlins in there are causing it, he said.
Is Braggy being ridiculous?
Now it's gremlins. Come on. Now we've reached this cat in a hotel room hurt himself to a point where it's a fluid situation over a week later, and he is quoting his gremlins. There's still swelling in there. Honest to God, I want to go home and try to do this.
Do what? Sleep on your arm?
Sleep in a situation where I would have swelling for over a week.
There's clearly something in there, and throwing the ball is what hurt it. The sleeping thing may be what just triggered the pain or something. He may have woke up and thought he slept on it wrong, but clearly it's the gremlins. It's the gremlins that are in there, and it's throwing that aggravates it. And hell, I'd DH him the rest of the year.
All right, Tyler, because you seem to be really. When you say if he's not able to play in the field, you were about to lose your mind over there.
Yeah.
That's a huge, huge thing.
To me, it is. That side of the infield, how important it is, and what Bregman brings with that glove.
Even when he struggled, he had the glove with him earlier.
Exactly. Yeah, even if he gets off to the slowest start we've ever seen in baseball for 3 months, even if he goes on a cold streak, the dude pretty consistently is making plays in the field for the Stros. So I don't like the way that sounded.
I don't like it. I don't like it either. But I just, it's one of those where, I mean, obviously him DHing today and hitting the bomb, it's clearly not swinging a bat.
Yeah, he can swing the bat. Yeah, he can swing the bat. It's just
and
if
I've got, and again,
I'm just saying,
if I can have one or the other, give me Bregman at the plate. We'll put some Band-Aids in that damn field.
I'm listening to him and what Joe said. He don't sound like he was somebody that was going to be throwing the ball in the field today, and that's what Joe Espada said.
Yeah,
that could be an option. He didn't seem like a guy that was going to be throwing the ball in the field today. Good God, man, what in the hell is going on with these guys?
No injury bug, man. They're bit.
But it's the way that they get bit.
Who else can play third? Can Yainer Diaz play third?
Yes. No, you got Shea. You got Dubon. You got DeZenzo. He got in there and played some. He got him a hit today. Maybe this gets Greg Kessinger back in here. I don't know. All over the infield. Wow. Limus Diaz said, "Damn, just when I let go." That is
he's still out there if they needed him.
By the way, we lost Trey Cabbage. God, how long has that game been over?
They sent him down to AAA within had to have been 24 minutes of the game ending.
The hell, Ben Gamble, they traded for. He's been called up, an outfielder as well. But Trey Cabbage back to Sugarland.
See ya.
Damn, we got to be a little bit better.
Lettuce.
Yeah, see that ya felt harsh, man.
See ya, lettuce.
Yeah, that's he put a different
greenery.
That old pink slip. Hey, bud, I know somebody probably put it in his locker in the ninth inning. Hey, come see us for you, Shire, bud.
From the text line, we really want to act like Dubon can't cover third. This show is and has been full of drama queens. All three of you.
Shut the hell up.
No,
Stop talking out of your ass.
I just don't. Who does it think that he can play third? I believe that's the first name I said.
Yeah.
Weird how that works.
I mean, you are a drama queen.
Open your damn ears.
Clearly, according to him, you are one too. Tyler gave him every reason. First, I said they should. As soon as you said it, like he's not playing third, I think they should put Dubon
absolutely
right at third.
Absolutely.
Although,
immediately.
By the way, has Dubon played third any of these games?
I don't remember. Maybe he played one earlier in the year. Maybe before Shea and DeZenzo became a thing.
Because Shea has been starting. I think all of them. And by the way, yes, the texter texting in. Yeah, I know this means that Jordan has to play left field every day. And
I'm here for that.
Yeah, Dubon's played some third this year.
No, I know he's played some third this year. I'm talking about in the stretch since Bregman got hurt. I don't think in the 5 games that Bregman got injured, I don't think he played third in any of those games. Which it would.
The last time he played third, August 16th against the Chicago White Sox.
You know, my suggestion is Mauricio Dubon, but I know for sure that won't happen. They'll be damned if he gets any consistency on a daily basis. They'll be damned if Dubon gets any consistency on a daily basis. He comes out and rocks a double right off the bat today. They'll be damned if they do that because he's going to play all over the place. Although if he can't play third, Dubon has obviously the arm to do it and can play and is a great when I say great defender all around, he won the Gold Glove as a utility guy last year. It would make sense to place him there. It would make sense to place him there with his bat and his clutch gene that he has and his experience rather than playing DeZenzo and Shea.
I think when it matters, that's what happens.
Like I just need I don't know if we'll get the answers to this. I would like, and I know we won't. I'd like to get a little bit more concrete on this Alex Bregman fluid all year thing.
Oh, fluid, yeah.
like this fluid all year thing.
Yeah, I don't know that we would have got that from Joe. That's why I appreciate Bregman being the one speaking.
Catch. Joe said he's ready to go. But he said they're ready to go. Just hold him down. All right, coming up, our guy, another drama queen, our Texans report, Brandon Scott. He'll join us. We'll get his thoughts on things as we're getting closer and closer to the regular season.
All right, quick trip east, y'all. Let's take it this weekend, maybe later in the fall. Either way it goes, Coshada.
That's mensteaclinic.com or call 1-800-246-LOW-T.
Football in H-Town is on the rise.
I love D'Amico Ryans, man. I tell you what.
H-Town, I'm back.
Our guy B. Scott has all the latest from the gridiron.
I don't see no bitches nowhere around here.
It's time for your weekly Texans report.
We ain't laying down for nobody.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, there it is. That's our guy. You see him on YouTube and Twitch. You hear him right here on Sports Radio 610, the Odyssey app. Brandon Scott with the Texans report every single week, 4:40, right here on Wednesday. And today was much like we'll see during the season. Usually, D'Amico, we hear from CJ on Wednesday. I'm certain we'll probably hear from another defensive player this year. And I know you were out there, watch practice. Clint was out there, watch practice. And then afterwards, I know we heard from D'Amico. What was it? Because we talked about the run game a little bit. We played it a little bit. D'Amico was really out in front about that. What jumped out to you about what he had to say today when he talked to the media?
So we talked a little bit earlier about the offensive line and the run game is just an elephant in the room, right? Whether you're talking about the offensive line, whether you want to focus on a particular running back, that being Dameon Pierce, you want to focus on the fact that Joe Mixon has missed time, that hadn't practiced as much or has been dinged up, if you will. Like the running game is just overall, if you want to point to Bobby Slowick, and still the outstanding question I think that exists on whether or not he can adequately scheme up a run game. Like I think he can, but it is fair to say that they haven't exactly done it yet. So it's a multifaceted issue, and I think D'Amico spoke more so about the offensive line, but what I'm really focusing on is what tomorrow brings. You know, like that joint practice with the Rams, the physicality of it. I think we're expecting it to be a physical practice, the sort of meeting of the minds of similar offensive philosophies, same sort of tree, similar sort of tree. Sean McVay, he's got the LaFleur little brother over there with him, and Bobby Slowick on the other side, and that question that we just asked. Those are the things that stick out to me. Like, we'll finally watch them be physical. We'll get a chance to watch them be physical against a similar team, a well-coached team, and we've got all these questions about the run game. We hope we get some of them answered tomorrow.
Yeah, it's
even more so than the preseason game.
Yeah, I agree with you. We talked about it a couple of segments ago. I think the big thing tomorrow, man, it's less about one individual and more about the whole offensive line for me. I mean, I'm watching practice today, and it's just like, I mean, there's guys just breaking straight through the line and damn near taking the handoff for Joe Mixon. And you're just like, how does that continue to happen with your ones, man? With the one, like it's not just guys getting beat. It's guys completely missing or blowing assignments or. I mean, it's tough to continue to watch, and it's going to be really tough for D'Amico and Bobby Slowick to continue to go, well, we're close, boys. We're close.
And this is why I focus a lot more. I know we're watching the players and we're evaluating the players, but we need to be evaluating the coaching as well. And that's why I think, us watching it with a watchful eye, obviously you, Clint, have that attentive eye, knowing offense and everything like that. Like, I think we need to pay attention to whether – is it a physical issue? Like, these are the same guys that look pretty badass in pass blocking, in pass protection situations, right?
Yeah.
And it's not like we don't feel like they physically match up. You look at those guys. I know we understand, Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard aren't necessarily like known for run blocking, but they are all physically adequate and equipped to do this job. It makes you wonder, okay, what is the missing link here?
It feels more like missed assignments than it does physicality. Because we had a listener texting in earlier about they're not physical enough or tough enough or any of that. Like, I'm not going to say they are. They're not road graders. These aren't nasty dudes. But some of this is just, as Clint said, I mean, this a guy just ran through. A guy's just missed. A guy like, were we supposed to double team? When are we supposed to get to the linebacker? Am I supposed to release him? It's like missed assignments as opposed to.
It's why really I question whether it is coached and or schemed properly. And I don't have the right answer to it, but that to me is the question. It's what stands out. It's like, hey, these guys look like they should be able to do this job. Why can't they?
The key is it's very fair, and I think it's all of the above. I mean, you watch the outside zone play, that little sweep, little toss play that Dameon Pierce ran, and you've got a wide receiver that instead of blocking a corner that's hard pressed, he goes up and tries to block a safety that's 15 yards deep and backpedaling, and then the result is you've got an extra helmet at the point of attack. Like, so schematically, that don't make sense. Like, he should block the corner, the pulling lineman that ends up 1-on-2, he blocks the remaining defender, and the safety's got to come from 20 yards deep to make the tackle. Yeah. So schematically, there's a problem there.
Yeah, why would you ask the running back to make the guy miss who's much closer?
Absolutely.
It's math and science at that point. Like,
yeah,
hey.
so I only say all that, though, B. Scott, to say I think it's the scary part is I think it's a little bit of all of the above.
Yeah,
I mean that's the inability to execute the double team up to the second level, and not ever get off of the down lineman, or not when you do get to the second level, not even touching the linebacker, him running right by you like he wasn't there. Like, it just happens way too often for this football team.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide if we continue to see it look like this, I'm gonna be at a point pretty early on in the season, fellas, where I'm like, man, you can't abandon the run game because you got to actually do it a little bit. But, man, just throw that thing. Just throw that ball.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? CJ.
It's annoying.
Stephon Diggs.
It's so annoying. And they have to keep teams honest. They're going to be playing better defenses and better teams and against better coaches that it's just going to make life easier. And like we're saying, with what they have on the outside and the fear their passing game puts in it, they should be able to run well enough to keep people honest. That's that.
Yeah, and of course, it's obviously like it becomes a down and distance situation.
Yeah.
But also, like I honestly, I feel like if this is what it's gonna be, you're gonna have to decide very early on how much running the ball equates to wasting a down. Like, do you want to waste a down trying to establish the run? Like, what is the balance between not wasting downs but also still imposing a certain level of physicality that running the ball requires, right? Or just speaks to. Like, because you force them to tackle, you force them to get off blocks. Like, functionally, it makes sense to run the ball even if you don't get but a yard, just because you imposing some sort of will. But is it worth it is the question. And I don't know the answer.
I'm with you. I want to see I desperately can't wait to see Joe Mixon tomorrow against another defense to see what that looks like. All right, Brandon Scott in with this Texans report. B. Scott, quick and easy here. And you can dive and take this where you want to take it. Did John Mechie go ahead and lock his name to this team? Is he a 100% lock on this team to you?
So the big takeaway from the weekend for me was how quickly the narrative can change, and I didn't feel like it was because we were being wishy-washy or flip-flopping. I thought
we got new evidence.
I thought we got new evidence, and the evidence gave us, hey, going into the weekend, Dameon Pierce, we don't know how many carries he's going to get. We don't know what string running back he's going to be, but he's going to be on this team. Dameon Pierce going to be on this team. John Mechie, not quite sure. That completely flipped. John Mechie looked like he probably going to be on this team based off of what he's able to show you over the weekend, and that conversation flipped for Dameon Pierce to where you're like, man, I don't know if all the backs ain't better options at this point, And so that was what was striking about the weekend, about one preseason game. We'll talk about how meaningful a preseason game can be. Maybe it's not, but it definitely changed the way I looked at two, I think, players that they like a lot and that they're rooting for.
Yeah.
But both have question marks, like serious issues as to whether they should be on the team.
B. Scott, big, or not big day, but a couple of flash plays today at practice from Kamari Lassiter. I only say that to say that he's another one, right? That with this joint practice tomorrow, that's another guy that another spot where we could learn a little bit more about number 14, given the intensity and a new squad coming in to joint practice.
So I know we look at him on varying and different levels, but I'm at this point, y'all, to where I'm going into it now with an expectation. The way they talk.
What kind of an expectation? I've got an expectation too.
The way that they discuss Kamari Lassiter, the way he has been, I'm not going to even say given the job. I feel like if this is where it's at, then he's probably earned it. Like, based off of what we've seen so far and the way we discussed Kamari Lassiter, I'm expecting him to go out there and perform. Like, he'll have rookie struggles and moments, and being a cornerback is part of it. Is like being able to dust yourself off and accept some failure here and there. That's just part of the position. But watching him go up against Stephon Diggs and perform, watching him go up against Tank Dell, guys like that, and perform, I'm expecting him to go up against whoever he's matched up against the Rams and so on and so forth throughout the season. I have expectations now for Kamari Lassiter based off of him winning that job and how much they like him.
Yeah,
Listen to D'Amico talk about
I've gotten to a point, man. I'm in a place similar to Kenyon Green in terms of
Kenyon Green.
Yeah, their expectations. I feel like this will be very fair when I explain it. The expectations with them is, listen, I don't expect you to come in here to be a star or to play at a Pro Bowl level, but you're going to get picked on. Can you hold your own more times than not? Right? They're going to pick on him, just like they're going to line up receivers and go after him so they don't have to go after Derek Stingley. Like, we're going to see a lot of in week one, we're going to see a lot of Buckner lining up on that left side as opposed to Shaq Mason's side to try to create that. Don't expect for you to just play at a Pro Bowl level, but can you hold your own and not make it a situation where it's like, God, man, that's the duck, or we got to get out of that, or we got to kind of change things. And I think both of them are trending to the level of, yes, I think they can go out there and play to the expectation of being solid players to hold their own and be able to withstand what teams are going to try to do to them.
Yeah, I'm with you on the so far so good part. I think from what you've seen so far, you have to feel good about it. But the issue with Kamari Lassiter is that you haven't seen as much of it in game.
No, you haven't.
Or against the type of competition
Daniel Jones and them
right.
For some reason, they said we're going to attack Stingley today.
Yeah, and we're gonna attack him poorly too. We're not going to even be good at it. So yeah, no, that was a bad idea. I don't feel like Kamari Lassiter has been tested in a way that I think we all want to see him be tested eventually. Hopefully sooner rather than later.
Tomorrow maybe, Puka.
Yeah, for sure. But to your point, both of those guys, we have seen plenty of Kenyon Green, and so far, so good with that. So, yeah, those are definitely two dudes that you want to see as much of as you possibly can for starters.
He was ready to just jump down. I mean, when I said Kenyon Green, man, you reacted like Kenyon.
You know where he's going with that.
But because Kenyon Green actually has, really, dog, he's got tape that he's got to redeem himself from, whereas Kamari Lassiter is a blank canvas. But you are right about being picked on. They both will be picked on.
Is it fair right now, and maybe we can talk about this a little bit more tomorrow or something, Clint, but we can throw it here. Is it fair to just kind of throw a little of the old Kenyon Green tape out? Because he's a completely different
dude.
Body, player. That's not even that guy who played against the Saints or who just got ridiculously embarrassed against the Cowboys. That's not even the same guy.
Yeah,
wow.
So
I get what you're saying.
I'm not going to lie to you and say y'all remember a whole lot about that Saints preseason game, but I'll say this. Kenyon Green, I've been saying I thought that year off had to benefit him. And honestly, the last time he played regular season football, which is in that Indianapolis Colts game that I felt like they were supposed to lose and they won anyway, he played well. Nobody wanted to talk about that because that wasn't the storyline after it. But the last time he played regular season football, and it was before all this body transformation stuff, he was trending in the right direction. So I'm not as down on Kenyon Green so long as his head is in the game and he can stay his behind on the field.
All right, that's Brandon Scott. Every single Wednesday, Texas Report with Brandon Scott, 440. You can catch all his work at SportsRadio610.com as well. All right, coming up a little 5 o'clock fire. A lot of news with your Houston Astros. Some good, some bad. We'll tell you what the latest is with Alex Bregman and give you the update on what Justin Verlander did in his return today. We'll discuss all of that coming up next. But, hey, you're talking to one of the newest members of that Steel South Loop Hyundai team. And my wife purchased a brand-new Santa Fe. By the way, you can get a brand-new Santa Fe at Steel South Loop Hyundai at a pretty good interest rate right now today. But we bought a brand-new 2024. Love it. As the way I would describe it, we know the reliability of Hyundai, but it is also good luxury inside as well. If you don't believe me, our guy, Coach Burt Brocker, will tell you the rest.
Absolutely. We got 0% on Elantras, 0% on Tucson. We've got some great discounts. I mean, at the end of the day, it's real simple. I have over 400 new vehicles in stock for you to choose from. You pick one out. You do it all online. We can actually do the A to Z deal And all you have to do then is come into the dealership, test drive the vehicle. We'll have it pulled up right in front here for you. We'll go out. We'll shoot you a video. We're not going to bait and switch you. If we say we got a vehicle here, all of my guys understand 100% of the time they're supposed to shoot you a video of the car you're looking for. That way when you get here, you know it's here. We make it just as transparent, as easy as it can. My office is right on the showroom, and my cell number, if you go to the website, stillsouthloophyundai.com. I mean, my cell number's right there. How many GMs do that? I can promise it's very little, if any. And we're here for one reason, to give you a great deal. Want to take this store from where it was at to being one of the best in the city? StillSouthloopHyundai.com.
Do the Texans have a new RB2 behind Joe Mixon? Lopez is ready to say so.
If we're being honest here, Dameon Pierce, at absolute best, is the third best running back.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
Hi, it is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the Dill. The Big Dill. And Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, a.k.a. Money Bags. How you do today? You do all right? How you do? Nah, man.
He's awfully quiet in there.
Come on in here. Come on, Bags. How you do today?
I mean, before you start talking too much ish, my balance is looking just fine.
I'm not talking about your balance, and I'm not talking about it.
I lost over $500 today.
You got the... Brandon Scott stopped everything he was doing. You got the
five
strikeout.
Benjamin Franklins.
I thought you did well with Verlander. You got the strikeouts. You got the homer off of Bregman. You had a prop bet off of Bregman. You got the two bases.
About $10, about $2 on Bregman.
You had you got the bases you needed from Diaz. How the hell you lose $500?
Well, here's the story. First of all, I had a fairly large, substantial bet on the Astros winning this series against the Red Sox because they'd been so dominant against them. They came into this series, I think, winning 6 or 7 straight.
That's it.
So that hurt. I also lost a pretty substantial amount on the Astros -1 and the over 4.5. That one hurt the worst.
Hey, man, 3 for 3. 3 up, 3
Not a
down.
good day.
3 up, 3 down, and that's -500. Damn, you didn't break even.
Hey, you can get it back tomorrow.
Nailed 3.
Damn right.
Dog, if you didn't nail that damn home run, I thought for sure, man, that first inning, you were good. You came back, got the strikeouts, check. He did his deal.
Well,
he said, in my ear, Verlander strikeouts, check.
Well, if it wasn't for the Verlander strikeouts and that Bregman home run, instead of losing $500 a day, I would have lost about $750. So
I just can't even live like that.
It's fun. It's exhilarating.
It does not sound fun.
I mean, you're in a bad spot right now, T, but you can get it back tomorrow.
What?
You're damn right, Dirty. And that's what we're going to do.
I don't know.
Because scared money don't like money.
No, I think you should you just pull that cash out. You're in the green, and let's just chill for a little bit.
I might actually do that with the New Braunfels trip this weekend.
Let's get through this.
I think you should pull a grand.
Let's get through this 14-game stretch here.
Okay.
Right?
Y'all might be onto something.
Yeah, they got the Orioles, they got the Royals, they got the Phillies. Like, let's.
I could cover my buy-in for my fantasy draft this weekend.
You know what? I don't know why I'm wasting my breath. You're not going to do that.
Nah, I'm not. Nah. Try again, B. Scott.
He's owned it.
Oh, he said this is truly degenerate behavior.
He's owned it. This isn't even worse. I mean, I'll be honest.
I've never denied that. I am a degenerate.
I'm proud of it.
100%.
All right, let's get to Alex Bregman. Alex Bregman, who did hit a home run that made you money today. Not enough, clearly, but he did hit a home run, led the game off with a homer, but was the DH. Didn't play in the field. Did not play third base. Here is Alex Bregman post-game about him potentially going back into the field and playing third base.
Do you feel like you're going to be able to play the field soon? We'll see. I feel like the rest of the year is going to be kind of just a fluid situation. Take it day by day and see how it feels every single day and kind of make a decision as it goes. Through today for the first time. Arm felt good. Didn't feel any pain or discomfort or anything. But yeah, it's just going to be one of those things. Take day by day and kind of see how it feels the rest of the year going forward.
How you feel about it, Ron?
No. A fluid situation.
Well, this is not good.
I mean, that's your new Houston Astros DH, Alex Bregman.
I thought he played a light catch yesterday. Alex says first time he threw today. And by the way, more of that. Bregman said he isn't feeling any pain when he swings or throws. It's more so if I put my arm in weird positions or sleep weird or something like that kind of flares it up. So just trying to not do that. Also said there's swelling. Obviously, there is nothing structurally wrong with the UCL, but some little gremlins in there causing some swelling that just are going to have to try and mitigate through the rest of the year and keep the swelling out. These guys find ways, man. they not only find ways to win ball games like they did earlier this week, but they find ways to just come up with the oddest injuries. Yeah. And now it's fluid. It's fluid. As you said, meet your new third baseman, which means your old, or meet your new designated hitter, which means your old DH is now your new left fielder every day, and that makes me nervous.
Yeah. That doesn't make me nervous. I mean, we all know it makes you nervous. No, I like you. I like you in the outfield. I like what it does for the lineup. Like you mentioned earlier, I like Diaz at first, where you can put Caratini at catcher. I like it. And now, thankfully, Diaz can play first, so you don't need him to DH. And now you got an open DH spot.
I know what
Bregman.
I know you like. What do you think? What do you think Joe's gonna do? You think Joe's gonna put Dubon at third every day?
When it matters.
When it matters, you do. It's like if they started a playoff series right now, and
I think he'd be at third.
And he'd be at third. He'd be the D, and then Bregman be the DH.
Bregman be DH. Jordan left field. Diaz at first. Caratini catching.
All right.
I think that's what he would do. Now, if Bregman's healthy, I still think there's a chance where we could see again this year where Dubon ends up in center field when it matters the most.
Oh, you think you could see him in center when it matters the most?
I mean, if things unfold that way, well, they've loved him. They've loved him significantly. Now it's been more this year. You're right, but there's not. I mean, you can't deny a lot of what we see. So we'll see how that all unfolds. I think when it matters most, though, and the playoffs come around, I think they're going to put their best lineup.
Listen, I know I'm not the sharpest knife in the drawer. I mean, I've got some cutability, but I know I'm not the sharpest knife in the drawer. But when he says, "Is it feeling any pain when he swings or throws?" Are they just saying to themselves, "We just need the swelling to go down before we have you in the field to throw, even though there's no pain"? He says he feels the pain when he puts his arm in weird position. But throwing would seem like a weird, an unnatural position. But I don't know. When he says no pain when he swings or throws, I wonder what's the thought process with him not throwing.
Well, I think that the action of throwing is what I don't know that anybody's ever needed Tommy John from swinging a bat. The action of throwing is actually what aggravates whatever's going on in that.
I guess there's the thought if he throws, he makes it worse.
Even though
he's not having any pain.
Yeah, if he does throw, he could potentially make it worse. The swelling happens again, then he can't swing a bat, which I would imagine that's why the last 5 days he didn't play.
They said it's still swelling there.
So I don't know. I'm no doc. We'll see.
I want to try it.
You want to try what?
Gremlins
in the UCL?
No, I want to try to sleep to see if I can get my elbow to swell up like that. I want to know the positioning he was in, because I just want to experience it.
I don't.
5 o'clock.
I don't at all. I'd like to wake up with all my limbs working just right.
But a foul tip will end it. Caught by Wong this time, and that'll do it for the Astros in the ninth. 1 hit, 1 left on. The Red Sox, after losing 7 in a row to the Astros over 2 seasons, win the last 2 games of the series and send Houston on the road with a 3-3 homestand.
All right, the Astros lose 4-1. Almost read that.
Tyler almost
like that
got him.
title.
Yeah, Tyler titled it.
Son of a bitch!
Almost got him.
Listen, it was a tough one. You lost the series. Tyler lost $500 plus, and a lot of it because the bet of the series. You lose the series. Right now, you got a 4.5 game lead. I'm sure Seattle will lose, and it'll probably go back to 5. But you got a 4.5 game lead. But I think today for the Astros was a much more positive day. Bregman returned. I don't know if he can throw, but he returned and he swung the bat, stayed hot. But to me, the big thing today, and what today was about Justin Verlander. Justin Verlander, in his return from the IL, goes 5 innings, 4 hits, 2 earned, 1 walk, 6 strikeouts on 76 pitches. And this was impressive because he threw 41 in the first 2 innings and gave up a run in each of the first 2 innings while throwing 41 pitches, and it didn't seem like he was going to last long. The most he had thrown in his rehab start was his last one in Corpus, was 57 pitches in 4 innings. But he got through this thing, and in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th inning, he didn't just get through them. He was he was kind of dominant in there. A lot of the strikeouts came there. So to me, Clint, this was a win for Justin Verlander and the Astros. The way he looked now, you feel like he's going to keep building to this, and there is confidence that you may be getting the Justin Verlander that you're hoping to get, the front of the rotation version of Justin Verlander.
Yeah, look, it's just great to have him back, and at this point appear to have no negative response to the pitching and throwing 76 pitches in a big league game. I mean, at this point, I'll be happy with that. It was a good day for all of us Astros fans, without a doubt. And then obviously the ripple effect of being able to go to the 6-man rotation is gonna help. As you mentioned, the workload that specifically Ronel Blanco has had is to take a little bit off those guys' shoulders or arms, literally, would be big. So the ripple effect of Verlander being back is powerful.
Yeah, it was huge, man. And I'll be honest, man, I didn't really know what to expect. I knew he'd battle. I didn't know what to expect. And then after those first 2 innings, especially what the Red Sox tend to do with pitchers and how they work pitchers and make them work, that to me is like, yo, all right, that guy's going to start game 1. That dude, like that, and the way Fromber's been pitching, now you feel it, and you feel really good, every 6 days that you got somebody out there with him that's going to, like, that's the thing is he wasn't just solid. Those last 3 innings were Hunter Brown, Framber, his old top of the rotation guys stuff, and that's big time for.
Who do you get just on the Astros front? Not necessarily starting pitching. We already mentioned Ronel Blanco, the young arm, Spencer Arrighetti. You wonder about those guys, but it seems like Otete's getting touched up a little bit more than he was earlier in the season.
Taylor Scott, yeah, probably been seen a lot.
Yeah.
Maybe his arm getting tired too, getting up. It could help the bullpen as well. Depending on how long he's able to go in starts, right? Like hopefully, like today was 5 innings. Hopefully, he can get back to his normal pitch count. And that's the thing is these guys aren't just pitching well. I mean, Kikuchi has perfected Kikuchi.
You say?
Yeah, he has perfected. As Tyler knows, he has perfected the 5 2/3 innings. But outside of that, like these guys are going deeper in games too, so hopefully that helps as well. Only thing is if somebody blows up like Ronel did last night, not able to get through into the 4th, like now you got to piggyback and we'll see what happens there. But I think all in all, a big day for the Houston Astros with Justin Verlander.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the Cleveland Browns are really depending on you-know-who, and Kevin Stefanski, their head coach, Clint, said Deshaun Watson had general arm soreness today and was held out of most drills.
I'm not going to let it take my joy.
Oh, wow.
He wouldn't rule him out of playing against the Seahawks, but he has not played in –
Tommy John for Deshaun or what?
I mean, that's a leap. I mean, let's go.
Jump the gun a little on that. I'm not wishing it on him or anything.
I mean, your excitement level would seem to be rather high, but that is handing the keys to Jameis right now.
Not on the specific Deshaun Watson. I guess it is.
Water has no soul.
The dynamic of what's going on in Cleveland is wild, man.
He hasn't played a preseason game yet. I don't think. No, he hasn't played yet.
Just think about all of it, Ron. I mean, not just that he hasn't played, but he's making $250 million guaranteed.
I think it was $230, but I got
$230. I'm sorry. And Jameis Winston is doing everything that you would want your starting quarterback to do. He's calling the team up.
They're one with water.
You watch these videos. He's the
him.
one. I called you a fool the other day. Not literally, but damn near did.
You thought it, didn't you?
I did. Yes, I thought, man, you're crazy. That dude is a clown. You watch him videos. They are, Ron. They are, and he is outside of the silly ass, the comments that he makes. Like you watch him, it's believable.
Water has no soul.
Like that right there, he loses me with that stuff right there.
He's probably got 45% of the team.
I wonder if, every time Deshaun does something like this, and I'm not saying he's doing it on purpose, but every time something like this happens to Deshaun, he gains more. he gains a bigger percent of the team. You can't tell me right now, and I'm talking right now before the season starts, you can't tell me that there's not a percent of that team that would just assume have Jameis Winston out there than Deshaun Watson. You can't. I mean,
I'm not going to let it take my
bro.
joy.
He's calling the team up. He's giving the team pep talks. He's the one that
come on, Five.
He's the one that when they come off the sideline, when the special teams after kick a field goal come off the sideline, he's the one giving them low fives.
He came in. He said he was there to serve Deshaun.
Hey man,
Deshaun
look,
ain't in there. He's serving.
I'm gonna tell you what. Hey, look, Jameis Winston. He got there's a real Jack Easterby vibe going on, and I mean it in a positive way, if it's even possible. I mean that in a positive way.
It's hard to use that name and think.
Well, I'm talking about how Jack got there. Like you can't tell me that Jameis Winston doesn't smell an opportunity. You cannot tell me. I mean,
he should.
This dude's out here. They're posting videos of him amping the team up. Meanwhile, Deshaun Watson is posting videos of him and his gal modeling clothes around a damn.
You got a little bit of Jack
Rolls Royce.
It was clean too.
It was clean, but what the hell are we doing? I mean, I'm telling you, man, that is
because he's coming. He's coming off of shoulder surgery, right?
Deshaun?
Yeah, that's what he was.
I mean,
and this is just general arm soreness.
Bro, Stefanski's got to be going, man. What are we doing?
Well, that's the other part is like, man. Like when you say his teammates, like, dude, is this always something?
Always something, man.
Something hurt. Like, are you really this hurt? Like,
and meanwhile, you out here modeling. I'm telling you, man, that ain't gonna fly, man. That ain't gonna fly, boss.
Yeah. By the way, also the Giants general manager fella said, was asked, are they looking for any way to fill up their quarterback room They said, why would we be doing that?
BK played there in
like DeVito or whatever his name is.
Johnson. Why would we be doing that? All right. I think this is interesting. Clint watched the all 22 and got some intel from other guys that are more experts in run game than he is. And he watched all of the carries of Dameon Pierce. He'll tell you what he saw. Did it get better? Did it get worse? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Clint Stoerner here for QC Kinetics, y'all. I can tell you how you can get better.
episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
No Josh Hader today as the Astros lose 4-1. But good news, Ryan Presley did throw a bullpen session today, and they don't think he's going to need a rehab assignment, excuse me. So whenever he is ready to come off the IL, he should join the team immediately. So that's good.
Ain't playing no games with Presley, huh?
No, not the back, man. No fluid situation with the back of Ryan Presley. Fluid situation with Alex Bregman, but no fluid situation on the back. We'll remind you of that with Alex Bregman a little bit later on. Fluid situation, baby. He's the new, as Clint said, welcome into your new designated hitter.
You're welcome. Well, I want to introduce everybody to your new designated hitter for the Houston Astros, Alex Bregman.
AB, the DH. All right, Clint. You were sitting here yesterday, and you had that look in your eye of it's worse than I thought. That's a look it seemed like you had. You had the all-22, and you wanted to sit down and watch from the best angle you could possibly watch, to see everything, to see it all, to see Dameon Pierce, to see the offensive line, to see the scheme, to see it all. And it was bad when we were up in the press box. And I know you were saying, man, you just can't. They ain't gonna be able to continue to just kind of hide this. And then you watched it, and it seemed like the look in your face. It was even worse than you initially thought by watching it in the press box live.
Yeah, look, D'Amico Ryans talked today about needing to block it up, and Dameon Pierce needing more opportunities. They got to block better. They got to run block better, and there's no doubt about that. But there's bad on top of bad when you look at the first team run plays, and it's just more of the same of what we saw last year up front, and then it's more of the same from Dameon Pierce. It's just, there's counters, there's powers, which are both G schemes where you're pulling a guard and leading a guard and a tight end at times, and there's true zone runs. So it's not one scheme or the other, guys. As I've told everybody all along, it's not one scheme or the other. It is. They're doing it all, and Dameon Pierce, for whatever reason, is. I think the best way to put it is he is playing the game as if he has zero instincts. He's playing the game as if he has zero instincts.
Like, what do you think he's back there thinking before the handoff? Like, you think he's got a whole bunch of stuff in his head, just thinking about a whole. What do you think Joe Mixon's thinking when he's sitting back there?
Oh, I think it's an afterthought. I think it's like I like
it's
it. Let me put it in quarterback sense, right? Like when I'm quarterbacking, or CJ's quarterbacking. CJ has worked his footwork and his drop, whatever drop he needs, his ball handling skills. He's worked him so much to where when he calls a play, whatever that play may be, he knows immediately. It just triggers the footwork that goes with it, and it's all memorized, and it's all habit, and he just does it because he knows he's going to have to read the safety and react to the safety. Read the corner. Does the corner sit hard? Does the corner bail? Is it man? What happens? And then you've got to act accordingly.
God bless, brother.
You bet, man. You need to throw it with air. Do you need to drive it? Like what kind of throw is it? Do you throw it outside? Do you throw it inside? Do you throw it right at him? Those decisions are being made in real time, right? He's not thinking about his drop. He's not thinking about the ball handling. Like that is second nature. Once he hears the play call, he he's like a robot. Boom, I know exactly what that is. The part that he's doing is he's reacting to what the defense does post-snap, what his key does post-snap to tell him where to go with the football, and whatever kind of throw he needs to make. The underneath coverage is dictating that. How tight the corner is dictating that. Like, Dameon Pierce is sitting back there with a play called, and he's thinking about his footwork. You know what I mean? He's thinking about.
It seems
well,
like he's
wait
got
a minute.
million
Okay,
things
so
in his head.
so I've got a counter. I got a guard, tight end counter to my left. That means this is like when the play's called, he's going. Okay, so the guard and the tight end are pulling. I've got to be patient and let those guys go, and then when I see the crease, hit the crease, right? Instead of just going, okay, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to take the handoff this way. I'm going to get out there. I'm going to be patient, let the tight end work, and then whatever I see, I'm going to react. I'm going to bounce it outside. I'm going to shoot it up inside behind the tight end. I'm going to react. It seems like there's no instincts, right? That's a counterplay that's called.
Which is crazy because we've seen him run with instincts.
Yeah. I mean, it's very interesting. That's the counterplay that was called. You look at the run down inside the 10-yard line where it was shotgun and he handed it off and he ran up Kenyon Green's ass, right? Again, that's a G scheme. I don't know exactly what kind of scheme it was because you had a weird concept going on, but you're pulling the guard and Kenyon Green is blocking. Could Kenyon have done a better job? Sure, he could have done a better job. But at the end of the day, the last thing a running back with good instincts does is run up the back end of his offensive lineman. Either stay tight to the tight end that blocked down before Kenyon Green got to his block and hug the tight end's butt and just hit that crease, or bounce it outside. Do something other than run right up his tail end. You can't continue to do that. And then you look at the sweep. Everybody remembers the sweep. He threw it out wide. D'Amico was talking about there's an unblocked linebacker in the hole. Poor concept. Bobby Slowick's got to figure that out. The receiver should have blocked the corner. I get it. But when you get out there, there's an unblocked linebacker inside. Dip down inside and then bounce back outside that the lineman that pulled for you.
But that would be instincts.
It's all instincts. Yeah. It's all instinctual. It's all post snap reaction to what's going on. And you can't be thinking, okay, counter. These are my steps, and I got to be patient.
Which would explain sometimes him thinking so much that he misses it when it's actually there because he's got so much. I mean, you can't in any sport. You cannot play when you're up in your head all the time.
You cannot do it,
and it's not just reaction.
You cannot do it, and that to me, in all sports, that's the thing that makes sense to me. Like that will explain the backslide with Dameon Pierce, where I think, again, I've said this a million times, when he was with Pep Hamilton, it was a keep it simple, play fast, just hit it downhill kind of style, and he did that consistently, and the O-line played that way consistently. This is probably a much more sophisticated ask of what they think, the different stuff that they're trying to run, and he's just in his head overthinking it. And after getting benched last year, the way he was doing it with Pep Hamilton got him benched. Now all of a sudden he's trying to do it their way, and he's in his own head, and he's losing his instincts. And so I think he's just lost. Dameon Pierce, again, is just playing the game. I think the best way for me to couch it is playing the game with no instincts after he touches leather. And then on the flip side of that, this offensive line is just it's inexcusable. The fullback on a coming out run where the tailback is 7 yards deep in the end zone after Stingley's pick, the fullback just completely whiffs on Brian Burns on the defensive end. So luckily, it wasn't a safety. That just absolutely can't happen. I mentioned the play earlier where the wide receiver should have blocked the corner. It was Diggs, I think, should have blocked the corner. That would have left the linebacker for the lineman that was pulling. Schematically, that play shouldn't happen. It's not schematics. It's how you block the corner or the safety, and they probably they should have blocked the corner. So it's not just one thing or the other. It's all this stuff, and it's all inexcusable.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's going to end up costing Dameon Pierce's job. There's nothing you can do with the offensive line. The offensive line is you just hope like hell that you've got a back that can make guys miss and make something out of nothing.
Especially when you see some other backs on the team who have, at least at some point, have a run or two where they've made something.
Yep.
out of nothing.
Well, that's the thing. You're in a position offensively where if your back can't make something out of nothing, then you have no run game.
Yeah.
So you turn into, okay, what back do I have that can make a guy miss with as much instant penetration that we're getting or as many run-throughs as we're getting with these linebackers? Who can reverse field the best?
Yeah.
Right? Who can
Hopefully that doesn't mean that Joe Mixon may have to sit too.
No, I mean, God, we hear Joe Mixon talking about being a total back. This is a proven total back. He should be fine, but boy, it's for me, it's frustrating what I'm watching.
Yeah. All right, coming up, we'll give you, if you've missed it, you're just joining us, we'll give you the latest update. We'll let you hear from Alex Bregman himself as he gives an update on his situation, as well as a few other things. And Tyler he said he needs to tell us about something that happened earlier. Somebody made us look bad, and we make ourselves look bad well enough. Somebody that came in and made us look bad. All right, that's coming up next on The Drive.
All right, y'all check this out, man. I hope you or any of your loved ones, I hope you're never injured in an accident. But if you are, Mo Karam Law is who you need to call. I need you to keep that in your mind, keep that in your back pocket. Take this number down, 281-222-2222. I'm telling you, you got the right to hold the negligent party accountable, and you have the right to pursue the compensation that you deserve, and you don't have to go about it alone. And the best team
SportsRadio.com or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. I do want to get to Alex Bregman and his comments on his situation. You don't want to miss that. But before we get there, let's hear it, Tyler. Tyler, you need to let us know an interesting piece about something.
Yeah, man. Someone in this office made us look like some jackasses earlier in the show.
Oh boy.
Well, I mean, that's not hard to do. You got to explain. I need more.
I will, and I need to do some investigating. I don't have a perp.
I've done it 4 times on the show today, at least.
Me too.
What?
Made us look like jackasses, especially myself.
I don't know if you were talking about eating boogers or something like that. I wasn't sure.
I was 5 years old, man.
I'm just saying. Booger eating ass.
There's enough
booger eating.
There's enough quasi to legit embarrassing things about me that are true that you all don't have to. Yeah, I don't know how to ride a bike very well. I've not ridden a bike since that one time I got on it.
Is that my boy Ron?
Okay, there are things. Yeah, I'm heavy in some wrong places. Love handle, can't shake them.
That's just more love, baby.
I got soft pecs all day long. Always have.
Feels like a bag of sand. No, but check it out. Someone made us look like jackasses. I don't know who it is yet, but someone in this office. Y'all saw, we talked about this earlier. Yeah. Boss Lady Sarah, our boss
talked
up
about
here.
It hell, we sang happy birthday.
Yeah.
Tony sang happy
Tony
birthday.
anyway.
It's her birthday. It's her birthday.
Well,
today.
fellas.
Happy birthday.
Today is not Boss Lady Sarah's birthday.
What?
No, for real. Whoever put that sign up
there again, it still has a photo of her.
Why would
There's one behind the front desk. There's a big one behind the front desk.
It's still one right there. Why is it?
Yeah, in our lobby, there's a huge picture of her.
Are they aware it's not her birthday?
I don't know, because I don't know who it is, but it is not Boss Lady Sarah's birthday, so we gave her incorrect birthday wishes earlier.
Are we even close to it?
I believe it is tomorrow.
Oh, you can't make that.
We were first.
Someone jumped 24 hours early.
You can't make that mistake. I know it ain't Leroy.
I mean, well, you're the one that brought it up.
That's my first
guess.
Is
it Leroy?
It's my first guess.
We got to get to the bottom of this, and Leroy's got to be on the show tomorrow.
Well, you brought it up. You're the one that let the cat out of the bag.
I'll talk to Leroy.
Confirming.
Well, I've been walking around all day. I've been saying happy birthday. We got to bring Leroy into this. Leroy's the birthday handler.
He is. That's why it's got to be Leroy.
That's got to be Leroy.
I mean, I'm going to do some investigative journalism, and we're going to get him on the show just to make sure, but it's got to be Leroy. But, yeah, he made us look bad.
I don't think Leroy would make that kind of mistake.
I would not normally think he would. He seems to be right on top of it.
Unless he doesn't come in until later and she gets here earlier in the morning, so he wanted it to happen when she got here.
He would have done it right now. I mean,
jump the gun on a birthday.
It's been on since Leroy was here.
It was up when I walked in the room in the building.
It was up when I walked in the building before you.
It was up when I walked into the building before both of y'all.
That's it. I don't think that makes us look like a jackass.
I mean, we went all out. We had Tony singing.
I think now that we've said it, what happened, I don't think it makes us look like a jackass. That person's selfish.
Yeah.
Leroy.
I'll roll with you.
We'll just have to do it again. Tell Tony to get them pipes right. Rest her pipes tonight.
Shout out to Tony.
I bet she'll be able to do it. If I bet money, I bet she'll be able to do it just like she did it today.
Exactly.
I think I would, to a T, I bet she'll be able to pull it off. Well, I would like to say to you, Sarah Fraser, I retract my happy birthday.
You don't have to retract.
No, I do. I want to do it.
Just say happy early birthday.
Full name too, didn't
you? No, I with an H. I'm taking it.
That's your fellow Jayhawk, man.
Not until her birthday's not today. It's tomorrow. Taking it back.
We'll get it right tomorrow, boys.
Yanking it.
I like the
today was just a good rep. You know, I mean, it's important to get good reps.
Yeah,
walk through.
Good rep. Yeah. No, we were full pads. We were full pads. That wasn't a walkthrough. That was all the way through right there. Good for her, Sarah Fraser. Not your birthday again. All right, if you missed it, the news here after the Astros game, Alex Bregman played the game, hit a home run. He led off as Altuve was off. They gave him an off day today. He leads off the first time we've seen him.
It was the only run we scored, wasn't it?
Yes. Yep. First hitter.
First freaking at bat. I didn't think about that.
I'd say they had chances. They had chances.
It's a long 9 innings.
But they didn't. They didn't score after the first batter. Tough one. Tough go of it. But he did play, but he did not play in the field. He was the DH. Didn't play at third base. And after the game, people wanted to talk to him because he had not played in 5 games. And he was asked the next time you'll play third base.
Do you feel like you're going to be able to play the field soon? We'll see. I feel like the rest of the year is going to be kind of just a fluid situation. Take it day by day and see how it feels every single day and kind of make a decision as it goes. Through today for the first time. Arm felt good. Didn't feel any pain or discomfort or anything. But yeah, it's just going to be one of those things. Take day by day and kind of see how it feels the rest of the year going forward.
All right, the rest of the year, fluid situation.
There's a couple things there, right?
Go ahead.
Well, I mean, there's just
the rest of the year.
The shock of the rest of the year and the severity of this thing, and he's just going to he don't even care. He's just putting it out there. Rest of the year, what does that mean for Alex Bregman?
And the ripple effect that means. Clearly, he can hit, right? He can swing the bat right now.
Yeah, he can bat right now with less aggravation and less risk that it's going to swell up to a point where he can't swing. Apparently, throwing is a problem and could flare it up and make it to where he can't even hit. So, I would be A-okay with them just moving forward with him as a DH instead of taking the risk. Maybe once you get to the big dance, if he needs to play at that point in time, maybe more important the games get. Maybe I don't know how that changes things, but. Yeah, I think Alex Bregman's going to be your DH for a while, boys.
It's wild. I guess it'll be when the swelling goes down because he has repeatedly made it clear that there's no pain when he throws or swings.
Can he play first?
No, but I mean they don't. I don't think. No, there's a thought, but I don't think they want him to throw while there's swelling.
Right.
I would imagine, right? Because he said the only time he feels pain is when his arm is in a weird situation. Now, weird angle or sleeps weird. I would normally think that the throwing a baseball, football, that's not a natural motion for the human arm. I would think that would count, but he says it does not hurt when he throws. So I would imagine if the swelling goes down and he still doesn't have pain, I'd imagine that's when he throws again.
Well, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I would think that the fear there is more of something snapping in there if he does throw, and then he can't hit.
Well, this is like it did when you say fluid situation, and they can't what we're saying. What we got from it started from him sleeping wrong, and they can't seem to get the swelling to go down, and we're over a week.
Yeah.
With that, because he said it was the middle of the week last week. We're over a week with that. So,
well, the other part of that there, Ron, is he said he played catch today for the first time, and I think the manager said that he played a game of catch yesterday.
And I'm just gonna, I don't know if I'm gonna give I'm just gonna think that it was a different level of catch, because the manager made it very clear yesterday. It was a light catch,
very light.
Little light catch. And he said today he kind of maybe got it going a little bit. But they were.
Well, the good thing is that from a lineup perspective, you can still put your best lineup out there with this particular situation.
And you do have defensive answers.
Yeah.
One in particular that jumps out. I'm not sure if they want to do it, but you do have defensive answers out there that you can be solid. That's the other part, and I think Tyler mentioned it when we first found out about this, is that Alex Bregman is a great defensive third baseman. Like he could make like those bunts or those little choppers.
Yeah.
Like he makes those plays. He is really good defensively. I think Dubon is a guy that I would put there. A guy I would just say, here, go ahead, let's leave him there. And I think that's where it seems like you're leaning like, hell with this thing. Maybe we need to revisit this in the off season or something. Does he need surgery? Let's go ahead and not even put it at risk and keep throwing and keep having him even throwing if his arm if they can't get the swelling down.
Yeah, well, for me, it's easy, man. I mean, if you play him in the field, you risk losing him overall. So I'll just take his bat and we'll move forward with it. And we'll put Dubon in the field, and everything will be fine. Now, is it Bregman level glove? Obviously not, but it's pretty damn good. So I would be I think that would be the move.
Yeah. All right, coming up behind us, Texans All Access, and a guy who has been a talk of the camp, Kenyon Green. He is going to join the fellas tonight. Kenyon Green's going to join the fellas tonight on Texans All Access. Area 45 behind them. Live and local, Bijani and Creighton, Area 45, and Sean Bijani's ready, baby. He's had 2 bags of hot flaming Cheetos, and it looks like he's washed it down with a Coke. I think that's cherry. That's a cherry Coke right there, boy. I'll give it to him, man. I think he's done a nice job of being as healthy as possible. That would take me on out for the night into the next day.
Well, them hot Cheetos with
that acid of that Coke
was that there was a while when I could do that 2-3 times.
Man, I love Cheetos.
I get that middle-sized bag, dude, not that little one, the mid-size.
I like to dip mine in nacho cheese.
Ooh, I love Cheetos, dude, but I never got behind the hot Cheeto thing. I never liked them.
No?
Ever. Yeah, and I like spicy food. I like Cheetos, but I don't like hot Cheetos.
I like the green, but the jalapeno one.
Jalapeno cheddar.
I like
that one is.
Give me like I used to do. I used to go to the movie theater, give me a bag of that, and then get me a cup of cheese. Have to get 2 because when you open
that's
it,
good.
They
I forgot about them jalapeno cheddar ones.
Yeah. So I've heard.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I don't know that I've ever. I mean, I did my when I was in elementary school. I dipped my pizza in cheese, but the cheese on top of cheese thing is a little aggressive.
Oh, you can never have enough cheese.
Yeah. I was always a ranch dipper on my pizza.
Samesies.
Don't say samesies.
Sorry.
Just say same.
I won't do it again.
Same.
I'll make sure I don't tomorrow.
He's so comfortable with this. Well, samesies. All right. Shout out to our guy Brandon Scott who joined us. Texans Report 4:40. You can check that out on the podcast page. Clint, great job as always. Tyler, great job as well. Happy birthday tomorrow, Sarah Frazier. We were first to say it.
Yes.
I am Ron Hughley. As always, Houston, we love you, baby. A lovely day. Go ahead and give him that. I just wanted Cal and Hannah to experience that.
It's on. It's on at 3.
Hannah being nice.
See, you're the Hannah in the Hannah and Cal relationship.
Fixing to get us in trouble.
Listen, Hannah, make this happen. I'm just saying, man.
Seemed impossible to face.
New co-host, same old Lopez.
Has Lopez forced any OG sauce on you?
He sure has.
First of all, it's not forcing.
He sure has. I mean, I understand what he just said, and the answer is still, he sure has. I have not gotten it yet, though.
It's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reginald Atatula, 10 to 2 every weekday.